Life after death. Though somewhat aloof, his voice was melodious of pity. Considering they attended the same institution, one should not disturb the grass near their own burrow. She had long heard students discussing the dashing Professor Fu from the mathematics department while borrowing books at the library. However, their paths seldom crossed. Had she known that the individual Professor Fong had introduced was a fellow faculty member, she would have refrained from attending. After all, her reputation within the university was rather peculiar. The atmosphere felt slightly awkward at that moment. As her thoughts lingered, she overheard murmurs nearby. He's so handsome. The woman is quite attractive too. They make a lovely pair. But there's something odd about her. Doesn't her eyes seem peculiar? Indeed, it does seem so. The onlookers reached a consensus her eyes were indeed unusual. Sensing her confusion, Fu Tinghan explained, I've heard that there will be a spectacular alignment of 7 stars tonight. Everyone has gone to the observation deck, while we remain here below. She unabashedly pointed to her eyes, stating, although I cannot see, it does not hinder my mobility. Fu Tinghan glanced at her eyes and remarked, I have little interest in astronomy, and besides, we are headed in the same direction. This was true. They both resided on campus, making their journey convenient. She maintained her composure, but disliked the overly dark atmosphere, thus attempting to initiate conversation. I didn't expect the person introduced by Professor Fong would be Professor Fu. Noticing her tone, Fu Tinghan inquired, what's wrong? However, the elevator abruptly descended, causing her to lose her balance. Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself tumbling towards him, landing squarely on top of him. The two fell together in an embrace. This was it. Professor Fu's impression of her would surely worsen. Fu Tinghan could see ignoring the pain in her arm. She clung tightly to him, stabilizing her body in a half squat against the elevator wall. Peering through the glass of the elevator, she observed the outside world. This was a panoramic lift, offering a view of the chaos below, where people were frantically rushing out of the building. It struck her as utterly unbelievable. How could she possibly see light after being blind for 14 years? Then came the excruciating pain. Before she could ponder whether she was dead, or if Fu Tinghan had also perished, she felt a blinding white light forcing its way into her eyes. Suddenly, she found herself in an ancient film set. Disheveled figures were desperately pushing their way inside, while soldiers showed no mercy, thrusting their spears to drive people back. The soldiers expelled the crowd, and the city gates slowly began to close, with reinforcements continually arriving. Yet, amidst the running, the screams, and the agonizing cries of pain and death, she heard not a single sound. What unfolded before her seemed to be a silent play. Thus, after her blindness had been miraculously lifted, she found herself deaf as well. She glanced down at her hands and at Aria, a white dress adorned with a red belt tied at her waist, a gift from her roommate who had known she was going out for a blind date that afternoon. The belt was meant to accentuate her slender waist, ensuring that anyone with eyes would be captivated. So, was she in reality, or was this merely a dream? Could it be that the elevator's fall not only transcended time and space, but also restored her vision? Her hand passed directly through the other person's grasp, who did not even cast a glance in her direction, but simply dashed past her. She reached out, attempting to attract the attention of several individuals nearby, exclaiming, "Excuse me, sir, my good fellow." Yet, all remained unresponsive to her pleas. How splendid! She was not only deaf, but also invisible. Was this a dream? No, she could not recognize the other person. She was unaware of their identity. Yet they bore a striking resemblance to her at the tender age of 10, a time when her vision had not yet faltered. But then, darkness enveloped her, and she swiftly lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Grandfather has word of my injury and amnesia spread? He gazed at her with a hint of sorrow. She had already informed the outside world as per Sin Yang's instructions, yet it seemed they were all rather incredulous. One could only wonder if Professor Fu had experienced a stroke of good fortune, whether he was still adrift, or had similarly borrowed a body to return. Indeed, she had borrowed a body, 10 days post-awakening. She contemplated various methods to verify that she had indeed inhabited the form of a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. This girl, also surnamed Zhao, was the third child in her family and was affectionately referred to as San Yang, merely 14 years of age. She had lived for 28 years, enduring hardships, yet had also relished her fair share of blessings. Although her life could be deemed prematurely concluded, it was she who had encountered the unexpected, and thus she must bear the consequences. She could not continue to occupy another's body in a different realm. Regrettably, no matter how fervently she called out, the child remained absent, leaving her spirit void, devoid of any trace. How striking he was! It was no wonder the students often whispered among themselves about his handsome appearance. One could only speculate about his fortune. If he, too, had become a vessel, what identity would he possess? Could he hear the messages she sent forth, seeking him? Conversely, if he had not borrowed a body, could she, as a living being, perceive him? He fell into silence for a moment, then knelt and withdrew. When she refrained from contemplation, she was unaware, yet, upon reflection, memories related to her past would surface in her mind, revealing faces of those once known, as if she were engaging in a search akin to Baidu. Alas, it appeared that everyone seemed skeptical of her memory loss. Zhao Hanzhang, whose given name is Zhun, recently celebrated her 14th birthday. Her father, who passed away at an early age, was of little renown. However, her grandfather deserves mention. Zhao Changyu is a figure of national prominence, holding the title of Duke of Caibua and having served as the chief minister, renowned for his virtuous and simple governance. He had but one son, who is her deceased father, and one grandson, her younger brother Zhao Yong, who is merely 12 years old, albeit rather dim-witted. This is a euphemistic expression. At 12, aside from recognizing his own name, he is acquainted only with the names of his father, mother, sister, and grandfather, which includes the repeated character for Zhao. Consequently, Zhao Changyu contemplated bequeathing his title to his nephew, Zhao Ji, Sanyang's paternal uncle, as rumors began to circulate. And before Zhao Changyu could respond, the 12-year-old Zhao Yong ventured outside the city for a hunt. With the new emperor having just ascended the throne and chaos reigning outside with wandering soldiers and displaced civilians, it was rather reckless for the intellectually challenged young noble to venture forth. In a sudden turn of events, she encountered an incident in an elevator, and upon opening her eyes, found herself in this world. With another blink, she awakened from this body. She resolved to locate Professor Fu. Sanyang, the Lord wishes to see you. Yes, Cheng Bo has come to escort you. Cheng Bo is her grandfather's trusted confidant, who has always been by his side, while the current steward of the household is merely his brother. Others may be dismissed, but Zhao Changyu, as the head of the family, cannot be overlooked. Oh, I forgot to mention that she fell from her horse, injuring not only her head, but also her leg. Although the injuries are not particularly severe, as a noble young lady, she must remain bedridden to recuperate. Her mother would weep at the slightest movement, capable of crying for an entire day and night. This marks her first venture outside, or rather, being carried outside, her courtyard. The path is adorned with blooming flowers, basking in the glorious spring sunshine, with butterflies fluttering about, indicating that the garden of this household is meticulously tended. As she is carried along, the servants they encounter bow their heads and step aside, only daring to straighten up and resume their duties once the palanquin has passed a considerable distance. Approaching the main courtyard, the respect shown by the servants intensifies. Upon the opening of the courtyard gate, a tall, flourishing phoenix tree stands within, beneath which sits a slender, handsome middle-aged man at a table. To her astonishment, this distinguished figure is none other than her grandfather. Chapter 3. The words contain elegance. She is gently placed beside the table by the attendants, who attempt to assist her into a chair. However, she raises her hand to stop them, instead rising with the aid of Ting He, albeit unsteadily, to pay her respects to Zhao Changyu, her grandfather. She must address him appropriately. Zhao Changyu furrows his brow, glancing at her leg before saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Given your condition, preserving your own well-being is the truest form of filial piety. Please, sit down." Zhao Changyu scrutinizes her closely. In truth, their time spent together has been limited, as he is often preoccupied with state affairs, neglecting familial matters. Nevertheless, this does not imply a lack of understanding of his grandchildren. On the contrary, despite their infrequent meetings, he is well informed about their studies, temperaments, and even their clothing and nourishment. He was aware that his grandson was inherently dull-witted, while his granddaughter displayed remarkable intelligence and resilience. The family had long established the intention to pass the title to the second branch, and this child had always been considerate towards her siblings from that branch, demonstrating her maturity. However, her response this time was markedly different. It bore a newfound assertiveness, coupled with a diminished sense of forbearance. Zhao Changyu gazed at her face and inquired, "You have lost your memory, but do you still recall anything else?" The smile on Zhao Changyu's face gradually faded, and he lightly tapped the stone table with his fingers. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "My original intention was to propose a prestigious marriage for you. In these tumultuous times, with the populace in disarray, such a union would not only safeguard you, but also protect your brother." He continued, "The case of Emperor Hui serves as a cautionary tale. I never intended for your brother to inherit the title of the Earl. My hope was that by arranging a notable marriage for you, even if the earldom were to falter in the future, you and your brother would remain secure." Zhao Changyu fell silent. He furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Do you truly wish for your brother to inherit the earldom? The mention of Emperor Hui's naivety reflected Zhao Changyu's original sentiments, indicating that Emperor Hui was excessively honest and unfit to rule. Last November, Emperor Hui had unexpectedly passed away in Luoyang, and subsequently, the crown prince ascended the throne, adopting the era name Yongjia. Now, in the second month of the first year of Yongjia, the new emperor had been on the throne for less than 3 months, and chaos reigned outside the city with wandering soldiers and displaced citizens. She earnestly addressed Zhao Changyu, stating, "My brother is indeed foolish. He cannot uphold the glory of our clan nor protect the family. Grandfather's decision was not misguided. He truly cannot inherit the earldom." Handing over the earl's residence to Zhao Yong may yield an outcome akin to entrusting the nation to Emperor Hui. One cannot merely speak of the glory of the Zhao family, for it is likely that even the very foundation of the clan would suffer. Zhao Changyu's expression softened somewhat. "But grandfather, can we truly place our trust in the second branch with the entirety of our main lineage? Is the second branch truly worthy of such a responsibility?" This was not merely her concern. It was a question that had long burdened her heart. She had been questioning and seeking answers. Yet it was only when she ventured beyond the city to rescue her brother that she discovered the truth, though it was too late to convey this revelation to her grandfather. Zhao Changyu clenched the teacup tightly in his hand, his lips pressed into a thin line. His heart felt as though it had been scalded by hot oil. And after a prolonged silence, he spoke with difficulty. "A single tree cannot withstand the tempest, without relying on the family and the second branch. It would be arduous for you siblings to navigate this tumultuous world." He sighed deeply. Though the new emperor has ascended the throne, he is unable to govern independently. Internal strife abounds, while external threats loom from the Xiongnu, with the Chang and Jia tribes also watching menacingly. The realm is on the brink of chaos. How can you survive in such disorder without the support of your family? Zhao Changyu glanced toward the only remaining servant in the courtyard, Cheng Bo, who, understanding the unspoken command, promptly retrieved a folded document from within the house. Zhao Changyu placed the document on the table, stating, "This is a petition to establish Zhao Ji as the heir apparent. Once this petition is submitted, it will surely ease their concerns." This was indeed a viable solution, yet. Zhao Changyu regarded the unwavering determination in her eyes, astonished. "Then what is your intention?" After a moment of stunned silence, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling. "Well said. Truly, you are the granddaughter of Zhao Changyu." Zhao Changyu gently reached out and patted her head, gazing at her with tenderness, and said, all right, my dear. It is quite likely that your grandfather will not witness you reaching maturity. Allow me to bestow upon you a pet name." She yearned to retain her original name. Zhao Changyu chuckled. "Aren't you curious to hear the name I have chosen for you? I believe you will absolutely adore it." In the past, her father had also derived her name from a similar sentiment. "Zhangzhen, you are a wonderful child. My granddaughter has always embodied virtue, yet she has never flaunted it. Your grandfather hopes that you will continue in this manner, aspiring for a promising future." As he spoke, a hint of sadness crept into his voice. He had always recognized her intelligence, yet it often eluded her emotional grasp. Had it not been for her recent display of brilliance, he might have overlooked her potential, thereby jeopardizing the entire Zhao family's legacy. Chapter 4. Zhao Erlang, he stated, "Do not divulge today's events to anyone, including your mother." After a brief pause, Zhao Changyu added, "Since you claim to have lost your memory, let it be so." He did not truly believe that his granddaughter had forgotten, but rather suspected she intended to utilize this pretext to undermine the second branch of the family. Initially, he had harbored reservations about this course of action, yet now, well, if the child wishes to proceed in this manner, then so be it. Therefore, during her tenure in this body, she yearned to accomplish something for herself and for those she cherishes. Consider it a form of rent for inhabiting her vessel. Moreover, she aspired to live more freely and comfortably. The Zhao family's second branch was evidently unreliable, rather than placing their hopes in them. It would be wiser to heed the young girl's inner desires. The main branch must establish its own foundation and, at the very least, ensure its own self-preservation. Using one's intellect often leads to a quicker hunger. Upon hearing the commotion, San Yang inquired, "What does she want?" "Food," came the reply. "Please fetch some snacks from the kitchen. I am quite famished." With a smile, Ting He acquiesced and turned to depart. Although still troubled after her injury, San Yang's appetite had notably improved. The pastries from the Zhao family's kitchen were undoubtedly delectable, and the treats brought by Ting He suited her palate perfectly. indicating a shared taste with the young girl. As she enjoyed her snacks, a maid entered with measured steps. "Sen Yang, Dr. Chun has arrived." Contemplating how to respond, she was interrupted by the maid's announcement. He was brought here by Chung Bo, who mentioned that the master sent for him. Dr. Chun entered, carrying a medical box, and was greeted by the sight of a young lady seated on the couch, indulging in her delicacies. Upon noticing his presence, she waved, "Dr. Chun, would you care for some refreshments first?" Dr. Chun regarded Chung Bo with skepticism, inquiring, "Is this truly the young lady of the household?" Chung Bo, though surprised, quickly masked his astonishment and bowed, requesting, "Please examine our San Yang, esteemed doctor." "Does she still recall nothing?" Dr. Chun asked, feeling her pulse while observing her intently. "What of that individual? Do you recognize anyone? Have you forgotten your parents and siblings as well?" He advised, "Focus on regaining your health. In due time, memories will resurface." Despite the fact that she was already 14, she was still in the bloom of youth, only a couple of years older than her. Wang Shi, her tears having subsided, used a handkerchief to dry her eyes, stating, "They are still kneeling in the ancestral hall. This time, your grandfather was greatly enraged and personally administered punishment." She paused momentarily and lowered her voice, saying, "Not only Erlang, but also the matron of the second house has been kneeling in the ancestral hall. Although your grandfather does not prevent us from bringing food and drink, he forbids them from leaving the hall. Each day, they must not only kneel but also memorize the family precepts and genealogy. You know, Erlang is rather simple-minded. He can recall some of the genealogy. But as for the family precepts," she pondered for a moment, then turned to Ting He. "Go find Chung Bo and tell him that I took some medicine and fell asleep, but have inadvertently been tormented by nightmares. And I am currently sweating profusely while calling for Erlang. Please ask him to allow Erlang to come and see me." Ting He looked at the young woman, whose complexion was still relatively rosy, hesitating for a moment before finally kneeling in acquiescence. The young maid who accompanied Wang immediately said, "I will go with you." The 12-year-old boy was tall for his age, his face round and cherubic. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon his sister reclining on the bed, and without warning, he burst into tears. "Sister, sister." Chapter 5. Faking unconsciousness, he looked at her with suspicion. "You are my sister?" She scrutinized Zhao Erlang and replied, "I have seen you in my memories. I vaguely recall a time years ago when you stood atop the artificial hill in the garden, urinating into the wind, and ended up drenching someone else's head." Wang coughed violently. "That was 2 years ago." "Third miss, you have misremembered. Your brother was still quite young then." He instinctively reached back to touch his behind, feeling somewhat aggrieved. It hurt so much. Zhao Erlang nodded, letting out a painful hiss and shuddering involuntarily. Unable to suppress a retreat, Wang's heart ached at the sight. Ting He complied. Wang hesitated and remarked, "Although Erlang is still youthful in mind, he is not so young in age. Is it truly appropriate for him to reside in your courtyard?" Zhao Erlang, clutching his aching knee, affirmed, "You are indeed my elder sister." Only she would strike at my sore spot so directly. Despite his lingering suspicions, he found himself convinced by her words far too easily. Zhao Erlang settled into Qingyi Pavilion, while the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Changyu, uttered not a word. Others, despite their reservations, could only stifle their dissent, especially since Aunt Zhao remained kneeling in the ancestral hall. Even the normally unflappable elders of the second branch began to stir uneasily. During the evening meal, members of the second branch arrived en masse, save for that uncle whom she had yet to meet. Wang set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, saying, "Please allow them to enter." Had it merely been the second and fourth daughters, they could have easily invoked their prior excuse to avoid an encounter. But with the elders present, it would be improper to refuse them. Wang took her place at the table, waiting, while Zhao Erlang hastily stuffed a morsel into his mouth, then obediently placed his hands on his knees, demonstrating good manners, a testament to the upbringing he had received. Zhao Ji entered with his wife and daughter, and Wang, albeit reluctantly, guided Zhao Erlang to rise and pay his respects. Zhao Ji was taken aback by her gaze, this unfamiliar scrutiny. He frowned slightly, wondering if she had truly lost her memory. As Zhao Ji observed her, he was the first to notice her peculiarity. After a moment of surprise, he quickly inquired, "What troubles you, third miss?" She released the floodgates of her memories, allowing the emotions and recollections that surged forth upon seeing them to engulf her. Her complexion turned as pale as snow, and cold sweat broke out upon her forehead. Suddenly, she retched violently. Such an intense reaction could scarcely be feigned. Before she could finish her sentence, her head tilted, and she fainted. Zhao Yi, Zhao Darling, the sole son of Zhao Ji, was far easier to confront than his two daughters. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Wang rushed to her daughter's side in shock, exclaiming, "Sanyang, what has happened to you? Quickly, summon a doctor." Tinghe was equally alarmed, sprinting towards the exit, only to be seized by Qinggu, who urged, "Hurry and fetch the master. Beseech him to summon the physician, for the outside doctors are of no use." Complying, Tinghe turned and dashed out. One could only lament. At least Qinggu is still of some help, as she directed others to prepare hot water, seek out medicine for Sanyang, and dispatch someone to check if the doctor had arrived. Zhao Ji, accompanied by his wife and children, stood frozen in place, the chaos and sorrow of the room seemingly bypassing them. To any observer, this scene could easily be interpreted as the second household's cruel harassment of the first household's widow and orphan. The members of the second household, who had only uttered a single sentence since entering, were left in stunned silence. Chapter 6. A test of wits. Zhao Ji's forehead twitched as he regained his senses and immediately bellowed at his son. "What are you still doing? Your third sister remembers you, yet you merely stand there. Why do you not rush to her side?" The matron soon realized the situation and hurriedly stepped forward to support the weeping Wang, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is a fortunate occurrence. Earlier, I feared that Sanyang might not recognize anyone, but it seems she is improving, as she can recall her elder brother. Soon, she will remember you as well." What a farce. Sanyang's ability to remember Zhao Dalong clearly stemmed not from affection, but from past grievances. Although she could not recall the specific instances of torment inflicted by Zhao Dalong, her assertion that such events had occurred was sufficient. Sanyang was not truly suffering from amnesia. Indeed, Wang did not believe her daughter had forgotten entirely. After all, she could still remember her interactions with Erling and recognize the presence of Tinghe and Qinggu beside her. It was only that her responses were slightly slower than before. Given the trauma of her head injury and the pain from a leg fracture, it was entirely natural for her reactions to be dulled. While Wang could not fathom her daughter's intentions, it was evident from her earlier fainting spell while pointing at Zhao that she was expressing discontent towards the second household. Wang had long harbored a wealth of grievances, but out of respect for her father-in-law, she had restrained herself. Moreover, her daughter had consistently urged her to endure. However, after the second household incited Erlang to venture out of the city, nearly resulting in the demise of her precious children, her resentment had reached a breaking point. It was merely because her father-in-law remained steadfast in his desire to pass the title to the second household, leaving their own family to rely on them in the future, that she had held back her anger. Now that even her daughter was rebelling, Wang could no longer suppress her feelings of resentment. She turned sharply and seized Zhao Yi, who had been pushed forward by Zhao Ji, exclaiming, "Dalong, your third sister is even a year younger than you. If she has erred in any way, please inform your aunt, and I shall punish her. I ask that you do not frighten her." Wang wept, saying, "In the future, this entire household shall belong to you. We, as orphans and widows, merely seek a bowl of soup to sustain us. If we can live in peace, that is enough. We would never dare to contest anything with you." Zhao Ji and Wu were rendered pale by Wang's cryptic remarks. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Ji exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this?" His countenance darkened, but to the servants, the master appeared even more fearsome. Noticing the frightened gazes of the servants, the elder lady Wu quickly stepped forward to soothe Wang, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? We are siblings, bound by blood. In the future, we shall naturally support and care for one another." Wang lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Elder sister-in-law speaks truthfully. I seek nothing else but the safety of my two children." Wu was taken aback by the ferocity in her eyes and words, rendered momentarily speechless. Zhao Ji, blocked from seeing Wang's demeanor, grew enraged upon hearing her words, his tone turning icy. "Sister-in-law, what do you imply? Do you suspect that the fall of the third lady was caused by our branch?" Wang tightened her grip on the handkerchief, weeping, "Uncle, the elder lady is still kneeling in the ancestral hall. We both know the reason for her prostration." Zhao Ji's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists, coldly demanding, "Sister-in-law, why don't you tell us why she kneels?" In his anger, Zhao Ji added, "The servants around you must be dismissed. It is these meddlesome individuals who have sown discord among us siblings." Zhao Ji, my dear sister-in-law, not only fails to appreciate the kindness of our matriarch, but has also succumbed to the insidious whispers of the outside world, believing that it was she who incited Erlang to leave the city. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne and the political landscape is in turmoil, even uncle must remain at home to recuperate and avoid the chaos in court. In such circumstances, Is it not precisely what those malicious instigators desire to see my sister-in-law cause internal discord? He cast a stern gaze towards Qing Gu and commanded decisively. I suspect my sister-in-law has been improperly influenced by those around her. Seize these treacherous servants. Qing Gu and the others were taken aback, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Wang Shi was equally startled and quickly reached out to intervene, asserting that this matter did not concern them. Qing Gu, momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure and scrambled to her feet, her hands slightly trembling as she presented a teacup to Sanyang. The stagnant atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. The subordinates kneeling on the floor felt the oppressive aura lifting slightly, allowing them to raise their heads with a hint of relief. She smiled at Zhao Ji, lifting her chin slightly, and remarked, I do not recall you, nor do I remember these individuals beside you, except for, her gaze fixated on Zhao Dalang, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. Zhao Dalang, though he and she were merely a year apart in age, making them the closest in years within the household, they were not particularly acquainted. He could not recall any moment that would leave such an impression on her that she would remember him even in a state of forgetfulness. Chapter 7. Confrontation. With a slight curl of her lips, she provocatively inquired, Is it not true that the Zhao family is still under Uncle S' authority? Zhao Jiping composed himself, the anger on his face swiftly dissipating as he calmly stated, Sanyang has only just awakened and does not recall matters at home, leading to this misunderstanding. My intention in this action is to ensure tranquility within the household. If the servants are allowed to spread rumors at will, even the most virtuous master may be undermined by their machinations. Ultimately, the visit ended without further discussion. They merely left behind the medicinal herbs they had brought, exchanging only a few words before departing. Wang, who had hurriedly followed behind, was taken aback and halted with her 3 children, lowering their heads in silence. Zhao Ji, with an impassive expression, remarked, It seems she is not feigning but has truly lost her memory. Wang nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, I had not seen her before and thought her to be pretending, but today, it appears genuinely the case. Though Sanyang had occasionally displayed rebelliousness in the past, she had always acted with prudence and maintained a good rapport with their branch of the family, regardless of her inner thoughts. The 2 households had consistently presented a harmonious fade. Such a disrespectful interrogation as today had never occurred before. Zhao Ji felt a headache coming on, realizing that while feigned amnesia was troublesome, genuine amnesia would be even more detrimental for them. Forgetting meant an absence of emotional ties and fear. All previous efforts would vanish in an instant. Moreover, this evening, recalling her earlier confrontational demeanor only intensified the ache in his heart, leaving him feeling suffocated. What transpired earlier must not be divulged, he insisted. Wang quietly interjected, Even if we remain silent, word will surely reach the main courtyard, won't it? Of course it will. Wang, she was not truly angry. In the past, among their family of 3, only she felt resentment towards the second branch. Her son, blissfully oblivious, remained indifferent, while her daughter, ever astute, urged her to exercise patience, suggesting that one should reserve their temper for significant matters. She often expressed her frustration, but eventually, if she continued to vent, her ire would lose its significance. When her daughter rarely lashed out at the second branch, Wang felt a sense of clarity and relief. She hesitated, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to voice her thoughts, fearing her grandfather's displeasure. I am convinced that it was my elder sister and her accomplices who orchestrated the scheme to lure Erlang out of the city. The elder uncle and the others were oblivious to this. Otherwise, they would have intervened, for they would never assume that grandfather would bestow the title upon Erlang. It is precisely because of this certainty that even though we siblings have suffered and our elder sister is implicated, they remain unperturbed, even going so far as to erase any traces of their involvement, for they know grandfather would not grant the title to Erlang. Wang felt heartbroken. Why should Erlang be denied what was rightfully his? He was, after all, her true grandson. Then why do you still converse with the second branch in such a manner? Did you not once advise me to endure? She replied, Even the upper and lower teeth clash at times. It is perfectly natural for a family to bicker. It is wise to overlook trivial matters, but it seems that their hearts are too grand and their affections too shallow. Relying on them has become an impossibility. Wang was momentarily stunned. Without the title and lacking a source of support, what were they to do? A spark of realization ignited in her eyes. Money? Her father-in-law was renowned for his frugality, yet he was also lauded for his business acumen. He must possess a considerable fortune. The most crucial aspect lies in the individuals under Zhao Changyu's command. In tumultuous times, While resources are undeniably significant, the worth of people cannot be overlooked. Consequently, she covets those who serve Zhao Changyu. She turned and departed. Chapter 8. The trusted aide Madame Wang hurriedly removed the meat, saying, "Your elder sister does not wish to eat. You may indulge yourself." She sat quietly, observing as Madame Wang served dishes to Zhao Erlang, who relished every bite. Consuming all that was placed in his bowl, Zhao Erlang shook his head in dismay, lamenting the absence of meat, with only steamed buns to satisfy him. The Qingyi pavilion fell into a tranquil silence, yet the main courtyard was anything but peaceful. Qinggu knelt, weeping bitterly, and only upon receiving permission did she rise, bowing her back as she discreetly retreated. By the time she exited the courtyard, her back was drenched in sweat. Zhao Changyu sat cross-legged upon the couch, motionless. As Cheng Bo brought forth a cup of tea and softly remarked, "Master, the second household has indeed overstepped tonight." Zhao Changyu sighed, replying, "It is not merely the second household that has transgressed. The third daughter-in-law has also crossed the line." Before Cheng Bo could respond, Zhao Changyu continued, "However, one cannot blame them entirely. I have long been aware of the second son's grievances towards me, yet I never anticipated that it would impact Zhao Ji to such an extent. While I remain, he can treat Wang Shi in this manner. Once I am gone, where will they, a mother and her children, find their footing within the Zhao household? I had no idea the situation had become so dire." He sighed. "Do you believe the third daughter-in-law's actions are merely an expression of pent-up resentment? She is compelling me to make a choice." Zhao Changyu smiled at this point, acknowledging her cleverness. Cheng Bo remained silent. Both the ill and the well of the family were spoken by him, for he would invariably find justifications for his granddaughter. He quietly placed the tea bowl before Zhao Changyu. Zhao Changyu lifted his cup and took a sip, pondering deeply. "In truth, there is no room for choice. I am not a person of great righteousness." Cheng Bo quickly interjected, "Why does the Lord belittle himself so?" Zhao Changyu, however, responded with candor, stating that it was indeed the truth. If he were a man of great virtue, for the long-term development of the family, he ought to send you to admonish Sen Yang. The strength of the family can only advance if it is consolidated. In these chaotic times, the family's power should not be fragmented. Yet, Zhao Changyu sighed, "What I must do now is to divide the family's power." After his conversation with Sen Yang, Zhao Changyu found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating how much he should leave for her. According to his original plan, he did not intend to allocate any family influence to her. Aside from Cheng Bo, he had no intention of leaving anything for the eldest branch. His grandson is foolish. Even if he is reluctant to admit it, Zhao Erlang is indeed lacking in intelligence. The 12-year-old boy communicates adequately, yet his mental faculties resemble those of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Children of that age can recognize 100 characters, while after 6 years of study, he can count the characters he knows on both hands. With the example of Emperor Hui as a cautionary tale, Zhao Changyu could not possibly entrust the family estate to him. Thus, he had been contemplating allowing the second branch to inherit the family fortune while entrusting the first branch to their care. Over the past 2 years, the situation in the court has changed, and the rift between the first and second branches has deepened. He observed this with concern, which prompted him to consider providing the first branch with an additional assurance. Thus, he commenced the search for a suitable match for his granddaughter, wielding power, wealth, and influence. He aimed to secure a future for San Yang before his departure, ensuring she would have a family to rely upon, as well as the means to care for her mother and younger brother. However, just as he began to see some prospects, rumors began to swirl within the manor, and calamity befell Erlang and San Yang. This evening, it was not the second household that pressured the main family. Rather, it was San Yang compelling him to make a decision. Although Zhao Changyu was aware that she had laid a trap, he found himself compelled to tread forward. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Changyu resolved to summon Zhao Ju and Ji Yuan for a meeting the following day. Cheng Bo acquiesced with a bow. Unexpectedly, by noon the next day, just as she was about to partake in her lunch, Cheng Bo arrived with company to escort her. As the master wished to inquire after the lady, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips as she entered the main courtyard, a sentiment she could not suppress. Without a trace of hesitation, she called out to the middle-aged man seated in the courtyard, "Grandfather." Zhao Changyu nodded at her, and as she approached, he introduced the two individuals beside him. "You have just met your grandfather Ji." Noticing her momentary daze, Zhao Changyu furrowed his brow slightly and addressed her, "San Yang." Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled with recognition as he nodded. You seem quite spirited today. Ji Yuan remained silent. Zhao Changyu interjected, there is no need for such formality. Yet Ji Yuan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly extended a hand to support her, exclaiming, good child, you need not stand on ceremony due to your injured leg. Please, take a seat. If Grandfather Ji does not sit, how could San Yang dare to? She replied, you too, please, be seated. Zhao Changyu's forehead twitched with visible veins, prompting him to hastily interrupt the two. This is Zhao Ju, my grandfather's trusted aide, he stated. He oversees the family's affairs. Chapter 9. Two paths. Zhao Changyu led the three individuals into the study, while Cheng Bo remained in the courtyard, taking his place at the head of the table. Zhao Changyu glanced at his granddaughter seated across from him on a wooden stool and declared, I have made my decision. Tomorrow I shall submit a petition for the establishment of a crown prince. With the new emperor ascending to the throne, it is the perfect moment to honor the meritorious. I anticipate my petition will be swiftly approved. He tapped the table lightly and continued, initially, after the crown prince is appointed, I intended to keep your uncle by my side for guidance, gradually entrusting him with the family's influence. However, Zhao Changyu cast a quick glance at the side, where Ji Yuan sat, and exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? After my departure, the family's grand affairs will rest upon your uncle and your father's shoulders. Instead of assisting them, you seem to wish for their failure? Such words were laid bare, leaving little to the imagination. Zhao Changyu aimed to encourage her to leverage Zhao Erlang's influence over the Zhao clan. She deemed this unnecessary. Secondly, you shall be betrothed and wed this year. Take Ziyuan and the others along, and in the future, your mother and brother will depend on you for their livelihood. Zhao Changyu fixed his gaze upon her and asserted, I am entrusting this to you. Had San Yang not uttered those words or taken such actions, he would not have been inclined to share his power with her. Yet, given her discernment, her marital family would find it hard to sway her. The influence she wielded could serve as an asset to her husband's family, just as their power would fortify her, ensuring her protection alongside the first branch of the family. Do not speak carelessly. Matters without evidence should not be uttered. Zhao Changyu remarked after a moment, I have taken a fancy to Fu Ziyuang's eldest grandson, Fu Changrong. Nearby, Ji Yuan chuckled. Fu Gong, whose courtesy name is Zizhuang, has just been promoted to the position of the director of the secretariat, along with the titles of Right Minister and Left Grand Master, as well as Minister of Education. His eldest son, Fu Xian, is married to the Princess of Hongnong, and Fu Changrong is the son of the Princess of Hongnong. He is noted for his talent and is 2 years older than you. 3rd Mississippi. His age, appearance, and family background are quite suitable. While the age and appearance may be deemed appropriate, the familial circumstances tell a different tale. Both of their grandfathers served as directors of the Secretariat. However, his grandfather is still active, while hers is retired. His family is complete, whereas she is left with a solitary mother. Zhao Changyu cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, why not accept? 3rd Miss, you are gentle and virtuous, possessing both beauty and talent. The Fu family would be fortunate to have you. She was aware that Zhao Changyu was not oblivious to the young lady's discreet efforts towards the second household. With an unwavering demeanor, Zhao Changyu continued, you need not worry about this matter. As a woman, you should carry yourself with dignity and pride. Although I initiated this, it is now the Fu family who seeks you. Zhao Changyu glanced at her, furrowing his brow. What else could it be, if not your own well-being? Observing her, Zhao Changyu wondered why she posed such a question. Was it possible that he had some unsavory habit that she had come to know? Zhao Changyu was taken aback. Your ears are quite perceptive these days, even catching news from Chang'an? He frowned, glancing at the injury on her head. Given the upheaval in the capital, he had been trapped in Chang'an with his parents. You do not remember? Is it true that you have lost your memory? She chuckled softly, declaring, it's not true. I simply do not recall the matters concerning the Fu family. Are there affairs of significant magnitude? In an instant, Zhao Changyu found himself convinced. Indeed, they were not of great importance. In the past 2 years, 3 princes of the Great Jin had perished, the emperor had been abducted twice, and last year, he had even been poisoned within the imperial palace. Each of these events dwarfed the predicament faced by the Fu family in Chang'an. It was only natural that the young granddaughter, still tender in years, lacked complete information. Calculating the timing of her appearance and disappearance, it seemed that Professor Fu had manifested where an injured individual lay, perhaps one who, like the young girl, hovered on the brink of death or had already succumbed. It was then that Professor Fu vanished before her eyes. Yet, it remained unclear into whom he had transformed. Zhao Changyu remarked, leaving aside the injured. Numerous lives are lost daily in the capital. Whom do you wish to inquire about? Chapter 10. Mutual compromise. Could it be that the individual inhabited by Professor Fu was an obscure figure, thus evading any rumors? It was a challenging endeavor to embody virtues akin to that name without boasting. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head to conceal her emotions. Pledging once more, I shall heed my grandfather's wishes. It appeared that the connection between her amnesia and the information relayed by Professor Fu would not come to fruition. It was imperative to dispatch someone to investigate the injured person at the city gate that day. A chill ran down Ji Yuan's spine, and an unsettling premonition took root. Zhao Changyu continued, though Qianli is a martial man, he is steady and meticulous. Erlang may not excel in scholarly pursuits, yet he possesses great strength. His desires are few. Unlike Ji Yuan, I originally intended to leave him and Cheng Bo for you and Erlang. As this piece of knowledge resurfaced, related memories began to emerge. However, in comparison to Ji Yuan, Zhao Ju seems to be relatively obscure. Ji Yuan, a renowned strategist by her grandfather's side, though the young girl has never met him, has often heard tales of his prowess. The Zhao family's ability to maintain their standing amidst the conflicts of various princely states is largely attributed to her grandfather's skills. But it is undeniable that Ji Yuan's assistance has played a significant role. Zhao Changyu paused before continuing. He is unlike Qianli, yet he has benefited from my favor. Being still young, he is unlikely to remain by your side for long. Hence you must expedite the cultivation of your own personnel to succeed him. Zhao Changyu's gaze fell upon her legs. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, are you not suffering from amnesia? And your injuries are severe. Zhao Changyu, are you truly determined to stubbornly contend with the second house? It would be prudent to find an opportunity to restore your memory. Zhao Changyu rose and retrieved a box from the bookshelf. I have reserved some assets for you and Erlang. Inside the box were 4 land deeds and 4 maps, intricately drawn on silk. Zhao Changyu extracted 2 land deeds and 2 maps, stating, this is the contingency I have prepared for the Zhao family, originally intended for your uncle. But now I divide it in 2, and this portion is yours. These are my hidden treasures, Zhao Changyu sighed, expressing the great gene. I fear it may not endure for long. Chaos is inevitable. With the Xiongnu and Chong in rebellion, the situation is even more precarious than that of the later Han. When that time comes, lives will be as worthless as grass. As long as you possess wealth and provisions, you can gather talents to safeguard yourself. This is what I leave for your survival. Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju have managed to visit the residence, while it is inadvisable for others to be seen here, lest the main courtyard, no matter how secure, fails to conceal matters from the second branch. Zhao Changyu once again cautioned her, emphasizing the importance of humility. You are a lady, presenting oneself as weaker will engender greater trust. She replied, had we not yielded from the outset, perhaps circumstances would have been different. And today's calamity might have been entirely averted. Zhao Changyu furrowed his brow, yet soon his expression softened, and he nodded in approval. Indeed, only in this manner can I entrust those individuals to you. With your current disposition and capabilities, you should be able to keep Ji Yuan for a few more years. What she acquired today was a substantial legacy from Zhao Changyu, consisting of 2 land deeds and the treasures concealed beneath the map, representing half, if not more, of his life's accumulation. This was information he would undoubtedly keep from the second branch, and thus he would surely provide her with some visible assets as well. Chapter 11. Protecting the Qingyi Pavilion. Tingyi was taken aback. Third miss, your leg has yet to heal. Just bring a few sturdy servants. They can carry me when the time comes. Does one with wealth need to fear being unable to leave? The maids responded with joy, feeling that the third miss had become more spirited and joyful since her injury. When their mistress was happy, they too felt elated. Even the task of wiping her mouth was taken care of by others, truly a display of extravagance. In the second miss's quarters, he was nursing a badly swollen knee, and the second miss had procured ointment for him. The maids all agreed to assist. Tingyi rushed in, exclaiming, third miss. The young master has just sent someone to the ancestral hall to release the eldest miss. Tomorrow marks the occasion to summon the heir, and Zhao Changyu would naturally not impose any difficulties upon the second household. What difference does it make for Madame Zhao to kneel for an additional night, or just one less? Since she has acquiesced to Zhao Changyu, she is willing to engage in a facade of respect, as long as it is etched in her heart. Tingyi, reluctant to attend, delegated another maid to the task. After some contemplation, Tingyi remarked, The master has sent for the elder of the second household. He is currently in the study. Indeed, I shall be departing tomorrow, so ensure you bring my mother here. Let her stay in this courtyard to keep company with Erlang and watch over her, preventing her from entering the main courtyard or the second household. If anyone from the second household attempts to come, stop them at the courtyard entrance, regardless of their pretext. They must not be permitted to enter. Qinggu was taken aback. This directive seemed to be aimed specifically at the second mistress. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why such urgency when the master is in good health? Observing San Yang's calm demeanor, even with a hint of delight, Qinggu managed to settle her unease. Although perplexed, it appeared that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. San Yang was more astute than the mistress and possessed greater composure. Since she did not oppose the plan, perhaps circumstances were not wholly unfavorable. Qinggu felt restless, fearing that the second mistress might learn of this matter from another source and cause an uproar. Hastily, she declared, I shall go and keep an eye on the mistress. Go ahead, San Yang replied. Qinggu bowed and withdrew, hastening her steps as she exited the courtyard. Given Wang's temperament, though not particularly bold, she had always harbored lingering thoughts about the title of count. Previously, the master had only mentioned the matter without formalizing the heir's position. Thus Erlang still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. If she were to learn that the examination is tomorrow, even if Wang would not cause a commotion, she would undoubtedly be unable to restrain herself from weeping in the main courtyard. The master is currently in poor health. Should her tears bring about any misfortune, then the third mistress and second young master would truly be left without support. Wang remains blissfully unaware of the situation, as she is presently teaching Zhao Erlang to recognize characters. This is Huang Yellow. Did I not just teach you this? Zhao Erlang promptly recites, Huang Yellow. Wang takes a deep breath, shifts her finger to point at another character, and inquires, what about this one? Zhao Erlang stares blankly at it. Suppressing her irritation, Wang explains, this is pronounced you. Zhao Erlang obediently echoes, you. He opens his mouth, staring silently at the character. Wang cannot help but pinch his ear, exclaiming, you just learned Huang. How can you forget it in mere moments? Zhao Erlang hangs his head low. Wang exhales, patting her chest, feeling a slight alleviation of her anxiety before asking, what does the grandfather wish to see the third mistress about? Qinggu softly replies, the third mistress did not disclose, but judging by her expression, it does not seem to be anything adverse. That is reassuring. After such a commotion last night, I feared the grandfather might reprimand her. Qinggu has certain sentiments she wishes to share with Wang, but cannot help glancing at Zhao Erlang. He is currently staring blankly at the characters on the page, which incites Wang's irritation. She waves her hand dismissively, saying, go outside, go outside. Zhao Erlang springs into action, leaping up and darting out, soon disappearing from sight. Wang's eyes grow red, nearly spilling tears. I do not expect him to be exceptionally bright. If he could only possess half of his sister's wit, no, even a third would suffice. Qinggu offers her a handkerchief. Wang took the handkerchief and gently pressed it against the corner of her eye, regaining her composure before inquiring, what is the matter? Qinggu replied, the third mistress is to go out tomorrow. As you are aware, last night at Qingyi Pavilion, she was quite disrespectful to the master. We are uncertain how they might retaliate against Qingyi Pavilion. Thus we wish to request that you oversee the situation tomorrow. Wang scoffed. Do they dare? In my opinion, my father-in-law should have expelled them long ago. The second old master has his own family and title. Why must he fixate on our branch's possessions? Qinggu recalled the third mistress's instructions and soothingly replied, it is indeed a tumultuous era. One needs the protection of family. In the future, the third mistress and Erlang will still rely on the clan's support. With regard to Erlang's situation, she added, without the assistance of kin, one may fear. Wang fell silent. Noticing that she was receptive, Qinggu continued gently, I believe it would be wise to heed the third mistress's counsel. The title is secondary. The primary concern is to secure tangible benefits. Wang contemplated within herself, observing the second branch's predicament. If their possessions remained with Erlang, they might not endure. It would be better to entrust them to the third mistress, allowing her to take them to her marital home. This would be preferable to leaving them in the Zhao household, and in due course, both she and Erlang could rely on her. She quietly inquired, have we not yet discerned whom my father-in-law spoke of regarding the third mistress's suitor? Wang then pressed her hand to her chest and said, that is good. That is good. Someone chosen by my father-in-law should be commendable. Chapter 12. Wang Xinyang, however, Zhao Erlang felt no joy at all. Why must I acknowledge my own name? You have already remembered your name. What more is there to acknowledge? We shall embrace our new characters. Listening to the sound of the lotus, she rolled up the curtains on the front and the sides. The street was bustling with people, shops were open, and stalls were scattered about, with few patrons entering and exiting the establishments. Pedestrians would either sidestep to avoid the carriage from a distance or, after casting a sidelong glance at her, deliberately stepped onto the main road to obstruct their passage. The coachman of the Zhao family lifted his eyelids and glanced over, tugging at the reins to slow the carriage down, leisurely trailing behind the individual without urging or making a sound. A flower drifted past her, landing upon the teapot. From the second floor of the tavern on the left, a young girl leaned out of an open window, half her body protruding, and upon noticing her gaze, called out loudly, "Zhao Hanzhang, why are you hiding? You didn't catch the flower I threw." She reached out to pick up the flower that had fallen onto the carriage floor, waved it at Wang Xinyang, and said, "I accept it." Wang Xinyang, seeing that she did not stop but continued to move forward, shouted in frustration, "Zhao Hanzhang, who are you going to see? Aren't you coming out to meet me?" The servants hurriedly followed behind. Wang Xinyang chased all the way to the city gate, where she spotted the Zhao family carriage halted at the intersection. Muttering to herself, she jumped down from the ox cart and ran over. "Zhao Hanzhang, what brings you here?" Wang Xinyang leaped onto her carriage, reaching out to touch the decorations, enviously remarking, "Your grandfather is truly good to you, allowing you such a luxurious carriage, drawn by horses no less." "Oh, this is not mine. It belongs to my great uncle. I saw it on my way out today and thought it looked splendid, so I borrowed it temporarily." Wang Xinyang glared you. She scrutinized her friend from head to toe, furrowing her brow slightly. "You seem somewhat different. Your spirit has changed. Naturally, you are not the same." With concern, Wang Xinyang inquired, "Have you, in despair, resolved to relinquish your family estate to the second branch?" She sighed, "Perhaps this is for the best. Your constant conflicts with them terrify me. Your recent injury nearly frightened me to death." She continued, "It is perhaps wise to cease the struggle with your grandfather's capabilities. Rest assured he will make adequate arrangements for you. If the title is lost, so be it. Did you not express that should it fall to your brother, it would be akin to a death sentence?" Wang Xinyang rolled her eyes and grasped her hand, suggesting, "Why not marry into my family? We could protect you and your brother, and we would be sisters-in-law. What joy that would bring." Wang Xinyang pondered, "What constitutes a close friend? A confidant?" Wang Xinyang added, "Primarily, your esteemed reputation precedes you, and my father is quite progressive. He would not object." Wang Xinyang playfully asked, "You have met my brother. Do you find him lacking in character, or not as handsome or talented as you?" She firmly dismissed Wang Xinyang, insisting that the matter need not be broached again. It was indeed the residence of the Minister of the Interior, the Fu family. Meanwhile, Wang Xinyang hurriedly interjected, "And my cousin. He came to the city with his servants the other day and fortuitously encountered the chaos of the refugees, which resulted in his injury." Wang Xinyang replied, "Well, that is fortunate. His diet has merely become more bland. Naturally, an injury would warrant a lighter diet. Given her own conditions of possession, it follows that Professor Fu's conditions should be somewhat similar. In the pursuit of scientific theories within the realm of the unscientific, one finds oneself resorting to desperate measures." Chapter 13. Playing matchmaker. Once she had tidied up, she remarked, "Your brother is far too old." Wang Xinyang felt her retort stifled. Ting He, wearing a troubled expression, interjected, "Xinyang, we did not send an invitation in advance. Would it not be inappropriate to arrive unannounced?" Wang Xinyang shivered visibly. She muttered, "My brother is so handsome. Even if you are not smitten, how can you bear to ask him to facilitate an introduction to Fu Changro, having already ventured halfway? Could she possibly decline? At this moment, my brother is surely engaged in leisurely discourse at Zai building. I am certain of it." After a moment's consideration, Ting He calculated. "It has been a while, perhaps the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." She ventured inside to search for him. Zai building was not merely the structure at the front. Behind it lay a tranquil courtyard, replete with picturesque scenes every 10 steps. A true haven for scholars to indulge in wine and conversation. Here, wealth afforded one the opportunity to access the rear, while those of noble birth were assured entry, even in the absence of money, as the proprietor would gladly welcome them inside. The stewardess stood by the carriage with great respect, stating, "It is indeed an honor for our humble establishment to host a lady today. May I inquire whether you wish to dine in the rear or partake in some wine?" Upon hearing this, the stewardess breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no trouble was brewing. With a warm smile, she continued, Wang Xinyang is in the Yuranju. Allow me to guide you there. With a cheerful demeanor, the stewardess led the way. Zizai Building is renowned in the capital as a premier venue for refined discussions, where countless literati and notable figures have made their names and forged friendships. Zhao Sanyang has visited several times with her friends, yet the weight of reality bears heavily upon her young shoulders, leaving her with few opportunities to unwind. Consequently, she finds little pleasure in the atmosphere here. Unless her friends insist, she rarely makes an appearance. Yuanju is situated at the heart of the courtyard. Upon passing through the shadow wall, one is greeted by a carpet of flowers and trees, while a flat patch of grass nearby is adorned with mats and low tables. On these tables, an array of tea and fruit platters is presented. The young men are engaged in a fervent debate, some reclining casually while others sit upright. Among them, her friend Wang Xinyang, seemingly captivated, is watching them intently, having completely forgotten the purpose of their visit. Sanyang, what brings you here? Wang Xinyang asks, feeling apologetic. I was drawn in by the philosophical discussions of my brothers. A young man seated at the table turns towards her, inquiring with a smile, pray tell. Who is this enchanting lady, so strikingly beautiful? How bold she is to sit here, carried in as if on a palanquin, seemingly unfazed. Beauty often breeds a certain leniency among people, especially when it is accompanied by grace and ease, as is the case with this young lady, who exudes charm and poise. The gentlemen present regard her with amused smiles, their expressions imbued with tolerance. Wang Xian interjects to clarify, this is Sanyang from the Bai family of Shanxi. She recently injured her leg, thus her current inconvenience. She turns to Wang Xian and inquires, might you be willing to step aside? Wang Xinyang hastily follows suit, removing her shoes to accompany her. Wang Xian, slightly disconcerted by his sister's impolite behavior, discreetly averts his gaze, pretending not to notice. What could Sanyang possibly want with me? Wang Xian muses, puzzled. The Fu family? It would be unwise to seek him out, given his familiarity with Zhao Sanyang. Moreover, she has brothers of her own, such matters. Before he could fully comprehend, Wang Xinyang had already grasped his arm, pulling him aside to whisper, I initially intended to request her to become my sister-in-law, yet she seems to have a particular fondness for Fu Changrong and insists on meeting him. Brother, you must take her to see him. Fu Changrong is neither as handsome as you nor as talented. Once Sanyang meets her, she will surely recognize your merits. As for matchmaking, it is a role he enjoys. However, being the subject of matchmaking is another matter entirely. Chapter 14. Youth. The three of them arrived at the Fu family's residence, where Wang Xian personally approached the door to request an audience. The steward respectfully acknowledged, yes, young lady, this is. Regardless of whether Fu Zhi's visit to the Zhao family was for an engagement or a withdrawal, she needed to meet Fu Changrong in person to ascertain whether he was indeed Professor Fu. The steward hesitated, murmuring softly about the impropriety of the situation. Matters of marriage have traditionally been governed by parental arrangements and matchmakers. It is rare for a young lady to arrive unannounced, especially when no formal engagement has taken place. Yet, given the apparent hierarchy, the steward refrained from voicing his concerns. Observing Zhao Sanyang's composed demeanor, he began to question whether he was overreacting. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from meeting him? The ever-pragmatic Wang Xian interjected, Steward, Sanyang entrusted her younger sister to convey her intentions, which demonstrates her sincerity and determination. Since both families have expressed a desire for union, and even the younger generation is aware of it, it is evident we have reached a critical juncture. Even in the event of a withdrawal, they should at least have the opportunity to meet. Wang Xinyang was taken aback. You have agreed to this. Do you recall the visage of Fu Changrong? The memory eludes her. Since yesterday's revelation, she has been searching her mind. Yet only a vague figure emerges, amidst a throng of people. Clearly, the young lady does not remember what Fu Changrong looks like. Even before entering, she discerned the resonant cadence of voices reciting texts, a duet of sorts. Involuntarily, she peered in, her gaze immediately drawn to the youth seated in the courtyard. He, sensing her presence, lifted his eyes to meet hers, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. A smile flickered in the young man's eyes, softening his features with warmth. He nodded to the two page boys who were facing him as they read, and the steward announced, We have guests. Cease your recitations. The two page boys, engrossed in their books, belatedly noticed the arrival of the visitors and hastily withdrew to the side. The steward approached and informed the youth, Young master, this is the third daughter of the Zhao family, and those are the eldest son and fourth daughter of the Wang family. They have come to see you. Do you, perchance, remember them?" The steward was dumbfounded. Since awakening, the young master had shown little reaction, uttering not a word, let alone a laugh. The third daughter of the Zhao family addressed the maidservants. "You may set me down. Withdraw for now. I have words to exchange with the eldest son of the Fu family." The maidservants acquiesced, bowing as they retreated. The youth waved his hand at the two pageboys, signaling them to depart as well. The pageboys bowed and withdrew. The steward was in a quandary, uncertain whether to excuse himself. If he were to leave, it would be improper, given that neither the man nor the woman was married. Yet if he stayed, the young master's condition might hinder the prospect of such a suitable match. He couldn't possibly obstruct the young master's matrimonial prospects, could he? Before he could finish his internal struggle, Ting He hastily stepped forward and pulled him outside. The steward remarked, "Little girl, are you not concerned for your master?" Ting He confidently replied, "My master will not suffer any loss." Young Master Fu, with a bandage wrapped around his head, clearly bore injuries more severe than those of her family's third miss. In a confrontation, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. The steward conceded, "Well, in any case, only they are aware of this matter. The servants of the Zhao family will not speak, and neither will those from their household gossip. Even if the engagement ultimately fails, it is not a significant issue." Resigned, the steward leaned against the courtyard entrance, guarding it alongside Ting He. Although he had already settled 70% of his doubts, the remaining 30% still posed a risk. The youth exhaled softly, offering her a slight nod. "Teacher Zhao." Chapter 15. I am aware that it is merely a sprain and a fracture. In truth, the pain has lessened considerably. Though she limps, she is still able to walk. But she refrains from putting weight on the injured leg out of concern for exacerbating the injury, as well as a desire to avoid the unsightly appearance of her limp. And mostly out of sheer laziness, she prefers to be carried rather than walk. She gazed worriedly at the bandage encircling his forehead and quietly inquired, "Do you not possess his memories?" Fu Tinghan regarded her with a peculiar expression. "Teacher Zhao, do you speak refined language?" "Such impeccably refined language." He lowered his voice and said, "With memory, when one deliberately attempts to recall, most memories will gradually resurface. However, when one does not consciously think about it, encountering familiar faces can also evoke related memories. Yet, having memories does not imply that one can immediately possess all that belongs to them." Fu Tinghan remarked, "I have attempted to speak, but the accent differs significantly. Nevertheless, due to the presence of memories, I can still comprehend, especially since the nuances of the Chinese language have remained relatively consistent. With so many students under my guidance, naturally, I have encountered students from various regions, each with their local dialects and standard speech." Fu Tinghan recalled. He forgot that this teacher Zhao is a music instructor who, although primarily teaching piano, seems to have a fondness for linguistic subjects. She not only speaks French and German, but it is said that she had a Russian exchange student for 2 years and learned Russian in that time. Even if she does not know the Braille for Russian, communication poses no issue. Teacher Zhao is remarkable. After awakening, she had remained silent in bed for several days. Fu Tinghan moved closer to the palanquin and whispered, "Does Teacher Zhao have any methods that could help me speak more readily?" Fu Tinghan, suffering from amnesia, surely would not forget the languages she once mastered, right? She replied, "Merely relying on a scholar to read and familiarize oneself with the elegant speech is insufficient. One must articulate to correct oneself." Fu Tinghan nodded. The steward, feeling they had conversed for too long, could not resist peeking through the courtyard gate. To his astonishment, he saw the eldest son leaning against Teacher Zhao's palanquin, speaking earnestly. This was shocking indeed. How could the eldest son and Teacher Zhao be so intimate? No, the eldest son is actually speaking? He could not help but lean in a bit further, straining to catch their words. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too great, and their voices too soft. He heard not a syllable. The butler, with an ingratiating smile directed at Ting He, inquired quietly, "My lady, did your third miss and our esteemed young master have prior acquaintance?" "Not at all," Ting He swiftly refuted, striving to uphold the reputation of Miss Zhao. "Our third miss only heard of Lord Fu yesterday from the master." What audacity! To approach so directly? The butler trembled internally, contemplating the formidable nature of their future matriarch should this union come to pass. Fu Tinghan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I suspect that these two share a connection similar to ours. Our experiences affirm the existence of time and space as tangible realities. Thus, I posit time and space as a quantity. We exist within this quantity. Since there is an exchange of time and space, we transition from one quantity to another. Consequently, this quantity must also have a corresponding aspect that traverses back. Otherwise, imbalance ensues. In mathematics, the significance of decimal values is considerable. Have you forgotten the butterfly effect? I believe a quantity will not allow itself to become unbalanced. Fu Tinghan smiled silently at this. He shook his head. Not quite. Death is not synonymous with annihilation. Looking down at her, he remarked, "Here we stand, yet I remain unconvinced. Even if their bodies and souls encounter challenges, they shall still receive ample care, especially considering their substantial family backgrounds." Professor Fu's smile waned slightly. "No, my parents passed away long ago." In a hushed tone, the professor added, "I am aware." Chapter 16. Blessed Fu Tinghan slightly turned her head to evade her gaze, muttering that it was nothing. "Fu Zhongshu?" Fu Tinghan's expression grew peculiar. "You and I?" she murmured, finding the coincidence rather striking. After a moment of astonishment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly averted her eyes. "You." Fu Tinghan rose to follow. She remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident, even without a second thought, why they had come. Fuji proceeded directly to the main hall. Yet Zhao Sanyang was nowhere to be seen. Wang Xian was comfortably seated beneath the window, indulging in his own enjoyment, addressing his anxious sister beside him. "You've been pacing for nearly half an hour? Are you not weary? It has been almost 30 minutes. Why do you suppose they have not finished yet? Isn't it splendid?" Wang Xian replied cheerfully. "The quicker it ends, the less favorable it is. The longer they converse, the more fondness they must share. The man harbors feelings, the woman reciprocates. Their families are favorably inclined towards a union, with the heavens, the earth, and human sentiments aligning perfectly. How profoundly touching. Why do you not share in their joy?" Wang Xinyang swiftly crossed to the table and sat opposite him, pondering the fate of Fu Changrong, who had sustained an injury to his head. Moreover, how could he compare to his elder brother? Wang Xian suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, the spiciness of the wine aggravating his throat. After a prolonged bout, he finally managed to regain his composure. "Please, do not meddle with matters of romance so recklessly. Brother, if you do not marry soon, you shall truly find it challenging to secure a good wife. Despite your handsome appearance, talent, and virtuous character, time is not on your side. Sanyang is precisely concerned about your advancing age." The corners of Wang Xian's lips, which had been upturned, descended as he solemnly declared, "This is maturity. Who told you it was about age? Young lady, do not speak rashly if you lack an appreciation for romance." As they were bantering, the arrival of someone caught in the periphery of his vision prompted Wang Xian to rise swiftly. He adjusted his sleeves and greeted the newcomer at the entrance with a respectful bow. "Greetings, esteemed Minister Fu." Fuji paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it is the eldest son of the Wang family. Please, dispense with the formalities and let us converse inside." His gaze swept across the room, noting only servants in attendance. Frowning slightly, he remarked, "Has there been a lapse in hospitality? We have failed to properly attend to our esteemed guest. Someone, bring fresh tea and refreshments." Wang Xian hastily responded, "It is I who have arrived uninvited and caused a disturbance." Fuji was taken aback. He mused over how Wang Xian had spent the last 5 years in Chang'an and the trials he had endured from Chang'an to Luoyang. Since Wang Xian's awakening, he had been taciturn, showing neither joy nor anger, emanating only an aura of fervent eagerness, as if desperate to depart. This was the first time in many days that Fuji had witnessed such an unadulterated smile on his face. Fuji's heart gradually settled, and he began to ponder. If he were to approach his old friend now to broach the subject of marriage again, perhaps he would not be turned away? Contemplating this, Fuji smiled and rose. Fu Tinghan also stood and turned to face her counterpart. Fuji turned to invite Wang Xian to take a seat as well, before settling into the master's seat. Fuji's eyes crinkled with mirth as he promptly replied, "Not at all, not at all. As long as your grandfather does not object, all is well." Chapter 17. Nonsense. My grandfather summoned the esteemed Dr. Chun on my behalf. I found his prescribed remedies quite satisfactory. However, I believe that engaging in conversation was equally essential. Thus, I wish to invite the young gentleman Fu to visit. My younger brother, though somewhat ordinary in other respects, possesses an abundance of words and a cheerful disposition. Perhaps, if he accompanied Mr. Fu, they might converse and frolic together, potentially stirring memories of the past. Wang Xinyang, listening nearby, was left utterly astonished. "You mean your brother is recovering his memory, for he is indeed your brother?" she exclaimed. "But Fu Changrong and your brother are not well acquainted." Their age difference is considerable. Do they even know one another? Her eyes widened in realization. Wait, have you lost your memory? How then do you still remember me? Wang Xinyang regarded him with skepticism, while Wang Xian smiled, albeit with a gentle nudge to his sister, urging her to keep her comments to a minimum. Fuji, uncertain of what to believe, nodded with a smile. Very well. I shall personally escort the young gentleman over tomorrow. He also needed to discuss this marriage proposal further with his friend. Hold on, Fuji called out, fixing his gaze intently upon him. I assume you are already aware of our family's intention to form a union with the Zhao family. We have yet to inquire if you are agreeable to this. If you are not, then Erlang. Fu Tinghan furrowed his brow and nodded in response to Fuji. Fuji appeared somewhat disheartened. Is it not permissible to converse with grandfather? I heard from the steward that you spoke with Miss Zhao for quite a while today. Fu Tinghan pressed his lips together. It is not that I cannot speak. Rather, I fear that if I do, you might question whether I am truly your grandson. Should that moment arise, would I then affirm or deny it? He paused for a moment and said, let us depart early. Tomorrow, the Zhao family is likely to create quite a commotion. You should remain by Zhao San, at Zhao Erlang's side and play with him, avoiding the front courtyard. Fu Tinghan raised an eyebrow and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he remained silent. Fuji watched him walk away and sighed. Is this child harboring resentment towards me? The steward hastily reassured him. The eldest young master has always been filial. How could he possibly resent the master? The young scholar noticed that he was not sitting cross-legged, but rather with his legs extended, prompting him to bring a small stool for him to elevate his feet. Fu Tinghan glanced down, adjusted his robe, and reflected on how, after more than 10 days, he still had not acclimated to the customs of this place. Whereas teacher Zhao seemed to have adapted remarkably well. Indeed, she had always been like this. Regardless of the challenges she faced, she could swiftly adjust. Even after the car accident that rendered her blind, she only succumbed to despair briefly before regaining her resolve, becoming more diligent, resilient, and formidable than before. The thought of her blindness made Fu Tinghan's ears flush red. He was aware that her hearing had always been exceptionally acute due to her condition. Yet he pondered whether this trait had persisted after her transition into a new body. Surely, she did not hear him, did she? Fu Tinghan mused, slightly deceiving himself, for he had spoken quite softly. Yet, that tone did not seem to align, did it? What a pity it was that someone so beautiful could not behold the world. Nonetheless, she bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Shenyang at the age of 14. Thus, Professor Fu must have looked similarly to Fu Changrong in his youth, right? What are you doing? I have conversed with you all this way, and you have not acknowledged me at all. Tell me, whom were you just thinking about? Was it Fu Darling? Wang Xinyang wore a perplexed expression, pondering what merits he possessed. Was it merely his fair complexion and handsome features? He did not utter a single word, and had even sustained an injury to his head. She was uncertain of his character and wondered how he could possibly compare to her elder brother. Glancing outside, she spotted her brother riding a horse ahead, and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, my father intends to propose to the daughter of the king of Donghai on behalf of my brother. Yet they seemed to forget that beyond the Great Jin lay the Xiongnu and countless displaced people. The Great Jin was beset by internal and external troubles. Unless the current corrupt officials perished, revival would be a formidable challenge. The king of Donghai's reign would also be short-lived. Wang Xinyang sighed. Even you express such sentiments. I cannot help but feel my brother is undervalued. A man of his caliber deserves a partner of equal standing. Fuji was conversing with the steward, remarking previously. I had only heard of Zhao Changyu's granddaughter being wise and resilient, a paragon of virtue. However, upon meeting her today, I found her not as virtuous, but undeniably intelligent and tenacious. Such audacity, if I could secure her as the matriarch. My family would be free of worries for 3 generations. The steward promptly replied, the young master has a discerning eye. I observed that the eldest son seemed quite taken with her, though I was too far to hear their conversation. It was evident they were engaged in lively discourse and stood quite close. This left Fu Ji somewhat perplexed. Had they been acquainted previously? After all, the eldest son had been in Chang'an for 5 years, and at that time, he was just a little over 10, while Zhao Shenyang was merely 9. It seemed unlikely they had forged a deep bond. Perhaps it is not merely a matter of love at first sight. The butler, with a smile, remarked, when Zhao Sanyang and Dalong Jun first met, their gazes were fixated upon each other's faces, unmoving. If the master had been present, he would have discerned the profound affection they held for one another. Fuji stroked his beard, sensing that success was likely on the morrow. He promptly instructed the butler, Go to the storeroom and prepare lavish gifts, selecting an assortment of precious items such as gold and silver trinkets for Zhao Hanzhang. After a moment's hesitation, he added, retrieve the lecture painting and place it in an exquisite box to take with us tomorrow. That painting, a relic from the Han Dynasty, was something Fu Zhi cherished dearly. The butler understood and bowed in acknowledgement. Chapter 18. Soothing the heart. Wang Xian turned to glance at his sister. I sigh for Kai Bo, who do you lament? Wang Xinyang, I lament for you, dear brother. Such a splendid gem, yet you have failed to seize it. Wang Xian lightly tapped her forehead. You are but 14. Why so troubled? Wang Xian furrowed his brow. Indeed, at 14, it was time to consider marriage. Wang Xinyang looked at him in horror, ready to express her indignation, when Wang Xian, with a serious countenance, stated, your betrothal must be settled promptly. Tomorrow, I have a symposium. Will you accompany me for a stroll? Will father agree? Wang Xian tugged her along. As the eldest brother, my consent suffices. Father, a distinguished scholar, has spoken, and he will not retract his words. As long as the family you choose is respectable, what could surpass nobility? Wang Shi paused, wiping her tears. She then set aside her handkerchief, gazing at her expectantly. What could that be? What wealth in gold, silver, and jewels, as well as land and properties, should be possessed? Wang pondered. But can we truly safeguard these treasures? Surely, you contemplate this matter as well? She remarked, once my brother matures, I shall grant him half. Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was an admirable notion, yet where could one find a suitable match in such a short time? One cannot simply arrange a marriage for the sake of assets. Wang was unwilling. Marriage represented a woman's second rebirth, and her daughter had not made a favorable first choice. It was imperative to select wisely for the second. She reflected, did not your grandfather intend to propose a match for you? I wonder which young gentleman it could be. Despite her dissatisfaction with the inheritance of the title by the second branch, she still believed he would find a reliable match for San Yang. Wang felt elated. Could it be the Fu family? The eldest son of the princess of Hongnou? Wang stood up in excitement, spinning around twice before exclaiming, this match is splendid. They are of royal blood, and the Fu family is esteemed. Joining with them, the second branch would surely treat us with respect. And you could take me and Erlang with you when you marry. Yet, Wang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Zhao Erlang could barely recognize a few characters. How could he possibly assume the role of clan leader? The clan would never consent to such a notion. Ultimately, Wang sighed. I understand. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Does that mean we will let them deceive Erlang out of the city, leading to your fall from the horse, without consequence? Yet, Wang harbored no hopes. Erlang was of little use, and she did not wish for her daughter to perpetually remember this grievance. Sometimes, she simply spoke too freely, seeking to vent her frustrations. Wang hesitated for a moment, fearing that Zhao Sanyang might become obstinate, but ultimately declared, let us not stoop to their level. Although reluctant, Wang agreed, yet the following day she meticulously selected a dignified and elegant ensemble, taking special care to adorn her daughter as well. As for Erlang, he would suffice with whatever attire was available. At the break of dawn, Wang took her seat in the main hall of her courtyard, instructing someone to keep watch at the main gate, eager to present herself proudly before the esteemed visitor. Much to her surprise, instead of the angel she anticipated, she was greeted by members of the Fu family. A maid hurried in, announcing, Fu Zhongshu, accompanied by Fu Dalong, has come bearing numerous gifts to pay respects to the master. Wang sprang to her feet, her excitement palpable as she inquired, where are they? To which place have they been invited? It was revealed that, since the old Master Fu was also present, they had been ushered into the front hall. Upon hearing this, Wang's heart sank with trepidation. Would he create a disturbance? Previously, mere rumors had prompted them to act against others, now that they had arrived. Surely he would attempt to thwart this marriage proposal. Realizing she could not allow this, Wang resolved to step outside, but Qing Gu, fearing her rashness might lead to calamity, quickly grasped her arm, saying, Madam, you must take Sanyang with you. But Sanyang is merely a young lady. How can her marriage be entrusted to her? Yet our Sanyang is no ordinary girl. The master intends to bestow his fortune upon her as a dowry, which clearly signifies that both you and Erlang are entrusted to her care. In the future, this household, at least our main branch, will be under her purview. Her marriage is a matter of significance, and the master will undoubtedly seek her counsel. Wang clenched her fists tightly, but with her legs still injured. How could she possibly meet with guests? What if the members of the Fu family were to express their disdain? Chapter 19. The Betrothal Ceremony. Cheng Bo personally came to escort her, bowing as he inquired, "Third Miss, what is your perspective on this proposed union?" She replied, "I shall heed my grandfather's wishes." Cheng Bo understood her meaning. In the main hall, Zhao Changyu, Fu Ji, and Zhao Zhongyu sat together, while Fu Tinghan knelt behind Fu Ji. Cheng Bo discreetly nodded to Zhao Changyu. Fu Ji offered Zhao Changyu a slight smile before addressing his grandson. "Third Miss has arrived. Do rise and pay your respects." As she caught sight of them, the previously vague memories began to crystallize. Their interactions had been few, leaving scant imagery of one another in her mind. Yet, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Clearly, although the young lady had seldom encountered this great uncle, she had kept a close watch on him. Zhao Changyu introduced Fu Ji to Wang Shi, instructing the mother and daughter to take their seats behind him before broaching the matter at hand. Today, Zizhuang had come to propose for his eldest son. What are your thoughts on this? As Wang Shi was indeed the mother of the third miss, he felt it prudent to seek her opinion, even though he could unilaterally finalize the arrangement. To press the issue further would only serve to embarrass his granddaughter and undermine her confidence. Thus he feigned ignorance. Little did he anticipate that, early this very morning, Fu Ji, who had only just come to rescind the marriage proposal the day before, would return, accompanied by Fu Changrong, who was said to have suffered a head injury. To renew the courtship, Zhao Changyu was at a loss. Had they not been friends for many years, familiar with one another's character, Zhao Changyu would have instructed Cheng Bo to expel the two of them with a broom. However, Wang Shi was, of course, quite agreeable. As soon as she entered, she fixated her gaze upon Fu Tinghan. Although he refrained from uttering a single word, the youth possessed a complexion as fair as jade and a demeanor as refreshing as a pine tree. His lips were a hint of a smile, instantly evoking a sense of fondness in those who beheld him. Coupled with his esteemed lineage, the Wang family found themselves thoroughly satisfied with the prospect. Should this union be solidified, their entire family would inevitably intertwine their lives with his. This realization bolstered the Wang family's confidence, and with a tone of utmost respect, they remarked, "Young Master Fu is exceptionally talented. The Fu family and our Hao family share a long-standing friendship, and with an elder to preside over the matter, it is undoubtedly a splendid alliance. The daughter-in-law harbors no objections." Zhao Changyu nodded discreetly, preparing to speak, when Zhao Zhongyu, seated nearby, interjected, "Our third miss is indeed remarkable. Yet young Master Fu." He turned his attention to Fu Tinghan, his brow slightly furrowed. The boy had not uttered a word since his arrival, suggesting he may not be entirely agreeable to this match. He then directed his gaze back to Zhao Changyu, saying, "Brother, while it is true that marriage is typically arranged by parents, it is imperative that the children are willing, for only then can the union endure. We must not impose upon our third Mississippi." Zhao Changyu replied, "You did not express such sentiments yesterday when you visited. Is your throat untroubled? And is your mind clear?" He cast a sidelong glance at Fu Tinghan, noting his bright and spirited eyes, and he struggled to suppress the doubts and unease that stirred within him. Having arrived at this juncture, it was indeed challenging to find someone more suitable than the Fu family, who could offer protection to the primary wife and her child. Fu Ji, who maintained a good rapport with Zhao Changyu, was well aware of the Zhao family's predicament and understood Zhao Zhongyu's opposition to this union. He continued, "Changyu is aware of the turmoil that transpired during that period, and our third miss was among those who suffered injuries." Upon reaching this point, he smiled faintly, reflecting on the intertwined fates of the two children. Remarkably, they had both been present at the city gate and had suffered injuries together. According to San Yang, she even recognized Chang Rong at that time, indicating a profound connection between them. When this matter was brought up, Zhao Zhongyu fell silent. Fu Ji refrained from mentioning the possibility of his grandson sustaining a head injury, nodding repeatedly in agreement, relieved that there were no serious consequences. Listening to their exchange, Zhao Changyu remained silent for a moment before stating, "Since both families have no objections, let us finalize this union. We can choose an auspicious day too." "No need to select a day," Fu Ji interjected with a smile. "I have brought the child's engagement invitation today." Cheng Bo responded with a grin. Zhao Changyu remarked, "The Shoshan stone in his possession is far more valuable than my Qitian stone." Is that truly what he meant? Zhao Zhongyu furrowed his brow slightly. Yet the situation did not permit him to voice his thoughts. He continued, "Is it not a bit too simplistic to finalize everything today? Perhaps we should choose a more favorable date and invite more relatives and friends to witness the ceremony." Fearing that prolonged discussions might lead to complications, Fu Ji replied with a smile, "Given the relationship between our families, such formalities are unnecessary. However, We should indeed host a banquet for our relatives and friends after the betrothal. How about I invite the king of Donghai to act as the matchmaker for the two children? In Chapter 20, Falling Stone. With the esteemed reputations of Fu Zhi and Zhao Chongyu, enlisting the king of Donghai as the matchmaker would not pose a challenge. Zhao Chongyu hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. Excellent. Zhao Zhongyu frowned slightly, casting a discreet glance at Zhao Chongyu, prompting Fu Zhi to cease his conversation. Zhao Chongyu and Fu Zhi then acknowledged, "We have been neglectful today." Fu Zhi chuckled, "You may busy yourself without the need for such formalities." Zhao Chongyu then called for Zhao Zhongyu. "Come, let us go receive the decree." Fu Zhi had been closely observing her demeanor, noticing that her expression remained unchanged. He quietly praised her. Even her mother could not maintain such composure, yet she displayed no sign of disturbance, which revealed her character. Fu Zhi felt increasingly pleased and cheerfully followed her to Xingji Academy. Standing by the window, he watched them walk away, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. Quite commendable indeed. The steward, peering from behind, inquired, "Has Miss Zhao's leg healed?" Fu Tinghan also turned to check on her leg. "But you just arrived in a palanquin," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghan pondered, "It seems your dowry is substantial, yet I possess no personal wealth. Why do you wish to leave Luoyang?" "Thus, I wish to ascertain if time travel is related to location. Here, she feels no sense of belonging." Fu Tinghan fixed her gaze for a moment, then nodded, "Very well. I shall investigate. Though my knowledge on the subject is limited, I can only endeavor to assist." She lowered her eyes to the hand extended before her and grasped it, signifying a pleasant collaboration. Fu Tinghan lifted her gaze to meet hers. "Of course, as colleagues at the same institution, we are bound to cross paths, particularly since teacher Zhao frequents the library." Fu Tinghan glanced down at the hand that still held hers, gently reminding, "Teacher Zhao?" She flashed a smile, hoping to smoothly transition past the topic. Fu Tinghan then looked down. "What are you searching for?" Fu Tinghan, with a look of bewilderment, extracted a stone the size of a baby's fist from beneath the rose tree. Though it was somewhat diminutive, she pondered its suitability. She weighed it in her hand, and without apparent effort, the stone soared gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before landing with a thud behind the artificial hill. Accompanying this sound was a cry of pain, followed by a chorus of gasps. Fu Tinghan listened as He Huan cheerfully acknowledged her, then rose on her toes to peer at the person behind the hill. The little maid, trembling, reported, "And no, there's nothing, only the servant." Chapter 21. The Imperial Edict. Fu Tinghan cast a glance at her and extended her hand to receive the stone. During this exchange, the young maid remained crouched on the ground, too afraid to move, and the individual behind the hill dared not utter a sound. Fu Tinghan proceeded to cut. As soon as they departed, the person behind the hill collapsed, their body softening against the ground. The maid pressed one hand to her forehead while supporting her back with the other, nearly in tears, asking, "Madam, are you all right?" They had known since yesterday that the imperial edict regarding the prince's appointment might arrive today, prompting them to prepare in advance, with no one venturing outside. On the side of the second house, apart from the recently released Madame Zhao, everyone was present, whereas in the first house, Zhao Erlang appeared dazed. His presence was of little consequence, while Zhao Xinyang, hindered by a leg injury, was also unable to make an appearance. Zhao Ji glanced at Wang Shi, who stood solemnly to the side, unable to suppress a smile. After 5 or 6 years of discussions regarding the prince's position, today, it was finally settled. Zhao Ji approached Zhao Chongyu and respectfully saluted, "Uncle, do you think we should host a banquet for the guests to demonstrate the emperor's boundless grace?" Zhao Chongyu glanced at him with indifference and nodded slightly. "Very well, let it be arranged. Xinyang should also formally meet some people." Zhao Zhongyu frowned slightly, casting a disapproving glance at his son. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yuan hurried in with a group of people. "Master!" Everyone ceased their conversations and turned to look. Ji Yuan bypassed Zhao Ji and leaned in to whisper a few words in Zhao Chongyu's ear. Zhao Chongyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he could not help but break into a violent cough. In a short while, his face turned ashen, with only his cheeks flushed a peculiar crimson from the coughing. Zhao Zhongyu, alarmed, rushed forward. "Elder brother." Ji Yuan was equally startled, having not anticipated such a strong reaction from Zhao Chongyu. He quickly reached out to support him, saying, "Master, please calm yourself. It need not come to this." Zhao Chongyu gripped Ji Yuan's hand tightly, his nails nearly digging into Ji Yuan's flesh, filled with frustration as he exclaimed, He is undermining the foundation of our great Jin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Changyu could no longer contain himself and collapsed backward, losing consciousness. The front hall erupted into chaos. Zhao Zhongyu, somewhat flustered, urgently called out, "Quickly, fetch a doctor. Get a message to the imperial physician." "We cannot summon the imperial physician," Ji Yuan interjected, blocking Zhao Zhongyu's way. "Today is an auspicious day for receiving the edict. It would be unwise to publicize the master's grave condition. Let us discreetly invite a physician." Zhao Zhongyu, with righteous indignation, retorted, "My brother is gravely ill. At this moment, what does it matter about reputation?" Ji Yuan lowered his voice and said, "The master fainted upon learning of the passing of the Prince of Hejin. Are you certain you wish to make this widely known?" Zhao Zhongyu's eyes widened in shock as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he hastily shut his mouth, refraining from calling for a physician. Lady Wang was pushed to the back, unable to approach, her anxiety mounting as she realized they must summon the heir. Their patriarch could not afford to falter at this moment, or they would truly be left without support. Qinggu responded affirmatively, casting a hesitant glance inward. "Madam, please await our return and avoid conflict with the second household." Lady Wang stamped her foot in frustration. "Am I unaware of this? The most pressing matter is the patriarch's condition. Hurry, and also summon Erlang. Regardless of his demeanor, he must be informed of his grandfather's illness." Just as she expressed her concerns, urgent footsteps echoed outside. The three turned to see Qinggu hurrying towards them, respectfully announcing, "Third madam, the master is unwell and urgently requests your presence." Qinggu remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Perhaps only Ji Yuan comprehended the truth, which is why she kept her head down in silence. Fuji had already risen. "Let us go and see." Upon reaching the main courtyard, they found Zhao Changyu awake. Though his complexion was ashen, a stark contrast to the vitality he had exhibited that morning. Zhao Changyu accepted a pill and surveyed the room before instructing Zhao Ji. "You may all withdraw." He added, "Chang Rong and the third madam may stay." Zhao Ji cast a glance at his father, and Zhao Zhongyu nodded slightly, prompting him to lead everyone out. The room was soon left with only 6 individuals. Ji Yuan retreated to the head of the bed, quietly observing them. Fuji sat by the bed, observing Zhao Changyu, and sighed, inquiring, what could prompt such a grand commotion? Zhao Changyu, reluctant to speak, merely gestured toward Ji Yuan. Fuji, taken aback, stood abruptly, exclaiming, "What?" Yet, there is no need to pursue total annihilation, to destroy the very foundations we have built. He felt a pang of regret and struck his thigh lightly, his clenched fist trembling slightly. Zhao Zhongyu was taken aback that his elder brother would so readily entrust their family's legacy to him and his son. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly bowed in acquiescence. Fuji promptly added, "Others may be excused, but you must not hinder my eldest son. He is now your granddaughter's husband. Let him attend to you in your illness, fulfilling his filial duties." Zhao Changyu offered no dissent, nodding in agreement. Zhao Zhongyu could not help but glance at Fu Tinghan, who had been quietly standing to the side. Chapter 22. Deception. He found himself uncertain of the intentions of Zhao Changyu and Fuji. Was it not for the sake of rank that Zhao and Zhun were discussing such an alliance? And what did the Fu family hope to gain by marrying into the Zhao family at this juncture? Zhao Changyu, having suffered a blow, was in diminished spirits. His health was already frail, and this latest development left him as a spent force. After exchanging only a few words, he instructed Cheng Bo to see the guests out, retaining only Zhao Sanyang to attend to him. Zhao Zhongyu wished to summon Zhao Ji, who had just assumed the title of heir and was indeed a nephew, making him the most suitable caretaker. However, upon glancing at Fu Ji and Fu Tinghan, he chose to refrain from voicing his objections and withdrew for the time being. Fu Ji, accompanied by Fu Tinghan, took their leave. Zhao Changyu accepted the medicine bowl, casting a glance at her leg. "Is it healed?" A breath caught in Zhao Changyu's chest, striking at whom? Zhao Changyu contemplated for a moment and discerned that perhaps the second branch also wished to keep matters discreet. Today was of utmost significance for them, and they were least inclined to encounter any unforeseen events. Yet, the enmity was undoubtedly established. With a sigh, Zhao Changyu, weary at heart, waved his hand dismissively, acquiescing to their desires, as long as they were aware of the situation. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, a resolute determination had taken root within him. Since the engagement had been settled, it was prudent to determine the wedding date as well. While he still had time, he would see to it that their union was fulfilled, entrusting her mother and younger brother to her care thereafter. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to arrange everything before his demise, preserving a semblance of familial bonds between the first and second branches, thus ensuring a potential avenue of retreat in the future. It would be unseemly to allow someone to depart in disquiet. If marriage was to be, let it be so, as it would facilitate her and Professor Fu in navigating their path ahead. Longshire exhaled in relief, perplexed by the incident that had provoked her grandfather's fainting spell. Unfazed, she remarked that in the past 2 years, the number of deceased members of the royal family had exceeded 100, and she could not recall any connections between the Hejin Wang and their family. Her primary concern was still the family estate, which was a matter of national significance and of little relevance to them. With her engagement secured, she inquired if her grandfather had mentioned when he would arrange her dowry. She sighed, acknowledging that for the sake of survival, she would have to temporarily leave Luoyang. Longshire paused, questioning where she would go from Luoyang. Renan, she replied after a moment's hesitation. Luoyang is so splendid, with His Majesty here. Surely, this is the safest place? Noticing Longshire on the brink of tears, she couldn't help but wonder what troubles awaited in their homeland of Renan. As night descended, the Zhao household fell into a tranquil silence, seemingly unaffected by the 2 significant events that had transpired during the day. The servants of the second branch moved about cautiously, despite Zhao Changyu's illness. They could not resist the temptation to have the kitchen prepare an array of delicacies, accompanied by fine wine, intending to quietly celebrate. Zhao Huan reclined on the bed, a cloth bandage wrapped around her forehead, listening to Wu's lamentations. You should not have gone. It only added to your injuries, and you cannot even speak of it. Tonight, you won't even be able to approach your grandfather, Wu scolded. Zhao Huan clutched her handkerchief tightly and whispered, So, the person who came today was the eldest son of the Fu family? Has he truly become betrothed to third sister? Wu replied with a hum. Continuing her admonitions, you must refrain from going out for a while. The first branch is rather irate at present. We have benefited, so it is wise to avoid them for now. Your great uncle is still around, and we must not create any scenes in his presence. Zhao Huan hardly absorbed the words, still entangled in her thoughts. The title has been bestowed upon our family. Yet how can the eldest son of the Fu family be betrothed to her? Mother, could it be that I misheard? Wu frowned, insisting there is no mistake. The betrothal documents and the ceremonial gifts were exchanged in front of your grandfather. How could there be any falsehood? But, Zhao Huan bit her lip. Was it not said that great-uncle arranged the engagement for third sister to secure a title for second brother? Now that the engagement is settled, it seems it is for father to secure the title instead. Wu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I do not know where these rumors originate from. You may have heard them. But why would you choose to believe them? Did mother not speak to Lua? Before she could finish her words, a slap struck her face, leaving it askew. Zhao Huan stared in shock at her mother. With a stern countenance, Mrs. Wu whispered angrily, What nonsense are you uttering? When did mother ever say such things? It seems your head has been damaged by a stone. If you continue to speak recklessly, you shall return to the ancestral hall to kneel. Zhao Huan's face turned ashen. Mrs. Wu rose and summoned the servants, stating, The elder lady has just emerged from the ancestral hall and is unwell. You are not to allow her outside. If she is startled or injured again, I shall hold you accountable. The maidservants replied in alarm, bowing as they escorted Mrs. Wu out. Tears streamed down Zhao Huan's face as she covered it, crying out, You deceived me. All of you. The maidservant stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Please, do not cry. The elder gentleman and the heir are feasting ahead. If they hear your cries, they will surely be angered. Chapter 23. Grief. Zhao Changyu could not rest. After much contemplation, he mustered his strength and rose. With the death of the king of Hejin, Chang'an was in turmoil, and the western borders of Luoyang were left vulnerable. It was likely that the Chang and Hu would seize this opportunity to advance southward, putting Luoyang in grave peril. Zhao Changyu resolved to draft a letter, suggesting that the king of Donghai deploy troops to Jingzhou to guard against the southern advance of the Chang and Hu. Ji Yuan assisted him in sitting at the writing desk, pondering. But to have the king of Donghai mobilize troops in Jingzhou would mean entrusting the lifeblood of the great Jin to him, would it not? Weighing the 2 harmful options, the immediate priority was to defend against external threats, not internal strife. Zhao Changyu paused before continuing, Let us wait a while longer. I hope His Majesty will understand and endure for the time being. The king of Hejin had passed away. Fuji curled his lips in skepticism, pondering whether this was truly the work of bandits. After a brief pause, His aide whispered that there were rumors suggesting it was a command from the king of Donghai, executed by the ministers under the command of the Prince of Nanyang. The Prince of Nanyang, being the younger brother of the king of Donghai, had always been obedient to him. With a sigh, Fuji remarked that since the person was already dead, discussing who was responsible held little significance. The pressing matter at hand was to prepare against the Chong and Xiongnu tribes. He declared, "Tomorrow I shall enter the palace and propose that Wang Yin take charge of Jingzhou Commandery. We must fortify our defenses against the Chong in the north." The aide nodded in agreement. With the death of the king of Hejian, the roads would become rife with bandits, refugees, and foreign tribes, leading to even greater chaos. At this juncture, unless one commanded a large army, be they noble or commoner, their lives would hold little value. The aide then quietly remarked, "My lord, I have heard that today the eldest son has become betrothed to the Zhao family." A hint of a smile finally graced Fuji's face as he nodded, saying, "The marriage contract has been exchanged, and the formalities settled." The aide, filled with joy, suggested, "Congratulations, my lord. Since the families are now engaged, why not ask Lord Zhao to assist in bringing the bride from Chang'an?" The aide ceased further discussion. With Changyu's health declining, it was certain that he would make prior arrangements for his family. Fuji instructed his aide and steward to sort through their assets and select suitable gifts for Changrong, as they would soon celebrate the union of the two children with a wedding. Both the aide and steward responded with delight. Fu Changrong, as the eldest son and grandson of Fuji, was born into a considerable fortune, and it was expected that he would inherit a substantial portion of the family's wealth. Thus, he must not be shortchanged in the marriage gifts. Zhao Sanyang is the granddaughter of Zhao Changyu, and it appears that Zhao Changyu intends to entrust his grandson to her care. The reason the aides are so elated is that they foresee, given Zhao Changyu's astute and frugal nature, that he will undoubtedly allocate certain resources to Zhao Sanyang. And those resources, after all, belong to Fu Changrong, who is associated with the Fu family. The aides, filled with delight, eagerly set about their arrangements. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang, equally jubilant, rummaged through her belongings, unveiling her entire dowry. She summoned her two children, declaring, "Mother is not biased. Each of you shall receive an equal share." She had already divided the shop and the farmland. As for the remaining jewelry and gems, she decided they would go to Sanyang, while the gold and silver would be bestowed upon Erlang. Contemplating the paintings and books, she paused, sighed, and finally said, "Let them go to Sanyang." Casting a glance at her son, who was happily indulging in snacks, she felt a pang in her heart, pondering whether his future offspring would resemble him or their father. Concern deepened within her. With a tender touch, she caressed Sanyang's head and remarked, "If you were to behave in such a manner, though I might feel anger, I would also breathe a sigh of relief. You see, you tend to overthink and are overly sentimental, striving to consider everything for your brother and me. Yet, in this world, is there ever a perfect arrangement?" She continued, "The world is as it is. We can only live our lives as best we can. Do not always burden yourself with thoughts of us." With tears in her eyes, Wang gazed at her, suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow. "Sanyang, Erlang is a simpleton, and our mother is not particularly clever either. As long as we have food and drink, that is sufficient. Unlike you and your father, who are astute individuals, you not only seek a good life, but also yearn to avoid humiliation, ensuring that those around you thrive, for only then can your hearts find peace. In the past, the second household had bullied them both openly and covertly, and you always urged me to endure, yet I know that it is you who bears the greatest pain in your heart." Wang was aware of her own nature. She could hardly contain her temper, and she often repaid grudges on the spot. As long as the adversary suffered, she found solace in her own hardships. In her view, as long as her heart felt at ease, she did not concern herself with the calculations of patience and loss. However, Sanyang was different. Observing her at such a tender age, diligently studying and honing her martial skills, she orchestrated retaliations for their grievances. Sometimes, she would almost forget her past sufferings. Yet half a year later, she would resurrect old grievances with a resounding crash against the second household. While the act of vengeance brought her joy, it pained Wang to see her daughter, so young, already burdened with such calculations. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, "If you truly wish to contend for the family fortune with your brother, remember to leave him a portion." Chapter 24. Family wealth. Wang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning, she noticed Zhao Erlang still eating, and she could not help but give him a gentle slap. "You think of nothing but food all day. Have you recognized the characters I taught you yesterday?" Instantly, Zhao Erlang found the delicacy in his hand lost its appeal. With a guilty glance at his sister, He rose and said, "Mother, I shall go prepare medicine for grandfather. Does your grandfather truly require your assistance in concocting medicines? Come swiftly. For today we shall learn new characters. If you can memorize just one, I shall reward you with 2 additional pieces of pastry tomorrow." Zhao Erlang, however, was reluctant, retreating step by step until he reached the door, at which point he turned and dashed outside, declaring he no longer wished to learn characters. As his grandfather had previously stated, he would not be forced. "You." Wang was exasperated, commanding, "Stop right there. Who taught you to flee from your elders while speaking?" Yet, Zhao Erlang had already vanished from sight in a flash. To be a martial artist is merely to be a warrior. Self-preservation still necessitates the pursuit of knowledge. What ruler is not a strategist, rather than a mere warrior? In Wang's eyes, a warrior is but a servant to others. Martial skills, akin to literary arts, can be sold to the royal family when perfected. Especially in such tumultuous times, the ability to safeguard oneself is already a commendable skill. She mused. "I believe Erlang is quite content as he is." Wang sighed and waved her hand, saying, "Enough, for if I force him, he shall never learn." Alas, she was but a daughter-in-law, a widow. Had circumstances been different, she would have sought her father-in-law for support, as one's inheritance is ultimately dependent on one's capabilities. Your grandfather's family is affluent, possessing numerous valuable items. Zhao Changyu, noticing her gaze fixed outside, remarked, "It is the season for sowing. Those with land must till it, while those without can seek work in the fields. The plans for the entire year are set in spring. If we can plant the seeds this spring, there will be a harvest by autumn and winter." Zhao Changyu continued, "Most children your age are unaware that in the city of Luoyang, there are not nearly enough shopkeepers and residences. In truth, agriculture and the fields are of utmost importance." He turned his head to observe the farmers passing by, burdened with their tools. In times of peace, they are diligent cultivators, tenants, and laborers. In times of turmoil, they become mere dogs of chaos. "I have stationed some personnel here," he remarked. "These individuals were originally meant to be cared for by your father. There is no record of them at home. Only Qianli knows of their presence here." Zhao Changyu acknowledged. In the past, he was unaware, but once he realized Erlang's foolishness, he became enlightened. Zhao Changyu did not shy away from the truth, stating plainly, "Initially, I intended to entrust Erlang to him, assigning these individuals to him, with me overseeing from the side. After Erlang marries and has children, I plan to pass them on to the next generation." However, Zhao Changyu lowered his gaze. "Man's plans cannot match the heaven's intentions. Since my last illness, my health has been persistently poor. Today, I brought you here to meet them, so that when you marry, you may take them with you." His expression grew solemn. "Their contracts and the estate's deeds will be privately entrusted to you. Apart from you, no one in the family shall be aware of their existence." He added, "Should any matters arise, you may instruct them through Qianli." "Will uncle not know?" Zhao Changyu replied calmly, "He will not be aware." "What of grandfather's concern regarding Fu Changrong's schemes?" Zhao Changyu responded, "Since I dare to choose the Fu family, I fear not their plots." Moreover, a slight smile graced his lips. "Sen Yang, it is not always the case that men stand above women. You are exceptional. Since you aspire to be the matriarch of the Zhao family, then embrace that role wholeheartedly. You and Fu Changrong are destined to become spouses, intimately connected yet distanced. And it is up to you to navigate this relationship." Although she harbors similar intentions, Zhao Changyu cast a sidelong glance at her and could not refrain from gently tapping her on the head, playfully remarking on her cleverness. Zhao Changyu lowered her hand, revealing Zhao Ju, who was already waiting in the courtyard, accompanied by others at the entrance. As they arrived, they promptly knelt down to pay their respects. The individuals behind him followed suit in a flurry, forming 2 rows, each comprising 7 to 8 members, their ages ranging from 16 to 35 years, all strong and youthful. The courtyard resembled a typical peasant dwelling, albeit with a rather high surrounding wall. Within, chickens roamed freely, and beneath the eaves hung bundles of wheat, rice, and cauliflower seeds. Zhao Changyu gestured to her and the assembly, proclaiming, "This is my granddaughter, the one who shall inherit my legacy." The crowd responded in unison, expressing their reluctance to accept such a title. He lowered his voice, stating, "These individuals are not merely my subordinates. Their families reside here as well." Chapter 25. Alliances. There were a total of 15 individuals, a modest number, yet each held the rank of a leader, commanding between 9 to 15 subordinates of their own. In total, this amounted to 199, excluding Zhao Ju. However, These 199 were not without their own connections. Behind them stood their families, all of whom were registered upon reaching the age of 1, totaling 896 individuals in the records. Yet, his fingers remained tightly clenched, his heart far from tranquil. While the number of individuals might seem considerable, it was equally not insignificant, and they represented the cream of the crop, the most elite among Zhao's forces. Zhao Ju replied, "Only 20 horses are available, amounting to a total of 24 riders. These individuals, compared to the farmers seen on the streets, exhibit a certain robustness. Clearly not suffering from hunger, they are well-nurtured regular troops. Such upkeep is no small matter, especially considering they also care for 24 steeds. Regardless of the present or her future, warhorses possess greater value than men. Their sustenance demands significantly more resources. Zhao Changyu is quite formidable, managing to privately sustain them without Zhao Zhongyu's awareness." Zhao Changyu poured himself a cup of tea and inquired with a smile, "What is there to gain from farming? Regardless of any benefits, I must engage with them frequently. Not only will this foster camaraderie, but it will also allow me to discern their strengths and weaknesses, facilitating better command in the future. Were it not for my incomplete recovery, I would have wished to train alongside them." Trust within the military is fundamentally earned through experience. The degree of synergy and obedience can be cultivated through rigorous training. Zhao Changyu paused, frowning slightly. "My intention was for you to lead them, to ensure their protection over you, not to." He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and with a profound expression remarked, "I have bestowed upon you the resources, yet you must also grasp them firmly, otherwise." Zhao Changyu continued, "If you truly cannot hold on to them, then it is best to release them gracefully, preserving at least a semblance of goodwill. In these chaotic times, who knows when we might find ourselves in need of assistance? Unless it pertains to matters of utmost principle, one may afford to be a tad more lenient." With a sigh, Zhao Changyu added, "My health is far from what it once was. I have largely entrusted family and state affairs to my younger brother. If the inner court has any matters to discuss, feel free to speak candidly." The eunuch pondered for a moment and then said, "I implore you, my lord and the esteemed marquis, to keep these words to yourselves. Such sentiments spoken by a mere servant should only reach your ears." Zhao Changyu chuckled as he bid farewell to the eunuch, but once the man departed, the smile on his face faded, and he pressed a hand against his chest, swaying slightly. After taking a sip, Zhao Changyu steadied his breathing before saying, "It is merely a matter of persuasion." He continued, "I am unwell." Zhao Changyu interrupted him, exhaling deeply, "Starting tomorrow, I shall close my doors to visitors. Since I am ill, I shall naturally be of no assistance in state affairs. Let them proceed as they will." Zhao Zhongyu quietly remarked, "In truth, it would not be detrimental to lend His Majesty a hand. Wang Yin is His Majesty's maternal uncle, and Gao Tao wields considerable power. By fostering their camaraderie now, the Zhao family may benefit in the future." Zhao Changyu shook his head and replied, "This is unwise. Wang Yin and Gao Tao cannot contend with the king of Donghai." But did not Minister Fu also propose that Wang Yin take charge of Jingzhou Prefecture? Zhao Changyu pursed his lips. "Our Zhao family differs from the Fu family. This matter is inappropriate and need not be discussed further." Zhao Zhongyu's expression grew grim, his demeanor rigid, yet upon observing Zhao Changyu's labored breathing, he refrained from pursuing the topic, fearing it might provoke an adverse reaction. Zhao Changyu. Before Zhao Zhongyu could utter another word, he hesitated to question whether she had feigned injury, choosing instead to maintain a stern countenance. "Attend to your grandfather properly." Chapter 26. Pride. Once he departed, Zhao Changyu leaned back against the couch, letting out a deep sigh, a visage of concern etched upon his face. It remained uncertain whether his anxiety stemmed from the fate of the great Jin or from the future of the Zhao family. After a brief pause, Zhao Changyu inquired, "Are you acquainted with Wang Yin?" Zhao Changyu's expression softened slightly, yet Fu Zhongshu still proposed that, given our families are now in-laws, it is only natural for kin to stand together. "What do you think of your uncle's suggestion?" Zhao Changyu pondered, questioning why he had never noticed his granddaughter's somewhat narrow-mindedness before. Though he harbored some inner dissent, pride swelled within him. After all, she was his granddaughter, merely 14. Yet her intellect rivaled that of her uncle. Following this pride, a tinge of melancholy and regret washed over him. What a pity it was that such a wonderful child would belong to another family. How splendid it would have been had she been a boy. If she were a boy, then even with Aji's early demise, the lineage of the main branch would not have been severed, and the Zhao family could have advanced even further. Now, settling for the second branch to inherit the title, Zhao Changyu, though silent on the matter, felt an immeasurable sorrow within. Grandfather, you need not worry about the household, since we have closed our doors to visitors. You should come daily to tend to my illness and assist me in copying scriptures for blessings, Zhao Changyu instructed. As he reached out to take the papers, Cheng Bo entered with a beaming countenance, reporting, "My lord, young Master Fu has arrived, claiming to pay his respects." Zhao Changyu observed her departing figure, feeling inexplicably joyful. He furrowed his brow once more and asked Cheng Bo, "Are you certain they had no prior acquaintance?" This did not seem plausible at all. Cheng Bo also found it hard to believe, having inquired carefully. For the past few years, the young lady and Chang'an had not been in contact. While young Master Fu had departed the capital 5 years ago, Zhao Changyu murmured, "So, it was love at first sight?" He became troubled, pondering whether this development was a blessing or a curse. She hopes that she will not become one of those women ensnared by love. Cheng Bo reassures him that the young lady is not the type. One can discern from her schemes over the past few years that she is quite astute. Moreover, in matters of the heart, who could possibly rival the esteemed place that the second lady and her son hold in her affections? Zhao Changyu can only console himself with such thoughts for now, and after all, she is his own granddaughter. Bestowing benefits upon her is undoubtedly preferable to granting them to the second household. With this in mind, Zhao Changyu regains his composure and says to Cheng Bo, "Please retrieve the box from the second compartment on the left side of the bedside table." Cheng Bo hesitates, recalling that those items were intended for the second old master. However, upon meeting Zhao Changyu's gaze, he swallows his words and bows, replying, "Yes." Zhao Changyu opens the box and takes out the booklet, contemplating what to strike out. The second son has shown little progress, while the third lady has unexpectedly proven to be quite capable. Such is the nature of the world, the capable bear the greater burden. Since she possesses such insight, it is only fitting that she be granted more. Zhao Changyu himself is rather frugal with wealth. He has entrusted the main household to the second for the greater good and for the sake of his grandchildren. In truth, for one of his nature, it is quite challenging to suppress the desire to keep valuable things for his own kin and instead pass them to the second household. Were it not for his rationality, understanding that providing for the Wang family would be detrimental rather than beneficial, he would indeed wish to give nothing at all to the second household. Fu Tinghan remarks, "Is your family truly so wealthy?" He did not anticipate that he would assimilate so seamlessly, already able to refer to Zhao Changyu as grandfather without feeling out of place. He feels a mix of happiness and envy, pondering whether they shall begin to study refined language today, recalling his own past memories. Fu Tinghan smiled gently, expressing her lack of talent in language, and lamented that she might trouble teacher Zhao. "You may come any time. I should be at home every afternoon." "In the afternoon?" Fu Tinghan nodded. "I can wait for you." Chapter 27. Quietly Madame Zhao halted her steps, gazing ahead. Zhao Ernyang and Zhao Xinyang followed her line of sight. Observing Fu Tinghan being led towards the main house by a servant, unable to suppress their disdain, Madame Zhao felt a slight throb in her forehead and instinctively touched her head. From a distance, she could not hear their conversation, nor did she have the chance to observe them closely. She merely sensed their lively interaction. Before she could approach to listen more intently, a stone came hurtling towards her. At that moment, she perceived Fu Tinghan with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had Master Fu been visiting these past few days? Lowering her gaze, Madame Zhao remarked, "They are indeed blood relatives. Is it not natural for them to show favoritism? Yet, now, her father holds the title of heir, akin to inheriting the legacy of his great-uncle. The great-uncle currently forbids him from attending to his illness and avoids our presence. If word spreads, outsiders will weave all sorts of narratives about us." Zhao Ernyang expressed her displeasure. "It only highlights the attentiveness of the eldest branch. They visit daily to attend to the great-uncle's needs, and even the eldest branch's son-in-law comes every day to pay his respects, as if we, the second branch, are the ones lacking filial piety towards the great-uncle, who is unaware that when Master Fu arrives, he goes directly to the eldest branch's garden, never bothering to visit the main courtyard to see the great-uncle. Who knows what they are doing in that garden?" Zhao Xinyang whispered, "Second sister, such word spreading would not bode well for us." "Who would spread them? I have only confided in the two of you. If it does leak, it would surely be from your end." Zhao Denyang and Zhao Xinyang exchanged silent glances. Being continually rebuffed at the door had begun to wear on the spirits of the three young ladies. Today, yet another envoy arrived, accompanied by a physician, who left after examining the master. How long did they stay? Hearing the rustle of her skirts, Ting He rushed after her, saying, "Third sister, You haven't changed your hair yet. No need to change. This is fine, she replied. But won't that be discourteous? Ting he persisted. Lord Fu will not mind. Fu Tinghan set down the black piece in his hand, smiling. This is simple and easy to grasp. Erlang is also interested. It would be best for opening the mind. Zhao Erlang swiftly placed his piece at the center of the board with a decisive thud. Not yet. Fu Tinghan interjected. Fu, grandfather asked me to express my gratitude for your grandfather sending someone to Chang'an to fetch him. Fu Tinghan couldn't help but scrutinize her expression. You have taken this quite well and swiftly too. He lowered his voice to ask, what if the outcome is otherwise? Fu Tinghan's expression shifted, but by then, we would already be betrothed. Do you understand what that implies? With a furrowed brow, Fu Tinghan pondered. So, you might grow fond of someone else in the future? He pressed his lips together, contemplating the implications of their engagement. Fu Tinghan quietly exhaled, pouring herself a cup of tea and drinking it in one go. I believe I might feel the same. Fu Tinghan smiled at her and, after glancing at the chessboard, remarked, you have prevailed once more. Fu Tinghan, who was in the midst of sipping tea, was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing, spraying Zhao Erlang, who sat opposite him, across his garments. Chapter 28. A moment of revelation. Fu Tinghan was deeply intrigued as to the extent of the turmoil in Luoyang during this era, which led the usually audacious Master Zhao to constantly contemplate escape. After some contemplation, Fu Tinghan proposed, my injuries have healed, and I am capable of learning. Shall we do so together? Fu Tinghan gazed at her, the corners of his mouth imperceptibly lifting, and assented with a nod. Very well. I have one. Zhao Erlang exclaimed with delight as he placed a piece with a resounding thud, startling the absent-minded Fu Tinghan. With unwavering composure, Fu Tinghan placed his piece and commended, Erlang, you are becoming increasingly skilled. Fu Tinghan responded with an amiable affirmation. Since Fu Ji had instructed him to fulfill his filial duties, he naturally visited every day. As he stood before her, memories and reality coalesced, granting her a tangible sense of existence. Just as Zhao Ernyang sought to initiate conversation, Zhao Xinyang interjected, third sister, why have you bound your hair? Is this not the attire of a man? Even Fu Tinghan could not resist turning his gaze towards her. Zhao Ernyang, third sister possesses a refined taste. Our great-grandfather is gravely ill, and yet you still concern yourself with matters of adornment. Zhao Ernyang and her sisters. Fu Tinghan, who had been silent until now, spoke slowly. The hour grows late. That peculiar sensation returned, and Zhao Ernyang, watching them depart, furrowed her brow and mused. I have the distinct impression that she was reproaching us. Zhao Xinyang, I too find her rather peculiar. How can one don a lady's gown yet maintain their hair in a masculine style? Do you think she might have quietly left the estate? She was supposed to attend to her great-uncle's illness after the morning hour and then accompany Lord Fu in the garden past noon. Where would she find the time to venture out? Zhao Xinyang remained unsettled, yet there should be no buts. Aside from the main courtyard, the household is under my mother's management. Could such a significant matter truly escape her notice? Upon reflection, Zhao Xinyang fell silent. Fu Tinghan stood beside the carriage, glancing back at her and inquiring why she would provoke their suspicions. Fu Tinghan opposite her blinked and, after a moment's hesitation, remarked, surely, you did not overlook this? Gold, silver, textiles, and even porcelain and jade are far superior to fixed assets, particularly the first three. They are not only easy to carry, but also simple to trade and liquidate. Due to his unfamiliarity with this era, Fu Tinghan had begun to observe the world discreetly upon awakening, with the best approach being to immerse himself in the marketplace to listen and observe. Previously, he had no opportunity to venture out. However, since he took it upon himself to fulfill filial duties at the Zhao household, he now detours through the market daily, walking the distance after disembarking from the carriage. If Luoyang is truly as chaotic as Zhao Laosher described, then the most essential commodities would be grain, textiles, and medicinal herbs. The most advantageous assets would be easily transportable and of high value, such as gold and silver, followed by textiles and copper coins. Fu Tinghan. Is that acceptable? Chapter 29. The dowry list. Listening to He's footsteps momentarily halt, Wang lowered her head in acknowledgement. Zhao Zhongyu turned away to gaze anxiously at the doorway, his expression laden with concern. How could it be, Zhao Zhongyu inquired, that my elder brother's condition has suddenly deteriorated? With a heavy sigh, he lamented the situation. He understood the gravity of national affairs. With everything at home seemingly well, what could possibly be troubling his elder brother? After speaking, he gently squeezed Wang's hand. Wang immediately grasped the implication, nodding repeatedly. Yes, let San Yang and Erlang remain to attend to the illness. Perhaps their presence will bring some solace to father. Before the members of the second household could voice their thoughts, Cheng Bo sighed and declared, Then let the lady and San Yang stay. It is fortuitous, for the master has matters to discuss with you. Cheng Bo subtly raised his gaze, satisfied that those who needed to remain had done so. However, he hesitated upon noticing Zhao Erlang. Was he truly suited to be present? Zhao Erlang obediently nodded. Cheng Bo decided not to dwell on it further and motioned for everyone to enter the room. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs. Her heart eased somewhat as she stepped into the inner chamber, where Dr. Chun was administering acupuncture to Zhao Changyu, who lay pallid upon the bed. Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Ji listened intently. Cheng Bo shook his head with a sigh, recounting how Zhao Changyu had barely slept 2 hours the previous night before feeling a burning sensation, which had rendered him unable to rest thereafter. Today, he had only managed to consume a bowl of rice soup, the remainder consisting solely of medicine. That is untrue, Zhao Zhongyu interjected, recalling that they had shared breakfast together that morning. While Zhao Changyu indeed had a poor appetite, he had managed to eat a bowl of porridge and had diligently chewed through a steamed bun. After a moment's hesitation, Chung Burton nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Zhongyu's expression was equally somber. Despite his strained relationship with his elder brother, he too did not wish for Zhao Changyu to suffer misfortune, as he was the pillar of the Zhao family. Unable to contain his impatience, he inquired, Is there any way to cure him? Cheng Bo remained silent. Zhao Changyu's illness was not a sudden occurrence. He had been ailing for 6 months, with his condition worsening day by day. Last winter, many believed he would not survive. And word had it that Emperor Hui had even prepared a posthumous title for him. Who could have anticipated that Emperor Hui would perish? Yet Zhao Changyu still clung to life? Cheng Bo surmised that the Lord's endurance thus far was due, in part, to his concern for Zhao Erlang and Zhao Sanyang, and, in part, to his unease regarding the Zhao family's future. Zhao Zhongyu shared this sentiment, so after a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to grasp Zhao Changyu's hand after Physician Chun had withdrawn the needle, saying, Brother, you must recover swiftly. Sanyang and Erlang are awaiting your guidance. Zhao Changyu opened his eyes and gazed steadily at Zhao Zhongyu for a moment before replying. Erlang is honest and straightforward, no matter how much I teach him. He cannot become shrewd and capable. It is best to allow him to be as he is. I only hope that the blessings of the Zhao family will protect him. I do not seek great wealth or power, but rather a life of tranquility. As for Sanyang, Zhao Changyu paused before continuing. I have arranged a marriage for her. And you were present on that day. Yes, the Fu family is prestigious, and Fu Dalan possesses both character and appearance. Rest assured, he will treat Sanyang well in the future. No wonder Zhao Changyu is reluctant to depart this world. He cannot bear to leave her unprotected. Zhao Changyu, appearing to concur with Zhao Zhongyu, nodded and remarked, Both of them are good children. Zizhuang possesses noble character, and I feel reassured to entrust Sanyang to their family. After my departure, please keep a watchful eye on the young couple. Zhao Zhongyu readily assented. These past few days, I have been recuperating, yet there has been no improvement. My body feels increasingly heavy, which leads me to suspect that my time is drawing near. Zhao Changyu expressed, Before I depart, I wish to prepare Sanyang's dowry and the betrothal gifts for Erlang, even if I am unable to witness their descendants. Knowing that I have arranged everything for them brings me solace. What could Zhao Zhongyu say? He could only nod in agreement. Zhao Changyu then turned to Cheng Bo, who brought forth a plate bearing 2 rolls of silk. One of the rolls was particularly thick. Upon opening it, a myriad of characters filled the page, listing various gold and silver artifacts, paintings, jade, and properties. Zhao Zhongyu took it, glancing over it briefly. Is this the betrothal gift for Erlang? It surpasses the assets of our second branch. No, Zhao Changyu corrected. This is Sanyang's dowry. That roll is for Erlang. Zhao Zhongyu turned to regard the noticeably smaller roll of silk, rendered speechless for a moment. Chapter 30. Reprimand. Upon examining the 2 rolls of silk, the disparity struck him. Sanyang's dowry was nearly 5 times that of Zhao Erlang's betrothal gifts. Yet, how could he be certain that the Fu family would relinquish what was rightfully theirs? Zhao Zhongyu pondered aloud. Eldest brother, is Erlang's betrothal gift not rather meager? He remarked, Erlang is sincere. He deserves a bit more affection. Moreover, Sanyang's future honor and disgrace lie in the hands of Fu Dalang, who is both talented and handsome. His accomplishments will undoubtedly be significant, allowing him to establish a family and provide for his descendants. Therefore, I propose that we swap their lists to better facilitate Erlang's pursuit of a noble lady. Zhao Chongyu cast a glance at her and sighed with Zhao Zhongyu. Although Erlang may be simple-minded, he is still a man and will be able to stand on his own in the future. However, San Yang is different. A woman is inherently delicate. After I depart, I can only entrust her care to you all. I wish to leave her with some resources, so that even if the Fu family mistreats her, she will possess the means to establish her own household. Zhao Chongyu continued. Fine, I shall personally allocate some of my private funds to support him. Zhao Zhongyu understood. Zhao Chongyu had made up his mind, and any change was now nearly impossible. He placed down 2 rolls of silk and acquiesced to his elder brother's decision. Zhao Chongyu nodded. My time is limited. Tomorrow, I shall invite the Fu family to discuss Sen Yang's wedding date and finalize the dowry list. Zhao Zhongyu clenched his fists and inquired. Do you know who the Fu family has chosen as a matchmaker? It was impossible for the king of Donghai, as recently. Fu Ji and the king of Donghai had disagreements regarding the matters of the king of Hejian and Jingzhou prefecture, and a decision had yet to be reached. Zhao Chongyu replied, As of now, I am uncertain, but I believe Zi Zhuang will not mistreat Sen Yang. Zhao Zhongyu felt a surge of displeasure, sensing that his elder brother underestimated him. This constant air of suspicion deeply offended him. However, seeing Zhao Chongyu's pale complexion and frail condition, he dared not argue. Fearing that any discord might lead to dire consequences, Zhao Zhongyu rose to his feet, remarking that since his elder brother had made a decision, it would be so. Zhao Chongyu, you shall set aside time tomorrow to allow Ji to accompany me in receiving guests. As the heir, his presence is essential for the important matters concerning the third miss, and she will need the support of her uncle. After casting a glance at his son, Zhao Zhongyu assented. Zhao Chongyu then exhibited signs of fatigue, and the others, sensing the atmosphere, took their leave. As Zhao Zhongyu exited the main courtyard, he strode purposefully forward, with Zhao Ji trailing behind. Father, is it not detrimental to our clan for the third miss to take so many items with her upon marriage? Would this not bolster another family at our expense? Zhao Zhongyu continued his pace and replied, Your uncle's mind is clouded by illness. He is currently preoccupied with the orphan of the main branch and cannot contemplate the family's welfare. Nevertheless, as long as he remains the head of the household, the family is under his jurisdiction. Zhao Ji protested, yet the dowry is excessively lavish. Zhao Zhongyu halted his steps, stating, Do you truly believe those items are intended for the third miss? They are merely a manifestation of his lack of trust in the two of us, as he has entrusted her with the portion meant for Erlang as well. Zhao Ji's face flushed slightly as he inquired, Why does my uncle harbor such suspicions towards us? Are we truly that kind of people? Zhao Zhongyu shot him a fierce glare and retorted, Is it not your fault? I heard that a few days ago you lost your temper at Qingyi Pavilion, even attempting to bypass the Wang family to deal with the servants around her. Zhao Ji bowed his head and said, It is those wretched servants who are exceedingly vile, sowing discord. I am also concerned that the Wang family and the third miss, being young and naive, may be easily swayed by these servants. Enough. There is no need for you to justify yourself to me. Regardless of your original intentions, your uncle perceives only your disrespect towards the main family. The engagement was established on that fateful night, and the list of dowries was also prepared thereafter. Zhao Zhongyu's expression darkened. You ought to reprimand Wu Shi. As the head matron, her foremost duty is to support her husband and educate the children. Our second branch is of the same lineage as the main family. They share blood ties with the third miss and Erlang. What sort of nonsense is this, that our own kin should quarrel so? Those fine children have been led astray under her guidance. Zhao Ji lowered his head, afraid to speak. Zhao Zhongyu snorted and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed. Although he felt that Zhao Ji would follow him shortly, it was prudent to give prior notice. Wang Shi approached, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, accompanied by a retinue of maidservants. This is the attire your mother has selected for you. Come, try it on. Today marks a propitious occasion for your engagement. How could you possibly wear plain colors? You ought to don something vibrant, to lift your spirits. Who knows, it might just work. Moreover, your grandfather will be pleased to see you adorned so splendidly. Wang Shi held the garments against her, whispering, I hardly slept last night, pondering the dowry your grandfather has arranged for you. I truly did not expect he would bestow such riches upon you, while the second branch has received nothing at all. Mother, do not concern yourself with the bride price for Erlang. When the time comes for my uncle to inherit the title, that bride price will be held within the clan. Whether it ever reaches Erlang, or when it may arrive, remains uncertain. Wang was taken aback, Could they dare to embezzle? Erlang was not yet betrothed and could not move his belongings to his future in-law's home. Furthermore, there was no one to notarize the arrangements. Eventually, he might use the pretext of financial hardship or the necessity of family matters to gradually deplete the assets. Could we truly compel the second branch to relinquish their possessions? Then why did you labor so diligently last night to augment the assets? If I hadn't mentioned this, my great-uncle would have undoubtedly deliberated over my dowry multiple times. My grandfather's health is frail, and I cannot afford to squander my time on endless discussions with him. In her mind, Wang instinctively divided the items on the dowry list in half, instantly feeling a pang of sorrow. How many possessions would be lost? It is a loss, indeed. Third miss. Why not charm your grandfather a bit more, persuading him to transfer the items from Erlang's betrothal list to your dowry? Any excess would be too conspicuous. If word got out, outsiders might mock the Zhao family. They wouldn't merely suggest that the second branch schemed against the first branch's wealth, but might also whisper about the first branch's petty motives and malicious suspicions towards the second branch, even tarnishing grandfather's reputation. This dowry list was meticulously curated by Zhao Changyu over several days, and it must not be disrupted. Chapter 31. Matchmaking. Zhao Zhongyu, accompanied by Zhao Ji, arrived and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the individuals that Fu Ji had brought along. Zhao Changyu also did not anticipate Fu Ji's choice of Wang Yin as the matchmaker, experiencing a barely perceptible pause. Standing beside Fu Ji was a distinguished and elegant middle-aged gentleman, poised like a pine tree, with wide sleeves and a graceful demeanor. Upon seeing Zhao Changyu, he offered a slight smile and spoke. Esteemed Zhao, I have come today to seek your permission for the eldest son of the Fu family to court your daughter. May I inquire if you would be amenable to this union? Wang Yin was acquainted with Zhao Sanyang, as she was a close friend of his youngest daughter, Xinyang. Although they had never exchanged words, he recognized her. In his memory, she was an astute and resilient child, yet merely that, astute and resilient. However, upon this encounter, an inexplicable alarm rang within him. Her eyes now reflected a greater tenacity. In such turbulent times, a woman of her caliber was indeed a blessing. Yet it also posed a concern. Wang Yin discreetly observed Fu Changrong, who stood quietly behind Fu Ji with an upright posture. Though few words escaped his lips, his responses were measured, and his talents were not to be underestimated. Suppressing his distractions, Wang Yin recalled the purpose of his visit as Fu Ji glanced his way once more, prompting him to broach the subject of the proposed union. The families had previously reached an agreement and exchanged tokens of betrothal. As the matchmaker, his role was merely to propose and discuss the wedding date. The auspicious date had already been calculated by the Fu family, making his involvement primarily a matter of witness and discourse. Despite his reputation for eschewing mundane affairs, the charming Wang Yin was more than willing to assist in this harmonious endeavor that required little exertion. Additionally, given that Fu Ji and Zhao Qiao were esteemed officials of the realm, facilitating this match would enhance his own reputation, ensuring that the future couple would flourish happily, thereby reflecting positively on him. Both the marriage contract and the dowry list would be prepared in duplicate, one for each family. Zhao Changyu was acutely aware of the fleeting nature of his time. Thus he selected a date not far off, the 6th of June, allowing himself merely 2 months. Zhao Zhongyu felt this was rather hasty. However, with both families having reached an agreement and Zhao Changyu's resolute demeanor, he decided to sign the document in the presence of witnesses. The significance of his signature lay in its potential to affirm the dowry agreement amidst any future disputes. Yet its importance was somewhat diminished by the existence of a dowry document already validated by Wang Yin, making it nearly impossible for Zhao Zhongyu to retract his commitment. It is essential to note that Wang Yin was a prominent figure in the Jin dynasty, a man of considerable influence. Someone even Zhao Changyu and Fu Ji would avoid crossing, let alone Zhao Zhongyu. Fu Tinghan followed her gaze toward Wang Yin, but discerned nothing remarkable. She glanced back, contemplating whether to dismiss them. He Chung complied, halting their steps yet remaining at a distance to observe. With no one else around, Fu Tinghan curiously inquired, "Why do you keep watching Wang Yin? What is it that sets him apart?" Fu Tinghan replied, "He was invited with a letter of commendation as a mediator." Fu Zhongshu mentioned that securing his involvement would ensure that our future union would proceed without unforeseen complications, aiding your grandfather's schemes. Zhao Changyu shared a similar sentiment. Once Wang Yin had taken his leave, Zhao Changyu deliberately sought an excuse to retain the presence of the Fu family, ostensibly to celebrate his improved spirits that day. providing Fu Tinghan an opportunity to meet her relatives, fearing she might not have another chance for such introductions. He then ushered Fu Ji into the study for a private conversation, exclaiming in surprise, "I cannot believe you have invited Wang Yan." Fu Ji remarked, "This was merely a test. Who would have thought that upon my request, he would readily agree? It is for the best, as he shall safeguard the engagement." Which is sufficient for Zhao Zhongyu. Zhao Chongyu nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Fu Ji inquired, "Chongyu, have you truly resolved to entrust such a considerable fortune to the care of Third Lady?" Zhao Chongyu sighed. "I have no capable person to rely upon. I can only entrust it to you, Zizhuang." Fu Ji responded with a heavy sigh, "Your trust in me shall not be in vain. Rest assured. As long as I draw breath, both Chongrong and Third Lady shall uphold their promises. When Erlang comes of age, half of the items on the dowry list will be allocated to him." Zhao Chongyu grasped his hand, saying, "I can only place them in your hands." Fu Ji tightened his grip, noticing Zhao's pallor with concern. "How is your health?" he asked. "Physician Shen has done his utmost. There are but 2 or 3 months left. That is why I urged you to select an earlier wedding date, so I may witness her marriage." Fu Ji exhaled deeply, lamenting, in matters of family and state, nothing proceeds smoothly. Zhao Chongyu could not help but counsel him. If an endeavor proves futile, it is best not to force it. Wang Yan's talents are mediocre and lack the capacity for significant contribution. The emperor holds no power at present. Confronting the king of Donghai head-on would be detrimental to you. Given the circumstances, further contention is futile. It would be wiser to take a step back. After a long silence, Fu Ji shook his head. Retreat is not an option. If we do, both we and the emperor shall plummet into the abyss, shattered beyond repair. Zhao Chongyu replied, "To act in full knowledge of the futility is foolish." Fu Ji disagreed, stating, "I shall fulfill my duty to the best of my ability, even if the outcome is not as hoped. I shall harbor no regrets in my heart." Unable to dissuade him, Zhao Chongyu relented, resigning himself. "Alas, I am near death. I shall not contend with you." Chapter 32. The search for a tome. The instant Wang Yin settled into his carriage, his demeanor turned grave. After a prolonged contemplation, he remarked to his attendants, "The Zhao family's daughter is no ordinary person. It is fortunate that she is but a maiden. Were she a man, I would have to quell her at once, lest she burgeon into a formidable force in the future." Upon returning to the Wang residence, Wang Yin remained uneasy. He summoned Wang Xinyang, and after thoroughly questioning her about Zhao Xinyang, he scoffed. "Zhao Zhongyu lacks foresight, is devoid of magnanimity, and insufficient in ruthlessness. By sparing Zhao Xinyang, he invites endless troubles in time to come." Wang Xinyang responded, "Father, Sanyang is of a gentle disposition and values affection. How could she be a source of future woes?" Wang Yin cast a sidelong glance at her and retorted, "What do you comprehend? This girl possesses a clear and resolute gaze, and her aura rivals that of a man. Is she someone to be trifled with? Fortunately, she is a maiden. Although Fu Chongrong is not lacking in talent, his character is upright, and he disdains mundane affairs. Should they wed, Zhao Xinyang would find no outlet for even the grandest of ambitions." Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xinyang muttered to herself, "I had originally intended for Sanyang to become my sister-in-law." Wang Yin overheard her, his body stiffening involuntarily. He stamped his foot and exclaimed, "If you harbored such intentions, why did you not mention it sooner? Had we been able to seek Zhao Sanyang for Maisie, I would have no cause to consider future troubles." Wang Xinyang countered, "Were you not seeking the hand of the princess of the East Si Wang family for our elder brother?" Wang Yin rubbed his forehead. "Alas, the Zhao and Fu families have already settled upon a wedding date, with myself as the matchmaker. Further discussion is futile." Wang Xinyang's eyes widened. "The wedding date is set? How is it so urgent? Wasn't the engagement just recently announced?" "On the 6th day of the 6th month," Wang Xinyang inquired. Wang Yin, without hesitation, revealed, "Zhao Chongyu's health has deteriorated. It appears he wishes to marry before his condition worsens." Concern for Zhao Xinyang arose within her. "Father, I wish to visit Sanyang tomorrow. Please allow me to go out." Recently, unrest had gripped the capital, and Wang Yin had restricted his daughter's outings. After observing her for a moment, he finally nodded in assent. Elated, Wang Xinyang performed a respectful bow and withdrew. She swiftly rode her horse towards the western part of the city. Upon entering the estate, she navigated through several rows of houses until she reached the center. Indeed, Zhao Chongyu was formidable. This area was entirely inhabited by his people, and he had carved out a training ground right in the middle. However, It would be more appropriate to refer to it as a place for martial arts practice. In contemporary times, such occurrences were commonplace. Given Zhao Changyu's cautious nature, it was difficult for outsiders to venture into the heart of the compound and witness such a typical scene. Even if they did, it would hardly provoke surprise. Luoyang was home to numerous noble families, and which of these esteemed households did not maintain a retinue of warriors? With so many robust young men in the vicinity, it was evident that they were indeed soldiers. Fu Tinghan agreed, and, after dismounting, took her hand to help her mount the horse, settling behind her. "I can ride," he affirmed. "Is that a memory, or?" Fu Tinghan inquired. "Where are we headed after leaving Luoyang?" "Zhao Changyu has a treasure in Runan," she replied. "He possesses assets there, though most are entrusted to Zhao Zhongyu. However, in the long run, Chang'an is considered safer than Runan. The Central Plains are currently tumultuous, and life is rather challenging." Fu Tinghan reminisced about Chang'an, shaking her head as she remarked, "Chang'an is hardly a bastion of stability. The roads are rife with bandits. Previously, the presence of the Hejian king provided some semblance of order, but now that he has passed, I fear Chang'an may soon fall below even Luoyang. It is surprising to discover such places within the city of Luoyang." Fu Tinghan continued, "Given such pessimism about Luoyang, why do we not relocate the capital? Indeed, there have been proposals for such a move, yet the quandary facing the Jin dynasty cannot be remedied merely by shifting the capital. If a pot of porridge has soured, dividing it will not prevent the spoilage from permeating the other half. The complete deterioration is merely a matter of time. Recently, I perused the collection of books at home and found scant references on this topic. I require more astronomical records for further insight," Fu Tinghan stated. "The accuracy of calculations improves with an abundance of reference data. Once the timing is established, I shall investigate the impact of energy variables." Fu Tinghan's approach to problem-solving evolved from the simple to the complex, so she wished to first ascertain the timing of the conjunction of the 7 stars. Nodding, she thought it would be beneficial to access the records at the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. When issues seem insurmountable, one must consult one's grandfather. With the wedding date approaching and a considerable dowry to prepare, the hustle and bustle must commence immediately, compelling even the Wu family to lend a hand. Cheng Bo opened the storeroom of the main house, leading the servants in a steady procession. Before long, they emerged with box after box, meticulously unpacking and cataloging the gold, silver, and jewels within. After selecting items from the dowry list and setting them aside, they were subsequently reviewed by the Wang family before being re-registered and transferred to the new storeroom. Chapter 33. Uncovering treasures. Zhao Changyu was seated at his desk, engrossed in writing. Hearing a noise, he lifted his head and caught sight of her cautiously entering the room. He set down his pen and beckoned her over. "Did you take Fu Changrong to the west side of the city today?" Zhao Changyu scrutinized her. "Do you truly place your trust in him?" He scoffed. Wang Yin also despises mundane affairs, preferring lofty discourse, yet remains selfish and indifferent to the welfare of the people and the state. Was he not the grandson-in-law chosen personally by grandfather? "It was my own choice," he continued. "But I did not expect you to reveal our family's secrets to him after just a few encounters." Zhao Changyu wore a skeptical expression. He does not relish lofty discussions. In my recollection, Fu Changrong, while indeed pragmatic, also enjoys mingling in circles of refined conversation. His reputation primarily stems from such exchanges. Upon further reflection, Zhao Changyu realized this to be true. Yesterday, Fu Changrong had maintained a placid demeanor in the presence of Wang Yin, devoid of any excitement. It is worth noting that Wang Yin is renowned as the foremost figure in the realm of refined discourse in the Jin dynasty, his reputation towering among a multitude of scholars. Those who appreciate such dialogues, regardless of whether their views align, cannot help but feel a surge of emotion upon encountering him. Those with similar perspectives often idolize him. Conversely, those with opposing views tend to seek a debate. Zhao Changyu sensed something amiss. How could Changrong not cherish lofty discussions? He recalled her recent critique of Wang Yin and instinctively tapped her on the head. Refrain from voicing such opinions about Wang Yin in the future. You are but a child, and such words would serve you no good if they were to spread. Zhao Changyu resumed his writing, addressing the matters at hand. It suffices for you to be aware that your dowry is already being arranged at home. These affairs are all transparent. You must apply yourself diligently, for the assets hidden in the shadows remain unseen, and thus, your abilities go unnoticed. This presents a splendid opportunity. Manage your dowry effectively, allowing others to witness your capabilities, so that they may heed your commands. Zhao Changyu remarked, talents must be matched with worthy masters. The master's competence is always of paramount importance. By showcasing your abilities, even as a woman, in due time, suitors will inevitably come forth. He coughed a few times and pushed the documents in his hand towards her, saying, "Take a look." In matters of state, most correspondence comes from officials at various levels within the court, alongside letters from distant royal relatives and generals. They discussed the current situation with Zhao Changyu, either seeking his counsel or requesting his support for particular interests. Family affairs are even more pressing after his demise. The arrangement of various assets requires meticulous attention as he delegates responsibilities piece by piece. Moreover, there is the organization of personnel and the transfer of duties, so many matters to attend to. It is no wonder his countenance grows increasingly grim. He is clearly overburdened, working while unwell. Given the current state of the nation, it would be wiser to strategize for the future. Presently, there is talent to be harnessed. And with the aging king of Donghai newly in power, the inevitable hubris that accompanies such elevation is to be expected. It is prudent to avoid confronting him directly during his moment of triumph. Zhao Changyu's strategy is clear. There is no need to clash with the king of Donghai while he basks in his glory. He possesses an air of superiority, believing himself unrivaled. Why engage in a futile struggle? The newly ascended emperor, possessing both intelligence and talent, is still young and has not yet shown any signs of moral decay. It would be wise to adopt a strategy of patience, allowing the pride of the Eastern Sea King to wane before plotting further. The immediate priority is to stabilize the regions of Jingzhou and Luoyang, safeguarding against the threats posed by the Chong and Xiongnu tribes. Therefore, the suggestion is to wholeheartedly align with the Eastern Sea King, aiding him in quelling the unrest among the displaced and rebellious forces outside of Jingzhou and Luoyang, thus securing the Guangzhong area. Once it is assured that the Chong and Xiongnu will not dare to cross the borders, one can gradually strategize for the emperor's benefit. By then, the Eastern Sea King's arrogance should have subsided, allowing for various matters to be set into motion. This reflects Zhao Changyu's insightful perspective. History, having receded into the distant past, leaves the present era with only two impressions: the refined spirit of the Wei and Jin dynasties and the prevailing chaos. She is aware of numerous historical events, yet these span years rather than days. Thus, she remains oblivious to the current state of turmoil in Luoyang and the extent to which many have strived to address the present situation and its outcomes. Zhao Changyu took a sip of tea to soothe her throat and gently said, "Please seal the letter." Gazing at the remaining clan affairs, she pondered for a moment before declaring, "From tomorrow onward, you shall assist me in drafting." If she is to entrust her writings to her, then there is little to conceal regarding clan matters, provided the second branch remains unaware. She resolved to take them with her upon her marriage. With such a substantial dowry, she would require considerable assistance. Not only would she recruit for herself, but she would also gather individuals for Zhao Erling's future needs, particularly attendants to accompany him. Previously, due to the hasty departure from the city, all those around Zhao Erling had been sent to the countryside, leaving him without any available aids. Chapter 34. Surrounded. Since Zhao Changyu intentionally designated the second branch to inherit his title, the household affairs have largely been entrusted to them. Had it not been for the recent search for Zhao Kai's contract, she would have remained unaware that, aside from a few servants attending to the main residence, and those brought by Lady Wang, the contracts of the remaining servants were all in the possession of Lady Wu. Madame Zhao and the others rose to pay their respects. Third sister. She wasted no time with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Elder aunt is aware that I am currently arranging my dowry and require additional hands. I must take along those maids like Ting He, who have been by my side. It was only when she sought their contracts that she discovered the contracts of the main residence as servants were all with Elder aunt. Lady Wu paused momentarily before responding. It is indeed my oversight. I've been preoccupied these past few days and completely forgot. Your wedding date is approaching rather swiftly, and now you must prepare for the servants accompanying your dowry. She quickly turned and instructed, "Go fetch that box of contracts, so that third daughter can properly select the servants for her dowry." The servant complied and after some time returned with a large box. Lady Wu remarked, "In that case, why don't you and your mother discuss this first? Once you have finalized the list, provide it to me, and I will retrieve the contracts for you." Recalling the quarrel she had with Zhao Ji a few days prior, Lady Wu opened her mouth, but managed to force a smile, saying, "Very well, then, third daughter, take the box with you." With a feigned smile, she bid farewell, and the other party reciprocated with a hollow smile as well. Ting He joyfully clutched the box. while the expressions on the faces of the others became rigid. Listening to he hurriedly ran to the study to fetch the list. As soon as she stepped outside, she collided with the hurried maid, Zhe. Both of them stumbled backward, and listening to he scolded, "Are you trying to court disaster? Why are you running?" Zhe, disregarding her pain, shouted through the door, "Third mistress, our residence is surrounded by soldiers." "Indeed," came the reply from within. Zhao Changyu waved his hand at her, signaling that he was unharmed. "I have already sent someone to gather information. Everyone, please be patient. Let us not succumb to undue anxiety until we ascertain the facts." Zhao Zhongyu turned to Zhao Ji and Zhao Dalan, his expression grave. "Have you two stirred up any trouble outside recently?" "No, father," they replied in unison. "Given the current tumultuous times, how could Dalan and I possibly cause any disturbances? Then what could possibly explain why our residence is besieged? It cannot be him." Zhao Changyu pondered. "The only ones who have ventured out recently are Zhao Ji and Zhao Yi. If it is not them, then who could it be?" Zhao Changyu mused. "It may not necessarily stem from the children. It might well be related to us." "Us?" Zhao Zhongyu inquired. "But my elder brother has been recuperating at home for quite some time and has not attended court. I have also been largely disengaged from state affairs. What could we have done?" "Master, there are guests in the front hall," Chengbo quietly announced as he entered. "Who are they?" "General Ma Jian, under the command of King of Donghai." Zhao Ji felt a wave of unease wash over him as he supported Zhao Changyu and made their way outside. In the front hall stood a tall man clad in armor, who turned upon hearing the commotion. His eyes widened slightly in surprise upon seeing Zhao Changyu, taken aback by the severity of his illness. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Jian stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed in greeting, addressing Shan Kaibo. "Your Highness inquires of Shan Kaibo," he stated, maintaining an air of dignity without bending at the waist. Ma Jian pursed his lips, expressing his dissatisfaction as he said, "Does your Highness ask Shan Kaibo whether he holds you in his thoughts, and whether he considers the grand realm of Dejin and its common folk?" Zhao Changyu replied, "I wonder why your Highness poses these three inquiries?" Ma Jian then produced a letter from his bosom and handed it over. "Shan Kaibo, this document serves as evidence of your incitement against your Highness. Do you acknowledge it or not?" Zhao Changyu unfolded the letter, scanning its contents with rapidity, yet fell silent for an extended moment. Chapter 35. The best strategy is it not so simply because you say so? Chengbo bowed in acquiescence and withdrew. Soon after, he returned bearing several crumpled sheets of paper, unfolding them for Ma Jian to examine. Ma Jian perused the papers briefly, then lifted his gaze to regard her before stating, "I shall report this." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Zhao Changyu called out, his expression grave. "Though I do not know who forged this letter, I can discern its implications. I am already at my wit's end, and the Zhao family has little left to leverage. This individual not only seeks to sow discord between me and your Highness, but also aims to create a rift between your Highness and His Majesty. Such a calculated scheme is truly ruthless. Please convey to your Highness that Changyu shall not place him in a difficult position. And I also urge your Highness to avoid falling into this trap, for it would bring joy to our enemies while inflicting pain upon our allies." Once he departed, Zhao Changyu could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed, his body weakening. Zhao Zhongyu, alarmed, swiftly reached out to support him. "Elder brother, quickly, summon a physician." At this moment, they found themselves unable to leave and could only summon the family physician. After taking the pulse, the doctor was taken aback, lowering his gaze. He listened intently once more, finally retreating to the outer chamber to speak in hushed tones. "Elder second master, third miss, the master is at the end of his strength." "Nonsense. Just before, it was clearly stated that he had 3 months left. How could it have been such a short time? I do not dare to speak falsely. The pulse indeed indicates otherwise. It is so weak that it is barely perceptible. If there is anything to convey, do so quickly, or else." She fell silent, turning to enter the inner room, where she sat beside the bed, gazing at Zhao Changyu, whose eyes were tightly shut. She had believed she would not grieve. After all, Zhao Changyu was a historical figure, and his demise was inevitable. Yet, in this unfamiliar world, he was the one who trusted her the most and cared for her deeply, even bestowing upon her a new name. A wave of anguish coursed through her heart, her eyes swelling and stinging, rendering her momentarily speechless. Wang Shi, having overheard the physician's words, could not contain her sorrow and quietly wept into her handkerchief. Zhao Changyu reached out, gently patting her hand, and sighed. "There is no need for such sorrow. Death may not be devoid of the promise of rebirth. Grandfather. Zhao Zhongyu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They were acutely aware of the consequences of their mistaken choices, the possibility that none within this household might survive. It is fate. How coincidental that my life still holds some value at this moment. Zhao Zhongyu's complexion turned ashen as he stated, Elder brother, our Zhao family is also of noble lineage. With former students and acquaintances, as well as relatives in the capital, how can we allow them to humiliate us in such a manner? What does it matter if he is the king of the East Sea? He paced back and forth in irritation, his complexion darkening. He is not worth sacrificing a life for. Zhao Chongyu calmly remarked, he wields weapons. Even if he forcefully breaks in, what can you do? Zhao Zhongyu opened her mouth. And after a long pause, she despondently sat on the edge of the bed, slamming her hand down on the wooden surface. Then let us perish together. History will surely record this event. Zhao Chongyu regarded her with approval, saying, good child, your uncle's method is a lesser strategy. Yours is a middle-tier approach. Yet neither compares to mine. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, foolish child, the doctor has stated that my time is at hand. To survive these 2 or 3 months is merely to endure a little more suffering. Zhao Chongyu reached out to grasp her hand, extending his other hand towards Zhao Erlang. While Wang wept, she pushed Zhao Erlang forward. Zhao Chongyu took a breath, turning to Zhao Zhongyu. I know you resent me for my past reprimands. Feeling I have not valued you. Zhao Zhongyu opened her mouth, her eyes slightly reddening as she shook her head in denial. No. She has a temperament like mine. Somewhat fiery. You are the elder, do not hold it against her. Zhao Chongyu released Zhao Erlang and placed his hand gently on the back of Zhao Zhongyu's hand. His own eyes moistening. The Zhao clan will be entrusted to you. Having served as clan leader, I understand the complexity of clan affairs and the multitude of concerns. When the time comes, you will comprehend that my intentions were never devoid of affection. Rather, there are many unavoidable circumstances. I always hoped you would strive to be strong and stand on your own. Chapter 36 Reluctant Farewell. Zhao Chongyu gazed at the hand he had withdrawn, a sigh escaping his lips as he looked at him with a touch of sorrow. In my heart, you are akin to a Zai. I aspire for you to surpass the blue from which you emerged, hence my stringent expectations. Yet, reality has proven that such rigor was indeed warranted. You have turned out quite well. Zhao Zhongyu looked at him in astonishment. This was the first time he had received such explicit recognition from Zhao Chongyu. Meeting Zhao Chongyu's gaze, Zhao Zhongyu felt a wave of emotion. Rest easy, elder brother. But how could Zhao Chongyu truly set his heart at ease? His unwavering intent remained clear in his correspondence, hoping that the emperor would prompt the East Sea King to swiftly subdue Jingzhou County, thereby stabilizing the Central Plains for a united front against external threats. Having reached this juncture, he did not hesitate to offer his wisdom and sincerity directly to the emperor. I am firmly aware that the individual who fabricated the letters acted without your majesty's consent. This person harbors ulterior motives, seeking to sow discord between your majesty and myself, as well as between me and the East Sea King. Now, more than ever, transparency is essential. After penning his admonitions, Zhao Chongyu shifted the conversation to his own familial matters, expressing that his ailing health rendered him incapable of serving the emperor any longer. During his tenure, he had failed to offer counsel to the sovereign and had been unable to manage the populace, feeling he had let down the trust placed in him by Emperor Wu. Yet, in the face of death, one cannot help but reflect upon family and descendants. Zhao Chongyu looked at his foolish grandson, a wave of emotion washing over him. 20 years prior, he had vehemently opposed Emperor Hui as a successor, believing him too foolish to rule. Who could have foreseen that his son would also bequeath him a foolish grandson? At least Emperor Wu was fortunate. He had more than one son and options to consider. However, he did not have the courage to hand over his family to his grandson. He only had a son and a grandson and could only entrust the family to his nephew. Everyone believed he was making the right choice, especially with the cautionary tale of Emperor Hui in mind. Yet, who could fathom the turmoil within his heart? His relationship with Zhao Zhongyu was merely average, and his bond with this nephew was similarly lukewarm, making it difficult for him to feel secure. At this juncture, he found himself at the precipice of death. Should he pass away now, his family would be preserved. To linger on could very well lead to their demise. Zhao Chongyu's eyes fluttered shut as thoughts overtook him, suddenly. He opened them again and grasped Zhao Zhongyu's hand tightly, uttering, I entrust them to you. I entrust them to you. With that, Zhao Chongyu closed his eyes once more. Cheng Bo presented the medicine, saying, My lord, the doctor has prescribed this. Please take a bowl. Zhao Chongyu did not open his eyes, but merely turned his head slightly, declining the offer. Meanwhile, Fu Tinghan stood in a nearby alley, the twilight casting shadows, merging him almost seamlessly with the wall behind him. Soon, his servant Fu Wen rushed over, and Fu Tinghan could not help but pull him into the alley. "So, have you found out anything?" "Yes, those inside are unharmed. They are merely surrounded on 3 sides by walls, and even the door on the Jia family side is being watched. It is said that General Ma merely took a few letters and left without deploying troops into the courtyard. With no manpower or money at his disposal, he could only turn to Fu Ji. In that moment, Fu Tinghan profoundly realized the significance of possessing one's own power, as Zhao Laoshi had consistently emphasized the importance of both people and wealth. Without waiting for him to speak, Fu Ji said, "I am aware. Do not worry. I have already sent messages to several friends, and as soon as dawn breaks tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with the king of Donghai and the emperor." Fu Tinghan inquired, "Will the king of Donghai agree to release them?" Chang Yu has consistently supported the idea of having someone from the king of Donghai take over Jingzhou County. Many possess letters that establish connections with him, making it relatively easy to vindicate his grievances. Noticing Fu Ji's prolonged silence, Fu Tinghan pressed on, "What is the difficulty?" "The challenge lies in the hearts of men." Fu Ji murmured, "The king of Donghai has become increasingly deranged. No one can predict whether he will persist in his errors. Your esteemed ancestor, Zhao, was once wealthier than the royal family." Fu Tinghan's expression shifted subtly as he asked, "What if the king of Donghai refuses to withdraw his troops?" Fu Ji replied, "They will perish." Fu Tinghan continued, "What course of action should we take?" Lifting his gaze to meet Fu Tinghan's, Fu Ji admitted, "There is no solution. The entire capital is under the dominion of the king of Donghai. He could easily replace the emperor at will. Annihilating the Zhao family is merely a matter of words. Besides seeking refuge, all we can do is implore the heavens." Fu Tinghan had never placed his faith in divine intervention. He pressed his lips together and turned to leave. The night had fallen. What purpose did he have outside? Perhaps he was concerned for Zhao Sanyang and had gone to the Zhao residence? Fu Ji opened his mouth, hesitatingly muttering, "They are not even wed yet." He instructed, "Send someone to follow him. Ensure he does not clash with the king of Donghai's men. This matter must be approached with caution." "Understood." Yet, the person dispatched soon vanished without a trace, and there was no sign of Fu Tinghan heading towards the Zhao residence. He had simply disappeared. Fu Tinghan led Fu Wen directly to the western part of the city. Given the potential madness of the Donghai king, preparations must be made for such an eventuality. Regardless of the circumstances, the primary objective was to rescue teacher Zhao from within. Chapter 37. Resting in peace, Zhao Ju was about to leave with his men when he was abruptly halted by the lagging Ji Yuan. "Wait, do you know who to look for once inside?" "Look for the master." "And if we cannot find the master?" Zhao Ju glared. "How could we possibly not find the master?" Ji Yuan lowered his voice. "Do not act impulsively. Upon entry, seek out Sen Yang first and heed her instructions. If the master is safe, bring both Sen Yang and Erlang out. I will wait for you at the West City Gate. We must depart by the hour of the rabbit, so you must arrive at the gate before that time. If the master, you should blend in with the guards in the residence, ensuring the safety of Sen Yang and Erlang. Do not act recklessly." Zhao Ju glared. What sort of command is this? Fu Tinghan felt a foreboding sense of unease. Was Ji Yuan implying that Zhao's grandfather might? Ji Yuan turned, his gaze piercing into Fu Tinghan. "Fu de Lang Jun, this endeavor is perilous. You need not accompany us and may remain here to await news." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "If discovered, you could remain behind to face them. My grandfather is the minister of the Imperial Secretariat. They would not dare to harm me." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and bowed slightly. "Your sense of duty is commendable, Fu de Lang Jun." Fu Tinghan thought to himself that it was far from commendable. Had it not been for teacher Zhao's presence inside, he would never have ventured into such treacherous waters. Zhao Ju selected 10 capable individuals to accompany him, dividing them into 2 teams, and stealthily approached the walls of the Jia residence, leaping over. Fu Tinghan, stepping onto the shoulders of a guard, ascended the wall with relative ease, jumping down to scan the courtyard before quietly stating, "This is the northern rear courtyard of the Jia family. Crossing through here is excessively perilous. We should proceed to the back, skirting along the wall to the east, from where we can scale over. We will traverse 3 courtyards and 2 long corridors along the way." Initially, Zhao Ju contemplated a more reckless approach. Having accompanied the master to the Jia residence before, he felt confident enough to charge forward despite his unfamiliarity with the rear courtyard. However, Fu Tinghan's strategy seemed sound. Zhao Ju resolved to heed his advice, and thus the group quietly made their way to the rear, with Fu Tinghan unexpectedly taking the lead. In the rear courtyard, the gatekeeper was primarily occupied by servants, and the patrolling attendants were scarce. At this hour, being the time of midnight, the occupants were at their most drowsy and deeply asleep. The group adeptly navigated over gates and swiftly slipped through corridors, encountering no hazards until they reached the eastern wall. Yet, Fu Tinghan did not permit them to vault over immediately. Instead, he proceeded along the wall for about 30 paces before halting to make their crossing. Zhao Ju observed him throughout the journey, pondering how Fu Tinghan possessed such familiarity with the Jia family. After all, the Jia family lacked a male presence in the capital, consisting solely of women. How could he be so well acquainted with the intricacies of the rear courtyard? He pressed himself against the wall to listen intently, confirming the area's tranquility, and decided to enter here, as it was closer to Qingyi Pavilion while remaining distant from the guarded outer wall and corner gate. By being more discreet, they should avoid detection. Zhao Ju tilted his head for a glance, then stepped back a few paces, gathering momentum for a leap as he sprang up, using the wall as a springboard. He reached down to assist Fu Dajiang in ascending. The subordinate had already knelt, allowing Fu Tinghan to step onto his shoulder to climb higher. With Zhao Ju's support, Fu Tinghan descended from the wall, frequently glancing up at the subordinate who gracefully leaped down, landing almost silently. Could it be that such lightness and movement truly existed in this world? This body seemed to belong to a mere 16-year-old, a high school student. Surely, it was not too late to begin training in martial arts at this age. Once Zhao Ju and the others had gathered, he whispered, "Let us now seek the lady." He was more familiar with the surroundings than Zhao Ju, who had accompanied Zhao Changyu for over 20 years. He expertly guided the group around to Qingyi Pavilion, where an unusual stillness prevailed, with not a single lamp illuminated. Fu Tinghan cast a brief glance and remarked, "The lady is not in Qingyi Pavilion. We must proceed to the main courtyard." Given Zhao's character, it was implausible that she would still be asleep after such an incident. As they stealthily approached the main courtyard, they noticed the place was indeed ablaze with light. In the quiet of the night, Fu Tinghan faintly heard the sound of weeping. Growing anxious, he quickened his pace, but Zhao Ju hastily restrained him, whispering, "We are but the lady's covert aides assigned by the master. We cannot reveal ourselves." Fu Tinghan composed himself, pondering for a moment before stating, "You shall accompany me inside. If anyone from the second house inquires, simply say they are from the Fu family." To this, he added, "What is there to fear? I am a son-in-law of the Zhao family. When the Yu family is in distress, is it not only natural for the son-in-law to come to the aid of his wife's kin?" Upon reflection, Zhao Ju concurred and instructed the others to disperse and conceal themselves in the shadows, while he escorted Fu Tinghan inside. Beholding Fu Dalongjun, his eyes instantaneously radiated elation. A maidservant scrambled into the house, exclaiming, Sanyang, the son-in-law has arrived. The son-in-law has come with men to rescue us. My dear nephew, the situation outside." Zhao Ji began, but the words caught in his throat as he watched Fu Tinghan stride past him. His hand faltered, and Zhao Changyu gently closed his eyes. Fu Tinghan lifted her into his arms, assisting her to sit to the side. Kneeling before her, he grasped her shoulders, his gaze fixed on hers, and inquired, "What course of action do you desire? I shall assist you." "Fu Tinghan, will you not accompany me?" None were more suitable than she. Chapter 38. Capitalizing on momentum, Fu Tinghan, somewhat apprehensive, lowered his voice, saying, "Fu Zhong, my grandfather mentioned that the Prince of Donghai is presently somewhat unhinged. I am aware, but my grandfather's reputation is impeccable. Had he still been alive, the Prince of Donghai could have besmirched his name, but now, even he, in his overbearingness, must heed the judgment of the populace." She produced the memorial she had been safeguarding and handed it to him, urging, "Make haste before dawn breaks." Zhao Ji pressed forward, whispering, "My dear nephew, when you arrived, did your grandfather mention the circumstances outside?" Fu Tinghan replied, "My grandfather is already in communication with court officials, intending to enter the palace at first light to offer counsel." Zhao Zhongyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this, asking, "Then your visit to my Zhao family was not dispatched by your grandfather?" Zhao Sanyang lowered her gaze in contemplation, then lifted her head to look at Zhao Erlang, inquiring, "Erlang, will you depart?" Although Zhao Erlang was still naive and ignorant, he was acutely aware of the recent passing of his grandfather. His face was still streaked with tears as he shook his head repeatedly, retreating into his mother's embrace, clinging to her and declaring, "I want to be with my mother and sister." Zhao Zhongyu frowned, pursing his lips in silence for a moment before he turned to Fu Tinghan and said, "It would be a great favor if Changrong could deliver the memorial." He refrained from mentioning the matter of taking Zhao Dalong away again. Fu Tinghan offered her a faint smile, pondering whether this thought might alleviate her distress. However, the smile soon faded from her face as she reached out to pull him into her embrace, gently patting her back while whispering, "I understand this feeling. I thought you would never have to endure it again." Little did they know, having arrived in this world for merely a month, she had already formed such a deep attachment to Zhao Changyu that she was inconsolable in her tears. The Zhao family observed them in silence, ultimately refraining from voicing any objections, yet this was profoundly inappropriate. She scrutinized him and softly inquired, "Did we know each other before?" Meanwhile, Zhao Ji furrowed his brow and quietly instructed Zhao Ju, "Once we are outside, gather our family members to await orders. Should the soldiers burst in, you must come to our aid immediately." Zhao Ju understood the directive. He would first heed the counsel of Fu Dalong and Mr. Ji, and only if their instructions did not conflict would he then follow Zhao Ji. After bowing in respect, Zhao Ju led Fu Tinghan away. They had narrowly escaped the elevator. They could not afford to perish here, for he did not believe they possessed such fortune as to start anew in another place, in another body. Fu Tinghan had not returned for an entire night, and the people he dispatched were unable to locate him. Fu Ji paced anxiously in his study, his heart racing with worry, unable to suppress his rising anger. With such a vast expanse and only a few streets near the Zhao residence, how could he possibly be missing? Turning abruptly, Fu Ji was relieved to find Fu Tinghan unharmed and uninjured. He then asked, his face stern, "Where have you been all night?" Fu Tinghan retrieved the memorial he had been clutching closely to his chest, his voice tinged with sadness as he replied, "Grandfather. Zhao grandfather has passed away." Fu Ji was taken aback. "What did you say?" Fu Tinghan presented the memorial to Fu Ji, who, pale-faced, took it swiftly and began to scan its contents with fervor. In a brief moment, tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented, "Foolishness, sheer foolishness. How has it come to this?" Tears welled in Fu Tinghan's eyes as he lowered his voice. "Tomorrow, the Zhao family will be in mourning. I humbly request grandfather to assist in lifting the military restrictions outside their residence." Fu Ji clenched the memorial tightly, wiped away his tears, and inquired of his aide, "What time is it?" "It is nearly the 5th watch," came the reply. Fu Ji commanded, "Change clothes. We shall prepare to enter the palace." Fu Tinghan exhaled in relief and stepped back to stand aside. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Ji remarked, "I recall that a member of the Wang family visited you not long ago." Realizing he had inadvertently spoken too freely, Fu Tinghan hesitated and replied, "It was the younger sister of San Yang." Nodding, Fu Ji said, "Since the Wang siblings are close to San Yang, let us invite them to the Zhao residence today." He caressed the memorial in his hand and remarked, "Although the memorial from Changyu asserts that this matter is instigated by malevolent individuals, the true involvement of the emperor and the prince of Donghai remains known only to them. Furthermore, non-involvement does not equate to ignorance." Fu Ji continued, "I may not have the opportunity to meet with the emperor and the prince of Donghai, hence we must prepare thoroughly. Wang Xian, a paragon among the youth of this generation, is a figure of considerable influence. In this weakened state of affairs, he requires the support of the aristocracy, particularly the prince of Donghai, who, at this juncture, dares not sever ties with the noble families. Thus, should you manage to solicit their assistance, both the emperor and the prince will undoubtedly exercise caution." Fu Ji lowered his gaze upon the memorial, a sense of sorrow enveloping him. Had Changyu been alive, such a stratagem might not have succeeded and could even provoke the prince of Donghai. Yet, with his demise, the Zhao clan's path to survival has widened significantly. Excluding Zhao Changyu's life, this plan stands as an exceptional strategy, one that no one else could conceive. Chapter 39. Morning. Fu Tinghan was taken aback by the intricate entanglements of the situation. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, "Yes. Grandson shall proceed to the Wang family." Fu Ji cautioned, "Exercise discretion around Wang Yan. He is a person adept at evading danger and will surely oppose the Wang siblings' involvement." Fu Tinghan acquiesced. Before dawn, the chimes signaling the lifting of the curfew resonated, prompting Fu Ji to don his official robes and step outside. Fuan, taken aback, inquired, "My lord, what are your intentions?" In order to pave the way, substantial funds were required. After some contemplation, Fu Tinghan opened the makeup box and poured the jade ornaments and gold and silver accessories into a bag. Fuan, alarmed, turned pale and hurriedly interjected, "My lord, these are unnecessary. Merely a few coins to manage the servants will suffice." Fu Tinghan cast him a glance, unyielding in his resolve. His journey was not solely to the Wang family. With a bag of money in hand, he stepped outside, declaring, "Let us proceed to the Wang residence." As for him, the original owner was unfamiliar with the capital. He had departed from Kyoto at the tender age of 11 and had been away for 5 years. Many of his former friends had long since left the city, while those who remained were strangers to him. After much reflection, he realized that the only ones he could turn to for assistance were the Wang siblings. Thus, Fu Tinghan made his way directly to the Wang family. Meanwhile, at the Zhao household, as soon as Fu Tinghan departed, Zhao Zhongyu instructed his servants to open the storeroom and retrieve the mourning garments, hemp clothing, and white banners they had prepared in advance. This had been arranged by the Zhao family, as Zhao Changyu had been ill for a considerable time. Over 6 months ago, he had suffered a severe illness, prompting Emperor Hui to draft an epitaph for him. However, perhaps due to concerns for the young Zhao Xinyang and Zhao Erlang, he managed to recover. It was during this period of recuperation that he began contemplating a match for Zhao Xinyang. Only after conferring with Fu Ji, and both parties expressing mutual interest, did he hint at the prospect. Tragically, before he could inform Madame Wang and Zhao Xinyang of the chosen family, misfortune struck. As the hemp cloth and white banners were brought forth, the servants felt a sense of trepidation, striving to hang them quietly. The heir soon arrived. Accompanied by the eldest son, Zhao Dalong's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly grasped the mourning staff in his hand. His father was currently preparing the funeral garments for their great-uncle, and soon, he would present them to his father. Zhao Dalong, his countenance still flushed, observed her as she took the staff and turned to leave. He rushed a couple of steps after her, imploring, "Third sister, will you not wait for grandfather and father?" Zhao Zhongyu remained still, fixating his gaze upon her, inquiring, "Third sister, you must consider this carefully. Do you truly wish to go?" He suggested. "This matter could be entrusted to your uncle." She was well aware that they harbored a deep-seated fear, reluctant to confront the soldiers outside. After all, should things take a turn for the worse, death could be but a fleeting moment away. The memorial decree had already been dispatched. They could comfortably remain at home, awaiting news. There was a significant probability that the king of the Eastern Sea would withdraw his troops, dismissing the entire incident as if nothing had transpired. Yet, why should it be so? Her grandfather had perished for the Zhao clan, for the great Jin, for the internal strife between the king of the Eastern Sea and the emperor. She was determined to ensure that everyone knew the true reason behind Zhao Changyu's demise. Reluctantly, Zhao Zhongyu followed suit. The heavy gates of the Zhao residence creaked open, and the soldiers stationed outside, alerted by the noise, turned with solemn expressions, tightening their grips on their weapons. As the gates slowly parted, the watchful sergeant's gaze was piercing as he fixated on the opening, hand poised over the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Momentarily taken aback, the sergeant was astonished by the mourning attire they wore. His keen eyes caught sight of the coarse cloth binding Zhao Zhongyu's waist, causing his brow to twitch. Within the Zhao household, there was only one person who could compel Zhao Zhongyu to don the shroud of mourning. The military officer swallowed nervously, tightening his grip on the white linen cloth presented to him. He found himself at an impasse, uncertain whether to accept it or not. Zhao Erlang knelt alongside his sister, noticing that she would remain in her position until the cloth was acknowledged. With widening eyes, he glared at the officer. Zhao Zhongyu, standing behind the siblings, declared, "The deceased deserves utmost respect. My elder brother dedicated his life to the welfare of great Jin, and even if he has no accolades, his efforts are undeniable. Now that he has passed, leaving behind these 2 young orphans, must we be obstructed from mourning?" The military officer tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, stating, "The prince has issued an order. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, no one from the Zhao residence is permitted to leave." Zhao Zhongyu retorted, "You are not in a position to make such decisions. It would be prudent to summon General Ma. I cannot believe he would dare impede our right to mourn. Does he not fear the whispers of the world?" The officer, fixated on the cloth in her hands, remained silent, his expression grim, his fists alternating between tension and relaxation. As the standoff persisted, a voice resonated from a distance. "I have come to take charge." Everyone turned to see Fu Tinghan approaching swiftly on horseback, accompanied by a throng of individuals, with several carts trailing leisurely behind. He dismounted and strode forward confidently. The military officer raised a hand in a token gesture to halt him, but relented upon noticing the multitude following behind. Among them were noble gentlemen and ladies. Offending one or two was manageable, but with so many present, he wisely chose to yield. Wang Xian and Wang Xinyang lagged slightly behind. Wang Xinyang leapt from her mount and rushed over with a concerned expression. "Third sister, are you unharmed?" Wang Xinyang's eyes were reddened as she reached out to receive a strip of burlap. Wang Xian approached slowly, addressing the military officer, without mentioning the achievements of Lord Zhao. Even for an ordinary family, the deceased must be honored. The Zhao family should be permitted to mourn their loss, and someone ought to inform His Majesty and the prince. He continued, "If you cannot take charge, it would be prudent to summon General Ma at once. Lord Zhao lived a life of simplicity. How can you mere commoners dare to insult him with mere words? Even in death, he deserves the right to mourn." The young men present, filled with fervor and dissatisfaction with the state of the nation, could not restrain themselves from hurling insults at the military officer and the soldiers. A disheveled middle-aged man, carrying a wine jug and riding a donkey, abruptly sat down on the steps, laughing and weeping before the grand entrance. The world has declined, morality is non-existent, and the national heroes are scorned. Our territory is lost, ha ha ha. It is all retribution. Zhao Changyu, you urged me to serve the state, proclaiming that a true man's ambition lies in the realm of governance. You were indeed loyal and righteous, yet what fate has befallen you? He pointed at the entrance. Lamenting, you toiled for the Sima family, dedicated your all for the great Jin, nearly perishing twice at their hands, and in the end, you have died without even safeguarding your descendants. What was the point of your struggles? He then directed his ire at the military officer, denouncing him as a heartless lackey. The loss of Zhao Changyu is akin to the collapse of a great edifice. You may imprison the Zhao family for now, but mark my words, in due time, even your master will find it difficult to tread upon the land of Luoyang. Wang Xian, this is Mr. Zhang Jingyang. Wang Xian forced a bitter smile, lamenting his lack of capability. Mr. Zhang had once again declined the emperor's summons last month, citing illness. Not only had I been unable to see him, but even my father had been denied. To my astonishment, he chose to visit today. Zhang Jingyang gazed silently at the white cloth presented before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Trembling, he grasped a piece tightly in his hand, collapsing on the steps as he wept. "Ah, Changyu, where do you return? Where shall you go? Alas, alas, the great Jin mourns." Zhao Erlang hurriedly rose to his feet and scurried to catch up. A soldier stepped forward, but Fu Tinghan and Wang Xian positioned themselves resolutely to block the way, their gazes unwavering. Cursed be it, those above are adept at evasion. Despite my prolonged efforts to impede their progress, no one has come forth. If I continue this blockade, we shall be vilified by these scholars and subsequently held accountable, perhaps even facing execution. Thus, it is better to allow passage. The siblings, one cradling a sackcloth and the other leaning on a staff, made their way along the street. Any acquaintance of the Zhao family they encountered would pause to kneel outside the gate in mourning, awaiting the emergence of those within to receive the cloth. Fu Tinghan and his companions followed slowly behind, taking their place at the side to observe. Inside the house, the occupants initially misheard the commotion outside. Tao Wei halted his writing, straining to discern what was being proclaimed. Did it sound as though they were announcing a death? Soon enough, the steward rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Master, the Zhao family has come to announce a death. They say Zhao Zhongshu passed away last night." Startled, Tao Wei leapt to his feet, pointing with his pen and demanding, "Who do you speak of?" "Zhao Zhongshu, Lord of Shangcai, has departed last night." Without hesitation, Tao Wei snatched up his robe and dashed outside, questioning, was it the hand of the king of Donghai? The collective inquiry among all the onlookers and those who received the news was whether Zhao Changyu's death was orchestrated by the king of the East Sea. Fortunately, though she was somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings, Zhao Erlang was well aware of the situation. They mourned in various ways. Some, like Tao Wei, made the journey personally to offer condolences, while others sent servants to convey their respects, and some chose to remain behind closed doors. The young men trailing behind could not help but shed tears, and Wang Xinyang wept profusely, resembling a sorrowful figure. Upon reaching the Wang family gate and discovering that it was firmly shut, her frustration peaked, prompting her to advance and attempt to force the door open. What was their father contemplating? Wang Xian hurriedly restrained her, explaining that with their father absent, the household servants likely lacked the authority to make decisions. Chapter 41. Do not disappoint. Extra update for 500 monthly votes. Just as he was about to step forward, the main gate unexpectedly swung open, revealing a woman clad in simple white robes accompanied by others. Wang Xian paused, furrowing his brows. Second sister? Wang Xinyang's eyes brightened, and she hurried to greet her, exclaiming, Second sister. Wang Ernyang watched as the siblings moved farther away, her grip tightening around the white linen she held. In this world, who could truly find peace? Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Fu Ji was also in tears, having collapsed to the ground, clutching Zhao Changyu's memorial, questioning the emperor and the king of the East Sea. Why would your majesty and the prince believe such divisive words? The air was heavy with tension, akin to towering pines. Throughout his tenure, he had dedicated himself tirelessly. As various princes rebelled and the common folk were left destitute, he had relied heavily on his guidance to provide a semblance of stability for the displaced populace. Since the death of the king of Hejian, he had consistently urged the court to make timely decisions to avoid being trapped both internally and externally. Having already expressed his position clearly, how could he privately pen a letter conveying contradictory sentiments? Your Majesty, esteemed prince, do not let yourselves be swayed by those who seek to sow discord among us. The individual who forged this letter possesses a malicious heart, aiming not only to incite animosity between Lord Shanxi and your Majesty, but also to drive a wedge between your Majesty and the prince. Upon hearing this, the young emperor was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He called for the memorial to be presented, and the more he read, the harder he wept. Unable to contain himself, he descended from the throne to grasp the hand of Prince Donghai, exclaiming, Uncle Wang, Lord Shanxi speaks wisely. We must not allow such vile individuals to create division among us. Prince Donghai took the memorial, and after perusing its contents, he sighed deeply. Yesterday, I was taken aback by such rumors, compounded by the receipt of a secret letter. I harbored a deep animosity towards Zhao Changyu for his divisive intentions, yet upon reflection, it seems I have misjudged him. Fu Ji wept, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Zhao Changyu has passed away last night. The emperor was taken aback. What? Then this memorial. Fu Ji, with tears in his eyes, sorrowfully replied, It is a posthumous memorial. A collective sigh resonated throughout the court, whether genuine or feigned. Each individual shed a couple of tears, as if grieving. Prince Donghai appeared equally sorrowful, lamenting, Who could have anticipated such unfortunate timing? Yesterday, Ma Jian stood vigil by the Zhao family, thus granting him the opportunity to bid farewell to Lord Shanxi. He then shifted his tone, stating, However, those who instigate discord from the shadows are truly despicable. Since we possess this false letter and are beset by rumors, we should conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the mastermind behind this treachery. In the grand realm of Dejin, we shall not allow such malevolent spirits to thrive. The emperor opened his mouth to speak, but quickly turned to observe the other ministers, who all averted their gazes from him. Fu Ji pointed out, Lord Shanxi has rendered meritorious service to the state. I beseech your Majesty to establish a posthumous title as he has requested in his memorial. The emperor nodded repeatedly. Very well. I recall that the late emperor had conferred upon him the title Jian. The emperor was unaware of the identity of the forger behind the false letter. Yet the Duke of Donghai remained tenacious in his pursuit. His singular concern was that this display of swordsmanship might be directed towards him. Did he truly remain oblivious to Zhao Changyu's genuine intentions? Time and again, he had sent envoys to persuade Zhao Changyu to retract his statements. Could the Duke of Donghai be unaware of Zhao Changyu's persistent rejections? Nevertheless, upon receiving the counterfeit letter, he had directly dispatched troops to besiege the Zhao residence, seemingly intent on seizing Zhao Changyu's wealth. If he could be so ruthless towards Zhao Changyu, who had supported him, how much more merciless would he be towards others? The emperor was deeply troubled, wishing only to buy time to devise a countermeasure. Zhao Qiao had perished too swiftly. Had he lived, the flames of this turmoil would not have reached him so soon. The emperor shook his head, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. He pressed his forehead in contemplation, and after a moment, declared, Let us use the posthumous title bestowed by the late emperor. Issue an edict appointing Zhao Ji as the Lord of Shanxi. The assembly acquiesced. The Duke of Donghai harbored a cold mirth, believing that by refraining from discussing the matter, he would evade scrutiny. With Zhao Changyu's demise, he had become a figure of ridicule. The Duke of Donghai, seething with unexpressed ire, was unwilling to let the emperor off so easily. That false letter was likely concocted by the emperor's own people. The Duke of Donghai strode away, the atmosphere outside heavy with sorrow. Both the gentry and common folk alike were aware that Zhao Changyu had passed away the previous night. He is renowned for his integrity and holds an esteemed reputation among the populace. As the king of the East Sea exited the palace, he was immediately met with the sounds of weeping echoing through the streets. Upon discerning the cause of the sorrow, his countenance turned ashen. At that moment, Fu Zhi, having obtained the emperor's decree, hurried out and spotted Wang Yan ahead. He rushed forward and grasped his arm, inquiring, "Where is the prince?" Wang Yan, taken aback, replied, "The prince has already departed. Did you not know?" Fu Zhi was indeed aware, yet he feigned ignorance. Noticing that their colleagues nearby were all ears, he exclaimed, stamping his foot, "How can we allow the prince to leave like this? Yifu, why do you not persuade him?" Changyu, on his deathbed, was consumed with concern for the state affairs, fearing that misunderstandings might arise between the prince and the emperor due to this matter. As Yifu shared a close bond with the prince, Fu Zhi implored him to mediate. While the prince's thorough investigation into this issue was justified, if it ultimately implicated the emperor, it would not only wound Changyu's heart, but also tarnish the prince's reputation in the eyes of the world. Wang Yan, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, "Fu Zhongshu is overthinking. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. The prince is not one to confuse a deer for a horse. Yet, it is indeed peculiar that he would act so rationally when he has surrounded the Zhao family." Fu Zhi forced a smile, albeit insincerely, and replied, "We all know the prince is not that sort of person, but the public does not. Changyu's reputation is impeccable among both commoners and aristocrats. The prince surrounded the Zhao family yesterday, and Changyu passed away last night. If word of this spreads, it could certainly damage the prince's standing." Seeing Wang Yan's reluctance to wade into troubled waters, Fu Zhi lowered his voice and remarked, "Today, the Zhao siblings have already announced their mourning. It seems the entire capital is now aware of this matter. Might it be prudent for Yifu to venture out and gauge public sentiment before making a decision?" Wang Yan's expression grew slightly serious as he glanced at Fu Zhi. Ultimately, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and led his entourage out of the palace. Upon reaching the street, they encountered numerous individuals engaged in sorrowful discussions. Wang Yan furrowed his brow at the sight. The officials accompanying him hastily inquired, "Sir Wang, what shall we do?" The prince was evidently perturbed, and if this news reached his ears, it could lead to further complications. Wang Yan sighed. The complexities of mundane affairs inevitably disturb one's peace of mind. Let us go and counsel the prince. A calm disposition is beneficial for one's health. Chapter 42. Escaping danger, she exhaled deeply and offered a profound bow to Fu Zhi, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Fu. Ride in my cart, ride in my cart." Wang Xinyang called out as she hurried from behind, pointing to her ox cart. "It is more stable." He could not help but draw closer to his sister, whispering inquisitively, "Sister, will she awaken once the dawn breaks?" Zhao Erlang stiffened at the mention of their grandfather. She pointed to the stars that had appeared in the sky, saying, "Do you see? They have transformed into stars, watching over us." Zhao Erlang tilted his head back to gaze at the heavens, pondering. The stars are so distant from one another. Can grandfather and father share a meal together? Upon hearing this, Zhao Erlang felt an immense sense of relief. With such a grandfather, he would not be lonely. When my time comes, I shall seek out my grandfather to share meals and ride horses together, hoping for his praise. I have been obedient to mother lately, and have even learned 2 characters. Wang Xinyang, listening nearby, was overwhelmed with tears and could not help but express her grievances to her brother, lamenting the malice of the East Sea King. Everyone knows that letter is a forgery, yet he investigates without any inquiry. "Mind your words," Wang Xian admonished softly. "Speak carelessly again, and I shall restrict your movement." Wang Xinyang, feeling wronged, pouted but obediently fell silent. Wang Xian sighed, saying, "Zhao Gong displays great righteousness. We are unworthy of such generosity." Fu Tinghan also bowed to everyone, expressing gratitude for their assistance today. A young man clasped his hands, saying, "Fu Dalanjun, remember this. In the future, a cup of wine will suffice in return." The entrance of the Zhao residence was adorned with white cloth and banners, and the lanterns had all been replaced with white ones. The servants exchanged troubled glances with Fu Tinghan, addressing him as Fu Dalanjun. A servant hurriedly replied, "Cheng Bo is at the morning hall." The morning hall had been prepared, and Zhao Changyu had been laid to rest in the coffin, though it had not yet been closed. Wiping away her tears, Wang Shi urged the others to approach the altar quickly, Pay your respects to your grandfather. After Zhao Ji and his sister had offered their incense, they anxiously inquired about the situation outside. Zhao Ji exhaled deeply. Yes, the East Sea King has retreated, yet I still feel uneasy. How is the situation outside? Zhao Ji was taken aback. Wang Xian? Our family has little connection with Wang Yan, does it not? Zhao Ji, the funeral entails numerous responsibilities. Father is currently in discussion with Cheng Bo. You have toiled throughout the day, so it would be prudent for you to retire and rest. This is the first night, and later, you and Erlang shall keep vigil. Upon noticing Fu Tinghan standing at a distance, he pondered for a moment, then spoke with composure. I shall arrange for a guest room for him. He possesses filial piety and is not a stranger. It is already decided that he will join us in vigil tonight. Even Zhao Ji, who had been somewhat disinclined towards this union, could not help but harbor a fondness for Fu Tinghan. Who could resist a son-in-law so dutiful, courteous, and considerate, even if he is merely a nephew by marriage? Zhao Ji kindly suggested. He has accompanied you throughout the day as well. Let him first partake in a meal and rest. The family of four dined in Qingyigo. She had been famished all day, yet at this moment, her appetite had vanished, leaving her to stare blankly at the array of dishes before her. Observing her state, Fu Tinghan turned to a servant and instructed, fetch a bowl of plain congee. Qinggu complied. Chapter 43. Old acquaintances, everyone has come, Wang Shi remarked. They offered incense and wept for the deceased. But they were soon taken away by your uncle-grandfather, who mentioned a discussion of important matters. Alas, only those two are privy to your grandfather's affairs. Wang Shi showed little concern for these two. Her greater worry lay with Cheng Bo Senyang. You must bring Cheng Bo here. Although your dowry is mostly arranged, a portion remains in your grandfather's courtyard, which Cheng Bo must retrieve. That is merely the visible dowry. The truly valuable items are hidden elsewhere. Fu Tinghan had also changed into mourning attire. He did not carry a mourning staff, instead donning the attire just below the level of deep mourning, known as Qi Chai. Zhao Ji, having inherited the title of Zhao Changyu, was similarly attired in this form of mourning. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tinghan suggested, perhaps we could engage in conversation? Sharing our thoughts may help alleviate our emotions, and with them dissipated, sleep should come more easily. Pausing briefly, she continued, I did not anticipate the depth of your feelings for the Zhao family. With a sigh, Fu Tinghan added, I wish for possibilities, yet I believe they are rather slim. I do not wish for you to harbor excessive hope, nor do I want you to face great disappointment. She then lifted her gaze and offered a smile. Although it bore a hint of bitterness, I attended the number 22 middle school throughout my junior and senior high school years. The number 22 middle school. Indeed, Fu Tinghan reminisced. Yes, during my 2 years in junior high, we either ranked first in our final examinations. In the third year, you advanced a grade to high school, and by a stroke of coincidence, I did as well. In that first semester, you achieved the top rank, while I secured the second. Fu Tinghan fixed her gaze upon her companion, falling into silence. Lowering her eyes, she remarked, that was only because you repeated a grade. Fu Tinghan did not refute this. Unable to suppress a laugh, she regarded her friend with gentle eyes. I am aware that you kicked Teacher Jean because he was exceedingly bothersome. Thus, I attested that I did not witness you pushing anyone, though anonymity was unnecessary. The principal advised that, as I was also employed at your school, it would be unwise to disclose my identity. Regardless, everyone trusts me, so my testimony was accepted, albeit under the condition that my name was concealed from the two individuals involved. So, did Fu Tinghan always know about her? Then, regarding the matter of the arranged meeting, Fu Tinghan shifted the topic. With Zhao Changyu leaving you so many belongings, will you be able to claim them all? Fu Tinghan noticed her head beginning to droop and quickly extended his hand to support her, gently drawing her closer until her head rested upon his shoulder. Observing her with closed eyes, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing his shoulder to relax and accommodating her for greater comfort. As he gazed down at the familiar face etched in his memory, he found himself momentarily entranced. He recalled their encounters at the school gate, where she was always surrounded by a throng of admirers, each eager to forge a friendship with her. Each time he passed her, her melodious laughter would resonate in his ears. Chapter 44. Consultation. She rubbed her face and lifted her gaze to Fu Tinghan. However, perhaps due to maintaining the same posture for too long, one side of her body felt numb. As she straightened up, her body unceremoniously tilted sideways, collapsing directly against Fu Tinghan. He instantly opened his eyes, his hand instinctively catching her. At that moment, Aunt Zhao and the others turned around, Noticing the two still nestled together and discreetly averted their gaze. Third sister, you should go freshen up and have your meal. We will keep watch here, they advised. Fu Tinghan silently followed her out. Zhao Hanzhang observed the pair departing side by side, puzzled as to why Master Fu held such affection for third sister. He had visited daily, unwavering even in the face of yesterday's dangers, accompanying her through her period of mourning. Was it not true that they had only recently met? Why then did he appear so deeply devoted? Zhao Xingyang speculated. Perhaps he has ulterior motives? After all, third sister is currently the wealthiest in the family. Listening to he fetch water for her to wash her face, she whispered, Third sister, Mr. G is waiting for you at the west corner gate. Indeed, in accordance with your instructions, we have promptly replaced them with our own, all of whom are on the designated dowry list. A cart drawn by oxen stands not far from the alley, conveniently obstructing its entrance. Ji Yuan sighed, remarking that after the Zhao residence was besieged, the calm that ensued led him to deduce the master's method of resolution. Fear not, my lady, both the people and the possessions are secure. Ji Yuan continued. I intended to confer with you, but the two elder masters have retained my presence and instructed Zhao Ju to summon the troops raised by the Zhao family into the city. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering the duration of this arrangement. Zhao Ju, being a part of the Zhao family's retinue, was bound by contract and thus not a free man. Whereas Ji Yuan enjoyed his freedom. With the demise of Zhao Chongyu, he could choose a new master, should he wish to depart. Zhao Zhongyu would be unable to prevent him. The crux of the matter lay with Zhao Ju. Following Zhao Chongyu's death, he would nominally belong to the new head of the family, Zhao Zhongyu, or the newly appointed Earl of Shanxi, Zhao Ji. Ji Yuan, somewhat taken aback, questioned whether the lady intended to leave Luoyang and establish her own household alone. Was this feasible? He pondered, recognizing that as a woman, the lady faced inherent challenges, and Zhao Heir, being honest and straightforward, might struggle without the protection of kin. Ji Yuan proposed, why not seize the opportunity to wed during the mourning period? Based on the conduct of Lord Fu in the past 2 evenings, it was evident that he would willingly sacrifice everything for her. The lady could seize this moment to marry openly, accompanied by her dowry. Ji Yuan added, the dowry has already been meticulously prepared during the mourning period. Everything can be kept simple, and within 3 months, the wedding can be arranged. Ji Yuan gazed intently at her, a relaxed smile breaking across his face. Given the level of attention Fu Dalong pays to them, he is certainly inclined to agree. It ultimately depends on the willingness of the Fu family. Ji Yuan was taken aback. The young lady intends to transfer her influence to Renan? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan slowly nodded. Chapter 45. Hesitation. She turned and instructed Ting He to fetch another bowl of plain porridge. Yes, following the young lady's prior arrangements. Qingyi Pavilion and Song'an Courtyard have all been replaced with our people, who are wholeheartedly devoted and listed on the dowry list. The remaining individuals have all been reassigned under the pretext of managing the funeral. Yes, I understand. That is the third lady's connection to the outside world. Cheng Bo paused before stating, the second old master means that our primary focus now is to conduct the master's funeral properly. Other matters can be addressed after the ceremony. Cheng Bo pondered, from the second old master's words. It seems that the third lady's period of mourning will delay her marriage to the Fu family for 3 years. Since I am of no use in the rear courtyard, I shall go to the heir's side to assist with household management. Thus, he had never explicitly mentioned the whereabouts of Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju, but he had alluded to Cheng Bo's situation. Cheng Bo had previously been a close attendant to Zhao Chongyu and later became the steward of the Zhao family, a trusted confidant of Zhao Chongyu. After the passing of Zhao Chongyu's wife, it was Cheng Bo who managed the household affairs. Both Wang and Wu only oversaw the rear courtyard, and any withdrawal of funds required Cheng Bo's approval. It can be said that if anyone understands Zhao Chongyu's assets best, it would be Cheng Bo, and even Ji Yuan could not evade his influence. Zhao Zhongyu seems intent on undermining her foundations. She smiled gently and said to Cheng Bo, there is no need for concern. According to uncle's instructions, our immediate priority is to arrange the funeral for grandfather. Seeing her calm determination, Cheng Bo let out a sigh of relief and replied earnestly, Sen Yang, dawn is approaching, and our relatives and friends for the memorial service should be arriving soon. As they reached the courtyard, they spotted Fu Tinghan standing at the gate with his back turned, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Fu Tinghan nodded, indicating that he had already eaten and had come to find her because guests were likely on their way. She pondered whether this was a natural occurrence or a result of human intervention. Fu Tinghan also paused to look at her and said, "You speak. I am willing." He interjected quickly, perhaps realizing his urgency. He paused and softened his tone. "Originally, our wedding was to be held in June. My family has made preparations, and the betrothal gifts are ready. We could proceed whenever we wish. Moreover, given the mourning period, a simple ceremony would suffice. When grandfather arrives, I will discuss it with him." She felt indifferent, accustomed to the roughness of life, yet feared that Professor Fu might feel wronged. Sensing her hesitation, Fu Tinghan's ears flushed slightly, and he spoke earnestly, "Do not overthink it. This is a practical measure. If you ever wish." He noticed Cheng Bo standing nearby and swallowed the words he was about to say. "I will heed your wishes." Cheng Bo looked intently at the two, marveling in his heart at how Sen Yang had managed, in such a brief time, to make Fu Dalu so obedient. However, the third daughter of their family is exceptionally beautiful. Could it be that Lord Fu is swayed by mere appearances? Such carnal desires might lead to fickleness in the future. Cheng Bo's mind was flooded with various thoughts and concerns. Before he could sort them out, he noticed Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Ji approaching. He immediately lowered his gaze and softly reminded the two who were conversing quietly, "The third daughter, the second elder, and the heir have arrived." Zhao Zhongyu nodded and, noticing her somewhat pale complexion, sighed, "Let us go. The morning hall is already prepared, and the guests will be arriving shortly." He glanced at Fu Tinghan, his expression softening considerably. "Ah, Longrong, you have been of great assistance these past few days." With Zhao Changyu's passing, the Zhao family's main branch was destined to decline. Chapter 46. Exchange. Standing beside her was Fu Tinghan, a figure so imposing that it was difficult for the guests to ignore his presence. Even Wang Yan, known for his discerning eye, could not help but comment to those around him. The Fu family's gentleman is exceptionally filial, upholding integrity and promises. He embodies the essence of a true gentleman. He expressed a sense of regret, lamenting the missed opportunities. Those nearby inquired, "Regretful of what?" Wang Yan smiled but remained silent, pondering that if he were not already betrothed, he might have considered introducing him to his fourth daughter. Though he did not voice his thoughts, those around him discerned his intentions and reflected upon the astute final move made by the Duke of Shanxi, securing a reliable ally for the orphaned heirs of the main branch. Fu Zhongshu's upright character and Fu Longjuan's gentlemanly demeanor ensured that as long as the Fu family thrived, the Zhao siblings could live a life of stability. In such tumultuous times, stability was indeed the greatest form of happiness. His demeanor was gentle, and he even took a moment to remind her to take care of herself. Zhao Zhongyu was taken aback. To marry during the mourning period? Fu Ji sighed indeed. The wedding in June was originally intended to allow Changyu to depart with peace of mind. Little did I expect such unforeseen circumstances to arise. Nevertheless, I still wish for the two children to wed soon. Firstly, it would fulfill Changyu's wishes, and secondly, Changrong is not young anymore. After 3 years of mourning, she will be 19, which is rather advanced in age. Thus we must reluctantly allow Sen Yang to enter the household in mourning attire. Zhao Zhongyu responded, "What are you saying, Brother Fu? It should be Changrong who is feeling the burden." He found himself at a loss, for marriage is indeed a significant matter, and such decisions cannot be made hastily. Fu Ji reassured him, "There is no need for concern. This is a period of deep mourning, and we shall keep everything simple. The betrothal gifts and dowry have already been prepared in advance, and we need not invite many musicians. A modest arrangement will suffice for the marriage." Deeply moved, Zhao Zhongyu pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Very well." He added, "However, do not thank me just yet. My consent comes with conditions." Wang Shi grew somewhat uneasy. Zhao Zhongyu produced ink, paper, and a writing brush, stating, "Since we are alone, let us speak candidly. I am aware that your elder brother has prepared such a substantial dowry for Erlang. Surely at least half of it belongs to him, does it not?" Zhao Zhongyu's expression turned serious. "As long as you do not mind my meddling, I trust you, but I harbor doubts about the Fu family. Those possessions, having been left by your brother for the two children, should not merely fall into the hands of the Fu family." Zhao Zhongyu paused, his brow furrowing. "Are you suggesting selling the dowry? Among them, the items from Luoyang and Chang'an are the most valuable. Although the connection to Chang'an is currently tenuous, it remains a grand city. Once stability is restored, the assets of Chang'an and Luoyang far surpass those of Renan. However, the dissemination of this information would not be well received. And as for the niece," Zhao Zhongyu cast a skeptical glance at her. pondering whether her intentions were genuine or merely a fade for ulterior motives. She stated, "As we, being young, rely on our kin, it is only natural." This implies a clandestine transaction that would not be reflected in the dowry list, thereby circumventing any risk to reputation. Weighing the circumstances of time, place, and human relations, Zhao Zhongyu ultimately acquiesced with a nod, feeling a greater sense of security and satisfaction. Chapter 47. The chaos erupts. Wang's expression was one of doubt. Really? But your uncle is a shrewd individual. How could you possibly incur a loss while he profits? Unless history takes a dramatic turn in the coming trajectory, with Luoyang remaining unscathed, Zhao Zhongyu is destined to suffer a loss. As preparations for the wedding commenced, despite the simplicity mandated by the mourning period, some arrangements were still necessary, particularly concerning the Fu family. They were, after all, distant relatives, and the mourning customs were light. Only Zhao Dalong, as the legitimate eldest grandson of the Zhao family, bore the weight of deeper mourning due to inheriting Zhao Changyu's title. The three sisters did not protest. After performing a respectful bow, they prepared to depart. However, just as they moved, a series of thunderous bangs echoed from outside, causing them to flinch in alarm. What could it be? Was it the sound of battle? Who dared to breach the palace gates? Over the past 3 years, they had frequently heard such sounds, each instance marking a coup. The sudden thought that their granduncle was no longer present rendered the three of them pale with dread. As her words faded, Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Ji hurriedly arrived, firmly closing the door behind them. With 5 individuals inside, any unusual occurrences would be promptly reported. Zhao Zhongyu maintained a semblance of composure, issuing orders to summon all the guards within the estate. From that moment forth, they were to be divided into 3 patrol teams, diligently watching over the household servants, ensuring they did not stray aimlessly. Any violators would face dire consequences. Once he had made the necessary arrangements, he approached, asking his uncle, "What is happening outside?" Furrowing his brow, Zhao Zhongyu replied, "I've sent someone to inquire. You should remain within the estate. Do not venture out." However, he added, "That is merely a historical account from over 1,000 years ago, recorded by later generations, and historical records are inevitably incomplete, thus should not be taken at face value." The Zhao family felt a pervasive sense of unease, gathering in the morning hall to listen intently to the sounds outside throughout the night. Strangely, the soldiers passing by did not knock on the doors of the Zhao or Jia families, seemingly bypassing these households altogether. She tapped her knee thoughtfully. Although the nature of the matter was unclear, it did not seem overly grave. Zhao Ji inquired urgently, "What exactly has transpired?" Yet, they could not ascertain the details, as the soldiers appeared fierce and intimidating, causing the younger ones to hesitate in their presence. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Zhongyu declared, "Prepare a carriage. I shall go and inquire." The servants complied, and as he stepped outside, he encountered the hurriedly approaching Ji Yuan. Zhao Zhongyu's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Ji, your arrival is most timely." Ji Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, steadied his breath, and stated, "The Right Guard General, Gao Tao, has launched an attack and assassinated the king of Donghai. The situation has been quelled." Zhao Ji interjected, "Is this not the same thing?" "Certainly, the situation is markedly different. Historically, Gao Tao's assassination plan was exposed before it could be executed, leading to his capture and subsequent demise at the hands of the king of Donghai." Ji Yuan remarked, "Only last evening, as the king of Donghai's carriage departed from the imperial city, it was ambushed. Gao Tao and his soldiers attempted to attack the king, but the plan failed, and he fled." He paused and lowered his voice, adding, "It is rumored that the king of Donghai has sustained severe injuries." Ji Yuan replied, "The matter of the king's injuries remains unverified, yet the assassination attempt is indeed true. He should have escaped the city by now." History has indeed taken an unexpected turn. A surge of intense apprehension washed over her, prompting her to gaze intently at Ji Yuan. He, too, met her gaze, nodding gently as she looked his way. He said, "I understand your concerns, but if safety cannot be found even within the city of Luoyang, the perils outside will be exponentially greater. Moreover, with the chaos subsiding, it is likely that the news of the king's grave injuries has been deliberately disseminated. He aims to ensnare those harboring treachery." She pondered, if her great-uncle was aware, why did he not evade this turmoil? However, this matter does not concern us. We have no intention of opposing the king of Donghai, and we shall simply observe the unfolding conflict. Chapter 48. The study of chaos to observe a conflict from a distance. one must possess the ability to safeguard oneself, lest one becomes an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. Gao Tao has fled, whether the king of Donghai is genuinely wounded or feigning injury. The mere circulation of such rumors will undoubtedly attract some daring individuals eager to seize their chance. Perhaps the king of Donghai will ultimately restore order. Yet during this tumultuous process, peace in Luoyang is assuredly compromised. The most critical concern is, what if the king of Donghai miscalculates? Has the Sima family not faced similar missteps before? In a mere 17 years, the Grand Jin dynasty found itself engulfed in flames of war once more, all due to the Sima family's continual blunders. Regrettably, Zhao Zhongyu did not acquiesce, and his reasoning was equally compelling. The funeral of Zhao Chongyu cannot be hastily arranged. This matter not only pertains to the dignity of the Zhao clan, but is also of great significance to Zhao Chongyu himself. At the hour of the tiger, they were instructed to retrieve items from the west corner gate. I intended to take every portable belonging from my dowry, as well as the funds bequeathed to us by my grandfather. This time, Ji Yuan did not object, nodding in agreement. Given that Luoyang has become a place rife with turmoil, it is indeed prudent to depart sooner rather than later. However, my lady, with such commotion on our side, I fear the second house may not be able to conceal the truth. Ji Yuan bowed in response. As you wish. Although Cheng Bo was taken aback, he refrained from probing further. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, then tonight, we shall replace all the night watchmen with our own. Cheng Bo assented. Regardless of whether Fu Ji was willing to leave, we must prepare for departure. I remained oblivious to the events that transpired. How Gao Tao could successfully raise an army to assassinate the king of Donghai and escape from Luoyang. A lingering sense of unease gnawed at me. Though she did not articulate it directly, he nonetheless grasped her implied meaning. Historically, Gao Tao was not able to raise an army nor escape Luoyang. History has diverged at this juncture. Fu Tinghan cast the letter into the fire, watching it burn. Thus, one must seek to identify the patterns of development within these variables, mastering the constants therein while continuing to uphold our strengths. With this thought, Fu Tinghan promptly rose to seek out Fu Ji. Fu Ji was preoccupied, with officials and aides bustling in and out of the study, leaving no room for respite. Last night, the commotion caused by the king of Donghai frightened many. The repeated military upheavals in Luoyang have rendered its inhabitants both accustomed and apprehensive. Early in the morning, the soldiers finally withdrew from the streets, prompting everyone to stir. The palace, in the eyes of the populace, resembles a monstrous beast that devours all. Thus, with a few exceptions, no one is inclined to venture there. Consequently, influential figures such as Wang Yin and Fu Ji find themselves besieged with visitors, as everyone seeks to glean information and reassurance from them. After attending to a group of visitors, Fu Ji, feeling a slight headache, rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes to rest. Fu Tinghan entered, carrying a plate of pastries. Upon seeing his grandson, Fu Ji smiled warmly and inquired, "What brings you here?" Fu Tinghan replied, "You should rest if you are weary. Let the steward handle the remaining guests." Fu Ji shook his head, stating that if they did not see him today, they would likely be restless, and it was important to reassure the people of Luoyang. Fu Tinghan then asked, "Why did Gao Tao attempt to assassinate the king of Donghai?" Fu Ji sighed and explained, "Since the death of the king of Hejian, the court has been divided into two factions. Individuals like myself wish for Wang Yin and Gao Tao to take over Jingzhou, while the king of Donghai desires to assume control himself. Presently, His Majesty is under the sway of the king of Donghai. Even if reluctant, the circumstances favor him." He paused before continuing, "Your grandfather Zhao supports the king of Donghai for this very reason. He fears that prolonged strife between the factions will only lead to greater chaos in Jingzhou and potentially incite the Chong and Hu tribes to move southward. It has been proven that his concerns were justified." Fu Ji seemed to age 3 years in an instant as he sighed, stating that Gao Tao had long been indecisive regarding this matter and had developed a resentment towards the king of Donghai. Consequently, he incited the Right Guard army to assassinate the king. Last night, many of his conspirators were captured, revealing that those who harbored rebellious intentions had secretly informed the king of Donghai about the assassination plot. Fu Ji wore an expression of profound dismay. He had planned to act on the Dragon Boat Festival, prompting the king to decide to lure out more individuals to apprehend them all at once. However, the king's forces besieged the Zhao family, leading to the death of Zhao Chongyu, which Fu Ji deemed excessively brutal. If even Zhao Chongyu, who supported him, was not spared, he believed that they would certainly not be forgiven either. Thus, he resolved to take action on impulse. The informant mingling within the ranks could not warn the king in time and was swept up in the ensuing chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Tao rallied those who were previously hesitant, and with sufficient numbers, his courage swelled, prompting him to act swiftly. The rapidity of his actions left the informant unable to relay the news and the king unable to react in time. Fu Tinghan inquired. So the king of Donghai was indeed injured? Fu Ji, who had visited the king earlier that morning, scoffed, merely a minor injury. Understanding the implications, Fu Tinghan looked at his silver-haired grandfather and replied, Third sister mentioned that Luoyang may very well descend into chaos, advising us to leave. Fu Ji sighed. As the chief of the secretariat, while others may depart, I cannot. He lifted his gaze to his eldest grandson and sighed, In just 3 days, you shall be wed. After the marriage, you will accompany Sen Yang to Runan. Although it is a rural area, it offers greater safety than Luoyang. Chapter 49. The human heart. Each individual possesses their own considerations and responsibilities. Fu Tinghan remained silent for a moment, refraining from further urging Fu Ji, and after bowing, he withdrew. Fu Ji gazed at the upright figure of his grandson, feeling a mix of pride and sorrow. This child had matured significantly. The steward could not help but remark, Master has been away from home for 5 years and is now 16. Naturally, he has become more composed. After saying this, he could not resist boasting. It is not mere self-praise. There are hardly any families in the capital whose young masters can compare to ours. Despite his injuries, he continues to study diligently every day, and even when visiting Sen Yang, he does not forget to take a book along. The steward bowed in acknowledgement. That evening, she began to pack some of her belongings into a chest, which would be sent to the courtyard housing the study along with her dowry. In the outer chamber, Ting He, wrapped in a garment, rose and softly said, Sen Yang, it is not yet the hour of the pig. You may rest a little longer. At that moment, she was full of vigor, promptly changed her attire, and replied softly, Call for the others, but do so quietly. We shall discreetly transport our items. The morning hall had been filled with their people, and from the main house, only she and Wang Shi's trusted individuals, along with those listed in the dowry, were present. Thus, everyone followed orders, quietly rising and gathering in the courtyard of the study. She casually picked up a white lantern to illuminate the dimly lit path, entering the courtyard. Observing the individuals who stood with bowed heads, she declared, You are all meticulously chosen by me. In the future, you will accompany me to the Fu family. My honor will be your honor. My disgrace will be your disgrace. Therefore, I hope we can unite in purpose and create glory together. The servants responded softly, lifting the meticulously packed boxes from the courtyard. Some boxes were so heavy that it took 4 individuals to move them, inevitably causing some friction during the process. Fortunately, the noise was minimal, and with the main house and the second house distanced from one another, they remained undisturbed. Cheng Bo hurried over and, upon seeing the servants carrying the boxes away, approached her and whispered, The guards in the residence have been alerted. They will deliberately avoid this area before dawn. Even if we evade detection tonight, come the day after tomorrow when you marry, the truth will inevitably surface. Has Third Miss considered the consequences? Noticing Cheng Bo's lingering concern, she reassured him, Do not worry, I am about to be married. Because of the Fu family, my great-uncle will not trouble me. Cheng Bo quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, due to the Fu family, Zhao Zhongyu would not impose difficulties on 3rd Mississippi. This realization brought him a sense of relief. The west corner gate was already ajar, and the servants silently transported the boxes outside, placing them along the street. Ji Yuan had also arrived early, and upon seeing the numerous boxes already arranged on the street, he gestured for his men to load them onto the ox cart securely. How could a man not yet 40 dare to call himself aged? There is no need for concern. The populace is gathered around the East Sea King's residence, creating an impenetrable barrier on the streets, while the rest of the area is devoid of even the night watchmen, let alone the patrol troops. Ji Yuan remarked, Moreover, the curfew shall conclude at the hour of the tiger. Should I emerge slightly earlier, I would still have a plausible excuse if seen. Indeed, for the sake of the Fu family, the lady would not hesitate to displace the Zhao family, and even the venerable elder would have to endure this. Ji Yuan spoke earnestly, Rest assured, I shall not fail the lady's expectations. She reached out to pat the trunk on the carriage, lamenting, The loss of these possessions does not cause me distress. Rather, my heart aches at the thought of losing you, for your talents far surpass these trifling worldly goods. Chapter 50. The siege as dawn broke. Ji Yuan and her companions divided into several groups and approached the West City Gate, where their families clutched small bundles of luggage, mingling within the throng of the caravan. Although their number was considerable, they did not stand out amidst the multitude eager to exit the city. Instead, it was their procession that drew attention. The soldiers stationed at the gate frequently scrutinized them, halting their convoy. "Who are you?" Ji Yuan promptly stepped forward, stating, "We are from the residence of Lord Kai. These are the belongings of the late lord, to be transported to the estate, as he is to be interred soon. These items are meant for burial." The guarding soldiers gasped in astonishment at the quantity. Yet, they had no doubts. After all, some even buried the living alongside the dead. Possessing wealth was sufficient. The soldiers' keen eyes swept over their carts, and they granted passage for them to leave the city. As the caravan exited, the common folk surged forth in a rush, following closely behind. The turmoil of the night before and yesterday has indeed unsettled them. A considerable number have resolved to depart from Luoyang, knowing that the western city gate would be opened today for the sake of the people. Many have gathered here, and upon exiting the city, over 800 individuals coalesced into a formidable group, one that no one dared to provoke. Tomorrow marks the 7th day since Zhao Changyu's passing. After this period, she is to be wed. Due to the mourning customs, the wedding will be modest and simple, as is tradition. Zhao Zhongyu's decision to attend or not is of little concern to her. She is determined to leave. Zhao Zhongyu, having no objections, remarked that he would assign additional personnel for her journey, as the road may be perilous. Zhao Zhongyu was taken aback by her haste. He did not fully agree with such urgency, fearing that the Fu family might harbor grievances, and given their brief acquaintance, what if Fu Dalong were to mistreat her? Zhao Zhongyu, and do not you dare bully Fu Dalong either. In the midst of the night, she suddenly awoke with a start. Lying in bed, she remained still, furrowing her brow to listen intently. Confirming her suspicion, she indeed heard the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground, akin to the noise of a large pickup truck passing beneath her window. Yet, this is the great Jin. Where could such a sound originate? It was a disjointed, thunderous crashing, reminiscent of a landslide. Ting He too had noticed, growing anxious. Is there a flood? She wondered aloud. Listening closely, Ting He discerned a rumbling sound. Her complexion paling. Who is it? Third miss. Will they invade the city? Zhao Zhongyu approached her from behind, clearing her throat softly. After observing her for a moment, she eventually nodded in agreement. It shall suffice to bring Professor Fu along. Zhao Zhongyu nodded, contemplating the chaos wrought by the rebel forces. With the East Sea King commanding a formidable army, it was merely a matter of time before order would be restored. Once the enemy was repelled, I shall arrange for Qianli to escort you to safety. Suddenly, the enemy breached the city gates. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Zhongyu swiftly grasped her arm, inquiring how she knew of their incursion. Without hesitation, he turned to the attendant waiting nearby, commanding, "Extinguish the lights and secure the doors. Summon all the household servants and guards to the ancestral hall, quickly." Chapter 51. The once dormant estate sprang to life following Zhao Zhongyu's orders. The servants rushed from their slumber, extinguishing the lamps in the corridors and courtyards, refraining from lighting any within the house. A procession of figures, bearing white lanterns, gathered outside the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, they too extinguished their lanterns, leaving only the flickering candles within the hall. Silence enveloped the courtyard, no one daring to utter a word. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety thrummed through the assembly, punctuated occasionally by the soft sobs of women and children. She stepped closer to him. Zhao Zhongyu surveyed the gathered family members, for the first time acutely aware of the heavy burden resting upon the shoulders of the family patriarch. He bore the responsibility of ensuring their survival. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "We do not know who stirs the unrest outside. Yet with His Majesty here and the East Sea King present, these unruly soldiers cannot prevail for long." The crowd responded in unison. Zhao Ji stepped forward, whispering, "Father, should we extinguish the candles in the ancestral hall?" At this, Zhao Zhongyu's anger flared, and he struck Zhao Ji across the face, exclaiming, "Unworthy son." Zhao Ji lowered his head in silence. Zhao Zhongyu's face turned a ghastly shade, and after a long moment of contemplation in the morning hall, he commanded, "Fetch thicker cloth. Let us cover within and drape the exterior with oilcloth, encasing the entire hall. Move with caution, and should you extinguish even a single lamp, I shall break your legs." Zhao Ji responded in a hushed tone, accompanied by a group of servants to gather the necessary fabric and coverings. Zhao Zhongyu, His anger palpable to the point of trembling hands, struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. With a composed countenance, he approached the altar, offering a stick of incense for Zhao Changyu before addressing the three kneeling before him, the mother and her two children. Ji was merely startled, which led to his confusion. "Dear niece, do not be angered. Once this matter has passed, I shall ensure he faces severe repercussions." Wang Shi, wiping away her tears, could only acquiesce. She embraced Wang Shi's shoulders, offering gentle comfort by patting her back. The household servants, gathered in the hall, swiftly retrieved the cloth, and soon the morning hall was shrouded. The flickering candlelight was concealed within the room, making the air feel stifling, rendering it uncomfortable for those inside. Thus, Wang Shi was persuaded to step outside with the others while she instructed for the doors and windows to be opened, the oilcloth stretched taut, and wooden boards propped to block any escaping light, allowing fresh air to seep into the room. The family remained in the courtyard, listening to the increasingly loud and approaching sounds of chaos. Zhao Erlang, blissfully ignorant, sensed the adult's unease and, feeling a tinge of fear, nestled closer to his mother and sister. Yet, before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and leaning against Wang Shi, he succumbed to slumber. In the entire courtyard, apart from the innocent children, he alone managed to find rest. Those residing near the Zhao family adopted a more leisurely pace. However, upon realizing that the Zhao household had succumbed to a shroud of darkness, their own abode soon erupted into a flurry of activity. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the lights in their home extinguished and tranquility gradually enveloped them. In the encompassing darkness, all were fervently praying that the marauding forces would overlook their vicinity. The intruding troops, whether the chaotic brigands or the imperial guards, either clashed or deliberately circumvented one another, swiftly dispersing into the myriad alleys of the city, making a beeline for the illuminated areas. Only the affluent could afford the luxury of light amidst the night. Soon, the city echoed with the sounds of anguished cries and the clamor of battle, some of which resonated alarmingly close to the Zhao residence. As if just beyond a mere wall, Zhao Zhongyu's countenance darkened. He closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Only when the dawn's light began to break did he open his eyes, summoning the household guards and dispatching several to fetch Zhao Qianli, instructing him to bring their troops to the manor. He then called for Zhao Jidao, stating, "I must make a trip to the palace. The household is entrusted to you." With a discreet glance at Zhao Ji, he cautioned in a hushed tone, "Today marks the 7th day since your uncle's passing. The candles must not be extinguished. Should any matters arise that cannot be resolved, confer with San Yang." He continued softly, "In these tumultuous times, only unity can safeguard our family. Do you understand?" Zhao Ji affirmed his understanding. Zhao Zhongyu then changed into plain attire, accompanied by a few guards, and stealthily departed, holding an official position himself. He knew that amidst the chaos, it was imperative to ascertain the identity of the adversaries and the response from above. Otherwise, he would be akin to a headless chicken, with an entire family relying on him. He skillfully navigated past the infernos and hastened towards the imperial city. Zhao's residence was not far from the imperial city. Although he took a slight detour, he arrived swiftly. In the distance, he discerned a chaotic skirmish between the rebel forces and the Jin army. Upon spotting the uniforms of the rebels, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be our Jin army? An observant guard whispered, "My lord, it appears to be the forces of the Prince of Hejian." "But the Prince of Hejian is dead, is he not?" Zhao Zhongyu paused, suddenly realizing that someone was orchestrating the remaining loyalists of the Prince of Hejian, driven by the motive of vengeance for their fallen leader. "Remember, it is imperative to ensure the safety of Lord Fu." Chengbo acknowledged and quietly withdrew. Zhao Ji was anxiously searching for someone. Where had Chengbo gone? Just a momentary lapse, and he had vanished. Zhao Ji managed to suppress his agitation. As the chapter unfolds, a servant replied affirmatively. Zhao Ji furrowed his brow. According to protocol, the coffin should be sealed before the funeral, yet given the circumstances outside. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to intervene. Madame Wang was in a state of distress, exclaiming, "How could this happen at such a time? Tomorrow is the wedding. If we leave the capital now, what will become of your marriage with Lord Fu?" Madame Wang's anxiety was palpable, yet, inexplicably, she found herself calming down. However, Fu Tinghan was anything but relaxed. The Fu family resided closer to the imperial city, not far from the Eastern Sea Prince's residence, thus initially escaping the turmoil. Yet, as the chaos escalated into street battles, scattered rebels wreaked havoc, and those living near the Eastern Sea Prince's estate found themselves in peril. After all, those who could afford to reside in that vicinity were not impoverished. The rebels would either launch overt assaults or engage in stealthy raids, plunging the area into utter disarray. Amidst the chaos, some individuals took advantage of the turmoil to infiltrate the Fu family's courtyard. Some were met with immediate death upon entry, while others managed to evade capture temporarily, only to be ultimately pursued and slain by the guards. This was the first time Fu Tinghan confronted such a bloody battlefield. His complexion paled, and an unsettling chill enveloped him. If he felt such trepidation, it was likely that teacher Zhao was even more severely shaken. Given that the Zhao family resided on the outskirts, he hurried to seek out Fu Ji, hoping he could assist in bringing Zhao and her child to safety, as being together would offer some semblance of security. Fu Ji, preparing to meet with the king of Donghai, responded, "The Zhao family's guards far outnumber our own. As long as they extinguish their lights and remain silent, their safety surpasses ours here. You must stay at home and refrain from venturing out until the turmoil subsides." With that, he departed with his men, leaving Fu Tinghan alone in the household. Observing the anxious servants around him, Fu Tinghan felt a sense of helplessness and resolved to maintain order within the Fu residence, dealing with the disarray caused by the intruders. As dawn broke, he instructed the steward to arrange for his journey to the Zhao family. The steward outright refused, stating, "My lord, the master has decreed that you cannot leave until the chaos is resolved." The steward, for the first time, questioned the wisdom of this marriage alliance, pondering whether it had truly been a wise decision. While a loving union is indeed commendable, forgetting one's own family could lead to dire consequences. The steward insisted. "The situation outside is perilous. Encountering marauders en route would be disastrous. You cannot go." Fu Tinghan pressed his lips together in irritation. Yet, among the household servants, aside from Fuan, none were willing to heed his commands. What one holds in their own hands is the only reality. Previously, he had reacted with excessive sluggishness, directing his focus solely towards comprehending the literature, culture, and history of this era. Just as he was beset by confusion, a tremendous sound of collision and collapse emanated once more from the direction of the East City Gate, and in the distance, he faintly heard the cries of battle. Without a moment to ponder, Fu Tinghan pushed aside the steward and dashed outside. The steward, taken aback, exclaimed, "My lord." Fuan hurriedly pursued, asking, "Where are you going?" "My lord." Fu Tinghan ran swiftly, leaving the steward trailing behind, who urgently called for the servants to intercept him. The servants extended their hands in an attempt to stop him, but Fu Tinghan pushed them aside, shouting, "The East City Gate has fallen. Another wave of chaotic troops has entered the city. Why do you still attempt to hinder me?" The servants were momentarily stunned, then panicked, asking, "What shall we do?" "Make your way to the West City, where the commoners reside. The chaotic troops are unlikely to venture there for the time being. Moreover, the distance from the North City Gate to the west is considerable. You may yet find a way to escape from there." Upon hearing this, the steward rushed forward, exclaiming, "My lord, what are you saying? If they flee, they will be branded as runaway slaves, and should they be caught, they will face exile." Fu Tinghan waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "In this life and death moment, who speaks of runaway slaves? I grant you freedom. From this moment forth, you are all free men. Gather your belongings and flee." With that, taking advantage of the servant's momentary astonishment, he dashed out. The steward, following behind, shouted, my lord, do not run. How have you changed so suddenly? Just moments ago, you were so composed and obedient. How can you so easily incite the servants to flee? Is this the act of a noble person?" Those whose thoughts were restless and inclined to flee found their spirits suddenly weighed down. Indeed, if danger lurked even in the company of their master, then the perils outside would surely be far graver. Fu Tinghan mounted his horse and galloped away. The steward stood at the entrance, watching the two figures recede into the distance, unable to suppress his anxious footfalls, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. The servants averted their gazes. Fuan followed Fu Tinghan onto the street, where scattered corpses and bloodstains greeted them, causing him to grip the reins tightly in trepidation. "Shall we head directly to the Zhao residence, my lord?" he inquired. Fu Tinghan pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us avoid the main street and take the alternate route. That will lead us on a considerable detour," Fuan remarked, concerned. "If those from the west of the city come through, they are bound to send someone to fetch me, likely employing the men from the western district." Reluctantly, Fuan followed, unable to quell his murmurs. Third Miss may not have considered these factors. "My lord, could you be overthinking?" Fu Tinghan paid him no mind. Upon turning onto another street, they encountered a troop of soldiers, with cavalry at the forefront. The moment their eyes met, before they could discern any faces, a chill ran through Fu Tinghan and Fu Wen, an instinctive dread surging within them. The opposing soldiers were equally startled, and upon recognizing Fu Tinghan, their surprise turned to joy. Master Fu. Fu Tinghan raised his head in astonishment, only to be greeted by a familiar face. Uncle Qian. Chapter 53. The escape. The sounds of pounding hooves, cries of battle, and anguished screams echoed from the eastern city gate, accompanied by flickering flames. The vast city of Luoyang reverberated with news of the breach at the eastern gate. What? Zhao Ji glared, bewildered by the chaos outside. Why venture out when one should remain safely at home? The eastern and western parts of the city were predominantly inhabited by officials and wealthy families. And with the imperial palace located to the north, the assailants would undoubtedly aim for it. Our residence here is perilous, while the tumult has yet to reach us. We must swiftly exit through the western gate to evade impending calamity. Such minor ruffians are hardly worthy of your concern. After all, Luoyang is fortified by the 20,000 troops of King Donghai. She summoned Cheng Bo Dao. Prepare the carriages and secure my grandfather's coffin. We shall depart the city at once. Cheng Bo was taken aback, noting that Zhao Qianli and Lord Fu had not yet arrived. You. Zhao Ji retorted in exasperation. Now is the time for unity. Perhaps we can weather this storm together. By taking so many with you, you endanger the entire Zhao household. Moreover, how will I account for this to my uncle and my father? Zhao Ji forbade her from leaving, ordering the carriage to be halted. His face turned ashen with fury. Trembling, he pointed at her. Would you rather see us both suffer than remain? Regardless of the truth in her words, the tension was palpable. Zhao Ji hesitated. He could not forsake his dignity, yet he felt cornered. It was the guards who had departed with Zhao Zhongyu in the early hours that knelt before Zhao Ji, presenting a piece of cut silk. Zhao Ji unfolded it to reveal four hasty, chaotic characters. Leave the city immediately. Zhao Ji's eyes widened in shock as he clenched the silk tightly. Turning to the guards, what is happening outside? However, chaos reigned outside, with numerous forces attacking the imperial city and others wreaking havoc throughout. A young lord from the Wang residence, who remained by the palace gates awaiting orders, informed us that the fugitive Gao Tao had colluded with the rebel army of Jing Zhao to besiege the city. He further revealed that. Zhao Ji pressed for more information, asking, what else did you hear? It was said that among the attackers were Chong and Hu troops, formidable in strength, assailing the city alongside the forces of the king of Hejian, while outside, the Chong cavalry proved unbeatable. Thus, the king of Donghai intended to lead his majesty out of the city to seek refuge. Zhao Ji, taken aback, inquired, if we leave, what will happen to my father? Many officials remained within the palace. They would accompany his majesty and the king of Donghai in their departure. Zhao Ji refrained from further questioning. Recalling the chaotic events of the previous 2 years when Emperor Hui had been seized, resulting in officials being caught in the turmoil while fleeing to Luoyang, often separated from their superiors in the chaos. The guards hesitated, casting glances at Zhao Ji. Angered, Zhao Ji demanded, why do you look at me? Speak up. We are uncertain, they replied. We have only heard vague rumors that it involves the Xiongnu, possibly led by Lu Yuan, the left virtuous king of the Xiongnu. Anxiety gripped the crowd, and they bowed in response. Upon Zhao Ji's command, the household moved swiftly, knowing they were escaping and could only take valuables and precious items. Chapter 54, Chaos. Observing their meager belongings, he furrowed his brow, questioning, is this all you carry? What of your dowry? Zhao Ji momentarily faltered, pondering the difficulties faced by the Fu family. His mouth agape, he found himself at a loss for words. 2 guards urged, young master, we must hasten our departure. As we leave, the king of the Eastern Sea has already taken his majesty away from the palace. We must make our way westward, otherwise, if we linger in the city, we shall be left defenseless in a solitary stronghold. Zhao Ji replied, so many dowries. Yet, fortune often accompanies misfortune. This may indeed turn out to be a blessing in disguise for our family. At this moment, preserving our lives is paramount. Relinquishing wealth and traveling light will certainly enhance our chances of survival. Enraged, Zhao Ji's chest heaved as he turned away. He summoned his trusted aide to investigate whether the main residence had truly left behind no possessions. When were the belongings taken away? When did they depart? And who was responsible for it? The aide hesitated, hearing the increasingly loud cries of battle from outside, and fabricated an answer. They were sent away the previous night. Through the western corner gate, I heard it was arranged by Lord Cheng. She earnestly instructed Zhao Erlang, once we are outside, stay close to Mother-S carriage. You must protect her at all costs, do you understand? Zhao Erlang replied solemnly. The Zhao family gates swung open, the servants exited first, followed by an orderly procession of horse-drawn carriages, mule carts, and oxen carts. The household guards accompanied the vehicles, gripping their swords tightly. They had not ventured far when the gates of the neighboring residence also flung open, and a throng of people and vehicles poured forth, laden with belongings. Some even carrying children, clearly intent on fleeing the city just like them. Upon their encounter, someone immediately approached Zhao Ji, asking, "Lord Zhao, are you also making your escape?" Zhao Ji was delighted to see them, nodding repeatedly in agreement. If Brother Jia is also leaving the city, why not join forces? The other party eagerly consented, and thus the two groups merged into one, jostling together in a chaotic throng. With a multitude of people present, not only were the servants anxious, but the young lords and ladies shielded in the center were equally apprehensive. Someone stumbled, causing the carriage behind to slow its pace, provoking the occupants to voice their ire incessantly. The driver, in frustration, lashed out with his whip at the obstructing figure before the carriage. The once orderly procession of the Wang family's carriage was disrupted by this turmoil, resulting in some lagging behind. A passenger abruptly lifted the curtain, glaring at her. "Zhao Sanyang, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Ji and Lord Jia rushed over to the embarrassed Jia Erlang, who felt somewhat awkward. "Erlang, do not argue with Sanyang, she is merely anxious." He then turned to Zhao Sanyang, admonishing her, "Apologize to Erlang at once. How can you become more unruly with age?" Zhao Ji, infuriated by her public slight against him, was beside himself. Lord Jia hurried to placate him. "Enough, enough. They are but children, prone to youthful exuberance." He then addressed Jia Erlang, "Hurry and step aside. The carriages cannot pass due to your delay." Cheng Bo was in a state of unease, pondering the situation. Lady Wang also lifted the curtain, exclaiming, "Indeed, Cheng Bo, it is quite chaotic. The ox cart is too slow, and in the blink of an eye, it has disappeared from view." Cheng Bo then took his seat on the yoke of the cart. Having traversed merely 2 streets, upon sighting the city gate to the west, a considerable throng had already amassed, chaotic and bustling. The Zhao family's entourage, under the leadership of Zhao Ji, was poorly organized. The front and rear could not maintain contact, resulting in the scattering of numerous individuals and their belongings. With a sigh, she could only instruct the accompanying servants to keep pace with the carriages and avoid straying, relinquishing the notion of contending for the departing guards. Chapter 55. Breaking out of the city, the servants and guards, clustered around the convoy, turned a corner and beheld the city gate in the distance. Their smiles froze before they could fully form. The horses neighed wildly, careening through the ranks, and pandemonium erupted among the crowd. In this position, they were akin to targets. No sooner had she spoken than a host of disorderly soldiers surged forth from the side streets, initially intent on making a beeline for the gate. Upon sighting the entourage laden with parcels and the noble carriages, they swiftly redirected their assault toward them. Capturing some gold, silver, and women would suffice in place of the elusive dog emperor. Zhao Ji and the elder Master Jia, along with other leaders, promptly summoned their guards to counter the approaching chaos. However, the guards, loyal to their respective masters, were unfamiliar with one another amidst the mingling of various household retainers. Even within the Zhao household, factions had emerged. Master Jia and his companions urged their own servants onward, but among them were many commoners, who would not heed Zhao Ji's commands. Support from various household guards alleviated some pressure, and with Zhao Ji and others pushing their servants forward, a breach was soon created. Zhao Erlang, ever mindful of his sister's counsel to stay close to their mother's carriage, galloped to keep pace. The soldiers guarding the city gate did not obstruct their exit. Upon seeing their carriages approach, they stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Subsequently, they advanced alongside their comrades, relentlessly plundering and slaughtering the chaotic enemy convoy. Zhao Ji and his companions lagged behind, and when they finally managed to squeeze out of the city, they appeared disheveled. Having lost their horses and covered in dust and blood, likely a result of having fallen and rolled on the ground. The sheer number of their carriages had caused panic, and the horses, exhausted from the relentless whipping, were now trudging forward, panting heavily. She glanced at the disordered tracks and hoof prints on the ground, occasionally spotting scattered bloodstains, indicating that disarrayed troops were trailing behind the main force. Although the exact number was unknown, she was unwilling to confront them alone. The Wu family was protected in the midst. Aside from being frightened and appearing somewhat pale, they were largely unharmed, though several servants and belongings had been lost. In contrast, Zhao Ji was in a dire state, having climbed onto an overburdened ox cart, with small blood marks on his face, likely from his fall. After taking stock of their numbers, Zhao Ji felt a deep sense of sorrow and anxiety. How could they have been reduced to so few? He remained silent. But the equally disheveled Master Zhao promptly remarked, "Third Miss is right. I share the same intention." Indicating herself, she added, "I can be counted among them. What do you think?" Master Jia had witnessed her in the act of killing and recognized that she was no ordinary woman. He nodded vigorously before turning to Zhao Ji and asking, "What do you think, Uncle Zhao?" Zhao Ji pondered for a moment before she interjected, "This way, they will know that their loved ones are behind them, which will surely inspire them to fight with greater fervor." Only then did Zhao Ji nod in agreement and say, "Very well." Regardless, they have acquiesced, and she assumes they tacitly permit her to lead. Chapter 56, An Ambush. Jia Erlang's complexion was ashen. "I shall not go. My family is no less than yours. You should cease your bluster." Jia Erlang contemplated whether to evade to the rear, where the gentlemen lingered. Though they were indeed fearful of death, behind them were their mothers, wives, or sisters. However, this at least augmented their chances of survival, granting everyone a glimmer of hope. The group exerted every ounce of strength to surge forward, the horses and mules panting heavily, yet none dared to halt. For behind them echoed the cries of pursuers, "The chaotic army is upon us." At this pace, they would breach the throng of fleeing individuals and confront their pursuers within the hour, unless they chose to scatter like the others. For the scattered numbers would dissuade the chaotic army from pursuing. Yet, this was implausible, even if they abandoned their considerable baggage. They were still burdened with numerous men and carts. They could not possibly separate to flee. After a moment's contemplation, Master Jia inquired, "What does Third Miss intend to do?" He then turned his gaze to Zhao Ji. Master Jia continued, "Very well, bows and arrows. I shall provide 10, and I will also send 5 men." Zhao Ji nodded under the scrutiny of the crowd. As for the remaining bows and arrows, they would be supplied by the Zhao family. Zhao Chongyu was affluent. Although somewhat frugal in personal expenditures, he spared no expense in equipping his troops with the finest gear, including bows and arrows. She galloped ahead to catch up with the Wang family's carriage, addressing Cheng Bo, who sat upon the yoke. "You take my mother and Erlang to pursue the main army. I will hold the rear." She turned to look at Erlang, leaning down to touch his hair. "Erlang, you must closely follow Mother's carriage and protect her. Do you understand?" Zhao Erlang nodded seriously, assuring her, "Sister, do not worry. I will certainly safeguard Mother." After a pause, he added, "And sister." Wang heard this and lifted the curtain to glance at her. "Third sister, how old are you? Being a young lady, how can you take the rear guard?" She exclaimed indignantly. "Is it your uncle who wishes to harm you?" Wang replied timidly, "But there are still many people behind us. We are at the forefront. Perhaps we will soon catch up with the main army. Under the cover of a fallen nest, no egg remains intact. I dare not gamble that the situation ahead is entirely favorable for us, so we must block this batch of chaotic soldiers. At the very least, we must incapacitate their horses." The chosen guards stood by the roadside, watching them depart, as a steady stream of fleeing civilians rushed past, the sheer number making it impossible for her to set a trap along the way. "Our goal is to shoot the horses, as long as their horses are injured. The infantry will find it challenging to pursue our group. But what shall we do? If we fail to hit our targets, they can reach us in an instant. And then against cavalry, infantry stands little chance, especially when facing the skilled mounted archers of the Xiongnu. Thus, we lay in ambush within the forest, each armed with 3 arrows. Once we release them all, we must quickly retreat into the woods. The dense trees will limit the speed of their horses, and whether we can escape unharmed will depend on your fortune." The 8 who had yet to be assigned exchanged glances and whispered, "What about us?" "You are tasked with setting up the horse snares. Although the cavalry initiates the assault, the infantry swiftly follows. As the snares are activated, 20 individuals exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, bowed in unison, dutifully adhering to the directives of Lady Zhao. Chapter 57. Close Combat. Regrettably, there are far too many fleeing for their lives. Otherwise, we could have excavated some pits along the way or erected wooden spikes. Not only would this have hindered the horses, but it could have also injured a few of the pursuing disarrayed troops. She observed the approaching riders, calculating their speed, and drew her bow to its fullest extent before releasing an arrow, which flew swiftly and lodged itself into the neck of the lead horse. The horse neighed in pain and collapsed to the ground, its legs buckling. The two riders behind it were caught off guard, tumbling down as well. But the others quickly regained their composure, urging their steeds to leap over the fallen. The disarrayed troops soon realized what was happening. Some dodged while others wielded their blades to deflect the incoming arrows. Upon glimpsing the figures concealed amidst the trees, fury surged within them, an ambush. They cursed and resolved to retaliate against their assailants. Others also discharged the 3 arrows they held, though their accuracy was lamentably poor. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry surged forward, and upon seeing them, brandished their broadswords menacingly. Their adversaries promptly relinquished her legs, attempting to shield themselves with one hand while brandishing a dagger aimed directly at her heart. The exchange of blows, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in mere seconds. She regained her footing and glanced towards the center of the path, where the snares had successfully ensnared 5 horses. However, the remaining riders had evaded both the arrows and the snares, with 6 still charging into the forest. When infantry confront cavalry, they are fundamentally at a disadvantage, unable to retaliate effectively. Even in the forest where they might seek refuge in the terrain, their escape is fleeting. A clever guard, hiding nearby, quickly realizes the situation, dashes forward in 3 swift strides, leaps onto a horse, and spurs it into a gallop. The enemy soon spots her and, infuriated to find a woman among them, exclaims, "You little vixen, Lu Guang, eliminate her." Although they understand her intention is to divert their attention for others to flee, the cavalry resolves to take the bait, for she has already claimed the lives of 4 of their comrades. Clearly, she is the leader of this group. If not her, then who? The remaining cavalry swiftly turn their mounts to pursue her, while the other guards seize the opportunity to escape into the woods. The Zhao family's guards do not flee. Upon turning back, they are taken aback to see San Yang, sword in hand, charging after them. She draws an arrow from her garments. Feeling a sharp pain in her arm, aware she has sustained an injury, yet she dares not examine it closely. Observing her frightened horse galloping away, she scrambles into the forest. In the confines of the woods, the horse's mobility is hindered. Though the enemy closely trails her, they momentarily cannot strike. Thus, they resort to arrows. She feels inadequate, yet the cavalrymen pursuing her are astonished that she can evade so many arrows. Were she not a woman, capturing her alive to serve as a war slave would also be advantageous. The cavalry, resting on their laurels, brandish their sabers and strike at the air. Other guards from the Zhao family arrive, hesitating to advance, yet unwilling to retreat completely. They cautiously approach, brandishing their blades, encircling the remaining 5 cavalrymen. Chapter 58 Reunion. The cavalry now regarded them as if they were specters. How could a mere handful of you hope to slay us? Even without our reinforcements, you mere sheep from the Central Plains are no match for us. She waved her hand at them with a smile, saying, "If you wish for me to accompany you, you must at least prove yourself capable of besting me. Only then will I feel a sense of caution, rather than plotting your demise daily." The leader's smile faded, and he regarded her with a grave expression, recognizing her provocation as a clever tactic. Dismounting from his horse, he glanced at the large blade in his hand and remarked with a grin, "I may yield my horse, but I shall not relinquish this weapon." The guards beside her grew anxious, calling out, "Third miss." The other 4 riders immediately leveled their blades at the guards, sneering, "Our primary objective is to engage with her. We shall grant you a brief reprieve of 15 minutes, so it would be wise for you to tread carefully. Otherwise, we shall send you straight to the underworld." With that, her sword lunged straight for his throat. He scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly parrying her strike and pushing her blade aside, then swung forcefully towards her. Her initial attack appeared unremarkable, lacking both power and speed, yet once she drew him out, her subsequent maneuvers were executed with remarkable precision and agility, allowing her to momentarily gain the upper hand. Blood splattered upon her hem, yet she maintained her composure. Fu Tinghan remarked, "It is your family's vassals." "Oh, indeed." Uncle Qianli was tasked with summoning the vassals into the city. "Are these the Zhao family's retainers kept in the outskirts?" Fu Tinghan nodded. "When we charged out, we encountered 2 chaotic factions, resulting in some losses. This is what remains." He paused and lowered his voice, saying, "It should no longer be a secret that Zhao's grandfather has formed a private army. Uncle Qianli, under pressure, has merged 2 units together. Thus, it is no longer crucial whether Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Jiji are aware. What matters is that she can command these individuals effectively. Moreover, these men are far more reliable than the guards in the residence. At least they can execute orders without hesitation." Zhao Qianli brought a considerable number of men, all elite trained, equipped with the finest weapons and armor. They swiftly subdued the chaotic forces, with only a few managing to escape, who posed no significant threat. Chapter 59. The refugee army. Her gaze swept over the individuals behind him, noticing that the squad leaders were still present, though a few familiar faces among their ranks had diminished. Zhao Qianli remarked, "These are our family's troops, and the leader is Zhao Dian." He called out, "Zhao Dian, step forward." Zhao Dian promptly approached, clearly unaware that Zhao Qianli intended to part ways with them, and respectfully clasped his fists, addressing him as captain. Zhao Qianli introduced, "This is the lady from the residence, third young mistress." Zhao Qianli had captured 5 horses and several weapons. Zhao Jian couldn't help but glance over. These individuals were evidently troops, though he had never seen them before. Yet, their attire bore the insignia of the Zhao family. He had long wished to inquire, yet today was consumed by either fleeing for his life or searching for others. Now that his master was present, the opportunity could not be more opportune. Third mistress. These individuals. Zhao Dian fell silent. They had engaged in a skirmish here and lingered for quite some time. Most of the soldiers lacked horses, relying solely on their own 2 legs to hasten their retreat. Thus, she deemed it fortunate if they could locate their companions before nightfall. However, after running for just over an hour, they were met with the thunderous cries and shouts echoing from across the mountain. As they turned a corner, the 2 beheld chaos ahead, a ragtag band of ragged individuals wielding clubs and swords, frantically seizing people and plundering possessions. The fleeing populace screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, but their escape was short-lived, as they were soon overtaken. A blow to the head sent one tumbling, and the assailants began to strip them of their belongings, some even losing their garments entirely. Zhao Qianli and Zhao Dian hastened on horseback, their expressions shifting upon recognizing the tumultuous scene. It was the army of vagrants. Yet, there were not many citizens ensnared. It appeared that only the rear ranks had been intercepted. Without hesitation, she resolved to disperse the attackers, urging the citizens to continue their flight. Their aim was swift resolution, to scatter without lingering in battle. Fu Tinghan felt a twinge of anxiety, scanning for the best route, when his gaze fell upon several individuals hiding behind a ridge, alongside overturned carts and horses. The army of vagrants had also spotted them, and a dozen or so rushed toward their direction. Upon seeing the youthful and beautiful Tinghe, their eyes lit up, and they immediately reached out to seize her. With a scream, Tinghe attempted to push away the outstretched hand, inadvertently revealing Wang behind her for protection. They beheld the striking beauty of Wang Shi and, without hesitation, seized Tinghe, dragging her towards Wang Shi, eager for the high price they could fetch. Wang Shi let out a startled cry, retreating in fright. Zhao Erling shielded her behind him, incensed by their bullying of his mother. He shouted in fury and forcefully pushed her aside, lunging at them with ferocity. The vagrant soldiers paid little heed to the youthful Zhao Erlang, raising their fists to engage him. However, upon impact, they felt as though they had struck a colossal boulder, letting out a cry as their arms went limp. Zhao Erlang, undeterred, advanced relentlessly, striking at their faces with abandon. A dozen men surrounded him, each blow from his fists igniting a searing pain. Enraged, they retaliated, encircling him in a fray. Cheng Bo, while protecting Wang Shi, ordered Zhao Kai and the coachman to swiftly rescue Erling. Zhao Kai and the coachman fought as well, albeit on the receiving end of the blows. Witnessing her son being mercilessly beset in the center, Wang Shi was consumed by sorrow and rage. Desperately, she groped around on the ground and, upon grasping a stone, crawled forward and struck at the nearest foe's head, heedless of their identity. The remaining individuals disturbed the rest of the vagrant soldiers, driving them away from the fleeing crowd. The vast wilderness gradually fell silent, as the terrified populace silently gazed upon the bloodied fields strewn with corpses, eventually kneeling in anguished tears. With misty eyes, she scanned her surroundings and, upon seeing a coffin lying nearby, her wails grew louder. She crawled towards the casket, embracing it in sorrow, crying out, "Oh, my revered father-in-law, open your eyes and behold. Your treacherous nephew has abandoned us, and yet you bestowed your title upon him." Wang was utterly terrified, unable to cease her weeping, her eyes tightly shut. Fu Tinghan hastily approached, kneeling before her, calling out, "Madam." Upon slightly parting her eyelids and catching sight of him, her cries momentarily stilled, only to resume in instinctive sobs. "No more tears, son-in-law. Oh dear, it is you, son-in-law." Wang gazed at him with a look of relief and said, "Good, good. You are so thoughtful. Quickly, lift your grandfather's coffin." At last, Wang ceased her tears, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers as they united to elevate the coffin and place it properly. Chapter 60. Scattered they scattered, Wang said, wiping her tears. As soon as we rounded that mountain, numerous refugees suddenly emerged from both sides. They came forth to seize our belongings, and when they could not, they resorted to murder. The oxen carrying your grandfather's coffin were startled, and the cart toppled into the field. Your uncle is heartless, turning a blind eye. I could not abandon your grandfather, so I had someone carry him. Yet, the servants were paralyzed with fear. At your uncle's beckoning, they all fled to protect the second household. Our cart also accidentally overturned while traversing the field. Wang expressed her bitterness. Qinggu pursued your uncle, blocking his cart, pleading for his assistance. Your uncle merely stated that life and death are determined by fate, then dismissed her and fled. After that, chaos ensued, and in the blink of an eye, Qinggu vanished. Sanyang, I shall not allow you to associate with the second household ever again. This grudge I shall carry for a lifetime. If you continue to show kindness to them, then you are no daughter of mine. Fu Tinghan then summoned his men to search the area, turning over the bodies and the injured, yet no one was found. Zhao Ju remarked, Sister San, a group of people is approaching from over there. They appear to be the refugee army. We must depart swiftly. The group promptly overturned the ox cart, made slight repairs, and hoisted the coffin atop it. They set off, eager to evade the advancing refugee troops. The villagers, upon witnessing this, momentarily cast aside their sorrow, wiping their tears as they clasped their loved ones and followed suit. Qinggu, noticing the blood on Wang Shi, could not restrain herself from reaching out to her. Madam, where have you been injured? Wang Shi rolled up her sleeve, revealing the bruises on her wrist. Look, those brutish men attempted to seize me, and it hurt terribly. Qinggu, filled with concern, replied, We have ointment in our luggage. When we rest later, I shall bring it to you, and you will feel better by tomorrow. Wang Shi, worried, observed Qinggu's muddy attire and tattered clothing, and asked, What happened to you? She hinted, perhaps we should divert towards Renan. Yet, they were uncertain of the situation outside, if the chaos was too great. Wandering about would be perilous, necessitating the need for information. Zhao Ju nodded in agreement, taking 2 individuals with him to scout the road ahead. He glanced at the young girl by his side, her face etched with uncertainty. Why have my uncle and sister fallen behind? What of my elder brother and mother? Have you seen my uncle? She appeared anxious, uncertain of their well-being. Rest assured, my dear niece. They have ventured ahead, safer than we are. If they move swiftly, they should have caught up with the main force by now. Master Qin's gaze swept over her robust entourage, filled with longing. I must confess, my dear niece, that my daughter and I have become separated from our family. As night has fallen, we can only set out tomorrow. Though it is difficult to ask, I must shamelessly inquire if you would be willing to accompany us on our journey. What is this you speak of, esteemed uncle? She replied, Our families have been neighbors for many years, and our rapport has been splendid. Such a matter as life and death cannot be taken lightly. Rest assured, I will ensure you are escorted safely to the army. Master Chun was taken aback and inquired, What, then, my dear niece, do you not intend to join us? After a day spent in her company, he had discerned her remarkable courage, yet he was still astonished by her audacity. She was also exceedingly filial. After a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, You must be vigilant and avoid Yingchuan. I have heard that last year's snow disaster has left the area desolate, with no rain since spring, leading to a multitude of refugees. Many have turned to banditry, following the refugee army in search of sustenance. If you are bound for Renan, it would be wise to take a detour, circumventing Yingchuan. While it is possible to evade the refugee army and abandon riches to preserve life, encountering the Huns would spell disaster. Chapter 61. Loyalty and affection. Master Chen remarked, The Huns will not venture southward. They will merely pillage around Luoyang and then depart. Do not speak foolishly. If we do not flee, we shall all become mere bones within a year. Now, the gates of Luoyang have swung wide open, with 3 armies surging in. Whether it be the Chong or the Xiongnu, their intent is singular, to plunder riches. If they manage to capture or kill the emperor, that would be a splendid bonus. If not, looting the treasures within the city and the palace would suffice. Even the official troops of Jingzhou seem to harbor similar intentions. Remaining in Luoyang, they might be fortunate enough to escape with their lives, albeit at the cost of their possessions, should fortune turn against them. The specter of massacre looms large. Thus, running away becomes a sensible choice. Their evening meal consists of a bread as hard as stone, though a little roasting renders it quite fragrant, albeit somewhat challenging on the teeth. It is likely they are bound for Hongnong, where there are other palaces, providing a respite for rest and recuperation. She sighed. My uncle has seen the situation as well. With so many followers, we require ample provisions for the journey from here to Runan. I have heard that someone from my uncle's household holds a position in the Imperial Guards. Master Chun, perceptive to her unspoken intentions, replied promptly, I have a younger cousin serving in the Imperial Guards who oversees supplies. If I can meet him, I could certainly facilitate some arrangements for provisions, which should not pose much of a challenge. Despite having lost all their belongings, save for their clothes and a few trinkets, Master Chen expressed no grievance. The two conversed amiably, fostering a bond that hinted at a burgeoning friendship across the generational divide. Meanwhile, Chen Ernyang observed with wide eyes. Taken aback, Master Chen, who had been reluctant to take his leave, finally exhaled in relief and took his daughter to rest. His gaze swept over Zhao Jian and the others, and he murmured, with Zhao Zhongyu amidst the army, do you think you can retain these followers? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tinghan remarked, I have seen a map of the Great Jin at Fuji's place. Although it is not particularly detailed, it does mark the main roads, rivers, and significant towns. I can reproduce it, ensuring we navigate around the disaster-stricken areas toward Runan. With a bit more observation, I could memorize about 70 to 80%. Nearby, Zhao Erlang, who had just applied medicine to his back, stiffened at her words and immediately lowered his head. Hung He then rummaged through their supplies and added, there are ink sticks and paper, but unfortunately, we lack an inkstone. She glanced at Zhao Erlang and whispered, he smashed it while using it as a weapon. No matter, just bring a bowl, came the reply. As darkness enveloped the sky, the clamor gradually subsided, and the wilderness fell into a serene quietude, punctuated only by hushed conversations and the sounds of weeping. Today had been fraught with terror. Some had lost their husbands or wives, others their parents, and still others their children. Yet tomorrow, they would have to continue their flight for survival, forcing themselves to rest as quickly as possible despite their tumultuous emotions and myriad fears. The body craved sleep, but the mind remained uncontrollable. Chen Ernyang, still young, leaned against her father, opening her eyes to find him seated and unmoving. She inquired softly, Father, will the third sister of the Zhao family really help us pursue the army? Chen Leoi opened his eyes and gently reassured her, indeed. She is a person of noble character. Having promised us, she will certainly fulfill her word. Even for the sake of provisions, she would see us through. Behold these companions, numbering over 100, each robust and vigorous. Without ample provisions and incentives, how could she possibly retain them? Chen Ernyang, filled with curiosity, reflected on her father's previous silence regarding the Zhao family. Are we on amicable terms with them? Chen Leoi replied, I would indeed wish for a cordial relationship with their household, but alas, that would require striving for a connection beyond my reach. They are of the rank of Zhongshu Ling, a position I have only encountered once. Chen Ernyang's eyes widened. Then why is she so warm towards us? Claiming we are neighbors? Chen Leoi gently patted his daughter's head and said, even neighbors across 2 streets can still be considered neighbors, my dear child. You will understand this facet of human relationships as you mature. It is merely the way of the world. Chapter 62. Temptation. She gazed upward at the stars for a moment, discerning directions before consulting the map. Pointing to a section marked only by a main road, she inquired, are there any forks in this area? Fu Tinghan closed his eyes in contemplation, then took up his brush to sketch a mountain range, subsequently drawing a small path and a dot beside it. If my memory serves me right, there should be a gathering point here, though I cannot ascertain if it is a small county or a larger township. Fu Tinghan refrained from illustrating the entire map. He merely depicted a portion extending westward, southward, and eastward from Luoyang, encompassing all of Hunan and portions of Hebei and Shaanxi. Of course, these regions presently belong to Yuzhou and Xizhou. 2 individuals huddled together, poring over a map. Fu Tinghan traced a route, stating, if we circumvent here, we can avoid Yingchuan and replenish our supplies along the way. However, the map does not reveal everything. We must assess the actual conditions on site. If it proves unsuitable, we can always alter our course at the last moment. Zhao Ju murmured, I have advised him, but he seems unwilling to accompany us to Runan. These troops were cultivated by Zhao Changyu for the Zhao family, with Zhao Jian consistently subordinate to Zhao Ju. Nevertheless, she resolved to make an effort, so she approached Zhao Dian. The offer was enticing, and the troops surrounding Zhao Dian began to stir with anticipation. Yet, Zhao Jian remained unmoved, firmly declining. Third miss, I am but a soldier of the Zhao family. And presently, the Zhao family is led by the second master and the heir. Zhao Erlang is a fool. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jian quickly interjected, "Third miss. If you continue to poach my men, how shall I face the second master and the heir?" He continued, "The main army is not far ahead. If we hasten our pace tomorrow, we shall catch up within a day. At that point, you can discuss our fate with the second master. Why must you complicate matters for us now? Returning to our homeland is my grandfather's dying wish. I am determined to fulfill his final desire. However, our group consists of the elderly and the young, with only Uncle Qian leading over 20 individuals for protection, making the journey perilous. The troops have long been supported by Zhao Changyu, and their interactions with the second branch have been scarce. It has only been in the past 6 months, due to Zhao Changyu's grave illness, that Zhao Ji has begun to engage with them. However, to be candid, the subordinates harbored little affection for Zhao Ji, particularly after witnessing the abandoned Wang family and Zhao Erlang today. In the eyes of many, Zhao Erlang and Wang Shi, along with Zhao Sanyang, were their true masters. They had not yet come to terms with their situation, and Zhao Ji's actions only served to amplify their discontent. Although the superior was reluctant to side with the main house, there was still Zhao Ju, who was willing to support them. "I too wish to join," she said, her eyes brimming with tears as she addressed the gathered crowd. "Of course, if you wish to bid farewell to your families, you may do so. But today is exceedingly chaotic, and I fear they may have become separated." The subordinates with family members in the convoy felt their hearts wrench at the sight of the grim state of affairs. Zhao Ji had abandoned both Wang Shi and Zhao Erlang. How could the unwed Zhao Sanyang, left behind to fend off pursuers, expect her family to receive proper care? Theoretically, they were the subordinates of the Zhao family, yet with Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Ji in charge, they were compelled to heed their commands. This commotion did not escape the notice of the Chen family, who lay nearby. Chen Ernyang stared in disbelief at her father. "Is this truly the exemplary and filial Zhao Sanyang you spoke of?" Mr. Chen replied, "Isn't this for the best? We can pursue the main army tomorrow with a greater sense of assurance." Chapter 63. Psychological issues. A gentleman may befriend another, yet they are ill-suited for dealings of profit, particularly when the transactions they discuss carry a hint of moral ambiguity. Zhao Ju wore a look of disapproval. "Sanyang, Ji Ping commands an elite unit, the most formidable among them. He should remain to protect you and Erlang. Yet, given the recent discord between you and Zhao Dian, do you truly believe he will heed your command?" Zhao Ju pondered this and realized he could not be certain. Thus he bowed his head and replied, "I shall make the arrangements immediately." The two conversed discreetly, avoiding Zhao Dian and the other subordinates, yet they did not escape the notice of Fu Tinghan and his servant, who sat nearby. Fuan, sensing an inexplicable chill, inched closer to Fu Tinghan and whispered, "My lord, are we not to embark with Lord Chun and the others tomorrow?" Fu Tinghan, engrossed in refining his drawings, replied without lifting his gaze, "To where do I journey?" Fuan hastily clarified, "To pursue our lord, of course. He escaped alongside His Majesty and the King of the East Sea, and he must be among the troops." Fuan continued, "My lord, you and Sanyang are not yet wed. Thus, you are not truly husband and wife. Moreover," he scratched his head, hesitating momentarily before cautiously adding, "Sanyang is quite formidable. Should you accompany her, who will truly hold sway in this household, you or Sanyang?" At last, Fu Tinghan lifted his eyes to meet Fu An's gaze and responded, "Shouldn't family matters be resolved through discussion? What if opinions differ?" Fu Tinghan inquired. "Then we shall adhere to the reasoning of the one who holds the more persuasive argument," Fu An retorted. "Yet, if the arguments are conflicting, it naturally becomes a matter of each party's rationale," Fu An continued, perplexed. Fu Tinghan nodded, folding his dried drawings and tucking them away. Observing her make room under her cloak, he hesitated but ultimately reclined beside her, separated by a mere arm's length. A faint blush crept onto Fu Tinghan's face as he gazed intently at the celestial tapestry above, feigning nonchalance. "The weather forecast for tomorrow appears promising," he remarked, grasping for conversation. "Fu Tinghan, hasn't it always been this abundant?" Fu Tinghan couldn't resist turning his head slightly. The proximity was almost palpable, their breaths mingling in the air. He observed her quietly for a moment before registering her question. "I was referring to the period since our arrival in this era. Every day has presented this same profusion of stars. Fu Tinghan, was it not at your behest that I investigate the alignment of the 7 stars?" She gently struck her forehead, overwhelmed by the recent deluge of events. Fu Tinghan, still riveted on her, hesitated before inquiring, "Are you quite all right? Fu Tinghan, do you not require psychological intervention? After all, it was your inaugural experience on the battlefield and the taking of lives." He paused, then continued, "If you are amenable, I would gladly assist you. As you know, educators are required to undergo relevant psychological training. I have augmented my knowledge in this area. While I may not possess the expertise of a trained therapist, the act of confiding can alleviate stress, and I can provide guidance." Fu Tinghan stated candidly, "I am indeed apprehensive. I am certain that these are not mere figments of imagination. This is a tangible world, and those individuals were genuine. They perished before my very eyes. I am filled with trepidation, even a sense of culpability. However, I am cognizant that these events are irreversible. Therefore, I shall endeavor to transcend these emotions." Fu Tinghan regarded her with astonishment. After pondering for a moment, Fu Tinghan remarked, "Some prodigies are indeed extraordinary. This should not be a psychological issue. As for heredity," his voice trailed off, "it is likely so. Your parents were remarkable soldiers and police officers. Perhaps it is an innate gift?" Fu Tinghan fixed his gaze upon her, his voice barely a whisper. "I attended their funeral. Their relationship was merely that of rivals in middle school, not even friends. How could he possibly know such intimate details and attend the funeral? My grandfather and my parents are affiliated with the Academy of Sciences. My grandfather was acquainted with yours, and they lived nearby, hence my presence there." Fu Tinghan replied, "At that time, you were in a wheelchair, your eyes covered with bandages, so you did not recognize me." Chapter 64. Encouragement. Fu Tinghan clasped his hands together, enveloping hers in his warm grasp, his expression fraught with tension as he gazed at her intently. Instinctively, he began to release her hand, yet halfway through, a thought struck him, and he tightened his hold once more. "At the funeral, I gifted you a tape. An English recitation of If I Had 3 Days of Light. When my parents passed away, I found solace in that very book. I offered you the tape because of your eye injury, never anticipating." He faltered, realizing that her affliction was far more severe than mere injury. She had been rendered completely blind, and her family had promptly arranged for her to take a leave of absence from school. By the time he learned of her condition, 3 months had already elapsed, and they were on the verge of advancing to their second year of high school. Fu Tinghan could not help but chuckle. "You had already advanced a grade. There were plenty of students your age at that time. The bullying you endured later, was it not a consequence of perceiving them as mere children?" She remarked with a smile, "I never realized I had a rather tough disposition. When it comes to vulnerability, who could rival her? Blind, a girl, wounded by bullying, with parents who were martyrs, excelling in her studies. From the police officers handling the cases to the teachers, and down to the relatives of the offenders, none could in good conscience shift the blame onto her." Fu Tinghan, "So why not practice a bit now?" At this moment, Wang was quietly observing the scene, her expression fraught with conflict. "Aunt Qing, do you think I should summon San Yang? They are not yet wed. How can they sleep together?" Aunt Qing replied, "At such a time, who still concerns themselves with such formalities? It is safer to be beside Master Fu, especially if thieves were to strike again at night." Wang's worry stemmed from this. After a moment's hesitation, she reclined, resigning herself to the original plan. She was supposed to be wed the following day. Their marriage contract had already been established, and they were essentially married in every sense. Yet she still urged caution, advising against too much intimacy. Aunt Qing glanced over, noticing how closely the two were huddled together, whispering secrets to one another, seemingly ignoring Wang's admonition. Given the current circumstances, could there be a more intimate act? San Yang was not without her own calculations. Her actions would undoubtedly follow her own reasoning. Fu Tinghan, observing her silence for a while, lifted her head to glance at her, only to find her eyes tightly shut in slumber, which elicited a soft smile from her as she too settled down. Listening to her soft, prolonged breaths, Fu Tinghan felt drowsy as well and gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Noticing him curled up on the side, she gently draped her clothing over him and carefully rose. Tingyi also climbed up, whispering, "San Yang, there is a canal over there. I will fetch water for you to wash." Before their departure, they had brought a considerable amount of luggage, including gold and silver, as well as numerous ornaments and fabrics, but now little remained. Particularly, the makeup box belonging to Wang was nearly emptied of its treasures, having been plundered. Thus, their possessions were scant. However, anything contained within a golden silk nama box would surely not be of ordinary value. Upon opening it, she discovered a set of pearl ornaments, each pearl lustrous and perfectly round. Though her knowledge of jewelry was limited, It was evident that these were exquisite pieces. Wang rarely adorned herself with pearls, and within the box lay a hairpin inlaid with pink pearls, the purpose of which was unmistakable. Ji Ping accepted the items with a grave demeanor, affirming, "This subordinate shall exert every effort." Old Master Chen also awakened, and the father-daughter duo briefly washed up before sharing half a bun and rising to their feet. Chapter 65. Recruitment. Zhao Jian. This. Zhao Jian immediately lowered his head, feeling unworthy. The carriage was damaged, leaving only an ox cart intact, which would be used to transport the coffin, while Wang and the others would ride on horseback. The refugees, witnessing their departure, promptly gathered their families and followed suit. She clasped her fists towards the crowd and spoke. "Esteemed ones, observe the tracks upon the ground. The army lies not far ahead. If you hasten, you may catch up to their rear this very night. Should you proceed with more caution, provided you do not encounter the fray, you could still reach them by tomorrow." Upon hearing her words, the refugees expressed their lamentations, yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. They helped several women and ushered a number of children forward, kneeling on the ground as they implored, "My lady, might you be in need of laborers for tilling the fields? We are willing to sell ourselves, merely seeking a morsel of sustenance in return." After a brief moment of contemplation, she comprehended their plight. They had been stripped of everything. An older man interjected, "We are neighbors, laboring together in the spring sowing and autumn harvest each year." Noting her response did not resemble that of an ordinary farmer, she inquired, "Can you read?" The middle-aged man replied, "In my youth, I perused a couple of books. I can recognize a few characters." The others had already bowed in reverence, with the young ones joining in to pay homage to the lady. It was evident that for many, this was their first experience of offering themselves in servitude. Their gestures resembled veneration to ancestors rather than submission to a master. Observing this, some in the crowd approached, seeking to offer themselves as well. However, they had not anticipated the arduousness of their escape. They had yet to catch up with the army, and their belongings had already been seized, with half of their kin perishing along the way. Even if they managed to join the army, self-sufficiency would be essential, and finding a means of survival now was preferable to merely following the military. They had learned yesterday that the three prominent families who had led their flight were the Zhao, Jia, and Qin families, with the Zhao family holding the most considerable influence. The emperor, so esteemed, had his followers in tow. Should chaos ensue, they might well be thrust forward as human shields. Cheng Bo, with his seasoned eyes, scrutinized those who sought refuge, having lived a lifetime alongside Zhao Chongyu and encountered a myriad of individuals. Though he would not claim the gift of discernment, he could certainly perceive the character of the average person. As he pondered the deflated grain sack, he yearned to inquire of the composed San Yang seated beside him how she could be so assured of their ample provisions. Fu Tingen's immediate response was to question whether she had acquaintances ahead. "No," she replied, "but we can forge new friendships." Zhao Dian, thoughtfully guiding his entourage, understood that pursuing Zhao Zhongyu today was an impossibility, perhaps even for the next few days. Moreover, he cast a glance at his subordinates, who were evidently touched by San Yang's benevolence. If this continued, he feared he might not be able to lead many away in the end. Fu Tinghan dismounted and walked alongside her, exclaiming, "I believe I see some houses." Chapter 66. A village. The group quickened their pace and, in less than 2/4 of an hour, they beheld a cluster of dwellings. It appeared to be a small town, with houses initially scattered but ascending the terrain, revealing columns of smoke rising, a clear indication of a substantial village. A few households at the village's entrance, alerted by the commotion, peeked out only to be startled by the sight of so many people and horses. In a swift motion, they slammed their doors shut and retreated into their homes. Her gaze fell upon the refugees trailing behind them, and she instructed Cheng Bo to distribute some bread to them, conveying that those who wished to follow must adhere to the rules. Anyone caught engaging in murder or theft would be treated as a common enemy of the army. Cheng Bo complied, rummaging through the grain bag, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to allocate half of it to them. Wang Shi instinctively touched the hairpin atop her head, glancing at her daughter, and lightly tapped her forehead, chastising her softly. "You truly are a burden." She removed the pin and handed it to her, whispering, "Our family has been robbed of so much wealth, and we can scarcely afford to eat. Yet you are so recklessly generous." Seeing this, Fu Tinghan reached out to take the hairpin away and unfastened the jade pendant from her waist, offering it to her instead. Deeming it of greater utility, Fu Tinghan insisted, "Take it. If you wish to exchange for food, a show of genuine sincerity is paramount." She smiled gently. The villagers, armed with sticks, hoes, and kitchen knives, dared not approach closely. Observing that the group had halted at the village entrance, they promptly stopped, concealing their makeshift weapons behind them. An elderly man and a middle-aged man in the front paused momentarily, then turned to signal the villagers to halt. The two approached Cheng Bo and bowed, inquiring, "May I ask which among you is the leader?" Though the question was posed, their gaze fixated directly on Fu Tinghan. Cheng Bo promptly responded, "This is my daughter. She is the one in charge." The elder was taken aback, glancing once more at the coffin, for the term deceased was not one to be used lightly. Only the empress or noble lords possessed the privilege to employ such a word. Uncertain of his ancestral lineage, the elder pondered that since they had encountered one another, it would be fitting to pay their respects. Startled, tears welled up in the elder's eyes as he recognized the figure of Lord Zhao. With tears streaming down his face, he recounted, "This honor is one that Lord Zhao deserves. During the calamity of war in Yong'an, our village suffered repeated plundering, nearly driving us to the brink of despair. It was Lord Zhao who intervened, restraining the marauding soldiers, thereby allowing us to remain in our homeland. We have always remembered this kindness. Yet to discover that our benefactor has..." He wept, inquiring when the benefactor had passed. The elder glanced at the others, then at the coffin. Unwilling to allow Lord Zhao's remains to be left exposed to the frost, he promptly arranged for a mourning pavilion to be erected in his courtyard to shelter the coffin. How could we allow our benefactor to endure the elements in our village? What face would we have to live with? Fu Tinghan followed her with a dazed expression, entering the village alongside the others. The villagers, having cast aside their previous wariness and hostility, welcomed them with warmth. "Ah, this is the fiancé arranged by my grandfather, the eldest son of the Fu family. You may address him as Fu Darling," she explained. The lamentations of the villagers stirred painful memories within Wang, who took her son to weep before the spirit of her father-in-law, nearly succumbing to faintness. Ultimately, she was supported away to rest by Qing Gu and Ting He. Zhao Erlang, having been injured yesterday, spent the day mounted, his back and bottom aching. Fatigue weighed heavily on his eyelids, and he stumbled into the house alongside his mother. A middle-aged man inquired, "What does father mean?" "I observe that they will not remain for long. They are neither malevolent nor ill-intentioned. Thus, let us extend the courtesy of hospitality. I see their belongings are scattered, and a group of refugees follows closely behind, most likely fleeing from calamity. We should prepare ample provisions to ensure their safe passage." The elder sighed, stating, "In doing so, we repay kindness and avert potential misfortune." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, bowing slightly as he set about his preparations. Chapter 67. The gift Ting He cast a glance at Fu Tinghan, hesitating momentarily. Only then did she proceed downwards. Fu Tinghan inquired, "What will you offer them in exchange?" Zhao Ju responded affirmatively. Cheng Bo, momentarily taken aback, quickly added, "Sen Yang. Erlang has yet to begin reading this book. It was especially annotated for him by the master. I am aware. I intend to transcribe it, not to gift it." Cheng Bo then exhaled in relief, bowing as he withdrew to retrieve the book. This particular volume, annotated by Zhao Changyu, had long been his desire to personally teach Zhao Erlang. Regrettably, Zhao Erlang had yet to grasp the material, remaining stuck on the first page of the 1,000-character classic. Consequently, Zhao Changyu had kept the book in his possession. When they escaped, Cheng Bo had safeguarded the book as if it were a treasure. Fu Tinghan offered her assistance, casually taking a bowl to grind ink as well. With little else to occupy their time during the long night, transcribing the book seemed a pleasant way to cultivate drowsiness. Seated at the same table, they opened the book, each copying a page with remarkable speed. This was not the complete Analects, but rather the first of 3 volumes, adorned with Zhao Changyu's meticulous annotations. The Analects are not easily obtained, yet the annotations are even rarer, especially those crafted by Zhao Changyu. Without delving into their significance, it is sufficient to say that this book alone could be worth 10 or even 100 pieces of gold in the marketplace. In a village where the majority are illiterate, this tome stands as a priceless treasure. Fu Tinghan regained his composure, his head nodding slightly as he departed. "Master Jia," he exclaimed, "Brother Chun, I never anticipated you were still alive. How joyous indeed. Brother Jia, I have finally located you all. Do you know the whereabouts of my family?" "Over there," Master Jia replied. "We only managed to catch up with the main forces at noon, but the throngs of refugees stretched for miles. I heard that your elder brother serves in the Forbidden Army, thus your family bid us farewell to seek out relatives. We even encountered them a few times by evening, They should be in that vicinity. Noticing the robust stature of Ji Ping and the others behind him, Master Jia inquired with curiosity, "Who are these individuals?" Master Chen quickly responded, "They are valiant souls I encountered along the journey. I owe them my life, or else I would have never reunited with Brother Jia." Master Jia looked upon him with envy. Master Chen promptly led Ji Ping to search for his family. Upon seeing Master Chen and their daughter, Madame Chen was overwhelmed with joy, bursting into tears as she rushed towards them. "My lord." Their children also gathered around, and the family embraced, weeping together. Ji Ping observed silently. Once the tears subsided, Master Chen turned to his cousin, who wore a stern expression. Wiping his tears, he approached. "Fourth brother, I nearly lost the chance to see you." Only after Master Chen had finished weeping did Chen Xiling inquire, "Who was it that saved you?" His gaze fell upon Ji Ping, though he sensed that he was not an ordinary vagabond or mere hero. Rather, he bore the air of one who had also emerged from the military. Master Chen then pulled him aside and quietly recounted the events of their journey. Chen Xiling gazed at him in astonishment. "Zhao Zhongshu's granddaughter? Indeed, she is no ordinary individual. She even came to my rescue. Fourth brother, why not negotiate for her favor?" Chen Xiling pondered. "Is she aware that her granduncle has risen in rank?" Chen Xiling contemplated. "News from the central tent indicates that Zhao Zhongyu has been promoted to Minister of Rights today." Master Chen hurriedly remarked, "Fourth brother, I perceive that the relationship between the Zhao family's eldest and second branches is rather peculiar. Why don't we handle them separately?" Chen Xiling, sensing his inclination, inquired, "Do you believe the Zhao family's eldest branch can still regain its footing over the second?" Understanding his point, Chen Xiling reflected before responding. "The grain I can spare is limited, but I am acquainted with several military grain merchants who possess substantial stock. They are here both at the prince's summons and to seize the opportunity for profit. As for my end, I have little to offer, and their asking price is rather steep." Master Chen promptly sought out Ji Ping and soon returned with a box, opening it to reveal exquisite pearl jewelry for Chen Xiling's inspection. Upon seeing such fine pearls, Chen Xiling nodded in satisfaction. "I shall prepare to present them tomorrow." Old Master Chen implored, "Brother, we can wait," but they cannot. In order to cover our escape, Zhao Sanyang and her group had their belongings and provisions seized. "You must endure a little longer. If we settle this matter tonight, they can depart at dawn. Moreover, Ji Ping and the others are indeed Zhao's retainers. If Zhao Zhongyu's people happen to catch sight of them." Chen Xiling regarded him. You, I truly owe you." He strode away to establish connections for them. As night deepened, the once boisterous camp gradually fell silent. Zhao Zhongyu, weary to the bone, emerged from the central tent. The guard stationed nearby immediately approached, brandishing torches to illuminate his path, speaking in hushed tones, "My lord, the young master, no, the earl has arrived." Zhao Zhongyu perked up, quickening his pace, and inquired, "Is everyone safe?" He frowned at the guard's response. "What is it? Did something happen on the escape route?" The guard lowered his voice further. "Only the earl has returned. The second and third madams, along with young Master Heir, are not among them." Zhao Zhongyu's expression darkened, halting in his tracks. "What does this mean? If the third madam and young Master Heir are not here, where have they gone?" The guard whispered, "They got separated along the way." Zhao Zhongyu clenched his fists and asked, "What about the coffin?" The guard bowed his head even lower, murmuring, "It was lost as well." Zhao Zhongyu then strode forward decisively, while the guard jogged to keep pace, explaining, "The earl was also in a dire state. He mentioned encountering Xiongnu soldiers and being pursued by the refugee army, leading to the chaos in which they became separated." Zhao Zhongyu paused and inquired, "And what of Delang, Dinyang, Ernyang, and Xinyang? Are they well?" The guard promptly nodded in affirmation. Unable to contain his fury, Zhao Zhongyu erupted, "If they are all well, then how is it that the members of the main house have gone missing? Does he take me for a fool? Or does he presume the whole world is Na'vi?" After considerable effort, Zhao Ji finally caught up with the main army and, upon the confirmation of his identity by the imperial guards, was permitted to stay in Zhao Zhongyu's tent. At that moment, the family was still somewhat shaken, having endured perilous experiences over the past 2 days. As Zhao Zhongyu lifted the curtain and entered, the occupants of the tent immediately rose, tears brimming in their eyes as they called out for their grandfather. Even Zhao Ji, with tears welling up, addressed him as father. Yet, as the words left his lips, Zhao Zhongyu struck him across the face. An immediate silence enveloped the tent, as everyone gazed at Zhao Zhongyu in terror, speechless. The impact stung Zhao Zhongyu's hand. But he clenched his fists at his sides, suppressing the urge to strike again. His countenance darkened with rage. He commanded his grandchildren, "You may leave now." Zhao Huan hurriedly led her younger siblings out, while the guards swiftly retreated, and the servants followed suit, leaving only Zhao Zhongyu and Zhao Ji in the tent. Once the space was cleared, Zhao Zhongyu could no longer restrain his wrath. He stepped forward and struck Zhao Ji once more, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I ask you, where is your uncle's coffin? What of Wang Shi, and Erlang, and San Yang?" Zhao Ji's face turned pale as he covered his face with his hands, lamenting, "It is my inadequacy. We became separated from them on the journey." "You," Zhao Zhongyu, in a fit of anger, closed his eyes momentarily and inquired, "I have left you with numerous individuals, the guards and servants at home, as well as the troops under Zhao Ju's command." Suddenly recalling something, he questioned, "Where is Zhao Ju?" Zhao Ji could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Zhao Ju has not come at all. Father, I have no one at my disposal." The chaos within the city escalated too rapidly. He could have been hindered, or perhaps all perished. A wave of anguish swept through Zhao Zhongyu's heart. For these were the troops that the Zhao family had painstakingly nurtured. This was not the time for such discourse, even without Zhao Ju. With the personnel currently at Zhao's disposal, it was inconceivable that all the members of the main household could be lost. His frustration mounting, he demanded, "Where did you lose them and how? Did I not repeatedly admonish you to consult with San Yang in times of trouble and to navigate through this calamity first? You are already the Duke of Shaokai. Why must you squabble with two children? Wang Shi, a mere woman, even with her sharp tongue. What harm could she truly inflict upon you?" Wu Shi, witnessing Zhao Ji's pallor as he faced his father's wrath, could not restrain herself and interjected, "Father-in-law, you are unaware. San Yang sent her dowry to the Fu family days ago." Zhao Zhongyu was taken aback, then placed a hand to his forehead, stepping back in exasperation as he sank into a chair. "It is evident she never trusted us. Otherwise, she would not have sent the dowry away so hastily." Seeing her continue to prattle on, Zhao Zhongyu's fury ignited. Trembling, he pointed an accusing finger at her and berated, "Silence. A virtuous wife brings little misfortune. I believe all these troubles are instigated by you." Zhao Ji's face flushed crimson as he defended himself. "I have not done so, father. Neither is there. Why do you lament? Why cast them aside? You truly are." Zhao Zhongyu, consumed by anger, felt his limbs grow weak, and as a surge of frustration overwhelmed him, he fainted. Zhao Ji, alarmed, rushed forward to support him. "Father, father." Wu Shi was equally terrified. Should anything happen to Zhao Zhongyu, it would be their fault, and the disgrace of such unfiliality would ruin not only them, but also their children. Wu Shi hurriedly assisted Zhao Ji in laying Zhao Zhongyu on the bed, then dashed out to summon a doctor. Now that Zhao Zhongyu had been promoted, he resided not far from the central tent, and upon hearing of his illness, the king of Donghai promptly dispatched a physician to attend to him. The doctor's diagnosis was swift. Exhaustion compounded by a mix of shock and anger had led to his fainting. He required proper recuperation, rest, and an avoidance of further agitation. Zhao Zhongyu regained consciousness after half an hour, yet adhering to the directive of avoiding anger proved arduous, for upon awakening and seeing Zhao Ji, his countenance darkened, and his inner fury began to rise. The physician, noticing his pallor, discreetly rose to leave, offering a reminder that he should refrain from anger. However, if the need arose to express it, it would be better out than suppressed, as bottling it up would be detrimental to his health. Zhao Ji's complexion turned ashen. Zhao Zhongyu seized his wrist, fixing him with an intense gaze. "Do you believe your uncle bears malice towards me? Then why, for decades, have we remained undivided? Personal interests pale in comparison to the family, and beyond the family lies the clan. You have forsaken the three of us from the main branch, and you have discarded your uncle's coffin. Do you think you can justify this under the pretext of turmoil?" Zhao Zhongyu remarked, "No one will believe you. Your wife and children have all returned safely, yet your elder brother's household is left with none. Furthermore, while living individuals may go missing, what of your uncle's coffin? That is indeed your elder uncle's casket. How could you not have lost it alongside the rest?" The more Zhao Zhongyu spoke, the more agitated he became, wishing fervently to cast his son aside to allow him a moment of reflection. When Zhao Chongyu intended for Zhao Ji to inherit the title, there were suggestions within the clan to either allow Zhao Ji to be adopted by both families or to directly adopt him. However, both Zhao Ji and Zhao Chongyu were averse to such propositions, resulting in the matter being left unresolved, although the issue remained unsettled. It was generally accepted that Zhao Ji would inherit Zhao Changyu's title, which necessitated treating him as a father figure. To abandon one's father's corpse in the midst of escape would surely invite societal disdain. Zhao Ji and Wu's faces were ashen as they knelt by the bed in silence. Zhao Zhongyu closed his eyes and said, "What are you still kneeling for? Hurry and send someone to search." Chapter 69. Supporting the coffin on the journey this time. A considerable number of individuals fled with the court, including the palace concubines, court officials, and the imperial guards assigned for their protection. In addition, there were those from noble families and officials who had heard the news and escaped the city alongside them. Moreover, Zhao Ji did not know Ji Ping and would likely not recognize him even upon meeting face to face. Thus, while Zhao Ji organized his people, Ji Ping secured provisions. Early the next morning, Zhao Ji's contingent set out ahead, while Ji Ping and his group, laden with supplies, quietly departed under the cover of darkness. Though their directions were aligned, the individuals at the front, mounted upon horses and traveling light, moved swiftly ahead. In contrast, those at the rear found themselves amidst a clutter of carts and horses, with some individuals desperately chasing on foot, burdened with supplies, thus significantly impeding their speed. Shortly after their departure, the Zhao family guards, dispatched to seek out the lost, encountered the lagging refugees. Upon inquiry, they discovered these were the very individuals saved by Zhao Xingyang. Upon learning this, the guards hastened their pace to pursue. She presented the copy of the Analect's commentary she had transcribed the previous night to the elder, sighing as she spoke. "On our journey, we have encountered marauding soldiers, and we possess not but this single volume of the Analects, annotated by my grandfather for Erlang. Last night, Master Fu and I transcribed a copy to present to you as a memento." The elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the bundle of manuscripts, trembling with excitement. "This was a treasure indeed. Your kindness is immeasurable, young lady. We shall ensure the careful preservation of the writings left by our benefactor." Fu Tinghan observed their mutual gestures of respect, and it took a considerable time before they reluctantly parted ways. Fu Tinghan remarked, at this moment, "Teacher Zhao is not as I had imagined from the rumors, nor does she resemble the person I know." After thoughtful consideration, she continued, "I presume Teacher Zhao, like myself, would disdain such formalities, opting instead for a cold demeanor." She reflected, "In our era, we possessed wealth and capability, devoid of threats to our lives and existence, allowing our pursuits to ascend to a higher plane. We could choose whether to engage with the superficialities of the world based on our own sentiments. Of course, not all expressions of politeness are mere insincere pleasantries. For instance, was I being hypocritical just now?" Under her gaze, Fu Tinghan shook her head, affirming, "You were not hypocritical." A group of individuals swiftly arrived at the intersection of a narrow path. In contrast to the expansive and even surface of the official road, this trail was characterized by a central expanse of meadow, flanked by ruts on either side revealing the bare earth beneath. Along the path lay ridges of cultivated land, with a modest hill not far ahead. The road meandered around the hill, obscuring its destination from view. The official road, running straight north, diverged from the narrow path heading towards the northeast. According to the map sketched by Fu Tinghan, they would need to traverse the path for at least a day before veering eastward, followed by approximately 40 miles to reach the point where the official road converged with this narrow trail. Villagers claimed this path spanned roughly 40 miles. Despite being narrow and bumpy, the path posed no significant issues for travel, aside from the fact that they had only one ox cart. The others either walked or rode horses, which was manageable. Moreover, the grassy terrain was relatively gentle on both horse and human feet, though it was a bit of a hardship for Zhao's grandfather. Wang, observing from her horse, felt a pang in her heart and lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Qinggu, holding the reins of her horse, hastily offered comfort, saying, "Madam, please do not cry. If San Yang sees this, it will only bring her distress." She lamented, "Why must it be so difficult for the three of us to survive?" Wang raised her tear-filled eyes to her son, who rode ahead with apparent joy, feeling even more sorrowful. "Though I may not be clever, I am not foolish either. His father is exceptionally astute. So why does he appear so simple-minded?" Qinggu quickly motioned for her to speak softly, reminding her that San Yang had repeatedly insisted they refrain from speaking ill of Erlang. Even in private, it would not be well received, and Erlang would surely feel disheartened if he were to learn of it. Indeed, San Yang is both astute and clever, unlike her husband who is frail and ailing. Rather, She possesses both literary and martial prowess, having endured tremendous calamities before. She emerged unscathed yesterday, which attests to her considerable fortune. Qinggu remarked, Erlang is similar. Though he may appear simple-minded, look at how fortunate he is. He has the protection of the master ahead, and now he is accompanied by his sister and brother-in-law. Wang's tears began to subside. Qinggu gazed at Fu Tinghan with satisfaction, stating, if I may speak somewhat irreverently, how many in this world possess the character and appearance of a gentleman such as he? The second household has benefited immensely from our family. Were it not for the second master and Erlang, if the elder master had even a fraction of his filial piety, we would not find ourselves here. However, the elder master is ultimately an outsider and of the same generation as you. How much benefit can his filial heart provide you? Thus, heaven has uniquely arranged for you to have a son-in-law. He is truly one of your own, devoted and dutiful, which provides you and San Yang with a sense of security. The attendants following behind, observing Fu Tinghan as he supported the coffin, were equally moved. Even Zhao Jian could not help but ponder. If Fu Tinghan were to assume leadership in the main household, remaining there would not be unfeasible. In Chapter 70, The Convergence, he pulled his horse alongside hers, saying, San Yang, ride my horse. Zhao Ju acquiesced and mounted to make arrangements. The guards dispatched to find them followed the path to Linnan village. Upon inquiry, they learned that the group had departed early in the morning, and they immediately mounted their horses to pursue along the official road. Ji Ping remained vigilant to the signs along the route, opting not to visit Linnan village, but instead turned off the main road just beyond the village entrance, descending the narrow path upon spotting the tracks. At this moment, Ji Ping and his companions glanced up at the sky. Unfamiliar with the road ahead, they could not deduce where San Yang and her party might have taken refuge. However, they could infer the approximate time they had passed by examining the traces left on the ground. One of the men ran his hand over the wheel tracks, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Shirchong, the watermarks left by the wheels are still visible. We are not far from San Yang. Ahead lay a puddle, from which the wheels had splashed water. Upon hearing this, Ji Ping immediately gestured for them to proceed without delay before nightfall. As they were traveling by horse-drawn carriage, they needed to quicken their pace. After a short while, they finally spotted the wide official road. Thus, the group hastened their speed towards the direction of the smoke. And upon seeing the refugees scattered around a dilapidated temple, Ji Ping knew they had arrived at the right place. The refugees, noticing the approaching convoy, quickly rose to their feet. Listening to the words of Chen Sai, it became evident that the emperor had no intention of abandoning Luoyang and fleeing westward. Rather, he was compelled by the East Sea King, who had threatened him with a sword. Left with no choice, the emperor had to escape with his court and ministers. Ji Ping remarked that the ministers were quite vocal in their discontent regarding the East Sea King's abandonment of Luoyang, and as the army had just settled, they began to quarrel in the main tent. In a fit of rage, the East Sea King executed the emperor's maternal uncle, Wang Yan, which temporarily quelled the matter. Upon hearing this, Wang's heart sank, and after a moment of composure, she exclaimed, Oh my! Thank goodness we did not follow the main army. Even the imperial uncle was slain so casually. What of the second master? Ji Ping reassured her, the second master as well. He has even been promoted to the position of Shangshu Ling. Wang felt a tinge of discomfort, noting how swiftly he had risen in rank. Moreover, this serves as an excellent method for winning hearts. When Zhao Zhong's uncle faced peril, he rushed to the palace to serve the emperor, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. Regardless of whether it is the emperor or the king of Donghai, they would undoubtedly appreciate such a devoted subject. Furthermore, his capabilities are not lacking. And with the esteemed reputation of his grandfather, the position of Minister of Personnel is indeed well-deserved. Wang remarked, I believe he shall remain unharmed. In times of turmoil, one can simply claim to have lost their way amidst the chaos. It appears that soon someone will come seeking us. Wang felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly instructed Cheng Bo to open a bag of grain, saying, Let us enjoy a sumptuous meal tonight, and share some with the refugees outside. Cheng Bo understood the arrangement and nodded in acknowledgement. They proceeded to prepare a separate bag of dried provisions. As the evening meal was prepared, the soldiers squatted outside the temple with their bowls and chopsticks, while the refugees looked on with envious expressions. Even the soldiers themselves began to harbor various thoughts and calculations. A few soldiers who had originally decided to accompany Zhao Dian in search of the second branch of the family gathered together to whisper. Following Sin Yang would not be a bad choice either. She is compassionate and generous towards others. Given that San Yang is now betrothed to Master Fu, it seems evident that Master Fu, being extremely filial, will surely take San Yang and heir Lang to live with the Fu family in the future. If Master Fu is to be the head of the household, what do we have to worry about regarding our future? However, we are sustained by the Zhao clan, and currently, the clan leader is the second elder. If we were to follow San Yang without permission, it would be tantamount to becoming her private property. And I still have family in the village to consider. Haven't you heard what Lao Wu and the others said? The master discarded Lang Zhu's coffin, and this person is devoid of sentiment and warmth. It remains uncertain whether our family is among the ranks. We must secure our future first, for if we scatter, it will be challenging to reunite later. It is crucial to prioritize one's own safety. The other party hesitated, but ultimately shook his head, stating that he must ascertain whether his family is present. If they are, it is essential for them to remain together. No, the real question is whether it is better to follow Fu Tinghan or Zhao Zhongyu. Zhao Ju remarked, "Why the haste?" I observed that Zhao Dian's demeanor has softened significantly today. He seems to be contemplating staying. As long as he has sufficient manpower, he will undoubtedly wish to depart. Furthermore, inform him that his great-uncle has now been appointed as the Minister of Personnel. Upon hearing that his second uncle has received a promotion, Zhao Dian's allegiance shifted immediately, and he promptly inquired, "Captain, since the provisions have arrived, shall I lead the men to pursue my second uncle tomorrow?" Zhao Ju replied, "Go ahead." The young lady truly understands Zhao Dian. Chapter 71, Shansai. Ultimately, only 28 of the troops were willing to leave with Zhao Dian. Among the 94 troops that had survived thus far, excluding Ji Ping and his group, fewer than a quarter were inclined to accompany Zhao Dian. Before reaching the boundary marker, Cheng Bo pointed to a patch of wheat fields beginning to turn yellow and said, "San Yang, that is our estate." Cheng Bo smiled and continued, "Further ahead lies Anchang, and then we shall enter the territory of Runan. From here to our hometown in Shiping, we will need at least 3 more days of travel." Cheng Bo was taken aback. "Shansai? However, now the new lord is the esteemed elder. Thus, I temporarily oversee the fief on behalf of my uncle. And there lies not only the fief, but also the ancestral estates acquired by my grandfather. Previously, I even exchanged properties with my great-uncle. Aside from the fief and the food grants, the land and property deeds of Shansai are in my possession. Do I listen daily to the teachings of the clan elders?" Cheng Bo bowed in acknowledgement. Shansai and Shiping lie in the same direction, diverging only at the Jinyang Road, with Shansai situated to the northeast and Shiping to the northwest. The administrative seat of Runan Prefecture was once in Shansai, but it has since been relocated to Xinxiu. Despite this change, Shansai remains one of the most prominent counties in Runan, its city walls towering above those of neighboring counties. Zhao Changyu inherited his title from his ancestors, and it was his lineage from Runan that bestowed upon him the title of Baron of Shansai. He had once achieved great merit and was expected to ascend in rank to that of Marquis or Duke of Shansai. Unfortunately, during his time, it was Empress Jia who held power, harboring resentment against Zhao Changyu for opposing her husband Emperor Hui's ascension. Thus, she urged Emperor Hui to bestow upon Zhao Zhongyu, Zhao Changyu's brother, the title of Marquis of Runan for his contributions. With such efforts from Empress Jia, the relationship between the Zhao brothers was strained, leading to an ongoing discord. The Zhao family's stronghold lies within the Shiping clan territory, and while they possess considerable assets in Shansai, their most significant possession is a large estate. The tenants and laborers residing there could form a sizable village, and Zhao Changyu had constructed a villa here, which has always been managed by household servants. Upon arriving in Shansai, he would dispatch 2 attendants every quarter of an hour to relay messages. Fu Tinghan could not help but glance at her. In his impression, Teacher Zhao was an exceedingly modest individual, one who shunned the limelight, especially within the confines of the school. Yet, due to her uniqueness, even without any deliberate attempts to attract attention, she invariably found herself the center of focus. From a distance, the rider observed the scattered houses, with the centrally located buildings appearing to rise 2 or even 3 stories high. Mulberry and hemp lined the roadsides, and not far from the village entrance stood a gathering of people. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the 10 sent earlier to relay a message were positioned at the forefront, accompanied by a middle-aged man, behind whom stood a diverse crowd of men, women, and children, numbering an estimated 200 to 300 souls. Observing this, those behind him promptly knelt, filling both sides of the thoroughfare with their supplication. Cheng Bo then halted his horse, waiting patiently for the funeral procession and the carriages carrying the Wang family to pass before directing his gaze towards the village head. "Is the guest house prepared?" he inquired. The village head, bending slightly, replied, "It is ready." Upon receiving the news, I instructed the preparations. The rooms have all been scented anew, and the bedding has been freshly laundered, all to avoid any displeasure from our esteemed guests. However, the poor harvest over the past few years has made it challenging to procure quality items. Chengbo retorted, "You cannot deceive me with such words. Nor can you expect to fool our guests. Shortly, I shall take you to meet the lady. Should you possess the courage, you may convey this message to her yourself." The village head, with a bitter expression, said, "Chengbo, I cannot conceal the truth from you. The harvest this year is indeed poor. Last year's drought and snow disaster led to starvation in the village, and now we have refugees from Yingchuan. The unripe wheat has all been stolen, and silk in the county's fabric shop is selling at exorbitant prices. Where can I find such a large sum of money to buy silk and cotton for quilts?" Chengbo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has no one come by in recent days?" "No one has come at all," replied the village head. "Not even guests." "What about Mr. Ji, whom you have met before? Has he not come?" "No, I have never heard any news of Mr. Ji's arrival." Chengbo's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 72. Various ways to acquire wealth. Thus, the courtyard was arranged with great elegance. Despite the owner's prolonged absence, it was still well maintained, though it lacked vitality due to the absence of inhabitants. The village head, like Chengbo, was a servant of the world, honored to bear the Zhao surname. Known as Zhao Tong. Upon entering, he immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully prostrating himself. "However, we have aired the items in the courtyard annually, and they have been preserved remarkably well. The quilts are still about 70 to 80% new," Zhao Tong added after a moment of surprise. "At this time, it is not very hot, and ice has not yet been in demand. There are no transactions in the market. However, if the lady desires it, I believe the ice merchants in the city would be willing to do our Zhao family a favor." Although Zhao Tong did not fully comprehend, he still bowed in acknowledgement. His eyes brightened as he said, "I shall summon her to pay her respects to the master at once." Zhao Tong ventured forth, and neither party broached the subject of finances. Zhao Tong believed that the modest sum would undoubtedly be settled with the merchants by their master in due course. The Zhao family, affluent enough to rival nations, had no reason to fear a lack of funds. As they journeyed, their primary concern was to preserve the remains of Zhao Changyu. Whenever they passed through a sizable county, she would procure ice, the jewelry adorning her, along with the belongings of the Wang family and even those of Fu Tinghan, had all been exchanged for cash, save for a solitary jade pendant. Presently, apart from a cartload of grain, they possessed no other assets. There was also the expansive estate, yet it appeared rather impoverished. This brings to mind her frugal grandfather. Zhao Changyu was adept in managing resources, yet exceedingly miserly. He ensured that his assets remained firmly in his grasp, leaving only just enough for each estate to cover its operational costs for the coming year. Thus, when Zhao Tong mentioned last year as poor harvest, she refrained from inquiring about past accumulations, all of which had been entrusted to Zhao Changyu. These had either been utilized in support of the clan in another form or discreetly hoarded as private property. How else could his hidden treasures have come to light? Besides being capable of generating wealth, one must also possess the skill to save. If one were to rank those adept at saving money, Zhao Changyu would undoubtedly claim the second position in the realm of Jin, with no one daring to assert the first. Chengbo expressed his concern. "Will Mr. Ji return to his hometown in Shiping?" Chengbo hesitated. "That is, the Zhao family ancestral grave lies in Shiping, yet Shiping is not far from Shanxi. Given that Zhao Changyu was conferred the title of Shanxi, it would be entirely reasonable for him to be interred there. Even in the absence of Mr. Ji from Shanxi and Shiping, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone to monitor these two locations. The moment she arrives, he will surely receive word. All that remains is to wait. However, one cannot solely rely on the resources at Mr. Ji's disposal." The thought of the treasures buried by Zhao Changyu stirred a sense of restlessness within her. With considerable willpower, she suppressed her desires, reminding herself that it was not yet a time of utter desperation. She could not afford to act recklessly, especially since she had not yet fully consolidated her allies. At this juncture, utilizing those resources would be perilous. Mr. Chung remarked, "Sanyang, this courtyard is seldom occupied. Your father resided here for 2 years during his youth to pursue his studies. Some items were left behind, but even if they remain, they hold little value. Moreover, They are remnants from your husband's past, which would not present well if taken out. Seeing her distress, Fu Tinghan could not help but suggest, "Why don't we devise a way to earn some money ourselves?" He continued, following the trends. "We could produce goods that are in high demand during this era, or even luxury items. With proper management, we could quickly turn a profit. For instance, we could make soap, glass, or paper. Although I would not mind crafting something like black powder, it is rather inhumane, and I am fundamentally against it." Fu Tinghan added, "In this age of information explosion, I possess a fair understanding. I do not believe it is particularly challenging to experiment with known principles." Mr. Qing instantly comprehended and bowed, saying, "I understand. I shall head to sheeping tomorrow." Fu Tinghan inquired, "Were you just attempting to borrow money from the sheeping side?" Zhao Song and Zhao Changyu share the same age, differing only by a few months. Thus he is affectionately referred to as Zhao Wulong within the clan. Zhao Shuobeo has always been under his stewardship, serving as Zhao Changyu's representative within the sheeping lineage. In Chapter 73, Weeping Spirit, the servant who delivered the news was unaware of the specifics. He merely bowed and reported that it was a servant from the Sanling family at the village's end, who, while accompanying his wife to Shanxi to visit her family, recognized Cheng Bo and the second lady. However, he speculated that the figure leading the group was likely San Yang from the main household. After contemplating this, Zhao Song remarked that before his elder brother's passing, he had arranged a marriage for San Yang, suggesting that he intended to entrust the main household to her. "She may be staying in Shanxi, perhaps hoping for us to welcome our elder brother." Zhao Song furrowed his brow slightly, resolving to inquire further the following day. Meanwhile, before dawn, Cheng Bo had already set off towards sheeping, accompanied by several subordinates and minimal baggage. By noon, he paused only to take a few bites of dry rations. And after allowing his horse to drink, he prepared to continue, estimating that they would arrive in just over an hour, urging everyone to hasten their pace. As they were about to stow their water bags and mount their horses, they noticed a considerable number of horses and ox carts approaching from the direction of the official road. Cheng Bo pulled his horse to the side of the path, intending to let their procession pass before continuing. Leading the group were 2 horses and a cart. Upon making eye contact with the riders, Cheng Bo discreetly shifted aside, glancing past the cart with a fleeting gaze. Suddenly, he stepped forward a few paces, raising his hand and calling out loudly, "Do those in the cart happen to be from the Zhao family of sheeping?" The cart gradually came to a halt, and the guards on horseback eyed him warily, demanding, "Who are you?" Zhao Song lifted the curtain and was momentarily taken aback by the gaze of Cheng Bo. Cheng Bo, equally astonished, exclaimed loudly, "Wulong, oh no, Tai Tai. It is indeed Tai Tai." Zhao Song promptly alighted from the carriage, while Cheng Bo knelt upon the ground, saying, "I pay my respects to Tai Tai." Cheng Bo, in tears upon the ground, explained that he had come at the behest of San Yang to report the sad news of the passing in sheeping, and he earnestly sought Tai Tai's assistance in overseeing the funeral arrangements for the master. He had not anticipated encountering Tai Tai on this journey. Zhao Song immediately took the letter and tore it open. As he read, tears welled up in his eyes, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Upon learning that Luoyang was besieged and that the king of Donghai had fled with the emperor, abandoning the entire capital, he was struck with astonishment. The king of Donghai was a traitor, endangering the nation. Furthermore, he read that the entire family had fled together, only to be robbed along the way, losing many servants and possessions. It was only through the protection of their troops that they managed to escape with their grandfather's coffin. Yet they had become separated from Zhao Ji during this tumultuous journey. Zhao Song seethed with indignation, his nostrils flaring. Zhao Ji's incompetence was infuriating. He could not even safeguard a coffin, and had lost the eldest son's wife and child. It was utterly disgraceful. Zhao Song found himself at a loss for words to express his anger, prompting his anxious son, Zhao Ming, to interject, "Simply despicable." Zhao Song shot a glare at his son. If Zhao Ji was despicable, then what of their ancestors? What did that make them? Who shared the same lineage as Zhao Ji? It was absurd to hurl insults without including oneself in the reproach. After a moment of inner turmoil, Cheng Bo said, "Third mistress has stated that family grievances should not be aired publicly. The master was personally selected by the Lord, and now the Zhao family is under the stewardship of the second master. Such matters, if spread, would severely tarnish the family's reputation." Zhao Song let out a cold snort. "Am I to fear the 8th? Zhao Zhongyu, ranked second within the family but 8th in the clan, was younger than Zhao Song, who felt no trepidation towards him. Upon receiving the letter, Zhao Song promptly boarded the carriage, declaring, let us proceed to Shanxi. A middle-aged man approached, his eyes reddened as he spoke to her. You must be the third mistress. It has been many years. You have grown into adulthood. Cheng Bo interjected. Third mistress, this is the fifth master. Zhao Song observed her perform a respectful bow and, unfazed, extended her hand to assist her, allowing the two to enter hand in hand. Wang Shi and Zhao Erlang had donned mourning attire that day, seated in the morning hall, burning millet stalks. Upon seeing Zhao Song, she quickly rose to greet her. Fifth uncle. Zhao Song, however, regarded her with little warmth, merely nodding in acknowledgement before casting her gaze over Zhao Erlang. When her eyes returned to the morning hall, a deep sorrow enveloped her visage. Those who accompanied Zhao Song began to weep mournfully, and the once silent morning hall was suddenly filled with cries. Some had brought children along. Unable to express their grief, the adults would pinch the little ones sharply, provoking their loud wails, which in turn amplified the sorrowful chorus within the hall. The sound of lamentation could be heard even 2 li away from the courtyard, signaling the presence of a funeral. Being kin, no one could offer solace, and Wang Shi, unable to bear the anguish, collapsed to the ground in tears. One could only wonder what terrifying memories lingered in their ancestral home of sheeping, instilling such fear in her heart towards these people. Just as Fu Tinghan arrived from the backyard, he happened to witness this scene, which struck him as quite peculiar. In chapter 74, Zhao Song, having shed tears, wiped his eyes and turned to see Fu Tinghan, his gaze becoming fixed, momentarily dazzled by the sight. This young man stood tall like a fine jade tree, unmistakably a scion of a prestigious family. Upon realizing he was the son-in-law, Zhao Song felt an even greater sense of satisfaction, his eyes revealing unabashed admiration. The son-in-law's filial piety and kindness were deeply etched in the hearts of the Zhao family, never to be forgotten. Fu Tinghan hastily remarked that it was merely his duty. The reason she was so eager for this marriage was to have a legitimate reason to keep Professor Fu close, and now that he was indeed by her side, the urgency of the wedding had diminished. She expressed, although the cold had set in, over time, a certain essence would inevitably emerge. She did not wish for her grandfather to be in such a pitiful state, thus it was prudent to prioritize him at present. Moreover, with their luggage stolen and their family assets lost, and with Fu's grandfather's fate unknown, they were truly in no position to focus on a wedding. It would be more appropriate to observe the mourning period for her grandfather before discussing marriage again. Zhao Song considered this reasoning sound. It was evident that the only thing missing between the third mistress and Fu Tinghan was a wedding ceremony. The marriage contract was already established, and they were merely one step away from being husband and wife. However, during this period of mourning, they could do nothing even if they wed, continuing to sleep in separate rooms. Therefore, the wedding was not particularly necessary at this moment. After all, this was Renan, and Fu Tinghan could not take undue advantage of her. She added that since the mourning period was lengthy, she proposed to weep for her grandfather in Shanxi, selecting an auspicious date to proceed to the grave thereafter, accompanied by eminent monks chanting prayers. However, Zhao Song felt this plan was rather too simplistic. Zhao Song, observing her remarkable composure, could not help but sigh softly, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us heed your counsel. She cast a fleeting glance at Fu Tinghan, who was leaning against the pillar, and instinctively lowered her hand. Fu Tinghan, suppressing a smile, approached her and offered a handkerchief soaked in water, saying, "Here, wipe your eyes." She cautiously dabbed at her eyes and accompanied Fu Tinghan to the backyard. With so many relatives arriving to pay their respects, arrangements for their accommodation and meals were imperative. My mother is inconsolable at the moment. I cannot manage everything alone. Would you assist me shortly? Fu Tinghan readily agreed, of course. He was somewhat intrigued, pondering why she would choose to protect the Zhao family rather than seek vengeance against the young girl. Fu Tinghan too contemplated this as they proceeded to oversee the arrangements for the grieving relatives. In this rural locale, while it may not be particularly large, it offered ample space, allowing for the construction of extensive guest houses with plentiful rooms. However, the furnishings were rather austere. The meals were equally modest, consisting solely of plain rice and flour, with only 2 types of vegetables, stewed greens and stewed winter melon. Wholesome, organic fare, albeit rather unappetizing. It was fortunate that during this mourning period, the servants conducted themselves with decorum, providing hot water when requested and allowing for second helpings, treating everyone equally without exception, which mitigated any perceived rudeness, though the situation remained quite pitiable. The elder relatives, distinguished by their age and higher rank, strolled around the guest house before ultimately gathering with Zhao Song. Fifth brother, one remarked, the Wang family, burdened with orphans and widows, faces considerable adversity. Although the eldest son of the Fu family is present, their roots lie in Luoyang and Jingzhou, rendering them somewhat distant in this matter. They have lost their belongings during this harrowing escape, and it is said that the ice they are currently using is on credit. Zhao Song understood and immediately responded, I am aware, uncles. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Only then did the elders leave with satisfaction. They were of an elder generation compared to Zhao Changyu, and merely lighting incense was sufficient. The matters of mourning were to be attended to by peers and juniors. She paused before adding, moreover, my father once studied here, and I wish for him and Erlang to immerse themselves in their studies as well. Upon the mention of academia, Zhao Song fell silent, yet the thought of Erlang lingered. Is Erlang still unable to concentrate on his studies? Zhao Song inquired. He sighed deeply and affirmed, yes. Zhao Ming responded, posing the question, Father, shall we simply disregard Zhao Ji's matter? Chapter 75. Jiyuan, let us wait a moment. Zhao Ji is still immature, but Zhao Zhongyu is not foolish. We shall observe if anyone arrives at the clan. If so, I shall naturally have the confidence to inquire with them and their offspring. If not, I shall possess even greater assurance to question them. He sighed and continued, this matter should be kept under wraps. It should not be circulated within the clan. Currently, the clan leader is Zhao Zhongyu, and any damage to his reputation would not bode well for our family. Zhao Changyu had entrusted Zhao Zhongyu with the clan's connections, wealth, and resources. Should the clan fall into discord with him, the repercussions would not only befall Zhao Zhongyu, the entire clan would suffer, leading to mutual destruction. Otherwise, if the future clan leader disregards the interests of the clan for his own desires, it would be the clansmen who ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. Zhao Ming remarked, this illustrates that the Wang family is not devoid of wisdom or fortune. Father, you have all misjudged them. Zhao Song's expression darkened. What misunderstanding could there be? The eminent monk himself declared that her fate did not align with Ji's. Otherwise, how could such an astute individual as Ji have given birth to a foolish son? Zhao Ming held a differing opinion. Had not his uncle consulted the birth charts before the families united? At that time, no issues were raised regarding their compatibility. How could it be that after she bore Erlang, a wandering monk, fortuitously encountering them from a distance, could deduce that her son born in Shansai was a simpleton? Might it be that the monk erred in his calculations? The revered monk had asserted that a person's fortune could indeed fluctuate. It was possible that their union was suitable at one moment, yet became incompatible thereafter. Zhao Song sighed, pondering that had Ji been willing to heed counsel and parted ways with her sooner, perhaps calamities could have been averted. A mere chill had claimed a life. Had Zhao Ji survived, the Zhao family would not now face such peril. The thought of Zhao Zhongyu eventually entrusting the Zhao family to Zhao Ji filled Zhao Song with apprehension. Her dissatisfaction with the Wang family intensified. In contrast, Zhao Ming remained unperturbed, believing that his father and others were misplacing their ire. He did not conceal his views, murmuring, that third lady also hails from the Wang family. How is it that she is so astute and perceptive? He continued, it illustrates that everyone has their own destiny. This is Erlang's fate. Even if it is intertwined with his parents, it ultimately reflects upon his father first. How can all the blame rest solely on the Wang family? Zhao Song, finding no common ground in their discourse, pointed at him and scolded, I refuse to listen to your nonsensical ramblings. Get out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming set aside his father's foot, which he had been tending to, and departed. A freshly dried foot inadvertently splashed back into the basin, soaking the trouser hem once more. Infuriated, Zhao Song seized the foot towel and hurled it away, while Zhao Ming, seemingly endowed with eyes at the back of his head, swiftly darted out, disappearing in a flash. Zhao Tong lowered his head and spoke softly, there are only a few bags left in the storeroom, but the tenants should have some grain stored at home. Last year's drought prompted the landlord to reduce the rent by 20% and defer another 20% to this year. Therefore, it would be entirely reasonable for San Yang to collect rent at this time. Millet is priced at 12 won per dough, while wheat costs 14 won per dough. She tapped the table, realizing her financial constraints. She must first utilize the grain from the storeroom, as she could not allow her guests to go hungry. Although she intended to borrow money from the clan and was willing to feign poverty, it did not mean she wished to display her embarrassment to others. Furthermore, it was unthinkable to seize the tenant's grain, especially during this transitional period when every household was tightening its belt. After Fu Tinghan and the others departed, she took out the jade pendant and offered it to her. Use this. However, Runan is vast, encompassing 5 counties besides Shiping and Shaanxi, and no one knew where he had gone. Yet, she believed that with Mr. G's intelligence, he would not stray too far from Shiping and Shaanxi. Shiping has fortifications, and Shaanxi holds her largest dowry. If he had not made his presence known after Zhao Changyu's burial, she would have to contemplate the outcomes of unforeseen events. Moreover, the families of Ji Ping and others were under Mr. G's care. If he remained elusive, her subordinates would surely become restless. Mr. G, having intoxicated the merchants that clung to him, staggered out with a wine jug in hand. Upon entering the room he had reserved, the drunkenness dissipated from his face. He casually placed the wine jug on a nearby table and sat cross-legged. Is there any news? Mr. G inquired, straightening his posture. Have they already arrived in Shaanxi? Why have we received no word from Qinyang? His brow furrowed. Whether heading to Shiping or Shaanxi, they must pass through Qinyang. Did you not station guards at the crossroads? Did they not observe anything? The subordinate hesitated. Perhaps they did not travel through Qinyang? If not through Qinyang, could they possibly have taken a lengthy detour from behind? However, considering the current turmoil in Luoyang, with soldiers scattering in disarray, Mr. G began to waver. It was indeed plausible. In times of chaos, one might flee anywhere to evade pursuers. Dispatch someone to Shaanxi to gather intelligence, and report back immediately upon any discovery. Understood. What of the various rebel factions and the Xiongnu forces? Only the refugees who have fled bring tidings. They say there is looting occurring within Luoyang. Hearing this, Mr. G could not help but sigh. Luoyang is destined for calamity. Fortunately, we departed before the storm, and thankfully, Sanyang and the others managed to escape. Chapter 76, a different narrative. Yet, the information remains scant, primarily derived from the refugees and thus inherently limited. It would be advantageous to acquire news directly from the governor's side. Regrettably, with the Lord's passing, the intelligence network previously managed by the Zhao family had been handed over to the second master. They had to start anew, facing not only a shortage of personnel, but, more critically, a lack of a guiding figure like the Lord. Even if they wished to inquire, they possessed no channels to do so. Mr. G was in deep distress upon hearing the delicate, petulant voice outside lamenting, "My lord has not visited me these past few days. I am utterly heartbroken." A calm male voice responded, "Business has been demanding." Mr. G raised an eyebrow and surveyed the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Xiao Wu, who shivered under his scrutiny. Hesitantly inquiring, "Sir?" Mr. G stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "If the lady had a Chu pavilion, gathering intelligence would be considerably more convenient." Xiao Wu gazed at him in confusion. With a sigh, Mr. G continued, "However, it would not reflect well on the lady if word of this were to spread. Even when the Lord was present, he dismissed my suggestions, let alone now that the third lady is in charge." He gestured. "Let us first locate the ladies and dispatch someone to Shinsai overnight." Xiao Wu complied and withdrew. Accompanied by a sizable entourage, particularly with the numerous bridal dowries, Mr. G's group was conspicuously large. To avoid attracting undue attention, he disguised the procession as a grand merchant caravan, transforming most of the women into servants accompanying the group, while the elderly, weak, and young were passed off as cargo. Given the substantial wealth he carried, Mr. G dared not travel alone to Shiping. After all, who could predict whether the Zhao clan would be tempted by such riches? This would only invite unnecessary strife. Thus, he masqueraded as a prominent merchant while lingering in Qinyang, scattering his people to blend in with the surroundings. In light of the recent turmoil in Luoyang, many refugees had flooded into Qinyang, making it easier for his considerable number to go unnoticed. Otherwise, he would have had to exert even greater effort to maintain discretion. The fare at the villa remained unpretentious, yet ample in staple foods. The kinsfolk expressed understanding, mindful of their recent losses and the period of mourning, deeming such simplicity appropriate. They managed the circumstances with impressive order, accommodating everyone, a testament to Zhao Sanyang's dedication and competence. The accompanying women were quite content, their demeanor towards Wang Shi noticeably softened. One lady, considering herself on good terms with Wang Shi, remarked, "You've raised Sanyang well. Though Erlang is a bit simple, he is healthy and filial. In a couple of years, you should arrange a marriage for him, and then you'll have grandchildren." Wang Shi responded with a courteous smile, feigning meekness, "Before my father-in-law passed." He instructed that all matters of the eldest son's household should be overseen by Sanyang. She is more than capable, and with my son-in-law here, I naturally defer to them. The woman, oblivious to Wang Shi's subtle intentions, sighed and began to gossip. You are fortunate. Your late father-in-law arranged such an advantageous match for Sanyang. A man of Fu Delangjun's character and appearance is a rare find indeed. Indeed, another added. The second son's household has unduly benefited. Wang Shi inwardly scorned. She resented Zhao Ji inheriting the peerage, but why should they adopt a child from the clan? Did she not have a son, and would she not have grandsons in the future? Zhao Ji was, at least, her husband's cousin, sharing close blood. His designs on the peerage were one thing, but why were these distant relatives also eyeing it? They were several generations removed. Wang Shi grumbled inwardly, maintaining a polite smile as she listened quietly. Qinggu entered quietly, and upon seeing the situation, she let out a subtle sigh of relief and promptly inquired, "Is there a matter at hand?" Qinggu paused for a moment, noticing Wang's subtle gestures, and then bowed respectfully, stating, "Indeed, there is to be a funeral tomorrow. Third Miss has sent me to request your presence to discuss some matters." Wang immediately rose, apologizing to everyone before taking her leave. The others expressed their understanding, watching her depart. Alas, the wealth of the first household was once so magnificent, not only within our clan but throughout the entire Jin dynasty. They were among the most affluent. It is said that even the imperial family could not rival their riches. Who would have thought that such fortunes could be lost in a single tumult of war? Do you truly believe all is lost? Silver and gold may be discarded, but can the estates and shops simply vanish? I suspect those assets are now in the possession of the second household. Is this not a form of bullying against a widow and her orphaned children? Yet, what can be done? The second household currently holds the reins of the clan. Do not speak so thoughtlessly. The elder uncle has already arranged a dowry for the third miss, and it is said to be quite substantial. Fifth uncle possesses a list of the dowry items, and a portion of this will eventually be allocated to heir Lang. The elder uncle is a shrewd individual. How could he overlook such matters? However, the estates and shops cannot be liquidated immediately. They will surely require funds for their daily sustenance, will they not? Upon hearing this, someone felt a stirring in their heart and stealthily sought out Wang, offering to assist her by purchasing some land or shops at a high price, particularly the shops, as Zhao Chongyu has establishments in Shiping and Shanxi, and their locations are quite advantageous. Yet, Wang would not consider selling. Although at present she could scarcely muster a silver hairpin, as long as she does not starve, none shall take her properties from her grasp. That, however, is the dowry and betrothal gifts for Sanyang and heir Lang. Moreover, Sanyang has already stated that there is no need for her to worry about financial matters. Wang paused, touched her face, and inquired, "What are you looking at me for?" After a moment of silence, she continued, "You should not be so narrow-minded as to focus solely on these trivial gains. If a significant issue arises, it is the clan that will offer support. The reason I am not favored is due to the birth of your brother, but as the daughter of the Zhao family, and being clever, they hold affection for you. When you encounter difficulties, they will come to your aid." Chapter 77. Accompanying the deceased as long as it does not require him to read or write. Zhao Erlang could easily remember the straightforward and comprehensible words after hearing them a few times. Furthermore, he had rehearsed many times prior, which instilled in him a sense of confidence. Zhao Erlang nodded vigorously, his confidence growing even more. When the time came, a loud firecracker exploded, and the officiating family member shouted towards the heavens, "Lift the spirit." The bearers of the coffin were all members of the Zhao clan. Young and strong men chosen by Zhao Song from the family, ideally those with close blood ties. Once outside, the invited high monk was prepared and immediately began to chant around the coffin. As they exited the estate, the coffin was carefully placed onto the carriage. He was taken aback and looked up at the person beside him. The individual threw a handful of paper money into the air, tears brimming in their eyes as they cried out, "Return, O soul, return." Hearing this, Fu Tinghan felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes growing moist. The funeral procession erupted into weeping, following the two calls with their own cries of grief. Suddenly, a swift horse approached, startling Zhao Song, who was reciting the memorial words. Upon looking up and seeing Ji Yuan, he was taken aback, wondering how Mr. Ji could possibly be present. With tears welling in his eyes, Ji Yuan cast a sorrowful glance at the coffin and addressed Zhao Song. "I, Ji, have served our Lord for many years and find it truly difficult to part. Hence, I wish to accompany him on his final journey, and I am fortunate to have arrived in time. Zhao Song, anxious, queried, if you are here, who remains by my second brother's side? Ji Yuan replied, the second master is astute and formidable. All of our lord's former aides are still present. Yet they cannot compare to you. Zhao Song thought to himself, feeling a growing sense of urgency. How could Zhao Zhongyu allow Ji Yuan to depart? He knew well that this gentleman had been by his elder brother's side for over a decade, earning considerable respect. Ji Yuan was privy to most matters concerning the Zhao family and was a confidant of his brother. How could Zhao Zhongyu let such a person leave? Unfortunately, the funeral was at a critical juncture, making it inappropriate to interrupt, so he could only proceed. Ji Yuan met her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. After reciting the eulogies, the coffin was lowered into the grave, and the burial items were carefully placed beside it. The burial site for Zhao Chongyu had been prepared 2 years prior, selected by Zhao Song as an excellent location, with craftsmen excavating the tomb in accordance with the standards befitting a noble. As the items were arranged, Uncle Zhao sighed, feeling that it was still too humble. Alas, your possessions were lost on the road. Otherwise, we could have included more. This meager offering is too scant for my elder brother. As he glanced around, he noticed Chung Bo kneeling nearby, silently weeping. A thought struck him. It would not do to be so parsimonious for his elder brother. Perhaps a few devoted servants should accompany him in the afterlife. Zhao Song, somewhat irked, shot him a disapproving glance and admonished, do not cause a scene before my brother's grave. Hurry and leave. Zhao Hu glared. I speak with utmost sincerity, fifth brother. Do you not find these burial items rather shabby? I believe Chung Bo would suffice. He has grown up beside eldest brother and has always served him. Chung Bo, pale-faced, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, prostrating himself on the ground, weeping bitterly and imploring, third mistress, allow me to accompany the master. I am willing to serve him. Fu Tinghan, taken aback by her tears falling like rain, instinctively reached out to catch a drop, astonished by her ability to cry on command. Surely, the handkerchief infused with ginger juice could not be that effective. Zhao Song's expression softened slightly as he nodded, affirming, what my son-in-law says is indeed correct. The Zhao clan unanimously agreed. If you are reluctant to send your own servants to eldest brother, I shall offer a few of mine, Zhao Hu declared. The other relatives hesitated. If Zhao Hu were to provide her own people, they had no grounds to object. In the past, this might have been unthinkable, but now it seemed feasible. Zhao Hu's eyes sparkled as she asserted, people are hardly valued these days. With just a handful of coins, one could procure several devoted and attractive servants to accompany us underground. How splendid would that be? She fixed her gaze on Zhao Hu and earnestly said, seventh uncle, you must accumulate virtue. Zhao Hu was left bewildered. Are you reprimanding me? Chapter 78, Frightening Zhao Song. Maintaining a stern demeanor, rebuked Zhao Hu. Why are you not hastening to leave? Zhao Hu let out a huff, expressing her sympathy for her elder brother, asserting that they were not to be used as mere pawns. Even Fu Tinghan, who was typically reticent and mild-mannered, could not contain his ire. Seventh uncle, he said with a grave countenance, heaven is compassionate towards living beings. I have heard that you are a devout believer in Buddhist teachings. It is even more imperative that you show mercy towards human life. Our esteemed ancestors exerted great effort to abolish the barbaric practice of burying the living alongside the deceased. Why must you impose such torment upon the living, and by extension, upon our beloved Zhao grandfather, who has always cherished his people? Zhao Hu, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of displeasure and cast him a sidelong glance. Fu Darlongjun, this is a matter of the Zhao family. As an outsider, you ought not to interfere. Your presence here is only tolerated due to your status as San Yang's future husband, yet you seem to overstep your bounds. He retorted, my elder brother was born into wealth and privilege, living a life of opulence and comfort. If he does not bring along a few companions, what will become of him in the afterlife? The clan has long spoken of Fu Darlongjun's filial piety, yet what I witnessed today seems otherwise. If you were truly filial, it would be your duty as a grandson-in-law to attend to the servants. With that, she seized Zhao Hu's hand and turned to pull him towards the tomb chamber. Grandfather has not seen seventh uncle for many years. He must be longing for this reunion. Moreover, fifth uncle has provided a chess set for burial. When the time comes, you can play chess with grandfather while I serve tea on the side. What a delightful family gathering that would be. Zhao Hu's face turned pale as she struggled against her, but the child, despite her seemingly frail appearance, possessed surprising strength. Zhao Song was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the usually reasonable and graceful third lady would suddenly exhibit such ferocity. It was only upon Zhao Hu's call that he regained his composure, hastily pursuing to intercept her. "Third lady, cease your folly alongside your seventh uncle. Release him at once." He urged the two individuals to leave before turning back to the coffin, bowing reverently once more, striving to attain a semblance of tranquility before he finally stepped outside. Cheng Bo stood momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing the depths of his fear of death. It was paradoxical. Just after their lord's passing, he had wished to follow suit, yet now. Cheng Bo was lost in thought as the funeral continued. Zhao Kai dutifully followed the rites, noticing that his father exhibited no reaction. He quickly tugged at him in concern. Ji Yuan observed the unfolding events with an impassive demeanor, and as the tomb door descended, sealing the tomb chamber. The funeral had already reached its midpoint. Zhao Erlang led everyone forward to pay their respects, and following the rites, the gravestone was set in place, marking the conclusion of the ceremony. The fort was not far from the ancestral grave, and after a brief walk of about half an hour, she caught sight of a towering city wall, not significantly shorter than that of Shinsai County. Most importantly, the fort was equipped with watchtowers. Surrounding the fort was a narrow ditch. While not exceedingly wide, it was certainly unjumpable for both men and horses. Its depth was considerable, about 3 to 4 meters, with smooth walls that made climbing nearly impossible. A bridge spanned the ditch, connecting the official road to the fort's entrance. Regrettably, the ditch was too narrow. Any enemy attempting to invade would surely recognize the futility of crossing the bridge if they possessed even a modicum of sense. The obsession with wealth was indeed strikingly similar. Zhao Song remarked, "It has cost quite a bit. Yet with this ditch, the Zhao family possesses the safest fort in the entire Runan prefecture. The bustling marketplace unfolds before me, its ground paved with blue stones, flanked by towering buildings on either side. The lower level is lined with shops, while the upper level accommodates both commercial spaces and residences. In front of the shops, vendors set up stalls, offering a myriad of goods. In light of the news of Zhao Changyu's demise, every household has draped white cloth or banners in mourning. Those residing in this fort, regardless of their surname, are considered part of the Zhao clan. With the passing of the former clan leader, they are bound to observe a period of mourning, one that is even more solemn than the national observance of grief." Chapter 79. The Clever Ones. Naturally, Zhao Song proclaimed with pride. "There are few fortresses in the world that can rival our Zhao clan's fortress, no more than a handful." This suggests that among the numerous fortresses across the land, the Zhao clan's ranks among the top 10. How many fortresses exist in total? While there may not be thousands, certainly 5, 6, or even 8,000 can be counted. Zhao Song shook his head, acknowledging, "This is all due to your grandfather's efforts. Without his stewardship, the Zhao clan could not have established such a fortress." As the clan leader, Zhao Changyu could not solely focus on personal gain. The power he wielded, in the eyes of Zhao Song and others, was divided into two parts, one wholly under his control, now presumably inherited by Zhao Zhongyu. The other part pertains to the Zhao clan's fortress, managed by Zhao Song, yet fundamentally belonging to the Zhao lineage. This is the ancestral residence of the Zhao family, a space no one dares to usurp. Zhao Song gestured towards the fortress, which is nearly equivalent to a small county, stating, "Currently, more than half of the inhabitants within this fortress are the refugees we have gathered over the past decade." He remarked, "The prosperity of the Zhao clan's fortress is entirely attributed to your grandfather's foresight and capabilities. Sustaining such a multitude cannot solely rely on the initial agricultural yield. The deficit was solely compensated by Zhao Changyu. The entire clan is acutely aware of this reality, which is why Zhao Changyu's passing has plunged them into sorrow. With the loss of the steering helmsman, the future of the Zhao vessel remains uncertain." Zhao Song harbored concerns, believing that Zhao Zhongyu pales in comparison to Zhao Changyu, and Zhao Ji is even less capable than Zhao Zhongyu, casting a shadow over the Zhao family's future. With a faint smile, she suggested, "We might as well bring some books along," hoping that Uncle Wu will consent. They reached a mutual understanding and exchanged satisfied smiles. Zhao Ming inquired, "Father, who do you think is wiser, third miss or Ji?" After pondering, Zhao Song replied, "The student surpasses the master at her age. Ji lacks the insight and forbearance that she possesses." Speaking of forbearance, Zhao Song could not help but contemplate further. He paused and asked, "How are the gifts you were asked to prepare?" "All packed," Zhao Song replied. "Considering their hardships, let us add more money to the boxes. Since Jiyuan has chosen to follow third miss, we must not let him feel slighted. Jiyuan possesses great talent and is well acquainted with our Zhao family's foundations. We must ensure he remains with us. Zhao Ming queried, what if we cannot retain him? Zhao Song retorted with irritation, if we cannot keep him? What alternative do I have besides offering a substantial sum to send him away? Must you vex me incessantly? Zhao Ming, father, my inquiries are merely to compel you to contemplate all unfavorable outcomes for your own benefit. It is not my intention to provoke you. He muttered. You speak so ominously that I am led to believe you might wish to harm him, perhaps out of spite for your own unfulfilled desires. Zhao Song, incensed by his words, sought an object to hurl at him. However, Zhao Ming, having anticipated this reaction, swiftly rose and fled. Upon entering the central hall designated for banquets, he observed the low tables and mats arranged within. To the right stood a screen, behind which lay a wooden couch, accompanied by a low table and a brush holder, intended for the host's reading and repose. The left side featured 5 rows of bookshelves, brimming with scrolls. The final row of shelves concealed a staircase leading to the second floor, where another wooden couch resided, the remainder occupied by more bookshelves. Despite the abundance of shelves, only half contained paper books. The rest were filled with silk cloths and bamboo slips, all inscribed with text. Fu Tinghan rummaged through her memories, reflecting, were it not for the recollections of the original owner, we would be on the brink of illiteracy when confronted with these bamboo slips. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Rolling her sleeves, this might serve as a source of inspiration. Currently, they too were fledgling beings, requiring a degree of caution. Yet today, teacher Zhao exhibited an imposing demeanor, declaring her intent to drag Zhao Hu along for a shared fate. Fu Tinghan could not suppress a smile, thinking it best not to alter her ways. After all, could she still be considered teacher Zhao if she changed? It would be a pity for so many books to languish here, gathering dust. With a swift motion, Fu Tinghan declared, come, let us gather some books to take with us. Chapter 80. Do you wish to add? Upon learning of this, Ji Yuan hurried over, eager to assist in the collection. Shengbo observed them diligently packing scroll after scroll into the boxes and could only encircle them, cautioning, take it easy. Be careful not to miss anything. Indeed, one must not be excessive. In the eyes of the clan, Zhao Erling's foundation should remain steadfast in his ancestral home and sheeping. If she were to take away too many books, it would raise suspicions of disloyalty and betrayal. Ji Yuan was taken aback. You copied them all? Just as Ji Yuan was about to express disbelief at the ease of finding literate individuals, he pondered the sheer number of people required to transcribe such a vast collection. He gazed at her in astonishment. Are you attempting to gather the displaced? She replied, the world is in turmoil. Relying solely on these few hundred robust men to protect us is implausible. Furthermore, since they have safeguarded us, it is only right that we protect them in return. Thus, the power we wield must be as substantial as possible. Ji Yuan responded. Such ambition is commendable. Yet the court has explicit regulations prohibiting noble families from supporting more than 1,000 retainers. The Zhao family already possesses a considerable number of retainers, and according to the law, a single individual may not nurture more than 100. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan added, at least, that is the official stance. His emotions stirred. He glanced at Fu Tinghan, observing his calm demeanor, revealing no aversion to her assertiveness. This pleased Ji Yuan immensely. Yet he feigned obstinacy, saying, if you seek to conceal households, aren't you undermining the foundations of the court? She answered, if the nation is stable, it will safeguard my life and property. Why would I need retainers? Should the court ensure the people dwell in peace, the concealed households would naturally not wish to remain with me, and I would not obstruct their departure. However, at present, the nation is unable to safeguard her life and property, leaving the populace displaced. Her estate could potentially provide them with a means of survival. Why then does she refrain from taking action? In truth, were it not for the considerable distance to Jiangnan and the exorbitant travel costs of this era, she would have contemplated relocating there much sooner. The thought of the north and the central plains descending into utter chaos, embroiled in conflict for nearly a century, instills in her a profound sense of urgency. Yet, considering the unfamiliarity of Jiangnan and the presence of local gentry, she realizes that their kind from the north may not fare well there. It is preferable to remain in Runan, where at least familial ties offer some measure of support. Having chosen to stay, she must now prepare for the future. Ensuring the safety of herself and those around her is of utmost importance. To achieve this, she must first secure sufficient manpower, followed by adequate resources, and ultimately, capable individuals to manage these people. He, however, is unconcerned with such matters. focused solely on following them and utilizing this pathway to elevate himself and fulfill his aspirations. Ji Yuan, filled with enthusiasm, inquires, "When shall we depart?" Zhao Song perceives that many of their servants have become lost along the way and responds, "Allow me to send some servants with you. It would not do for you to be without attendants." Zhao Song, pleased by her filial piety, feels a deeper fondness for her and, in his satisfaction, calls for Zhao Ming to add some funds to her trunk. Zhao Ming could not help but exclaim, "Father, my concern is not for the money itself. It is not worth fretting over. However, in just 3 short days, you have requested me to increase the amount I send thrice. This causes me great anxiety. Should San Yang ever ask, will you truly bestow upon her all your wealth?" Zhao Song retorted, "She is your niece, still young and having lost her father at an early age. With her family now destitute, how could I not provide for her? Why do you begrudge such a meager sum? When did you become so miserly?" "Father, my uncle is an astute and considerate man. Would he not ensure a future for San Yang and Erlang?" Zhao Ming replied, "I must reiterate, my concern is not about the money, it is about clarity. Given my uncle's wealth, greater than that of the royal family, would he not have set aside provisions for them? He did, yet it was taken from them." Zhao Song pondered, feeling a pang of sorrow for the significant dowry that had been lost. Zhao Ming continued, "What I mean to convey is that beyond the dowry, there must be other assets. Do not forget Ji Yuan. He is the most trusted aide of my uncle. A person of such caliber surely would not allow even a trifling amount of wealth to slip away." Zhao Song, displaying a resolute expression, insisted, "Just tell me whether you will contribute or not." At last, Zhao Song felt a semblance of relief. Chapter 81. Sending off, Zhao Ming gathered 5 boxes filled with items, plain fabrics, newly made quilt covers, a box of silk and cotton, as well as various porcelain cups and dishes. Certainly, there is indeed a chest full of riches, with each box laden with a considerable sum. Given his father's generosity and incessant chatter, he even added 2 silver coins, a display of opulence beyond measure. Aside from Zhao Song, other families also presented their gifts. "I procured these items with my own funds, and they are indeed of use. I have inspected them, and all are in good condition. With the considerable loss of servants, it is impractical to manage without assistance. I have sent you these individuals." Zhao Hu turned to his attendant and inquired whether they had any family. Should he wish to recall this matter in the future, these individuals might prove advantageous, perhaps even earning a reward. Thus, the attendant selected individuals with families, and those families were quite numerous. The attendant, unwilling to deceive, lowered his head and replied, "Yes, there are indeed some family members." The attendant departed and soon returned with a group, most of whom bore nothing in their hands, save for a few carrying small bundles. Their appearance was rather shabby, yet the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Zhao Hu was taken aback, his mouth agape. The individuals he had initially chosen numbered precisely 8, 4 men and 4 women, yet their relatives amounted to a staggering 21. Zhao Hu, with a twitch of his facial muscles, forced a smile and said, "No need." He quickened his pace. The group exchanged glances, and a slender youth spoke in a low voice. "We were captured by soldiers and sold here. What price were you sold for?" Zhao Hu asked. The youth replied, "I am young and strong, sold for merely 3 coins. Cheaper than a cow. Last year, the drought in Yingchuan was severe, and this year, the rains have been scarce once more. We found it increasingly difficult to survive, prompting us to seek refuge in Runan among relatives. Yet, shortly after our departure, we were apprehended by soldiers and brought here." The young man fell silent upon hearing this, and, after a moment's contemplation, murmured that he needed to discuss the matter with his family. Chengbo agreed, undoubtedly driven by monetary motivations. Fu Tinggan's expression darkened. How could the government and military still retain any credibility under such circumstances? Fu Tinghan remarked that purchasing individuals for a meager sum only to resell them could be considered a relatively conscientious practice. Many soldiers merely followed orders, capturing passing refugees or even ordinary citizens along the official roads, binding them, and then relocating to sell their captives, an act historically acknowledged. One of the formidable adversaries of the Jin dynasty, Shi Lu, was perpetually ensnared and sold as a slave. Fu Tinghan pressed his lips together. Although his exposure to historical literature was limited, he was familiar with Shi Li's name. He understood that this was an era of chaos. Yet he had not anticipated it to devolve into such disorder. The court and military, originally established to protect the common people, had become the most immediate perpetrators of harm. If they were released, what if they encountered soldiers once more? Not only had Zhao Changyu left her with substantial estates around Shiping and Kaikai, but she had also exchanged a considerable amount with Zhao Zhongyu. Recently, she had inquired with Zhao Song, who informed her that due to the adverse weather conditions and the sporadic passage of refugee armies, many tenants and laborers had fled, leaving considerable tracts of land fallow. She was in dire need of laborers. Indeed, one could say that the entire Zhao stronghold was in want of manpower, as evidenced by Zhao Hu's extensive purchases of individuals. Chapter 82. Inquiring, it is evident that Zhao Changyu held significant esteem within his clan, possessing a commendable reputation and strong interpersonal connections. Though he has departed from this world, the remnants of his influence continue to offer protection to his kin. Consequently, after deliberation with the family, none of the 8 households chose to depart. Furthermore, regarding Zhao Ming, given the turmoil prevailing outside, Zhao Song was apprehensive despite the proximity of Shiping to Shanxi. Thus, he entrusted Zhao Ming with a retinue of guards, insisting that they ensure safe passage to the estate in Shanxi. As she rode alongside Ji Yuan, flanking Zhao Ming on either side, she inquired with curiosity, "Uncle Ming, what is our family's relationship with the county magistrate of Shanxi?" Zhao Ming replied, "It is quite favorable. Your grandfather was conferred the title of Baron of Shanxi, with his fiefdom situated there. Naturally, the local magistrate treats us with a degree of courtesy." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ming continued, "Since you are in mourning and a lady of the household, it is unnecessary for you to present yourself personally. It would suffice to have someone from the household attend to such matters. However, as you have resolved to observe mourning in Shanxi, there will be many instances where you may need to rely on the magistrate's assistance. You might consider sending some modest gifts to the magistrate's wife and daughter." Casting a meaningful glance at Ji Yuan, who was riding beside him, Zhao Ming added, "That will depend on how many people you believe you can support, as the current taxes imposed by the court are quite substantial and continue to rise annually. By the way, last year, a new tax was introduced, known as the dung tax. This means that for every 5 households without cattle, one must contribute a head of cattle's worth of dung as tax." Zhao Ming chuckled lightly, mentioning that the magistrate was indeed contemplating such measures. "It is utterly excessive. Managing the sustenance of people is one thing, but to regulate even their excretions is quite another." Ji Yuan listened attentively throughout, remaining by Zhao Changyu's side. His familiarity with the hometown of Shiping had been solely derived from documents and letters, thus any intricate matters and customs required inquiry from the local populace. Zhao Ming was evidently the most suitable individual for such inquiries. Meanwhile, Fu Tinghan rode alone behind them, his gaze sweeping over the path and the surrounding mountains and fields. Zhao Erlang nudged his horse forward, curiosity piqued. "Brother-in-law, what are you observing?" Fu Tinghan turned to him with a gentle smile, replying, "I am studying the route and the contours of the mountains, as I wish to amend the map." Zhao Erlang exhibited little interest in this, promptly bypassing the topic and posing his own question, "Brother-in-law, will we be residing in the manor from now on?" Fu Tinghan nodded affirmatively. "After that year, will you take my sister away?" Raising an eyebrow, Fu Tinghan inquired, "Who told you that?" Zhao Erlang queried, "Is it true that if I do not call you brother-in-law, you cannot take my sister away?" Fu Tinghan responded, "Not at all." Zhao Erlang glared, his expression fierce. Fu Tinghan chuckled, assuring, "Rest assured. If your sister does not wish to leave, I cannot compel her. However, should she desire to go, I would not stand in her way." "What is a test?" He mused. "It is merely a game, a delightful game." With a considerable number of people and an abundance of luggage, the large caravan departing from Qinyang attracted significant attention, especially upon entering Shanxi. As they stepped into the manor, the magistrate of Shanxi was promptly informed. A constable rushed in to report, claiming that there were at least 1,000 travelers and vehicles. "So many?" The county magistrate questioned. "Could it be that you have exaggerated the numbers?" He continued, 1,000 souls is akin to an entire clan migrating. Has the Zhao clan from Shiping relocated en masse? Yet, these people had not come from Shiping. They hailed from Qinyang. The magistrate's brow furrowed at the mention of Qinyang. If they are not kin from Shiping, could they be gathered refugees? A sudden chill ran down his spine as he inquired, "Is it possible that the Zhao clan is plotting a rebellion?" The aide fell silent for a moment before hastily reassuring, "Your Excellency, do not be alarmed. It may well be a misunderstanding. The numbers need not be as high as 1,000. Lord Zhao is held in great esteem, and the Zhao family has been loyal for generations. Such treachery seems unlikely." Noticing the magistrate's lingering concern, he lowered his voice to add, "Moreover, Lord Zhao has but one granddaughter and a simple-minded grandson. Who would dare to rebel? Upon reflection, the magistrate found this reasoning sound. He relaxed, snorting dismissively as he chastised the constable. You must have misjudged the situation or deliberately inflated the figures. With merely a lady and her simple-minded brother, how could there be such a multitude? You are merely reacting to rumors, attempting to amplify the matter to gain favor in my eyes, are you not? Irritated by their foolishness, he berated the constable thoroughly before dismissing him. The constable, feeling disgraced as he exited, spat discreetly, "Curse it. Even if I miscalculated, the number is not insignificant. So many individuals, along with the vehicles clustered around, extend far beyond sight. To assert there are not 1,000 would be to underestimate the count. Surely there are at least 700 or 800. Chapter 83. Seeking mud. However, there are merely over 200 troops available for the battlefield. Zhao Ju replied, "No problem." Fu Tinghan handed her a piece of paper covered in a series of numbers, which she regarded with confusion. Fu Tinghan explained, "This represents the monthly supply consumption for the entire estate. This figure is the minimum, calculated conservatively based on the current training levels of the troops. You need to stockpile provisions." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan quickly glanced over the document, but found none of the characters familiar, causing him to furrow his brow. He inquired, "Shall we purchase from the granary?" Despite the slim chances, Ji Yuan agreed. As long as it is relatively inexpensive, they must act swiftly. Otherwise, once word spreads, the prices of grain in the market will skyrocket, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire large quantities. She added, "And horses, if we can buy them, we should." After all, they currently had no shortage of funds. Her dowry, which Ji Yuan had safely brought along, amounted to a considerable sum. If they did not convert this wealth into resources to fortify themselves now, when would they? Ji Yuan's anxious heart eased slightly, yet a twinge of regret lingered within. He had initially thought the lady might be planning a rebellion. The eastern and western camps would effectively encircle the estate, forming a triangular defense. Zhao Ju was appointed as the commander of the troops. However, at present, both the eastern and western camps consisted of nothing but empty land. They would first need to construct their own shelters. Fu Tinghan queried, "That depends on what your most urgent needs are. If your priority is to prevent invasions from outsiders, then constructing a wall to fortify against external threats would be essential." She remarked, "My most pressing concern now should be to consolidate the people's hearts and minds, to ensure their stability, and to achieve self-sufficiency. After all, while my grandfather left behind a substantial fortune, it is not inexhaustible. I must strive for self-sufficiency and even surplus." Fu Tinghan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that foundational infrastructure is essential. To stabilize the populace, it appears that merely satisfying their most fundamental survival needs suffices. Fu Tinghan concurred, affirming that typically, near gathering places, there exists such clay, slightly adhesive in nature, as the vast majority of homes in the northern regions are constructed from earth. Of course, stone would be preferable, yet it demands more time and effort. Clay is still quite satisfactory. After wandering for a short while, they discovered a suitable site. She stood up and surveyed the area, noting that it was a stretch of wilderness with ample resources. Her heart stirred with excitement. Having found such excellent clay, it seemed imprudent not to utilize it for constructing earthen houses. Aren't we supposed to make clay bricks? Initially, she intended only to mold raw clay, but with such abundant high-quality material at hand, it felt wasteful to limit themselves. Why not establish a kiln factory instead? Fu Tinghan tilted her head, intrigued. You mean to fire the clay bricks? Fu Tinghan inquired, are you skilled in this? Fu Tinghan then added thus. We will require Professor Fu's assistance in locating craftsmen experienced in kiln construction. If none can be found, we must implore Professor Fu to conduct some research. Fu Tinghan pondered thoughtfully, realizing that an additional skilled worker would be necessary. More craftsmen must be sought. Presently, everyone is living outdoors, having constructed rudimentary shelters from wood and thatch, which lack sturdiness. To achieve a level of security and comfort, building proper houses is indispensable. It is essential to have at least one earthen house, even if not a mud brick one. However, due to limited land, they cannot construct indiscriminately. Hence, proper planning is imperative. Therefore, do not overly placate him. Do you understand? Wang Shi moved a bit closer and softly advised her. My dear, you must not be entirely submissive to men. If you do, they will come to take it for granted, and over time, they may undervalue you. As a girl, you must maintain a sense of reserve. Chapter 84. Borrowing from others, you foolish girl. He must not know, Wang Shi said. The subtle strategies among women should remain within our circle. Do not foolishly divulge them to Fu Darling. Yet, the following day, she still sought out Fu Tinghan. Fu Tinghan handed her the meticulously drawn plans and suggested, based on what you have sketched, you might try constructing a kiln. Cheng Bo replied that there was none available and then brought Hu Ji over. Taking the plans, Fu Tinghan remarked, I shall handle it. Upon seeing her smile, which radiated warmth and gentleness, she was evidently anticipating his initiative. I will do my utmost to construct it. But the methods for firing bricks are merely documented in texts, and neither of us possesses experience, nor do the locals. Thus, success cannot be guaranteed. If you wish for early success, you must consider hiring some craftsmen. Cheng Bo then suggested, the fifth master has a fondness for porcelain. I recall that among the dowry, there is a set of white porcelain cups. Perhaps we could select a few to present to the fifth master? This caused Cheng Bo to pause, surprised at the thought of third miss gifting such items. He silently agreed. Fu Tinghan could not help but inquire whether the gesture might be perceived as somewhat insufficient. In order to express his esteem for Zhao Song and to successfully borrow craftsmen, Cheng Bo personally brought gifts to Shiping. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song was filled with immense joy and eagerly accepted the offerings. She took a handful of wheat from the bag, and upon seeing the plump grains, her delight only grew. I understand your filial piety. How are they in Shanxi? Have they encountered any difficulties? He inquired. He continued, the land in Shanxi is plentiful, and we could indeed arrange for the newly arrived refugees to work the fields. However, San Yang is compassionate and does not wish for them to reside in thatched huts. Thus, she intends to construct proper housing for them. Cheng Bo, appearing somewhat embarrassed, added, yet, while we have plenty of strong refugees, we lack craftsmen skilled in brickmaking and construction. Zhao Song responded, San Yang's benevolence is commendable. In these tumultuous times, the common folk are restless. If they have a place to call home, their hearts will settle. With so much land under her name, she will require a considerable workforce to cultivate it. This is indeed an excellent strategy to win the people's loyalty. Cheng Bo, visibly excited, readily agreed, showering her with compliments as if they were free. Hearing that they were in dire need of brickmaking craftsmen, Zhao Song waved her hand and said, I recall that Lu Kuan's family excels in brickmaking. I shall send him along with you. Zhao Song, feeling confident, entrusted the matter entirely to him. Thus, she declared, let this task fall to you. This also spared him the need to dispatch someone to assist with the summer harvest. Although he held authority in the fort, with considerable influence, he was still subordinate to the clan leader, Zhao Zhongyu, who was the rightful authority. Therefore, he often refrained from being overly assertive in many matters. Recalling Zhao Zhongyu, Zhao Song instructed someone to deliver a letter to Cheng Bo. If you do not come, I shall indeed send someone to Shanxi to find you. You have only been gone for 2 days, and already someone has come looking for you. It is the clan leader who sent them to inquire about San Yang and the others. He added, let San Yang not harbor any ill feelings. It would be best to write a letter to assure her of your safety. After all, he is her own uncle, and their two families share the closest of blood ties. It would be unfortunate if this misunderstanding led to estrangement. Zhao Song nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that child displayed great magnanimity, far surpassing that of her uncle. Zhao Song quietly scoffed at this thought and smiled as she sent Cheng Bo on his way. She entrusted a sack of wheat to a servant for drying, intending to thresh it later and taste the year's harvest. The servant complied. Zhao Ming, feeling a sense of urgency, approached his father. Father, with so many craftsmen dispatched, how will their summer harvest be arranged? Zhao Song, with unwavering confidence, replied proudly. San Yang has assured me that she will send laborers to assist with their summer harvest, so the craftsmen need not concern themselves with domestic matters. Such thoughtfulness sent Zhao Ming's heart racing. Her attentiveness left him flustered. If she were a man, he would suspect ulterior motives, predicting that she would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. But she is a woman. Suppressing his doubts, Zhao Ming nodded and said, very well. As long as you are happy. Chapter 85. A subtle stirring of the heart, Zhao Song generously lent not only brickmakers and masons to them, but also carpenters. A valuable asset indeed. Even Cheng Bo expressed his delight, lowering his voice as he remarked, if only we could retain them for longer. One may not seize others, yet one can certainly learn their skills. Craftsmanship, after all, is best nurtured among one's own kin. It is the very foundation of a craftsman's existence. Though one might fear their reluctance to impart their wisdom, wasn't the early period of the new China fraught with difficulties? Many endeavors commenced with only rudimentary foundations, yet gradually progressed to greater heights. In Cheng Bo's heart, the elder master will eternally be Zhao Changyu. Upon hearing this, he fell silent, pursing his lips, and after a moment, bowed his head to respond. Yes, shall I write to the second master and the new elder master? Indeed, Cheng Bo replied resolutely. I will ensure they interact harmoniously with our kin. Cheng Bo then inquired with a smile, Sen Yang, how fares the brick kiln constructed by Lord Fu? It is completed, and we can commence firing the bricks tomorrow, Fu Tinghan responded. One kiln holds 3,000 bricks, in the span of a single day and night. Lu Quan pondered. It is indeed larger than our current kiln, which can only accommodate 1,000 bricks. Lord, can this kiln truly fire 3,000 bricks? Fu Tinghan replied. How can one ascertain its capability? Only through firing will we know. The brick molds are ready. Nearby, the damp earth has been thoroughly soaked, with both men and oxen laboriously treading upon it, placing the prepared clay into molds. They have already produced a considerable number of bricks over the past 2 days. Lu Quan examined the clay bricks and, finding no faults, consented to place them into the kiln. Fu Tinghan instinctively touched her face and asked, Am I dirty? The two were in such close proximity that when Fu Tinghan lowered her head, she could gaze directly into his eyes. Fu Tinghan, I lack experience and am merely engaging in theoretical discussions, thus I would rate my abilities at 50%. However, he possesses confidence, following any endeavor, regardless of its outcome. He is capable of making improvements. The two exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for further conversation, resulting in an unexpected stillness. Nearby, Cheng Bo perceived the peculiar atmosphere between them and, with a smile, sought to initiate a new topic. He had consistently heard San Yang refer to Fu De Lang Jun as professor, yet he recalled that during their time in Luoyang, it was San Yang who had instructed Fu De Lang Jun in various matters. Cheng Bo was taken aback and quickly remarked, This is quite inappropriate. It contradicts propriety. What will people say if word gets out that they are teacher and student? After a brief contemplation, he felt a sense of relief, recognizing that it is indeed customary for a husband to teach his wife, and for a wife to support her husband. With this understanding, Cheng Bo relaxed. He chuckled, observing, I see, San Yang is simply feeling shy. He glanced at Fu Tinghan and laughed. San Yang, converse with Fu De Lang Jun. I shall go check on the others. Once Cheng Bo departed, the two fell into silence once more, exchanging glances. Fu Tinghan broke the silence, saying, I wish to ascertain his intelligence in other areas. He continued, I conducted a brief test, and it appears his memory is quite decent. With repeated reminders, he can retain information and execute tasks. He also comprehends more complex concepts, provided he is not pressured to recognize the characters simultaneously. However, he cannot read, and I suspect he may have a reading disability. When asked to identify characters, he struggles not only to memorize them, but also becomes emotionally affected, resulting in irritability that further impairs his memory. Fu Tinghan nodded, acknowledging that knowledge can be disseminated through means beyond the written word. Perhaps one could endeavor to impart wisdom through verbal instruction. He possesses commendable martial skills. And Fu Tinghan remarked suddenly, he is also quite strong. When I inquired about his favorite pastime, he replied that he enjoys horseback riding and hunting. You might consider nurturing his talents in that area. Her gaze fell to his waist. Chapter 86. A heartfelt stir. Fu Tinghan stated, I was quite well behaved during my studies and never engaged in fights. Fu Tinghan quickly reassured, You have always been an exemplary student. Not to mention, after her sight diminished, she transformed into a problem student. Fu Tinghan's expression turned serious as he earnestly regarded her, saying, You are a truly commendable student, academically proficient, well-liked, vibrant, cheerful, kind, and upright. Although the teachers may find you troublesome, they secretly hold great affection for you. Fu Tinghan nodded resolutely, affirming once more, indeed. After a brief pause, she inquired, Would you like to engage in some physical training? Perhaps learn some martial arts from Erlang. I believe it would significantly enhance your personal safety. Fu Tinghan asked, Are you not learning? I am, I responded, but my schedule is rather constrained, so I will practice in the evenings. Fu Tinghan replied, I shall join you. Erlang's pace does not suit me. See you tonight. The bricks were carefully placed into the kiln, and after Lu Quan conducted a thorough inspection, he led the team to seal the kiln and ignite the fire. Otherwise, everything would rely solely on the old kiln workers' experience and intuition, which would yield low efficiency and success rates. The two individuals had transitioned their conversation from thermometers to military boxing and martial arts. Many martial arts have, by our era, transformed from lethal techniques to methods solely for strengthening the body. Therefore, when it comes to practicality, military boxing reigns supreme. I learned it in the special forces. Each move targets vital points. Should you master it, even in the absence of your protector, you could safeguard your own life. Fu Ting tilted her head, gazing at her companion, and inquired, "Is it difficult?" In truth, it involved an additional step beyond mere observation. First, the ears would detect sounds, and then the brain would conjure the imagery, rendering the experience akin to sight. This extra step meant that processing speed would be diminished. Initially, she struggled and often found herself overwhelmed. However, as she became accustomed, she could react as swiftly to auditory cues as she could to visual stimuli. The advantages of this adaptation were manifold. Not only would she no longer be bullied, but she could also navigate life with greater ease. In familiar surroundings, she could live almost as any other person, with strangers hardly perceiving her blindness. Fu Tinghan wholeheartedly agreed. Brimming with confidence, she and her companion began to run through the fields. After a quarter of an hour, he was slightly breathless. After another quarter, his pace slowed to a near halt. Cheng Bo silently observed, contemplating whether to approach and inquire. Just then, he witnessed the young lady pulling Fu Dalong to a patch of grass, urging him to practice arm swings and leg kicks. It was unclear what Fu Dalong had uttered, but suddenly, the young woman seized his shoulders, gripping his neck with one hand, and swiftly brought him down onto the grass. Cheng Bo's eyes widened in an instant. Instinctively, he glanced left and right, and upon noticing that no one was paying attention, he dashed forward to intervene. "Your hand grasped my throat, one hand pinned my shoulder, and your leg pressed down on my waist, rendering me completely powerless against your control." Fu Tinghan, ambition? Fu Tinghan rose, gazing at her pale and slender neck, momentarily hesitating to act. He grasped her shoulder with one hand while the other gently pushed against her neck. Although she could easily dislodge his hands, she chose to cooperate instead, allowing herself to fall back in accordance with his force. Having said that, she turned to leave, exuding an air of hasty retreat. Chapter 87. Success. She hurried away, fearful that he might detain her with further nonsensical chatter. Fu Tinghan instinctively remarked, "No need. Fu Tinghan, I can manage." "Surely. There must be preferences, right?" After a moment's contemplation, Fu Tinghan replied, "I enjoy noodles." "Anything will do," sighed Fu Tinghan. "It's not as if I can only eat one type of noodle. Can I change it daily?" At that moment, Fu Tinghan lacked an appetite, yet seeing her unwavering insistence, he nodded in agreement. "We are aware, but outsiders may not be." Wang felt some regret. Had he known it would come to this, he should have heeded the advice of your fifth uncle earlier and swiftly arranged your marriage while the opportunity was ripe, for having a formal recognition would facilitate matters. In the confines of a maiden's chamber, she remains the daughter of the Zhao family. Once wed, she becomes akin to spilled water, her surname overshadowed by her husband's, irrevocably transforming her into an outsider. Any subsequent interactions with the Zhao family are relegated to mere kinship rather than familial bonds. Wang, astounded by her audacity, gazes at her in disbelief, asking, "Are you truly so opportunistic? Does Master Fu know of your intentions?" "Indeed," she replies. Wang's astonishment deepens. "And he does not hold you accountable?" "He respects my choices." Wang, enveloped in silence, arranged for a pot of nourishing chicken soup to be sent to Fu Ting on the following day, hoping to bolster his health. Fu Ting gazed at the pot of chicken on the dining table, pondering whether to partake in the morning broth. Beside him, Zhao Erlang, eager and restless, suggested, "Brother-in-law, if you do not wish to eat, I shall gladly take your portion." Fu Tinghan, with a smile, pushed the chicken towards Zhao Erlang, saying, "You are at an age where you should indulge, do enjoy." He feigned ignorance of Zhao Erlang's jest. After a day and night of firing the kiln, Lu Quan instructed his workers to douse the kiln with water, extinguishing the fire. Once the kiln had cooled, they opened its mouth to examine the bricks within. The bricks exhibited a vibrant blue hue and a remarkable hardness, eliciting cheers of joy. Blue bricks. They had been successfully fired. However, Fu Tinghan remained cautious, meticulously inspecting each brick. 3,000 bricks do not guarantee that all have achieved the desired result. She summoned Cheng Bo and directed him to construct additional kilns. With the bricks now produced, preparations for laying the foundation and commencing construction could begin. "What of the wheat in the fields?" she inquired. "With so many hands, We surely cannot find ourselves unable to gather the summer harvest, can we? Chengbo replied, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Over 1,000 individuals, with the prospect of even more in the future, necessitate the need for managerial talent. Relying solely on recruitment from Ji Yuan is insufficient. She inquired of the troops if they were aware of the prices. I caught a faint whisper, suggesting it was around 9 won per dough. This grain price is more than 3 times higher compared to the prosperous years of yore. Yet it appears to be cheaper by 1 to 4 when juxtaposed with the soaring grain prices of the past 2 years. Little by little, this price is indeed quite favorable. The troops remarked that Mr. Ji deceived those individuals by claiming that the maidens were to offer blessings for their lords, thus justifying the purchase of grain as a charitable act. Chapter 88. The means of earning money. Mr. Ji, affluent in his own right, capitalized on the Zhao family's reputation in Runan to procure a substantial quantity of grain directly from local gentry and merchants. As the summer harvest progressed, he relentlessly pressured the prices downward. Aside from Yingchuan, this year's harvest in Yuzhou has been commendable, with new grain set to arrive soon, inevitably leading to a decline in prices. What purpose does it serve for you all to retain aged grain? Although keeping grain for 3 to 5 years poses little issue, the flavor is significantly affected. The longer the grain is stored, the cheaper it becomes. Mr. Ji proposed that it would be more prudent for everyone to sell their aged grain to him, as his daughter primarily intended to use it for charitable purposes, and it need not necessarily be new grain. The crowd readily acquiesced, resulting in truckloads of grain being transported into the estate. Observing the influx of grain carts, the estate's inhabitants gradually regained their composure and worked with renewed vigor. To facilitate the construction of houses, approximately 300 individuals were allocated for building and road repairs. Even Zhao Ju took to the field, dedicating his days not only to instructing Zhao Erlang in martial skills, but also leading the effort to lay the foundation. Ji Yuan stood at the crossroads, gazing towards the distant brick kiln, utterly astonished. In merely half a month, had so many houses truly arisen? He remarked. The brick kiln can produce 30,000 bricks in a single day. The bricks are available, but what about the glutinous rice paste? To construct such numerous houses, how much glutinous rice paste will be required? While lime mortar is essential for bricklaying, its coarse texture limits the height of the structures, and they are prone to leaking on rainy days, lacking in durability. Only by incorporating glutinous rice paste into the lime mortar can the resulting walls be both sealed and robust. Zhao Ju responded. Sanyang has instructed Chengbo to take the grain to the county town and Wu Bao to exchange for glutinous rice. With so many people in the manor, there will be no waste. However, Sanyang also mentioned that if we could locate high-viscosity yellow clay, it could serve as a substitute for glutinous rice paste. Chengbo is currently searching for it, though he has yet to find any. Seeing their arrangements were meticulous, Ji Yuan felt a sense of relief. As a cavalryman, his expertise lay in marksmanship. Previously, his firearm had been damaged during a charge, prompting him to switch to a saber. And it was only upon arriving at the manor that he contemplated acquiring a new gun. Ji Yuan sighed with relief and approached to pay his respects, pondering why the lady had decided to practice martial arts. This too could be considered a benevolent act. Thus, she merely needed to recruit individuals and provide them with land for cultivation, ensuring their sustenance during labor. Meanwhile, the refugees seeking shelter outside only yearned for a place to call home. She stated, those who have left their homeland are unlikely to think of establishing a permanent residence elsewhere. We can relax our conditions for all recruited laborers and tenants. Contracts will only be for 3 years. After 3 years, should they wish to depart, we will not impede their choice. What about their treatment? The wages for laborers will be provided in accordance with the market rate, with provisions for their meals and accommodation covered by us. As for the tenants, during the first year, we will supply them with sufficient food, hence we shall charge them a rental fee of 40%. From the second year onward, this fee will be reduced to only 20%. Mr. Ji was astonished. Sanyang, this rent is exceedingly low. Currently, rental rates in Runan are hovering between 40 and 50%. Yet, you still support the retinue. Can you truly sustain them with merely 20% rent? She responded, as long as we possess ample land and a sufficient number of tenants, we will naturally be able to support them. Mr. Ji remarked, but what about weapons and horses? Armor also requires funding. She replied, our military preparedness should not derive from the sale of grain. Henceforth, we must conserve our grain for our own use, selling it only when absolutely necessary. As for the funds for military supplies, Ji Yuan interjected, the profitable shops, taverns, and gardens are primarily located in Luoyang and Chang'an. Thus, Ji Yuan became troubled. But what avenues do we have? Although Xinsai is not impoverished, it is not particularly wealthy either. While you possess a shop in the county town, there are no affluent individuals, making it difficult to sell anything, not to mention, what valuable goods do we have? Ji Yuan was taken aback. Chapter 89. Return to Wabeiguan. Items such as blue bricks are not used by the common folk with modest means. They require a certain level of wealth. Moreover, there has recently been a demand from families constructing houses. Of course, with the vastness of Renan and its numerous inhabitants, there are still those who seek to build. In any case, the cost of producing bricks is not exorbitant. As long as there is clay and labor, they can continuously produce bricks. The art of glassmaking is not particularly difficult. I shall first create a thermometer. Fu Tinghan remarked, one can utilize a kiln meant for porcelain, ideally. The artisan should also possess skills in porcelain crafting. To Fu Tinghan, porcelain and glass share a fundamental similarity, with the only distinction lying in the raw materials employed and the techniques applied. For him, the preparation of the necessary materials for glassmaking posed no challenge. What type of glass product do you wish to create? Fu Tinghan inquired. The absence of molds is the true predicament, he continued. The craftsmen possess their own methods to produce exquisite pieces. If all else fails, we could simply ask Wang to design some appealing patterns. Fu Tinghan then retrieved a map of the estate and pondered, where do you suggest we establish the glass workshop? It must be near a water source on arable land, and in close proximity to the western camp, ensuring swift assistance in times of need while allowing for regular inspections and protection. Fu Tinghan stated, I shall oversee the construction of the kiln, but for the requisite artisans, I can only seek assistance from the West Ping area. Craftsmen specializing in porcelain are distinct from other artisans. They are rarer and therefore more valuable. There are hardly any in Zhengkai County, and those few are not free. They toil in the official kiln of the government, unless one were to bribe the county magistrate to declare them deceased in official records. Acquiring their services would be nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghan promptly took Fu Wen along, exclaiming, I shall accompany you. Did you not mention that in a few years, the Central Plains will descend into chaos? Fu Tinghan replied, I intend to venture forth to survey the nearby mountains and roads, creating a map. Should turmoil arise here as well, we shall not be lost when it comes time to escape. Fu Tinghan paused momentarily upon noticing the hand extended towards her, then grasped it and effortlessly climbed onto the carriage. The two took their seats on either side, while Fu Wen squeezed in as well, sitting alongside Tingyi on the carriage shaft. Fu Tinghan remarked, it matters not, we have ample time. With such considerable activity at the estate, the county office is bound to be aware. Should you choose not to pay them a visit, they will likely come calling. Zhao Changyu also possessed properties within the walled fortress. Apart from the ancestral residence and several shops, he owned fields as well. Among these, he entrusted the land deeds of inherited fields to Zhao Zhongyu, while the remaining parcels, acquired over the years through purchase from relatives or cultivated from the wilderness, amounted to a modest 20 acres adjacent to the Zhao fortress. These lands were designated for Zhao Erlang. Some of these fields were managed by stewards, some cultivated by tenants, while others lay fallow, left abandoned by prior tenants and laborers who had long since disappeared. She fell into contemplation, pondering, do you think it would be excessive for me to write to Zhao Zhongyu, suggesting that he entrust me with the management of the estates and shops in Renan? Fu Tinghan inquired, would the profits revert to him or to you? Fu Tinghan continued, do you possess any other properties or shops outside of Renan that have not been exchanged with him? Indeed, but unfortunately, those areas are now war zones. Do you believe he would be willing to suffer such losses at this time? Fu Tinghan replied candidly, he cannot. He is not foolish. If he agreed, it was likely out of guilt. However, after contemplating, Fu Tinghan remarked, even if your uncle is feeling guilty, he would not be so generous. The entire court is currently in disarray and desperately in need of funds and various resources. During their escape, they lost a significant amount of luggage, and they must be in quite a predicament now. It is one thing for him not to ask you for money, but how could he possibly give you anything for free? Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, a messenger from Zhao Zhongyu was present in the Zhao clan's fortress, also concerning matters of wealth and properties. As for the lands and businesses here, Zhao Zhongyu had entrusted their management to his subordinates. Although Zhao Changyu had also sent his own people to oversee the affairs, the critical decisions and supervision had been delegated to Zhao Song. The purpose of Zhao Zhongyu sending a messenger was to take over the lands and businesses that Zhao Chongyu had assigned to the second branch. Zhao Song perused the list and noticed that many items had been crossed out, which caused him to furrow his brows in confusion. What is the meaning of this? The messenger hastily replied, "These are the lands and businesses allocated by the master to third miss and second young master. The land deeds and property contracts have been transferred to them." Zhao Song inspected the documents and found that the ancestral properties remained untouched, while the majority of the other lands and businesses had been crossed out. Despite the dilution of assets, he nodded in satisfaction. The clan had indeed cherished the younger generation. Third miss and second young master were still young and rightfully deserved a larger share of assets for their security. Chapter 90. Fine Wine and Beautiful Women. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song felt a surge of joy and quickly invited them inside, as their home had been unoccupied for over half a month, rendering it inconvenient for them to stay there. Thus, they would accommodate them in their residence. Upon noticing the messenger nearby, he remarked, "Perfect timing, the chieftain's envoy is here. Let her meet us." Zhao Song addressed the messenger, saying, "San Yang has been deeply concerned about the chieftain ensnared in the turmoil of war. Now that she sees you, she can find solace." The messenger, a trusted confidant of Zhao Zhongyu, was acutely aware of Zhao Ji's neglect of the main branch, and felt a twinge of embarrassment at the remark. Upon seeing the two, she promptly rose and stepped aside, waiting until they exchanged greetings with Zhao Song before approaching. "I pay my respects to San Yang and Master Fu," she said. Tan Zhong observed her sincere demeanor, unsure whether her words held truth, considering the delicate nature of the relationship between their families. In the absence of personal visits, it was understandable she had refrained from writing to Zhao Zhongyu. However, now that she had the opportunity before her, it would be remiss not to seize it in pursuit of her ambitions. With feigned goodwill, he stated, "I heard from Tan Wenshur that your uncle granted a significant portion of land to you and Erlang. This means your family's lands are now closely situated. Since you are willing to assist, why not help oversee those fields? He is currently serving in the court and requires capable hands. It would be a pity for Tan Wenshur to be delayed over such trivial matters." She smiled and replied, "When I exchanged the farmland in Luoyang with my uncle for the land here, he explicitly stated that these were considered ancestral properties and would never be sold. Has he now changed his mind?" After exchanging a glance with Zhao Song, Tan Zhong responded with a smile, gracefully rising to take his leave. Zhao Song looked at Fu Tinghan and remarked, "Of course not. Our family is not in such dire straits. With the fortress in place, who would sell ancestral land?" Fu Tinghan understood that it was not the appropriate moment for profound discussions, so he sought an excuse to step outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he glanced around, realizing he had nowhere to go. Observing the density of the buildings, he turned towards a direction where the structures were fewer, presumably leading to a garden. Indeed, after a short while, he traversed 2 shadow walls and arrived at the garden. Fu Tinghan approached. However, both families had most of their cash in Luoyang, and on the side of Shiping, there was not much tangible currency available. Their assets were difficult to liquidate immediately. It was akin to Zhao Zhongyu negotiating for funds with Zhao Song, the acting patriarch. He was merely an aide, an outsider. Could he truly match the intimacy of a family member? Zhao Song comprehended this, nodded, and remarked, "Tomorrow, Tan Zhong will inspect the summer harvest. You should accompany him." Zhao Zhongyu's foundation within the Zhao clan was precarious. Lacking Zhao Chongyu's prestige, he would find it challenging to exert control from a distance. A servant announced, just now, "Master Fu has gone to the garden." Zhao Ming raised his head and finished his drink, holding his cup aloft for a moment before sighing, "The world lacks flavor. It's a pity there isn't much left." Fu Tinghan took a sip of his wine. Though fragrant, it lacked potency and was somewhat sweet. He set down his cup and inquired, "Do you enjoy drinking?" "Indeed, in this world, nothing is more exquisite than wine, surpassing even beauty itself." He looked at Fu Tinghan, suddenly smiling, and shook his head, saying, "Ah, you are still too young. You likely cannot grasp the intricacies of this delight." "Master Fu, is my niece beautiful?" Fu Tinghan regarded him, noticing no hint of disdain, and nodded affirmatively, "Beautiful." The exquisite wine surpassed her beauty, and Zhao Ming poured himself another glass, metaphorically stating, "In this world, a beauty is worth a glass of wine. Just imagine how many beauties this cask of fine wine could equate to." Chapter 91. An inquiry. Fu Tinghan glanced behind him and chuckled softly. Perhaps one could inquire directly with the beauty herself. She took a sip and nodded in approval. "This wine is delightful." "Zhao Ming, He observed Fu Tinghan seated across from him, noticing her nonchalant demeanor, even as he replenished her glass. It was rumored that Fu Zhongshu was a man of rigid principles, yet his grandson was a stark contrast. Fu Tinghan remarked, "That is a misunderstanding of my grandfather. He is not as he is portrayed." Seeing her intent on drinking, Zhao Ming reached out to gently restrain her. "Sen Yang, although the period of mourning has passed, you are still in mourning. It is inappropriate to indulge in wine." Zhao Ming shook his head, untroubled, and thought, if one desires to drink, then let them. He lifted the wine pot, poured a glass for himself, and tilted his head back to drink, coldly remarking, "Mourning? Nowadays, propriety has decayed. Who truly cares about such matters of mourning or not?" He waved his hand dismissively. "I do not speak of you. I know you possess a good heart. Your ability to safeguard your grandfather's coffin during times of distress speaks volumes of your filial piety." Zhao Ming noted her determination to drink, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You are quite commendable, unpretentious, indeed, a true rogue." With a scoff, Zhao Ming added, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Your intentions are far from innocent. Regardless of whether it is the former or the latter, I shall not lend you my support." Zhao Ming stated, "The clan empathizes with your loss of parents in your youth. I do not mind assisting you occasionally. But to expect me to align with you against the second branch or to acquire more assets from the Zhao clan's fortress is utterly impossible." Fu Tinghan slightly shook his head at her. Since his arrival, he had not uttered a single word about her. Their discussions revolved around wine and, a few words regarding beauties. Zhao Ming lifted her gaze to glance at him, contemplating the possibility of instigation or coercion. "Such tactics hold no sway over me. The position of clan leader can only be assumed by members of the direct line. Even if Zhao Ji proves inadequate, there remains your brother. It would be prudent to arrange for him to marry and procreate at an early stage, nurturing him to maturity." Zhao Ming regarded her with curiosity. This was merely the clan's regulation. The position of clan leader has always been held by the direct descendants. What is so astonishing about that? In the division of family inheritance, the eldest legitimate son may claim 70%, while the remaining offspring share the remaining 30%. Naturally, the same principle applies to the clan. Thus, the direct line perpetually enjoys the lion's share of the family's assets and resources, accompanied by the greatest responsibilities. Whenever matters arise, it is the direct line that bears the brunt. Zhao Changyu is a prime example. Within and beyond the Zhao clan's fortress, the agricultural assets are nearly equally divided between the first and second branches. This is merely the situation of these two branches, while the Zhao clan consists of thousands. They possess the majority of the wealth, and aside from the tenants and laborers within the household, much of the land is leased to those clan members with less property, collecting only a modest amount of rent. Furthermore, each year the clan must provide support to the elderly, weak, and women, a burden primarily borne by Zhao Changyu. Not to mention the significant expenses incurred for constructing fortresses and the like, which are largely funded by Zhao Changyu. Thus, are the assets in Zhao Changyu's possession entirely his own? One could argue both affirmatively and negatively. Affirmatively, because all are registered under the direct lineage. Negatively, for they fundamentally belong to the entire Zhao clan. Furthermore, due to Zhao Changyu's long-standing contributions, the Zhao family firmly believes that the clan leader ought to be from the direct line. If Zhao Ming were to dare express any desire to ascend to the position of clan leader, he would not need to wait for his kin to voice their objections. His father would scold him vehemently. However, he is different from his father and, indeed, the majority of the clan, deep within. Zhao Ming harbors doubts about Zhao Ji's capability to fulfill the role of a clan leader. Zhao Ming observed her for a considerable time, straightened his posture, and with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, remarked, "I surmise you cannot. Therefore, for the sake of my grandfather, I shall ensure that the Zhao clan suffers no detriment, not even in the slightest." Zhao Ming fell into contemplation. Chapter 92. Conflicting opinions. Fu Tinghan wished to discern the differences between the economy of Wubao and that of a typical town, thus she nodded in assent. The servants bowed in acknowledgement and watched the two depart. Once they were a distance away, Fu Tinghan finally spoke. "Zhao Ming is truly remarkable." She continued, "Should the situation worsen in the future, they may have to migrate southward. At that time, Zhao Zhongyu is likely to take the clansmen along. In this instance, remaining still is indeed preferable to acting, and Zhao Ming's reflections are not without merit." Fu Tinghan asked, "Will you migrate south?" Therefore, their discussions remained focused on the matters at hand. Zhao Ming entered the study, reeking of alcohol, prompting Zhao Song to shoot him an irritated glance. Drinking during the day and idling about. Are you not yet of an age to know better? Zhao Ming found a spot on the mat and sat cross-legged, pouring himself a cup of tea which he drank in one go. Father, this will help me sober up. Please do not be angry, Zhao Song replied. Feeling even more irate, what should I do about that? Zhao Ming set down his teacup, wiped his mouth, and inquired, what brings you to seek me out? Are you intending to hand over the family estate and the businesses entrusted to us by your elder brother to the clan leader? I shall take care of it right away. Stop, Zhao Song retorted impatiently. You don't even inquire about who will manage it before deciding to hand it over? Zhao Ming sighed. Father, Tianzhong has already moved into the fortress. I am not deaf. I naturally heard about it. Zhao Song frowned. Are you really going to just hand it over? The family assets are meant to be managed by the clan leader, and most of the elder brother's possessions have already been entrusted to the clan leader and Zhao Ji. If we do not relinquish them, shall we engage in a legal battle with the clan leader from afar? Zhao Ming responded. Given the current plight of the Jin family and the incessant turmoil at court, it would be wise not to distract the clan leader from family matters. He should do as he pleases. After a brief pause, Zhao Ming continued, in truth, I believe the clan leader does not genuinely wish to delegate all the assets to his aides. Rather, he is financially constrained and, having just ascended to the position of clan leader, finds it difficult to approach you for assistance. Hence, he seeks to liquidate some assets for funds. Noticing Zhao Song's silence, Zhao Ming offered reassurance. Why would the clan leader prefer to hand over the assets to his aides instead of the family? Is it not due to the lackluster relationship between you and him? By questioning the clan leader's intentions so openly, you render him vulnerable. Why would he entrust the assets to you? Zhao Song widened his eyes, a surge of indignation igniting within him. Are you admonishing your father? Zhao Ming, feeling helpless, interjected. Your son is attempting to reason with you. You see, you are not engaging in rational discourse, are you? I refuse to engage in reason, Zhao Song retorted furiously, stomping his feet. I will not hand it over to him. Humph. Luoyang is currently embroiled in chaos, rendering its shops and fields virtually worthless. Yet he exchanged properties with Sanyang when there was no turmoil. As an elder, his son has inherited a title, and his older brother has entrusted him with ancestral properties. What more could he desire? He has the audacity to deceive Sanyang into trading her assets, only to shamelessly claim that the lands and shops in Runan are a gift to her. Zhao Song exclaimed, slapping his own face in frustration. I feel embarrassed for him. Thankfully, I refrained from speaking out earlier. Otherwise, I would have lost face before Sanyang as an elder. Fu Changrong is still present. This is not merely a disgrace to Zhao Zhongyu, but to the entire Zhao family of Runan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was quite humiliating. Zhao Song's temper began to subside slightly as he exhaled. Now you recognize the embarrassment, do you? Yet we cannot act impulsively. You have yet to address how this matter will be resolved. Zhao Ming directly posed the critical issue. The clan leader is in need of funds. And how should the ancestral properties, clan assets, and private holdings be reconciled? Zhao Song replied. It is infuriating. He cannot bear to hear anything related to Zhao Zhongyu at this moment. Yet the issue cannot be ignored. He turned to Zhao Ming, furrowing his brow, and said, I wish to entrust the management of the properties adjacent to Sanyang's fields to her, with the expectation that a portion of the rent will be submitted to him annually, while the remainder continues to be overseen by our clan. What are your thoughts? Zhao Ming replied. Father, is this proposal from Sanyang? Certainly not. It is my own idea, which I have yet to disclose to her. But it cannot be entrusted to Sanyang, Zhao Ming insisted. She is of an age where, in a couple of years, she will be married. But there is still Erlang, Zhao Song retorted. This is not being handed over to Sanyang. It is intended for Erlang. Ultimately, Zhao Song felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Erlang, believing that as the grandson of Zhao Changyu, he deserved more than the meager assets allocated to him, much of which would need to be set aside for Sanyang's dowry. When did the descendants of the Zhao family ever need to endure such indignity? Zhao Ming looked at his father with exasperation. Father, you underestimate Sanyang and place far too much trust in her. Zhao Song regarded him with disdain. It is you who underestimates your uncle. The fact that he dares to assign Erlang's assets to Sanyang for management clearly indicates his unwavering trust in her. In essence, Zhao Song had faith in Zhao Changyu. Chapter 93. Rent exemption. Zhao Ming could not persuade Zhao Song, nor could Zhao Song attain Zhao Ming's approval, and thus, the father and son parted on unsatisfactory terms. Despite their unpleasant discussion, the following day, Zhao Ming accompanied them on an inspection of the fields. Zhao Song was astonished. So soon? Zhao Ming, squeezed together with his father in a cart pulled by oxen, could no longer endure the situation. He instructed the driver to halt the vehicle, leaped down from the cart, and stretched his arms and legs. Upon turning his head, he noticed everyone gazing at him, prompting him to wave his hand and declare, "Let us proceed on foot. I wish to stretch my legs." Fu Tinghan, contemplative, pondered whether it would be deemed impolite if he did not dismount. Zhao Song, indifferent to his son's musings, smiled at the somewhat perplexed Fu Tinghan, saying, "There is no need for young Master Fu to concern himself with them. Let the two of them walk while we ride together in the cart." Fu Tinghan readily acquiesced. Is this not the prevailing trend of the times? Men don delicate facades, their bodies swaying like fragile willows in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Zhao Ming felt somewhat affronted by this sentiment. With a hint of disdain, Zhao Ming stepped forward, plucked a stalk of wheat, and after tasting it, remarked, "Here, with the ditches running through and fertile fields nearby, the land is well tended. However, as one ventures further out, the plots become barren and yields are poor." He then pointed in a certain direction, stating, "This year, the northern mountains have suffered from a locust plague. The wheat in that area is mostly hollow and the situation is dire." Tanzhong, dutifully following along, listened intently. The lands of both families, excluding those tended by clansmen, comprised a significant portion managed by tenants and laborers, all in close proximity. Indeed, in our smaller household, we have 3 acres. Who else resides at home? When did we receive the land in the fort? How many acres are rented there? 10 acres in total, Chen San replied. Of these, 6 acres belong to the lady's family, with the remaining 4 to Master Qi. It is barely sufficient to make ends meet. Chen San widened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Song, who was seated on the ox cart, and immediately knelt down, repeatedly expressing his fear to offend. Zhao Song, perched upon the cart, nodded in approval. Her gaze wandered into the distance, aware that a considerable portion of the land belonged to her. She declared, "I shall waive the 2 tenths rent that my grandfather extended to you last year. Please convey this message to them." Chen San's eyes sparkled with joy, and he kowtowed twice more, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, my lady, for your great kindness." He hurried to the next ridge and shouted towards the distance, "The lady has forgiven us our 2 tenths debt from last year." Zhao Song felt the elation of the tenants as well as their gratitude towards the Zhao clan's fortress, sensing an increased cohesion within the community. Zhao Changyu, as the clan leader, wielded significant influence over the family's affairs. The reduced 2 tenths rent was akin to a lifeline he had extended to them during challenging times. As a loyal supporter of Zhao Changyu, Zhao Song stood firmly by his side, and with a grand gesture, she indicated that her family would follow suit. The prominent families within the clan began to emulate this action, including Zhao Zhongyu, who was then in the capital, naturally aligning with his elder brother's initiative. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Tanzhong. Chapter 94. Filial piety. Tanzhong thought to himself, while he was inclined to express his agreement. The matter was of considerable weight, and he felt compelled to consult Zhao Zhongyu first. Observing his hesitation, Zhao Song felt a twinge of disappointment but managed to muster a smile, saying, "Let us proceed to the next location." They owned a considerable expanse of land, and despite spending a good part of the day, they had only traversed a few fields near the fortress. The 2 families' fields were in close proximity and bore a similar condition. However, when they surveyed the harvest, the atmosphere on either side was markedly different. Tanzhong felt an unsettling intuition. Although Shi Ping had always acted as the proxy for the 5th master, he was nevertheless bound to follow the chieftain's orders. Given his temperament, he should not oppose the chieftain. Zhao Song, with a somber expression, remarked, "The hearts of the people are lost. Observe the foolish moves he makes." However, Zhao Ming's thoughts diverged from this concern. He anxiously inquired, "Father, if it were Ji Yuan in this situation, do you believe this issue would still pose a problem?" The chieftain must have dispatched Tanzhong precisely because he is a trusted advisor, yet his abundance of wisdom is undermined by a lack of decisive action. The chieftain's decision to keep him close raises concerns about his precarious position. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow deeply. Recognizing that San Nyang's ability to wrest Ji Yuan from the chieftain's grasp speaks volumes of her intellect and decisiveness. "You should be more concerned about the contention between the direct line and the secondary branch," he advised. "Mediating their disputes is crucial rather than siding with San Nyang." as this will only exacerbate the conflict between the two factions and could also sow discord between the chieftain and the clan. Zhao Song's eyes widened in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhao Ming. You accuse me of sowing discord? He stammered. Father, perhaps you do not intend it, as you may not perceive these implications, but your actions convey just that. Enraged, Zhao Song searched for something to strike with. You still call me foolish? In the spirit of filial piety, the son thought it best to distance himself, lest his father's anger adversely affect his health. Yet if he were to suffer harm, it would only bring sorrow to his father, which too would be detrimental to his well-being. Zhao Song fumed. Is this truly sowing discord? Should we simply acquiesce to Zhao Zhongyu? He is but a child, having overseen the clan for a few years, yet he dares to dictate to his father. Indeed, it is all the fault of the young lord, he added, attempting to placate. My lord, do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. Zhao Ming dashed out, momentarily unsure of where to go. After some contemplation, he declared, to the main residence. Chang Sui, puzzled, remarked, My lord, you just spoke ill of third miss. Are you not concerned about provoking a quarrel by visiting her now? Zhao Ming replied, I spoke ill within my own home. Even if she is formidable, she cannot possibly learn of it immediately. He added, I wish to see her. Chang Sui remained perplexed, as it seemed that Zhao Ming harbored a dislike for third Mississippi. You are mistaken. I do not dislike her, Zhao Ming sighed. Her intellect unsettles me. Today's decision regarding the rent exemption was executed with such finesse and impeccable timing. After today, the clansmen and tenants in the fort will undoubtedly be swayed. Her ability to win hearts rivals that of my uncle. Zhao Ming was burdened with worry, reflecting that his father's diligent efforts over 2 decades might not have garnered as much loyalty as her single maneuver. Chang Sui remained skeptical, asserting that third miss was not closely acquainted with the clansmen and could not possibly compare to the lord. They were all part of the group that had borrowed a portion of the rent last year alongside Zhao Changyu, and upon witnessing the commotion outside, many chose to follow suit and exempt the rent. Those who had previously hesitated soon felt compelled to conform. Zhao Hu, possessing considerable land and ranking among the top 3 in tenant numbers within the clan, grumbled but ultimately exempted his own rent, then inquired, Where is third miss? At the main residence, came the reply. Have her come to see me. No, I shall seek her out, Zhao Hu decided. Otherwise, she will certainly concoct an excuse to avoid meeting me. To unilaterally decide on such a significant matter without consulting the clan is utterly outrageous. Thus, Zhao Ming and Zhao Hu encountered each other at the entrance of the main residence. Zhao Hu harbors a distaste for Zhao Ming. In contrast to the gentle and accommodating Zhao Song, he finds himself intimidated by this predominantly stern nephew, often feeling that his piercing gaze is capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Zhao Ming, in turn, holds a similar disdain for his clan uncle, perceiving him as disrespectful and lacking in kindness due to his incessant meddling in matters both trivial and significant, which serves only to aggravate him. Thus, 2 individuals, each with their own aversions, encounter one another at the entrance of the main residence, both wishing to turn away and depart. Tan Zhong arrived with a considerable entourage. He instructed his associates to keep watch over the movements of the main estate. Upon learning of the situation, he sighed deeply, recognizing that the purpose of his visit was likely thwarted. Consequently, he resorted to writing a letter to Zhao Zhongyu to report on the matter and seek counsel. This parcel of land holds significant value, yet when it comes to monetary exchange, grain amounts to a mere pittance. In my opinion, true profit lies in luxurious items, though I remain uncertain as to what commands the highest value in Runan. Zhao Hu, a man of indulgence and nonconformity throughout his life, felt a kinship upon hearing these words, exclaiming, Ah, we share a common vision, San Yang. Chapter 95. A wager. Does the 7th uncle-grandfather have an affinity for glass? Zhao Hu inquired. What kind of glass? Zhao Hu wrinkled his nose in distaste, responding, It must possess sufficient clarity to be aesthetically pleasing. If it is of inferior quality and modeled, it pales in comparison to a crude porcelain cup or a bronze mirror. He continued, One should not assume that anything labeled as glass is indeed worthy. It must meet a standard of quality. Not expensive, merely 1 or 2 pieces of gold will suffice. Zhao Hu's interest was piqued. Are there glass jars as well? Present one to me for inspection. If it meets my approval, I shall purchase it. Zhao Hu pondered deeply, realizing that the item in San Yang's possession must have been bestowed by Zhao Changyu. He was well aware of his elder brother's discerning taste. Anything from his collection was bound to be of exceptional quality. Thus, he mused, if it truly is a complete set, I could offer you 100 gold pieces. Zhao Hu. So, do you not possess it at present? Meanwhile, Fu Tinghan silently sipped her tea, contemplating the grandiosity of the claims being made before her. Given that the workshop was yet in its infancy, Zhao Ming felt it unwise to persist in harboring ill intentions towards others, so he quietly enjoyed his tea, refraining from interjecting. With a composed demeanor, Zhao Ming set down his teacup and inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhao Hu abruptly sprayed tea from his mouth, exclaiming, "San Yang, what are you doing?" Zhao Ming replied, "Shall Uncle Qi discuss this with father?" Fu Tinghan interjected, "Are you still vying for the lands currently held by Zhao Zhongyu?" She remarked, "This matter is not urgent." Although Zhao Zhongyu was the clan leader, he was still obliged to heed the counsel of the clan. If Zhao Song were to vehemently oppose the transfer of ancestral and clan properties to the aides, Zhao Zhongyu would have to take that into consideration. Who is to say that she could not negotiate? To him, they were merely two artisans. Even if her workshop were established in Shanghai or Shiping, it would not deter him. The output and sales of his porcelain kiln were substantial, and it was not as simple as others claiming to seize it. Seeing that his father did not object, Zhao Ming instructed someone to select a few artisans from the porcelain kiln and retrieve their contracts along with those of their families to present to San Yang. The steward cast a glance at Zhao Song, who waved his hand in dismissal, prompting the steward to proceed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Song eventually asked, "What has prompted your sudden generosity towards San Yang?" After casting a glance at his father, Zhao Ming remarked, "I am engaged in a wager. I bet that one day, father, you shall suffer greatly at the hands of San Yang. Her porcelain workshop will undoubtedly surpass your kiln, and then you will come to understand the magnitude of her ambition." Zhao Song responded, "So you are deliberately leading me into misfortune?" He added, "As the saying goes, one learns wisdom through hardship. If you do not endure any loss, how can you gain wisdom?" Zhao Song began to search for a stick, exclaiming, "Just wait. If you do not allow me to give you a proper beating today, you may as well not return home. Where are the mountain folk? Quickly, fetch me a stick." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming halted in his tracks, and as the steward hurried towards him, he kindly advised, "Where would we find a stick at home? Just break a branch from the camellia bush in the garden." The steward then anxiously glanced at Zhao Song. Zhao Song, infuriated, stomped his foot, demanding, "What are you standing there for? Go, and quickly fetch me a branch." The steward replied, "But that is your favorite camellia." In the end, the steward relented and brought him a branch. Zhao Ming stood still as his father administered a beating until the branch was worn down. However, due to his thick clothing and the branch's softness, the blows were not particularly painful. Eventually, Zhao Song grew weary and loosened his grip, while Zhao Ming remained unperturbed, standing tall as if untouched by harm. Zhao Song could only point at his son, rendered speechless. Zhao Ming then inquired, "Why must father be so upset? If San Yang ultimately does not deceive you, it indicates that you have chosen wisely, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Conversely, if San Yang does betray you, it confirms your son's concerns were justified. The character of a person can be discerned through a mere porcelain kiln, a trivial cost indeed, yet still a matter to rejoice over. Furthermore, it illustrates your son's discerning eye. Surely this is a positive outcome?" Chapter 96. Taking a step back ultimately. Is it not these enterprises that have stirred up trouble? In a fit of anger, Zhao Song penned a letter to Zhao Zhongyu, which, along with the one from Tan, reached Zhao Zhongyu by different channels almost simultaneously. Zhao Zhongyu first opened Tan's letter, which objectively chronicled the observations and experiences upon arriving in Shiping. It candidly stated that San Yang, leveraging the influence of the eldest branch and extending favors, had garnered the goodwill of the people in Wubao. Should the grievances between the two branches remain unresolved, it would likely tarnish the master's reputation within the clan, leaving the second branch in a precarious position in the future. Moreover, regarding ancestral and clan properties, although Fifth Master has softened his stance, he harbors distrust towards outsiders and holds some discontent towards the master. However, from Tan's perspective, the old home in Shiping still wishes to support the master. Thus, it would be prudent to candidly express the difficulties faced, which may alleviate the current predicament. Upon finishing Tan's letter, Zhao Zhongyu felt a weight descend upon him. Opening Zhao Song's letter only deepened his gloom. Zhao Song, fueled by indignation, expressed himself rather bluntly, lacking the subtlety of previous correspondences. Does he not see the disappointment etched on the faces of the clansmen and tenants? Once may be forgiven, but over time, what prestige will remain for the clan leader within the family? If the clan leader possesses neither the ability to lead, nor the virtue of compassion, nor the grace of tolerance, how can the clansmen be expected to rally around him? If the clansmen and tenants cannot unite under his leadership, what hope remains for the family's existence? He intentionally wrote to provoke Zhao Zhongyu. You see, now Sanyang can act as the head of the family, while De Lang, who is a few months older than her, still remains under the protection of his grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyu's eyes brightened. Where did this news come from? No sooner had he spoken than the sound of clashing armor echoed outside, as a military officer arrived to summon Zhao Zhongyu. Zhao Shangshu, His Majesty requests your presence. Zhao Zhongyu tucked away the 2 letters, responding as he rose, I have heard that the court has achieved a great victory. This implies that he has secured victory in the Battle of Luoyang. He then began to write to Zhao Song regarding the misunderstandings between him and Sanyang, hoping he could look after her and resolve the grievances between their families. After inspecting her properties, she led Fu Tinghan into the city of Shiping County, where the two examined the luxurious goods, noting their similarity to those in Shanghai. The iron shop was filled with various sickles, kitchen knives, hoes, and plowshares. Fu Tinghan searched for a considerable time before spotting a few swords hanging in a basket by a pillar. He cautiously drew one out, remarking, Don't you already possess a sword? How extravagant. Indeed, I am the sole blacksmith. Even the Zhao family's fortress relies on me for agricultural tools. Whether you require spearheads or farming implements, you must come to me. The blacksmith, after inspecting the sword, remarked, Yes, we do have them. But they are expensive and require several rounds of forging. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith did not dare to be negligent. He glanced at the gold piece, hesitated for a moment, and accepted it. May I inquire which household the young lady belongs to? How will the spearheads be delivered once forged? I am from the main branch. The spearheads will be sent to the 5th master of the fortress, and I shall arrange for someone to collect them from the residents. As a side note, now available 7017K, Chapter 97. The kiln. He could not help but ponder, does my elder brother place greater importance on Sanyang? When Zhao Ming sensed his father's confusion, he longed to shake his shoulder to awaken him. Father, the current clan leader is from the 2nd branch. If uncle harbors such intentions, would he not be sowing discord within the family? This would be a grave taboo for the clan. Shouldn't you be focusing on quelling disputes and distancing ourselves from Sanyang? His elder brother dedicated his life to the court, the people, and the clan, tirelessly working for their welfare. In terms of foresight and knowledge, how many can truly match him? Zhao Song remarked, he would never harm the Zhao family. If, as you suggest, Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju are intentionally bequeathed to Sanyang, it implies he believes the 2nd branch to be unworthy of significant responsibilities. Entrusting the clan to Sanyang is preferable to giving it to the 2nd branch. Zhao Ming replied. But what if Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju were not given by uncle, but rather seized by Sanyang herself? Regarding his father's uncritical praise of uncle, Zhao Ming chose to remain silent and disengaged, merely wishing to maintain harmony within the clan. Zhao Song fell silent. Seeing that he was finally open to considering an alternative possibility, Zhao Ming felt greatly moved. To instill a sense of caution in his father towards Zhao Sanyang was no easy task. Just a few days apart, Zhao Erlang had grown darker in complexion. He rode in on horseback with a large knife, exuberantly exclaiming, Sister, brother-in-law, I can now receive Uncle Qianli's 5 moves while mounted. Fu Tinghan nodded in admiration. Impressive. Have you been studying your lessons recently? He rubbed his face and said, Mother insists on dressing me every day, yet I have no fondness for powders. They sting my eyes when I sweat, causing great discomfort. He gestured towards Fu Tinghan and remarked, How splendid it would be to be like my brother-in-law, who never applies makeup. She replied, Even if you dislike it, you must gain some understanding. One day you will manage your own household, and at the very least, you ought to know the quantity of provisions in your granary and whether they suffice for the household. Zhao Erlang interjected, Just leave it to Mr. G. Mother said we can entrust all household matters to Mr. G. If we are uncertain, we should inquire of him. Zhao Erlang fell silent once more. You need not read with your eyes. Instead, listen with your ears and remember with your mind. Knowledge in this world is not solely acquired through sight. Listening is equally effective, provided you are willing to retain it in your memory. Zhao Erlang was only partially comprehending, yet he understood the necessity of learning. He could not help but stiffen and immediately turned to Fu Tinghan, exclaiming, I want my brother-in-law to teach me. Fu Tinghan replied, I can barely recall the art of war. I am not well versed in other military texts. He felt as though he had been assigned a teaching task by the school. Rubbing his forehead, he said, I shall do my utmost, but I possess no profound insights into military strategy. Perhaps you might provide additional input. Very well. I shall teach alongside you, as it is also an opportunity for us to train in martial arts and strengthen our bodies. Life at Zhao's fortress has truly been blissful these past few days. Fu Tinghan could not resist asking, when shall we next venture to sheeping? That remains to be seen. I wish to wait until the glass is produced before making any plans. For Fu Tinghan, working with glass was not a daunting task. She was well versed in all the formulas and procedures. With the cooperation of skilled artisans, the successful creation of glass was merely a matter of time. She resolved to first assess the condition of the kiln and the artisan's proficiency in managing the fire before embarking on the glass-making process. Ji Yuan, unaware of her aspirations for glass, mistakenly assumed she intended to produce porcelain. Upon witnessing the artisan's lackluster porcelain results, he regarded them with disdain, believing such wares were only fit for the manor's inhabitants and would not fetch a price in the market. He questioned why Sun Yang would squander her relationship with Fifth Master over such trivial gains. One of the artisans, feeling indignant, retorted that the poor results were due to the kiln being new and the environment differing from previous conditions, asserting that they would improve with time. He added that the clay was subpar as well, suggesting that if Sun Yang desired to create fine porcelain, she needed to procure better materials. He remarked that while resources were scarce now, in the future, as they accumulated more goods, competition with sheeping would inevitably arise, leading to potential conflicts of interest that could jeopardize their amicable relations. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, he added, Chapter 98, The Birth of Glass. Ji Yuan, distracted, reached up to scratch his ear and asked, What are we making? With a serious tone, he addressed Sun Yang, I am earnest in this matter. It is not a subject for jest. The two exchanged glances for an extended moment, Ji Yuan's eyes widening in realization. After a prolonged pause, he finally voiced his inquiry. Sun Yang possesses the method for glassmaking? Surely it cannot be a formula provided by the master. He has been by Zhao Changyu's side for many years and has never mentioned it. Ji Yuan began to spend each day at the workshop, even shifting official business there. He was eager to discern whether Master Fu truly possessed knowledge or was merely indulging in flattery to win the favor of their third Mississippi. Soon, he observed Fu Tinghan donning a fitted, narrow-sleeved linen garment, which allowed for greater ease of movement, as he energetically climbed up and down to tend the fire and monitor the temperature. Although Ji Yuan could discern little from his actions, Fu Tinghan proceeded to place crushed quartz, sand, and limestone into the furnace to be melted. The craftsman watched in astonishment, and it was only once all the materials had melted that they comprehended why the manager had specifically inquired about individuals experienced in ironworking. This process bore resemblance to smelting iron. Fu Tinghan felt a flush of embarrassment on his face and entrusted the subsequent tasks to the craftsman. With his face still aglow, he stepped aside and inquired, So, do you possess ample experience in ironworking? Fortunately, the craftsman replied, My cousin is a blacksmith. I have learned some skills from my maternal grandfather. And this type of work becomes clear with observation. It shares a similar essence with our porcelain firing. Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghan asked, Is there a blacksmith named Liu in Shiping County? Ah, indeed. He is my cousin. Have you had the pleasure of meeting him, Master Fu? Fu Tinghan nodded, recalling their encounter a few days prior in Shiping County. As the materials in the furnace melted into a liquid state, Fu Tinghan, though somewhat inexperienced, skillfully rolled a mass of molten glass with a pre-prepared iron pipe, subsequently taking it out to place on a rotating stand. While spinning and blowing gently, the fiery yellow glass gradually expanded and became transparent. Ji Yuan could not help but set aside his tasks and approached to observe. The glass orb continued to swell until it reached the size of a small vase before finally halting. As the glass cooled and the bottle took shape, everyone in the workshop gazed in awe at the translucent vessel. Fu Tinghan stared at it, transfixed. The bottle's base was circular yet unevenly rounded and slightly warped, resembling a person hunched over in discomfort, clutching their abdomen. His cheeks flushed slightly, realizing that the glass produced with fewer tools was of inferior quality. He hastily informed Ji Yuan, I must shatter this and blow it anew. With that, he prepared to smash the glass bottle, but Ji Yuan seized his arm, fixated on the transparent creation. No, it must not break. It is a remarkable bottle. Fu Tinghan responded. Is the aesthetic of the Jin dynasty truly so distorted? Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the glass bottle, confirming that, like glazed pottery, it could indeed hold liquid without leaking. Despite its unappealing appearance, Fu Tinghan remained confident in its functionality, assuring that once it cooled completely, Mr. Ji could fill it with water for a test. The glass cooled swiftly, and Ji Yuan cautiously approached, extending his finger into the bottle's opening. He could clearly see his finger within the vessel, prompting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding craftsmen. Fu Tinghan humbly replied, I am undeserving of such praise. Deserving indeed, Ji Yuan exclaimed, grasping Fu Tinghan's hands with excitement. The insights of the master and the mistress are truly exceptional. You, my dear sir, are an extraordinary individual. Such a treasure, crafted so effortlessly, was indeed born from the workshop of the mistress. Yet, with more molten glass remaining in the furnace, he yearned to witness the glass-making process further. Restraining himself from making any hasty movements, Fu Tinghan was eager to give it another attempt. Of course, he was not alone in this endeavor, as the artisans were equally keen to try, for they would ultimately be the ones executing the work. Although Fu Tinghan's manual dexterity was rather average, his theoretical knowledge was extensive, allowing him to provide guidance despite his own mediocre efforts. Under his direction, 3 artisans produced several glass pieces that were indeed varied and peculiar. Yet it was not long before they surpassed his skill. Nevertheless, the results remained unsatisfactory, prompting Fu Tinghan to instruct them to blow the glass, subsequently cut it, and then remelt it to create a smooth glass mirror. Upon receiving the polished glass mirror, Fu Tinghan examined it closely and shook his head. The proportions were incorrect, and the clarity was insufficient. To achieve a proper glass mirror, the formula needed modification. Ji Yuan, eager to learn, inquired whether altering the formula was a challenging task. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tinghan acknowledged that to create glass molds, steel was essential, necessitating the addition of copper, chromium, and tin during the casting process. Ji Yuan grasped only the mention of copper and asked if a significant quantity was required. Fu Tinghan reassured him that it was not much, as it was merely for mold making. One of the artisans could not help but suggest, why not experiment with porcelain, my lord? Fu Tinghan replied. The temperature for molten glass is similar to that for firing porcelain. Porcelain may not withstand the high heat of molten glass. Nevertheless, the artisans were filled with confidence, particularly the porcelain craftsmen, who encouraged, what if it succeeds? Reflecting on this, Fu Tinghan decided to proceed and requested porcelain cups and bowls be brought forth. Ji Yuan watched intently as they cautiously poured out a glass cup and a glass bowl. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet Fu Tinghan regarded the cup and bowl with dissatisfaction, feeling they lacked aesthetic appeal and pondering how to embellish them with patterns or alter their colors. The artisans wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the mold requires further refinement. Ji Yuan felt content, believing that with such skill, he could already envision gold and silver flowing towards him. As the evening approached, at 9 o'clock, Chapter 99, Recruitment, with 1,000 monthly votes for an additional update, revealed that her vision had indeed been sealed. Fu Tinghan remarked proudly, I made that. When Fu Tinghan inquired about teacher Zhao's opinion, she stifled a laugh, explaining, it was my first attempt, and I was not quite adept, hence the mishap. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Fu Tinghan elaborated, it was meant to be destroyed, but Mr. Ji opposed that notion. Casting a glance before diverting her gaze, she perceived only a visual offense, lacking any artistic merit. Ji Yuan, who had been left aside, could no longer suppress a hearty cough, thereby shattering the atmosphere that enveloped the two. Third sister, he began, though the artisans may currently lack proficiency in producing exquisite glassworks, I believe that with time, this will no longer pose a challenge. Perhaps we should contemplate how to approach this business venture. However, I observed that today's molten material was not exorbitantly priced, and the future yield is certain to increase. Such a substantial enterprise cannot solely rely on the Zhao family stronghold. That would render us excessively dependent. Ji Yuan understood and proposed. Shall I have Zhao Qianli select some young and able individuals from the estate to join our ranks? Ji Yuan had intended to recruit more personnel, yet he did not directly suggest such a vast expansion, as a single building would require no less than 1,000 souls. Currently, their troop numbers do not even reach 200, hence Zhao Qianli merely holds the position of team leader. Yet now she demands an increase of over 5 times? Ji Yuan subtly reminded, Third miss, the total population of the village is merely around 1,800. However, Ji Yuan remained perplexed. What is the purpose of recruiting so many? It sounds rather alarming. The Zhao clan fortress houses a multitude of tribesmen, yet they can only sustain a little over 1,000 troops. 1,000, mind you, is more than the combined military and officials stationed in the county town. Ji Yuan could not help but gently nudge Fu Tinghan forward. Fu Tinghan opened her eyes. Mr. Ji? Ji Yuan smiled. What do you think of third Miss's idea? Is the temperature in the kiln manageable? This is the crux of the matter. To avoid hindering the efficiency of glass production, I have resolved to establish a separate plot outside the workshop for the kilns, experimenting gradually. If successful, your gun barrel might as well be forged from steel. Fu Tinghan extended her hand. Thus, you must prepare iron ore for me. However, after a moment of reflection, she shook her head. This matter cannot be disclosed to Zhao clan fortress. We must devise our own solutions. She looked at Ji Yuan. Mr. Ji, regarding the weapons and farming tools in the fortress, is there no source for iron ore? Ji Yuan responded. There is. With a hint of resignation, Ji Yuan stated, I will make every effort to contact them. The Lord has just departed, so there should still be some goodwill. However, to maintain this relationship in the long term, relying solely on the name of the third Miss will not suffice, unless the Zhao clan fortress is willing to intervene. As a side note, we shall meet at 11 o'clock tonight. Chapter 100, a letter, additional update for 1,005 monthly votes. Her gaze fell upon the glass bottle, and Ji Yuan followed suit, lost in contemplation. It was not unfeasible, Fu Tinghan remarked. The glass cups and bowls crafted today using porcelain molds turned out rather well, yet. Ji Yuan interjected, I shattered them. Fu Tinghan inquired, why? He had been meaning to ask this question while Ji Yuan was smashing them, but the heat had left him somewhat dazed, preventing him from voicing his curiosity. Ji Yuan replied, those cups and bowls lacked refinement. Retaining them would serve no purpose, and naturally, flawed items must be discarded. He added hastily, however, this particular bottle is different. It is the very first one blown in the workshop, crafted personally by the esteemed lord. Its significance is unparalleled. She cast a glance at the oddly endearing bottle, waving her hand. Let this bottle remain with me. Ji Yuan thought to himself. He had intended to take it as well. Fu Tinghan had already risen, cradling the bottle in her arms. Allow me to deliver it to your quarters. Surprisingly, upon prolonged observation, the bottle indeed possessed a unique charm. Within her recollections, it seemed there were no flowers present. Fu Tinghan pondered for a moment, and eventually, the two exchanged silent glances. Your courtyard is rather monotonous. There isn't even a single rosebush. Fu Tinghan couldn't help but laugh. I shall gather a handful of wildflowers for you tomorrow. This is the estate of the third mistress, and our people surround the vicinity. There is nothing to fear. He remarked, I have heard that in a nearby village, a family was murdered simply for raising an alarm upon discovering a petty thief. The entire village has been plundered. Fu Tinghan furrowed his brow. Is it truly that grave? Indeed. Today, Sen Yang took people out, merely to patrol the estate, claiming it was to intimidate outsiders and prevent anyone from sneaking into our manor. After all, this place is not like Zhao's fortified village, which is surrounded by walls. Here, the vastness of the wilderness allows anyone to slip in. Noticing Fu Tinghan still gathering wildflowers, Fuan inquired, My lord, what purpose do these wildflowers serve? To place in a vase. But first, do share the reason for your visit, Fu Tinghan replied, disliking company. Thus, although Fuan was his servant, he seldom allowed him to accompany him unless on long journeys. Realizing his error, Fuan hurriedly produced a letter from his bosom, slightly agitated as he exclaimed, My lord. A letter from the master has arrived. Fu Tinghan's reaction was rather subdued as he received and opened it. The letter conveyed, You have missed the auspicious date for marriage. Therefore, remain in Runan for 3 years, and after that, if Luoyang remains stable, I shall send someone with the betrothal gifts. If not, please consult the elders of the Zhao clan and marry immediately. Zhao Erlang slipped out from the study, and, upon seeing Fu Tinghan with wildflowers, whispered, Brother-in-law, sister is inside. These flowers are truly beautiful. She will surely adore them. Fu Tinghan asked, Did you sneak out? No, Zhao Erlang replied before darting away. What were you writing? Fu Tinghan paused. Have you accepted? She possesses an unparalleled understanding of the elderly members of the clan, and naturally, it is best to maintain a harmonious demeanor. For instance, the newly crafted glass cups and bowls, though many may have shattered, a few remain intact. I believe that Uncle Wu and the others will find great solace in her offerings. He remarked that Luoyang is now more perilous than it once was. She responded, if we analyze the situation accordingly, once the chaos in Luoyang subsides, the struggle between the king of Donghai and the emperor will surely become overt. Fu Tinghan inquired, will this greatly impact us? Off topic, let us convene tomorrow. I feel that achieving a 20,000-word update is quite a daunting task. It is perhaps wiser to take a more gradual approach. Chapter 101. Craftsmanship. This is not a piece of favorable news. While turmoil has its merits, her recent foray into glassmaking necessitates a relatively safe and stable environment for trade. The external chaos poses significant challenges to her profitability. Fu Tinghan has arranged for an ample supply of materials, and amidst this abundance, the artisan's glass-blowing skills have flourished. With his continual refinement of the formula, the workshop is now capable of producing various types of glass. One such variety rivals the exquisite glazed products of the day, crystal clear, yet shimmering with luster. During the crafting and cooling process, a craftsman deliberately infused some color, resulting in a glass horse that bore a streak of reddish-brown, its front hooves poised in a striking manner. The sound resonated, causing the craftsman to tense. The porcelain artisan immediately knelt, fearfully exclaiming, yes, yes, it is I. A young boy, who had been silently standing at the back, suddenly knelt down with a thud. My lady, it was not me but my father who did this, he said timidly, glancing at Fu Tinghan. It was merely for the fee of the glass water. The boy could not help but look at his father, Ding Zijiang, who anxiously inquired, then, will the land be leased to us? Ding Zijiang's hands trembled with excitement as he grasped his son tightly, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, my lady. We are willing to accept the land. The craftsman standing behind Ding Zijiang also felt a surge of exhilaration. If they too could achieve breakthroughs in their skills, would they not also be rewarded with land? Although land was secondary, the primary allure lay in the opportunity to transition from servitude to the status of craftsman. The craftsman's eyes gleamed with determination, their hearts brimming with ambition. After bowing in respect, the craftsman stepped back and, upon exiting, surrounded Ding Zijiang and his son with envy. Old Ding, you truly are remarkable. This is your chance to leap into greatness. Ding Zijiang chuckled, his smile broad and genuine. Oh, I am not so capable. It is all thanks to Ding Yi's efforts. Indeed, it is thanks to his diligence. I thought we would be condemned to a lifetime of servitude, yet my lady has been so generous, granting us the status of craftsmen directly. One of them mused, do you think that after receiving this status, if we achieve great contributions, my lady might allow us to attain freedom? These individuals had previously held the status of craftsmen, but had sold themselves into servitude for various reasons, dragging their families into the same fate. Their master had invested considerable wealth in acquiring them. How could he easily release them? Although transitioning from servitude to craftsmanship did not grant immediate freedom, their status afforded them significantly greater liberties. Most importantly, craftsmen were not subject to arbitrary sale or execution. Cheng Bo also emerged from the dwelling, returning their contracts to them. Find a suitable time to accompany me to the government office to amend your household registration. However, before that, we must sign a valid contract. With a smile, he inquired, will you opt for a 10-year term or a 20-year term? Ding the carpenter and Ding Yi exchanged glances, then asked, what about the wages? The craftsmen grew silent, their ears perked in anticipation. The lady explained that if they signed for 10 years, each of them would receive a monthly wage of 3 strings, while their families could benefit from a reduction of half the rent for 10 acres of land. Should they manage to improve their skills or mentor an apprentice, they could earn a minimum reward of 5 strings or 2 acres of land. If they decided on a 20-year contract, the latter conditions would remain unchanged, but the monthly wage would rise to a minimum of 4 strings, with potential increases based on years of service. The craftsmen could not help but whisper among themselves, suggesting to Ding the carpenter, let us directly sign for 20 years. As registered craftsmen, even if we do not work here, we will still be summoned by the government. If they sell us to others, it would be dire. Moreover, outside, one can hardly earn 4 strings a month, and the reduced rent for land is advantageous. Not every family member can master our craft. Some children simply lack the aptitude. What then? They would inevitably have to till the land. However, the reality is that as serfs, they toil upon lands belonging to their masters, laboring without remuneration, receiving merely a meager ration each month to stave off starvation. As skilled artisans, if they wish to lease land, the rent they must pay is approximately 50 to 100% higher than that of the gentry. The artisans do not comprehend the reasoning behind this, yet it has remained a tradition among the common folk. Even their service duration is longer than that of the gentry. Not to mention the necessity of registering with the authorities, remaining perpetually available for conscription. Although they earn more than the average commoner and lead a comparatively better existence, their sacrifices are likewise greater. This is one of the reasons why artisans often seek affiliation with prominent families. The craftsmen swallowed nervously as they observed the Ding porcelain artisan. The artisan responded with eagerness, turning to gaze at his son with sparkling eyes. Indeed, if one were to attain gentry status, not only would the taxes be reduced, but they would also be exempt from arbitrary conscription. Off topic. See you at 7 in the afternoon. Chapter 102, Dispatch. What is he thinking? My cousin is a blacksmith. How could he possibly transition to gentry status? However, he has not allowed his son to learn the trade of blacksmithing, and is presently spending money to cultivate connections in hopes of elevating his son to gentry status. This is exceedingly short-sighted. If the transition fails and his son is left without the skills of a blacksmith, it could prove disastrous. If the government calls upon him and he fails to complete the assigned task, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, your cousin is quite reckless. How can a family legacy in craftsmanship be allowed to perish? Ding Zijian. I have also advised against it. Yet the blacksmiths are unlike us porcelain artisans. They are frequently conscripted into military service. In our sheeping county, how many blacksmiths were there in the past? Now, only my cousin remains. If one cannot change their status, death is inevitable. As my cousin aptly puts it, whether one dies early or late, it is still death. It would be better to allow my nephew to live more comfortably, rather than to endure the hardships of learning the trade of blacksmithing. Upon reflection, everyone finds merit in this notion. Fu Tinghan. This should be rewarded. There will surely be many individuals in the manner eager to learn the craft, correct? Ji Yuan, however, could not comprehend. Third miss. With such leniency, if these artisans escape, we would suffer significant losses. Unlike servants, whose lives and deaths are at our discretion. Thus, the gentry across the land are intent on transforming artisans into servants, seldom considering the elevation of servants to artisans. Fu Tinghan nodded in agreement. Aside from the initial glass formula, he had not disclosed the subsequent recipes. Apart from himself, only Cheng Bo had a rough understanding. Within the Zhao family, there were both servants and impoverished kin, and even the tenants over there demonstrated loyalty comparable to that of the manor's inhabitants. Cheng Bo quickly grasped the situation and readily agreed. Fu Tinghan inquired, who will manage the recipes in the future? He could not perpetually provide them with materials. Once the recipes were established, they would naturally be entrusted to another for management, as he held no interest in such repetitive tasks devoid of any technical challenge. Upon hearing this, Cheng Bo hastily declined. My lady, Zhao Kai is still young and likely cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. It would be best for him to remain by Erlang's side. Cheng Bo was momentarily rendered speechless, harboring a silent resentment towards Zhao Kai for his lack of ambition. Was it truly so arduous to merely learn a skill, akin to being beaten by another? Even Erlang, who was a few years younger, had never complained of fatigue or hardship. With exuberance, he dashed into the courtyard, calling out loudly before even entering, Sister, sister, today I threw Uncle Qianli off his horse. Zhao Kai, with his head hung low, struggled to lift his legs to keep pace. He remarked, No, but I imagine his backside must be quite sore, ha ha ha. Zhao Erling's eyes brightened with curiosity. Is he an official? After a brief contemplation, Zhao Erling nodded, I know, just like Ji Ping. Zhao Erling added, Isn't Ji Ping listening to me? Zhao Erling nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Zhao Kai, feeling despondent, lifted his gaze only to be met with a fierce glare from his father, which prompted him to kneel in gratitude, responding with a quick yes. Zhao Erlang felt a twinge of reluctance towards Zhao Kai, expressing, Then I shall have no playmate. However, Fu Tinghan secretly nodded in agreement. Originally, they sought someone clever and astute to accompany Zhao Erlang, both to guide him and to look after him. With Zhao Kai in the workshop, Fu Tinghan enjoyed much greater freedom, as he entrusted the recipes entirely to him, allowing himself to focus on the intricacies of steelmaking. This arrangement left Zhao Kai both thrilled and somewhat apprehensive. He confided in his father, Father, the young lady and Master Fu place such trust in me. I must repay them with my utmost effort. Cheng Bo rolled his eyes and retorted, Who said you should die? Just take good care of the recipes. Ensure no one steals them or figures them out. I understand that the lady entrusted me with such a significant responsibility, which makes me somewhat anxious. In response, Cheng Bo suggested, you should immerse yourself in more tasks. As you engage in them, your heart will settle. Tomorrow, the lady is heading to the county town. Accompany her. There may be matters she finds difficult to articulate, so be astute and take the lead. Zhao Kai responded loudly in affirmation. As for the side note, the county magistrate had specifically sent an invitation to them, or rather, to Fu Tinghan, compelling her to step out and meet him. Previously, she had only heard of Professor Fu from the mathematics department, known for his striking appearance and commendable teaching, as well as his courteous demeanor. However, upon arriving here, she realized that what was often described as courteous could also be interpreted as cold and distant. Furthermore, the estate belonged to her, and the magistrate's visit at this juncture likely stemmed from their recent rigorous collection of debts. Seated in the carriage, Fu Tinghan pondered with her eyes cast down, her fingers tracing patterns on her lap, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he waved his hand before her eyes and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Fu Tinghan paused momentarily before replying. Though my memory is somewhat hazy, I believe I could sketch a rough approximation of it. She remained uncertain, believing her inability to recall her appearance post-adulthood stemmed from her blindness. Yet, she distinctly remembered her visage before losing her sight. Fu Tinghan turned her gaze towards the window. Rarely does one remember their own appearance. Yet the visage of the person they encounter most frequently and yearn to see is indelibly etched in their memory. No, Fu Tinghan replied, I am quite beautiful. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she steadfastly maintained her gaze, offering a nod to affirm the truth of her words. As the carriage came to a halt, Tinghan raised the curtain and announced, "Third Miss, Lord Fu, we have arrived." After a brief pause, Fu Tinghan placed her hand in the other's palm and stepped down from the carriage, using the seat for support. Beside her, Fuan extended his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease that he could not quite articulate. In this war-torn era, amidst the desolate streets, the bustling tavern stood as a testament to the culinary delights it offered. It seemed that the affluent of Shaanxi County were not few in number. The county magistrate and his advisors were already awaiting them within the tavern, situated on the second floor, where the tables were separated by elegant screens, allowing for both refinement and ventilation, with ample space to accommodate their gathering. Upon hearing that the Zhao family's carriage had arrived, the magistrate rose to greet them. However, as he reached the staircase, he encountered the ascending group of four. Magistrate Chai, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. His suspicions were confirmed, and after a moment of hesitation, he found his voice, stepping aside to say, "Ladies, please, take your seats." Chai magistrate glanced at his advisor, who, sensing the need for guidance, seated himself cross-legged, facing Fu Tinghan directly. The county magistrate of Chai hastily replied, "Not at all, not at all. We have no pressing matters. We merely heard that the young master of the Fu family is studying here, hence our invitation. We simply wish to engage in a discourse with Master Fu regarding the profound principles within the texts, with no ulterior motives involved." Since her arrival in Shaanxi County, she had been exceedingly diligent and honest, had she not? Thus, she continued the conversation, inquiring which book the county magistrate wished to discuss with Master Fu. "I, too, have been reading recently. Perhaps there is a chance for a fruitful exchange." As an aside, 7017K Chapter 104. The Simpleton, 2000 monthly votes increment. I am reading. The county magistrate of Chai glanced at Chong Ning, uncertain of which book he was referring to. Chong Ning replied, "The magistrate is reading letter to Yang Jun." Fu Tinghan displayed no discernible reaction. The county magistrate of Chai quickly interjected, "No, I merely believe that what Master Fu has articulated is entirely accurate. We should encourage each other in our pursuits. It was true then, and it ought to be true now." He continued, "Since the unfortunate events in Luoyang, the populace in the capital region has been displaced, many of whom have sought refuge in our Shaanxi County, causing the magistrate great concern. Is it truly so simple?" The county magistrate of Chai opened his mouth to speak, but Chong Ning subtly pressed down on his leg beneath the table, silencing him. With a sigh, he remarked, "Third lady, your compassion is commendable. Our magistrate shares this sentiment. Yet the plight of the remaining refugees presents a significant dilemma. Their sustenance and clothing are one challenge, while providing shelter is another. Not to mention the lack of seeds and farming tools. They possess nothing, and our office is currently lacking in resources to offer adequate support." He remarked that whenever refugees enter a city, a town, or a village, Incidents of theft and similar misdeeds are bound to occur, and in severe cases, even pillaging and murder. Our county lord is well-intentioned, yet powerless. Chang Ning paused, and the magistrate of Chai County could not suppress his curiosity, wondering what method could be employed. Ultimately, the inability of the county lord to accommodate the displaced stems from a lack of funds. Therefore, if we merely earn money, the issue could be resolved. She turned to glance at Fu Tinghan, who, upon meeting her gaze, could not help but lower his head with a smile, his eyes crinkling with mirth. The magistrate fell silent. Chang Ning hastily interjected, expressing her reluctance to accept the third lady's money without merit. Ah, yes. We were indeed inquiring about the reason for your acceptance of such a multitude of refugees. The magistrate of Chai County finally recalled the true purpose of their visit. With a sigh, he remarked, Zhao Sanyang possesses a kind heart. Were the people of this county as benevolent as you, I would have far less to worry about. Observing the magistrate's visibly moved expression, Chang Ning took a long pause before rekindling her commitment to serve her lord, mustering a smile as she said, Yet, as far as I know, while Zhao Sanyang has gathered numerous refugees, those who have reported to the county office for registration amount to less than half. She added, My estate is limited in size. How many individuals can it possibly harbor? If you do not believe me, perhaps you could send someone to inspect the estate? The magistrate of Chai County dared not provoke such a hornet's nest and quickly declined, asserting that he recognized Sanyang's sincere intentions for the welfare of the nation and could not fathom her engaging in the concealment of good citizens. Yes, indeed. They must have misjudged the situation. The magistrate, intrigued, disregarding Chang Ning's subtle hints, inquired, but with land being so inexpensive, how much land would need to be sold to afford the accommodation of the refugees? Chapter 105. Collaboration. Intrigued, the county magistrate inquired, What sort of business? His heart fluttered at the thought, pondering the nature of the Lioli cup, which he had never encountered before. How could he ascertain its suitability for anyone? With a sense of eagerness, the magistrate agreed. Who among the populace is unaware of Zhao Changyu's prowess in commerce, with wealth rivaling that of the imperial family? The treasures in his possession must surely be of remarkable quality. In recent years, local magistrates have often faced peril from bandits due to discord with local gentry. Was the magistrate not similarly situated? Once the Zhao family's carriage had vanished from sight, the smile faded from the magistrate's face. He wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the audacity of Zhao's daughter. Chang Ning remarked, Since you are aware she is not an easy person to deal with, why agree to collaborate with her? The magistrate responded with an air of certainty. Her difficulty in negotiation has no bearing on our potential partnership. He continued, In this county of Zaitzai, which gentleman or wealthy merchant is truly accommodating? He mused, I perceive her intentions lie beyond mere commerce. Why else would she specifically request you to facilitate the sale of Lioli cups? I understand, the magistrate asserted confidently, she is attempting to curry favor with our county. With conviction, he added, She must be wary of my relentless pursuit of her hidden affairs, thus seeking to present me with offerings. Chang Ning replied. The magistrate elaborated, I empathize with her, and this arrangement will undoubtedly benefit us. She made a salient point. Without funds, we are powerless to act, whether to gather refugees or to drive them away. All endeavors necessitate financial resources. The county magistrate shot him a sidelong glance, his displeasure evident as he inquired, What other motives could she possibly have? I merely act as an intermediary. Whether or not a transaction occurs is beyond my guarantee. Surely, she wouldn't swindle my money. My lord, the grandson of Master Fu possesses notable talent. As you have witnessed, he is indeed radiant and exudes an extraordinary presence. However, since entering the tavern, he has scarcely spoken, deferring entirely to the will of Zhao Sanyang. The magistrate's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you suggesting that Zhao Sanyang has confined and coerced Fu Changrong? That they are at odds? Should I rescue Fu Changrong to earn favor with Master Fu? Before Changning could respond, he shook his head. No, that won't do. Ultimately, we are in Runan, and the current lord of Shangcai is Zhao Sanyang's uncle, while Zhao Zhongyu has assumed the role of Minister of Personnel. To offend the Zhao family would be detrimental to me. Changning interjected, My lord, have you not noticed how composed and at ease Fu Changrong appears? Does he truly seem like one who has been confined or threatened? The magistrate regarded him with disdain. What are you implying? I mean to say that Zhao Sanyang is formidable. Despite being a woman, she currently holds dominion over the Zhao family in the Shangcai estate, compelling even Fu Changrong to heed her. You must not treat your dealings with her lightly. Chongming continued. The Zhao family has suddenly taken in so many refugees. I find it unsettling. Surely, they do not intend to rebel? The magistrate replied, Zhao Zhongyu and the Zhao Ji family are both in Luoyang. Chongming pondered this and begrudgingly felt a measure of relief. As Ji Yuan observed her placing the finest glass horse into a golden Nanmu wood box, he could not help but inquire, My lady, this is. In an instant, Ji Yuan comprehended that her journey to Shiping was not merely to present a gift, and thus he respectfully withdrew. Fu Tinghan, engrossed in her calculations nearby, lifted her head and remarked, Zhao Ming is bound to have a headache once again. She felt a twinge of sympathy. He began to count the days, recalling that during their last visit, the wheat had yet to be harvested, and now the beans were only just sown. Why had they returned so soon? Chong Sui suggested, perhaps they are here to collect the spearheads. A few days ago, the blacksmith from the city delivered items, which were arranged by San Yang, was it not? Zhao Ming suspected her intentions were deliberate and questioned. Why did the family not send the spearheads directly to Shangsai? Zhao Ming then rose and decided to observe how she tested the weapons. That evening, seeking monthly votes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song slightly furrowed his brow. Your grandfather's sword has accompanied him for many years. It is an ancient blade, robust and unyielding. How could it possibly have a chip? After a brief contemplation, Zhao Song continued, Bingzhou is rich in iron ore. Previously, Lu Yuan occupied the Bingzhou area. If the weapon's deficiencies stem from the quality of iron, it must have been sourced from Bingzhou. The temperatures required for a smelting furnace to achieve steel are exceedingly high, and even with inferior iron ore, producing steel remains a formidable challenge. Zhao Song pondered, contemplating the sword's reforging, realizing that it would necessitate the expertise of a master craftsman to preserve its integrity. He shook his head, acknowledging that skilled blacksmiths are predominantly found within the Ministry of War and among various feudal lords. How could they possibly have the opportunity to engage such a master? One can search gradually. I firmly believe that with a sincere heart, one can ultimately find what they seek. However, quality iron essence is indeed rare. I wonder if my great-uncle is acquainted with anyone from the Bingzhou region? Zhao Ming. Zhao Song stroked his beard in contemplation, methodically discarding names from his memory. After a moment, he exclaimed, Lu Yushi is in Bingzhou. He is currently the governor there. Indeed, Zhao Song inquired. Do you know him as well? She certainly recognized him, though this esteemed minister of Jin was oblivious to her existence. He's just a moderate acquaintance, Zhao Song replied. Your great-uncle is more familiar with him. Ah, yes, they are both among the renowned 24 friends, celebrated in history for their indulgent and carefree lifestyle. Thus, her focus shifted to her great-uncle, pondering whether it would be possible to establish contact with him. Jin Yang is currently besieged by the Xiongnu army. He would surely wish to communicate with the outside world. I am willing to exchange other items for iron essence. Zhao Ming could not help but glance at her, saying, Third miss, even if you merely need to mend a sword, a single basket would suffice. There is no need to specifically barter for it. Isn't it just iron essence? Your uncle has already purchased it for you. Zhao Ming, is your intent truly just to acquire a basket of iron essence? Or do you wish to seize this opportunity to connect with the sellers of iron essence there, perhaps to procure a substantial quantity of iron ore or iron essence? Zhao Song replied, You are correct, but Bingzhou is quite distant from Runan, with the Xiongnu obstructing the route. Transporting iron ore and essence would be exceedingly difficult. If we were to purchase iron essence from Bingzhou, we might not even make it out of the region before both goods and people are seized. We also have iron mines in Runan. He lowered his voice and remarked, The quality may not rival that of Bingzhou, but it is affordable, conveniently located, and safe. Zhao Ming responded with a pause. As you know, purchasing iron in the county town is quite restricted, and the blacksmith cannot procure such a large quantity. Zhao Song understood that she possessed a troop, and aside from agricultural tools, they surely required weaponry, all of which must be kept from the prying eyes of the authorities. After a brief contemplation, he consented, reasoning that most of the prominent families in Runan likely sourced iron from that individual. Sen Yang was one of their own, and recommending her posed no issue. Furthermore, Ji Yuan should be aware of some of this. Even if he did not introduce it here, Ji Yuan would inevitably discover it in due course. Noticing that his father remained blissfully ignorant and was still attempting to devise ways to contact Lu Kun, Zhao Ming could not help but shake her head and took a seat aside to wait. How could the recipient of a gift dare to express dissatisfaction, especially in front of her father? Even if she were displeased, she would have to stifle her feelings. Zhao Ming cast her gaze downward, momentarily stunned. Zhao Song had already drawn the box closer, extracting the glass cup within for inspection. Is this glass? It was a set of celadon-hued glass cups, and at the center of the box lay a small glass pot, crystal clear yet tinged with a hint of blue. Sunlight appeared to filter through the pot, casting a celestial hue upon the table, which seemed to absorb that delicate shade of blue. Even someone as discerning as Zhao Ming could find no words of discontent. After thoroughly examining the exquisite set of glass cups, Zhao Song carefully placed them in front of himself, pondering how such valuable items could be given away. You should keep them. Even if you do not need them in the future, they would be a fine inheritance for Erlang. In silent admiration, Zhao Song reflected on his elder brother's remarkable ability to acquire such exquisite treasures. However, was it not true that the third miss and her companions had lost their luggage? How could such fragile treasures have been preserved? As Zhao Song opened the box and beheld the resplendent glass horse nestled within, his expression gradually turned grave. While the glass cup could be deemed consistent with his brother's tastes, the glass horse, an object of beauty devoid of practicality, seemed an unlikely addition to his brother's collection. Before long, news of the glass being sold in the Tianzhuang of Shanghai would inevitably spread, reaching the ears of those in Shiping. Rather than allowing them to learn of it through others, it would be prudent to disclose the truth himself. Zhao Song pondered. What did you say? As for the surrounding discourse, it was indeed a remarkable sight. Even Professor Fu and Ting He were witnessing such an abundance of glassware for the first time. Their astonishment mirrored by the guards who carried the chest, utterly unprepared for the treasures it contained. Zhao Song exhaled in relief, affirming his belief that his brother would not hoard such splendid items. Yet, Zhao Ming felt a pang of concern and instinctively glanced at Fu Tinghan. Fu Tinghan remained composed, quietly observing his surroundings as if detached from the events unfolding around him. When their eyes met, he offered a gentle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Ming felt reassured that he had not misjudged his character, despite being younger than his father. He believed his experiences and the people he had encountered were no less substantial. In matters of discerning character, he felt he surpassed his father. Though Fu Tinghan exuded an air of aloofness, his gentle demeanor revealed a person of integrity, embodying the strength that comes from true detachment. She was evidently intent on excavating resources from both the Zhao and Fu families to enhance her own standing. Zhao Ming cast a sympathetic glance at his father, then turned to offer the same sentiment towards Fu Tinghan, unable to immerse himself in their revelry. Ultimately, he reserved his sympathy for himself. The sensation of being the sole sober individual amidst a sea of inebriation was far from pleasant. The truly pitiable ones were not the drunken revelers, but rather the solitary soul who remained alert. His concerns weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, some truths are better left unspoken, for both parties were well aware of the underlying realities. Should the Zhao family possess such a son, he would celebrate with a cacophony of 100,000 firecrackers. Reflecting on Zhao Ji and Zhao Yi and Luoyang, Zhao Ming gloomily sipped a cup of tea, nearly choking on its bitterness. The tea was truly harsh. He preferred the taste of wine. Zhao Song had already begun to circle around 2 chests, extracting glassware and observing the variations in thickness and transparency. His curiosity piqued by the stark differences between the pieces. Fu Tinghan elucidated, the disparity arises from differing material ratios. Zhao Song, looking kindly at Fu Tinghan, inquired, Changrong, how did you come by such a formula? I have heard that the Fu family is not particularly affluent, at least not in comparison to our Zhao family. In contrast to Zhao Changyu, who was adept at managing finances, Fu Ji was known for his integrity, wholly devoted to public affairs and water conservancy projects. Who would have imagined that his grandson possessed knowledge of glass-making techniques, which he did not share with the Fu family, but rather practiced within the Zhao household? Zhao Song nearly doubted the bond between the grandfather and grandson. Fu Tinghan remarked, according to the texts, certain books document that after a volcanic eruption, the formation of glassy crystals occurs, indicating that high temperatures are a necessary condition for the emergence of such glass. As for the materials, anything found near the volcanic crater could potentially suffice. A more thorough investigation and extensive reading should clarify everything. Both Zhao Song and Zhao Ming were astonished. Was it truly that simple? Fu Tinghan could not disclose to them that the techniques which are publicly accessible in modern times posed no challenge for him. The real difficulty lay in those not yet revealed. Zhao Ming then rose and joined Fu Tinghan in the courtyard, curiously inquiring, What types of books does Changrong typically enjoy? I have a penchant for reading texts related to arts and numerology, Fu Tinghan replied. Such interests were rather rare these days. Zhao Ming commented. You have certainly inherited the talents of Fu Zhongshu. Fu Zhi's most renowned accomplishment was the construction of the Shunlai Weir, which alleviated water-related disasters in Yenzhou and Yuzhou. Ah, so this is Yuzhou, he mused. Hence, Fu Zhi enjoyed a stellar reputation here, which also contributed to Fu Changrong's popularity among the locals, who all appreciated Fu Zhi's benevolence in eliminating the threat of flooding. Fu Tinghan interjected. Uncle, our families are related by marriage. Is it not possible for the Zhao clan and us to prosper together? Zhao Ming, having attained a more profound understanding, found himself increasingly fond of Fu Tinghan and proposed. I believe it is time to bestow a character upon Changrong. He turned to Fu Tinghan and added, if I recall correctly, you will be 17 after the new year, which is quite mature. Shall we select a character for you in advance, if you do not mind? What character did you choose? Zhao Ming inquired. Tinghan, Fu Tinghan replied. Zhao Ming was perplexed, pondering the meaning behind it all. If you chose the name Changrong, it should. I find that name quite melodious, easy on the tongue. By the way, uncle, fifth grade uncle, I also have a courtesy name. Zhao Song wore a troubled expression. It is no small feat for a woman to be recorded in the family genealogy, let alone remember names. It would be commendable for her to secure a place in the family record as a third-generation descendant, with the name Hejin. Beyond that, unless one day she ascends to a position of such prominence that the Zhao clan looks up to her, they would be more than willing to add a courtesy name and various accomplishments in her honor. On a side note, Zhao Ming would soon be arriving at the bowl. See you tomorrow. Chapter 108. Barter. Zhao Song's expression softened. It was a natural demeanor, reminiscent of her grandfather. The son remarked that she surprisingly knew Lu Yuanshi had only taken Jinyang. Zhao Ming replied, among so many prominent young men in the clan, how many are aware that Lu Yuanshi has arrived in Jinyang, while Bingzhou remains in the hands of the Xiongnu? Zhao Song felt her son was becoming sardonic again, causing her previously softened expression to harden. What do you wish to convey? Observing the shifting expressions of his father, Zhao Ming took a couple of steps back, creating a safe distance before saying, Father, human hearts are inscrutable. You harbor reservations towards me. Thus, you ought to be even more cautious with outsiders. Zhao Song pointed at him in reproach. At your age, still feeling jealous over San Yang? She is your niece. Do you have no shame? How have I ever held back from you? Have I not informed you of everything happening at home? Once again, Zhao Ming was chased off by his father's scolding. Zhao, who was the first to arrive, urgently inquiring, Third lady, what of the glassware you promised me? Fu Tinghan, disinterested in social niceties, lowered her head and replied, You may handle this matter. I shall continue my reading. Seventh uncle, you are far too impatient. The glassware is still piled in the boxes, yet to be organized. Zhao Hu, puzzled, asked, Piled? Indeed. Do you desire glass cups or bowls? After scrutinizing the items, Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take them all. What is your price? After contemplating, Zhao Hu replied, There are 5 sets in total. Would 50 gold pieces for each set suffice? Zhao Hu looked at her in astonishment. Are you serious? With a skeptical glance at the glassware on the table, he picked it up for further inspection, finding nothing amiss, yet hesitated. It does bear some resemblance, he thought, though he found it difficult to vocalize. Only then did Zhao Hu feel the reality of the situation. Taking a seat at the table, he inquired, What brings you here? Food supplies. Zhao Hu responded incredulously. Did the summer harvest not just conclude? Autumn harvest will come soon. Why do you require additional grain with so much land at your disposal? Landlords like them typically engaged in selling grain, not purchasing it. Zhao Hu nodded firmly. Very well, I shall trade with you, but only for 2 sets. I have no more to spare. It was Zhao Ming who insisted that the current times were difficult and the future uncertain, forbidding them from selling grain externally, allowing only sales to their clan, while the remainder must be kept for themselves. Zhao Hu has long been troubled by Zhao Ming. Seizing the opportunity, he seeks to rally allies, wielding his father's authority over family matters to his advantage, leading the uninformed to mistakenly believe he is the future clan leader. Zhao Hu lowered his voice and said, Third sister, I am aware that he holds many grievances against you. As the legitimate branches of the family, you and the second branch have significant standing. Your grandfather was the former clan leader, and your uncle is the current one. The words exchanged between you and Erlang still carry weight within the clan. Why not have Erlang speak a few words? This is not a trap. I am considering your best interests. If he can counter Zhao Ming, He will gain respect in the clan in due course. Zhao Hu contemplated this and realized it was indeed a valid point, but 40 taels of grain was no small amount. Given the current grain prices, it could purchase. Zhao Hu quietly began counting on his fingers, noting that grain prices were on the rise. I do not require much from you. How about 101 for a stone of wheat? Thus, 40 taels would equate to. Alas, had he known to bring the account book, he would have avoided this conundrum, particularly despising the trade of valuable goods for something so inexpensive, which made calculations exceedingly difficult. Fu Tinghan, feeling hungry, approached and, having overheard the conversation, interjected, for 1,000 stones. Zhao Hu replied, is it truly that much? He glanced at the 4 sets of glazed cups on the table, hesitating momentarily, for these represented nearly all of his summer harvest. Although he did not lack for grain, with plenty of stored provisions remaining, he still pondered. Zhao Hu's brow relaxed. Would you accept an additional 100 stones? He instructed his men to pack the 4 sets of glazed cups, and as he was about to depart, he remembered to inquire, where did you acquire so many glazed cups? Zhao Hu waved his hand, signaling that he understood. Fu Tinghan approached her side, and together they watched Zhao Hu depart. Would Zhao Ming be very angry? The Zhao family's grain production ranked among the top 5 in Wubao, and she had just purchased all of their summer harvest for the year. As for Zhao Ming, when he learned of this matter, he remained composed and unperturbed, demonstrating a significant improvement in his demeanor compared to before. Though he couldn't entirely suppress a hint of indignation, he mused that when next year arrives, with the drought and an increasing number of refugees and grain prices soaring, Uncle Chi would certainly regret this decision. Ignoring the words of the wise often leads to impending misfortune. Currently, the governor of Renan County bears the surname He. Zhao Ming remarked that he has held his position for a decade. Otherwise, who would dare to sell iron or privately? He continued, my uncle has previously submitted a memorial to impeach him, mandating that he contribute 40% of his earnings to the court each year. It was during this time that our family established connections with them. Thanks to his uncle's influence, their family procured iron or at a 30% discount compared to others. Zhao Ming added, although my uncle has passed, the clan leader has now been promoted to the position of Minister of Personnel, and fortunately, they have not raised the prices. It appears they gained their advantages through backdoor dealings. Is the iron mine located in Shiping? No, Zhao Ming replied with a sidelong glance. If it were in Shiping, Governor He would never dare to reach out. Before Governor He, it was the local gentry who exploited the court, and they would never surrender their gains to the imperial authority. Since the ascension of Emperor Hui and the subsequent rise of Empress Jia to power, the realm has gradually descended into chaos. Incidents of local tyrants seizing iron mines and salt fields have become all too commonplace. Were it not for the restraint imposed by Zhao Chongyu, those led by Zhao who would have surged out of Shiping, claiming the more lucrative territories for themselves. After all, the Zhao family is among the most prominent clans in the entire Renan region. Consequently, Zhao Chongyu appointed Governor He to oversee the iron mines, mandating that 40% of the annual yield be remitted to the imperial treasury. This obligation was not merely due to Zhao Chongyu's position as the minister of the imperial secretariat, but also because he is the patriarch of the Zhao clan. In the territory of Renan, he must consider the Zhao family's interests. Zhao Ming remarked, I shall convey your sentiments to Uncle Chi. Zhao Hu harbored little regret for the grain he exchanged. In his view, the acquisition of 4 exquisite glass cups was far more profitable. He resolved to retain 2 sets for himself, one for personal use and one for collection, while planning to sell the remaining 2. Although the glass cups were beautiful and rare, few were willing to part with 100 gold pieces to procure them. Despite the admiration they garnered, few expressed a genuine intent to purchase. Zhao Hu exerted considerable effort to sell a single set, were it not for the incessant praise he received each time he presented the cups. He would have been disinclined to labor so hard for such a reward. Reclining upon his couch, he sighed. Earning this money is exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, the maidservant fanned him gently, silently ridiculing his perspective. After all, earning 90 gold pieces in a mere moment was hardly a challenge. They might toil for 10 lifetimes and still not amass such wealth. Observing the multitude of laborers and tenants Zhao Hu employed, it was evident that after a year of labor, the grain yielded barely sufficed to purchase 4 sets of glass cups. Among the items transferred, they reaped profits equivalent to 2 years of labor. The maid's heart grew heavy with bitterness as the rhythm of her fan slowed. Suddenly, the steward rushed in, drenched in sweat, exclaiming that a grave matter had arisen. The maid hastened her fan movements, straining to listen. Zhao Hu, reclining on the couch, seemed indifferent and inquired what could provoke such a panic. Upon sitting up, Zhao Hu questioned, "What does he mean? Is my glazed cup not genuine?" "Not at all," the steward replied, "but a multitude of glazed cups and bowls have unexpectedly appeared in the market, causing prices to plummet. It is said that someone in our Runnan county has begun producing glazed wares." Zhao Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What does that have to do with me? The price of glazed cups has declined. Comparable wares outside are selling for 12 to 15 gold, while yours is priced 8 to 9 times higher." Zhao Hu retorted, "When I sold it, there was none available in the market. It was worth that price at the time. Is it my fault that more have surfaced now? That logic eludes me." After a moment of scolding, he inquired, "By the way, who possesses the skill to create glazed wares? Is it the very same that San Yang sought?" "Indeed, master. This is the reason why the third master has shattered his cup. The one producing glazed wares is none other than San Yang." Zhao Hu glared at the steward, who silently returned his gaze. "What shall we do about this, master? The third master now believes you have deliberately deceived him." Zhao Hu exploded with indignation. "San Yang. She is the one who has intentionally ensnared me." The steward hurriedly urged, "Master, this matter must not be made public. At that time, the third lady sold you the glass cup for merely 10 gold pieces." Zhao Hu halted in the courtyard, the blazing sun beating down upon him, causing his face to feel fiery, uncertain whether it was from the heat or his anger. "Are all the glass cups from Shanxi?" he inquired. "No," replied the steward quietly. "Only a small portion originated from the magistrate of Shanxi. The majority, however, was exported from our own Wubao. I have heard it is from the household of the fifth master that they have been disseminated, and the technique for crafting the glass also emanated from his residence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu realized the gravity of the situation, and in his fury he stomped his feet, exclaiming, "Zhao Sanyang and Zhao Xinyan have conspired against me." Yet they insisted on waiting until he sold the glass cups at a high price before they released the remaining glass cups and bowls, even spreading such rumors. The steward, anxious, exclaimed, "Master, what shall we do? The third master is not an easy man to deal with." In a moment of despair, Zhao Hu lamented, "Send him the other set of glass cups." The steward stood by, awaiting further instructions, but upon noticing Zhao Hu had fallen silent, he gazed at him quizzically. Zhao Hu, in frustration, retorted, "I have already given him the other set of glass cups. Do you expect me to personally visit and apologize? If he desires them, so be it. He is difficult to negotiate with. Does that mean I should be accommodating?" The steward bowed his head and withdrew. Zhao Hu, unable to contain his vexation, paced in circles before finally calling out loudly, "Bring the carriage." Zhao Hu departed without hesitation, despite the butler's futile attempts to dissuade him, leaving the latter to stand at the fortress gate and watch him go. Zhao Hu took with him only 3 or 5 guards as he set off toward Shanxi. Urging his steed onward, he hoped to reach the estate by nightfall. Frustrated, he intermittently rapped on the carriage wall, demanding haste, exclaiming, "Are you all famished? Or have the horses not grazed?" No sooner had he spoken than the driver abruptly halted the carriage, causing Zhao Hu to lurch forward and collide with the back of the driver. Enraged, he shouted, "You imbecile, what are you doing?" Lord. The driver stammered, pointing ahead. Zhao Hu barely had time to glance up when the guards sprang into action, dismounting and shouting as they seized the carriage, intent on turning it around. "My lord, it's the chaotic army." The road was narrow, but the guards could not afford to take their time. They yanked the carriage off the path, trampling the tender seedlings beneath, and swiftly turned it about. One guard struck the driver, urging him, "Drive faster." The wind carried the dust towards them, and the guards spat in frustration as they continued to shout. It soon became unnecessary for them to yell, for the sentinels atop the fortress had spotted the billowing dust in the distance. The watchman immediately ignited the signal fire, followed by the ringing of the alarm bell. Those laboring in the fields first heard the bell, and, upon looking up to the fortress, were met with smoke as thick as black ink. The workers paused in shock before swiftly gathering their tools and sprinting homeward, urging one another to run. Zhao Hanzhang staggered unsteadily, feeling a surge of nausea rising within him. He clutched the window, striving to stabilize his body, and leaned out to gaze backward. To his dismay, he discerned figures and horses faintly approaching from the distance. Unable to contain his fury, he erupted with curses, questioning the audacity of these chaotic troops daring to wreak havoc in sheeping. The guards at the gate hastily opened 2 additional doors, allowing carts and farmers to rush inside. The commotion quickly roused Zhao Song and Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming hurriedly donned his shoes and rushed outside, only to see his father dragging his wooden clogs towards the exit. He quickly intercepted him, suggesting that instead of leaving, they should convene the clan elders to devise a strategy for repelling the enemy. He would assess the situation at the fortress gate. The troops of Zhao clan fortress were primarily warriors in times of conflict, training during peacetime, and laboring in the fields during harvest. Ascending the city tower, Zhao Ming could now clearly see the approaching chaotic forces. A dozen horses led the charge, followed by a cacophony of infantry, amounting to a rough estimate of no less than 1,000 men. Zhao Ming was perplexed, pondering from where these men had emerged. Zhao Hu climbed up to the tower, leaning against a stone pillar to catch his breath. "Can you discern the situation? Is it an enemy attack?" he inquired. Zhao Ming's expression shifted subtly as he clenched his fists. "I cannot see clearly, but as long as it is not the Xiongnu army led by Lu Yuan, we may yet stand a chance." As the disordered troops drew nearer, the gates of the fortress began to close slowly, and the drawbridge was raised, transforming Zhao clan fortress into an isolated stronghold, separated by a waterway from the advancing chaotic forces. Zhao Hu was diligently counting the enemy, while an experienced scout reported, "My lord, their numbers are approximately 4,000. A chill coursed through Zhao Hu, nearly causing him to collapse. "Our fortress has only 1,000 troops, and with all the able-bodied men combined, we barely exceed 3,000. Can we withstand this onslaught?" Zhao Hu sat down abruptly, weeping skyward, lamenting, "Why am I so unfortunate? Having been deceived by you and San Yang, I now find myself ensnared in yet another calamity." Zhao Ming cautioned him, "Seventh uncle, tread carefully with your words. In these dire times, should chaos beset our ranks, I shall not hesitate to act without mercy." The Zhao stronghold sprang into action, with the troops and young men dividing into two factions, initially gathering the soldiers. Over the years, they had occasionally faced incursions from refugees and marauding bands, but never on this scale. It was the first time such a multitude of chaos had appeared without warning. Zhao Ming was perplexed, pondering the origin of these intruders. The Zhao family owned numerous farmlands, and regardless of whether they approached from the direction of Shanxi or Yangcheng, they ought to have received some forewarning. Turning to face the county town, Zhao Ming noted the proximity of Zhao's stronghold to the city. The signal fires had been lit, and news would undoubtedly reach the town swiftly. At this juncture, a response was imperative. Either they would come to their aid, or they would close the gates and prepare for combat. While Zhao Ming was deep in thought, he suddenly observed the emergence of fierce signal fires from the direction of the county town. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he pulled the still weeping Zhao Hu down from the watchtower, issuing orders to the troops, "Hold the stronghold, and retrieve the crossbows from the armory." "Understood." Zhao Ming casually gestured to a nearby modest eatery, instructing, "Enter and speak." Once inside, and the idle patrons had been dismissed, Zhao Ming remarked, "Father, Shiping County has also come under attack. The enemy is likely numerous. I am concerned that neither Shiping nor our stronghold can withstand this onslaught. Shiping lies at the heart of Renan. How did so many marauders infiltrate so stealthily?" Zhao Ming was acutely aware that this was no longer the time for discussion. He addressed his father, "Father, the pressing matter at hand is to determine whether we should steadfastly defend our position or open the gates to invite them in." Zhao Song's face darkened. "If we open the gates, do you truly believe the Zhao clan can endure? We may protect ourselves for a moment, but we cannot safeguard our future. We must not forsake our women and children, nor can we allow our men to lose their backbone." As Zhao Song surveyed the others, someone sighed, "Then let us prepare for defense." "Indeed, let us defend," Zhao Hu exclaimed with indignation. "Is it not merely over 4,000 of them? Our own strong men number nearly the same. Why should we fear them?" Zhao Ming refrained from mentioning the disparity between the two sides and continued, "If we are to hold our ground, we must take advantage of the chaos outside and send forth the embers of rebellion. To where shall we send them?" "To Governor He Tai of Xinjiang, requesting him to dispatch someone to Luoyang to seek refuge with our clan leader." Zhao Ming asserted, "No, we shall send them to Shanxi, to be entrusted to San Yang." Before long, a cacophony of shouts and battle cries erupted from the gates of the fort. Zhao Ming penned a letter and entrusted it to a soldier before ascending to the city tower. Meanwhile, Zhao Song assigned 3 selected youths and a 5- or 6-year-old girl to a squad of soldiers, instructing them to escort the 4 children away from another exit of the fort. Zhao Hu remained perplexed, questioning, "Is it truly necessary? It is just over 4,000 of them. Can we not hold the fort? Zhao Song, maintaining his composure, replied, "It is different. They are desperate men. The ditch outside the fortress is not wide. Although it is difficult to climb back up after jumping in, there are still archers and stone throwers atop the fortress. The ragtag soldiers, gaunt and emaciated, have clearly been driven to desperation. At this moment, they can only see the fortress and are utterly unafraid of death. Corpses fill the ditch, with some stepping directly on the dead to leap across, while others have chopped wood nearby to create makeshift bridges, only to be struck down by arrows before they can cross. As one falls, he is pushed aside by those behind him, who then leap over the ditch using the wooden beams. A burly man on horseback brandishes his sword and shouts, to the first who breaches the fortress, I promise an endless banquet of white rice, with chicken, duck, gold, and women." At this proclamation, the soldiers' eyes blaze with fervor, their faces contorted with fierce determination as they roar and charge towards the fortress. Zhao Ming continually directs his men to replenish arrows and stones. Upon seeing that the chaotic army has reached the foot of the city tower and is battering the gates, he commands, "Bring the boiling oil." Buckets of scalding hot oil are poured down, drenching the assailants at the gates. Unfazed, Zhao Ming orders torches to be thrown down, igniting a conflagration at the base of the fortress. Zhao Hu laughs heartily, exulting, "We have lost but a few men, while they have perished by the hundreds. What is there to fear?" Zhao Ming casts him a sidelong glance. Despite his desire to hurl him from the tower, he refrains, considering the morale of the troops. The thick smoke billows and flames soar high, creating a tumult far more significant than their own. He wonders about the strength of the enemy at the county town. Should the county fall, they would undoubtedly turn their attention toward them. Indeed, over the past 2 years, the turmoil wrought by the chaotic armies and the displaced forces has left many fortresses in ruin. One might find themselves facing a similar fate of annihilation. "How have I caused any disturbance?" retorted one. "Other clans may fall, but can the Zhao clan perish?" Zhao Hu interjected, "My descendants dwell beyond these walls, and in Luoyang. Our second household remains intact. Must you always dwell on the negative? Can you not envision a more favorable outcome?" A gathering of individuals, collectively aged several centuries, found themselves embroiled in a quarrel within a corner of the city wall. Zhao Ming, disinterested in their bickering, focused his gaze on a tattered banner amidst the chaotic army, and recognition dawned upon him. "Sure?" His eyes widened slightly. "Shirlu? Who is that?" Zhao Song stepped forward. "Isn't that the Chang chieftain Shirlu from the displaced forces? Was he not in Jizhou? How has he arrived in our Ruzhou?" Simultaneously, not only Shiping was engulfed in smoke signals. The nearby city of Qinyang also ignited with warning fires. Ji Ping, who was there for training, turned to glance at the smoke, his expression shifting drastically. "Lady, it is a signal." Just as uncertainty loomed, Fu Tinghan suddenly pointed in another direction. There too. At that moment, Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju hastened to join them. Having witnessed the smoke from Shiping, Ji Yuan pondered, what if the retreating chaotic forces and the Xiongnu did not head north, but instead moved southward? Fu Tinghan replied, "The data is insufficient. Any discussion at this point is mere conjecture, offering minimal analytical value." He continued, "We must contemplate our course of action. With Shaanxi situated between Qinyang and Shiping, whichever side falls, Shaanxi will inevitably confront the enemy. Thus, we may find ourselves compelled to flee once more. One can only leave the enemy in Ruyang and Shiping. However, with our limited manpower, even if we account for all the able-bodied men, we scarcely number 1,000. We remain unaware of the enemy's strength. Why should we thus succumb to despair? Regardless of whether it is Shiping or Ruyang. The urgency with which they have ignited the signal fires to convey messages indicates that the adversary they face must certainly be formidable and numerous." Fu Tinghan declared, "I shall assist you." Zhao Ju rose in agreement. Ji Yuan, recognizing her resolute determination, stated, "In that case, I shall make a trip to Xinsai County to lend you my support." Chaos reigned in Xinsai County. Upon seeing the signal smoke, Magistrate Chai instinctively ordered the gates to be closed. However, Chang Ning intervened, suggesting, at this moment, the county lord should dispatch individuals to Ruyang and Shiping to gather intelligence and coordinate with Xinshin, Nannan, and other counties to provide aid. With Ruyang and Shiping ablaze with signal fires, we in Xinsai, situated in the midst, would be ill-advised to lend our troops, should the enemy breach our defenses. Would we not become lambs led to slaughter? Chang Ning remarked, if Ruyang and Shiping cannot withstand the enemy, how could we in Xinsai hope to endure? It is better to fortify Ruyang and Shiping against the onslaught. Magistrate Chai remained obstinate. Amidst the turmoil, Ji Yuan, accompanied by his men, forcefully entered, exclaiming, "County Lord, calamity approaches. Why do you linger in Shinsai?" Upon seeing Ji Yuan, Magistrate Chai instinctively lowered his voice. After all, this man had once served as an advisor to Zhao Changyu. What calamity could possibly be at hand? "Mr. Ji, please refrain from alarming us with such dire warnings." Ji Yuan remarked, "Does the county lord not know that a rebel army is advancing upon Ruyang and Shiping? Should these two locations fall, the situation in Shaanxi would be dire. Ruyang is under the governance of a capable commander, while Shiping is fortified by the Zhao clan. It is surely not so simple to breach their defenses. Are you aware of the origins of the marauding forces attacking these regions? However, specifics regarding the enemy's identity and their numbers cannot be discerned from the smoke signals. We must await detailed intelligence reports." Seeing that the county lord was utterly oblivious, Ji Yuan felt a mix of disappointment and relief, prompting him to weave a tale, declaring, "It is the grand army of the Xiongnu." The county magistrate's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "That is impossible." After the Battle of Luoyang, the morale of the Xiongnu surged. Their ambition to conquer the Central Plains has never wavered. They even breached the capital. What could they possibly fear? Ji Yuan replied. Thus, upon their withdrawal from Luoyang, they commenced their southward march, intent on seizing the Central Plains. The county magistrate sank weakly into his chair, convinced, and even Chongning failed to perceive Ji Yuan's deception. Believing instead that he possessed a unique channel for intelligence, he hurriedly inquired, "What shall we do?" Ji Yuan proposed. "There is but one course of action. Dispatch reinforcements to Ruyang or Shiping, so that we may keep the enemy at bay outside Shaanxi. How can we, against the might of the Xiongnu, hope to hold our ground?" He then leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Why must you be so fixated on a singular outcome? By sending out reinforcements, you can adopt an offensive stance or retreat to a defensive position." The county magistrate gazed at him, perplexed. "Dispatching reinforcements presents a win-win scenario," exclaimed Ji Yuan in a hushed tone. "Should they successfully repel the enemy forces, you will be lauded for your contribution. Conversely, should they fail, the conflict will be contained beyond the borders of Shaanxi. With no troops at your disposal, defending the city would be an insurmountable task. In such a predicament, surrendering the city for the sake of its populace would be viewed favorably by the literati and gentry of the great Jin, who would commend your flexibility. Lu Yuan, the sagacious prince of the Xiongnu, is renowned for his appreciation of talent. Should you yield, he would undoubtedly extend a courteous reception. Thus, you would find yourself in a position to either advance or retreat as circumstances dictate." Magister Chai's eyes widened with enlightenment, and he exclaimed, raising his thumb, "Remarkable insight, indeed." Ji Yuan responded with a modest smile. Magister Chai then inquired, "Where, in your estimation, should these reinforcements be dispatched?" Ji Yuan replied, "Yiyang boasts the presence of Commandant He, as well as garrison troops. Upon sighting the signal fires, the surrounding counties will undoubtedly send aid. Shiping, however, is less fortified, with a limited number of soldiers stationed within its walls. Even with the presence of the Zhao family, they would face considerable difficulty against the might of the Xiongnu army. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to dispatch aid to Shiping." He continued, "Coincidentally, my young mistress is also en route to Shiping to support her kinsman. Given your esteemed position and the need to safeguard the county seat, it would be unwise for you to leave Shaanxi. Therefore, why not entrust these troops to my young mistress? Furthermore," Ji Yuan added, "my young mistress is willing to have her retainers placed under your command. In the event of an inquiry from above, it can be stated that these are your forces, thus ensuring that you receive due credit. My young mistress, being a woman, has no need for accolades. Her motivation stems solely from a compassionate heart, driven by concern for her kinsman and Shiping." Magister Chai promptly assented, exclaiming, "Excellent." With a measured retreat, Ji Yuan offered a profound bow, expressing, "Your benevolence, esteemed county magistrate, is deeply appreciated. My ancestors, my lady, and the Zhao family of Shiping extend their gratitude." The county magistrate, buoyed by the profuse thanks, found himself in a state of elation. Ji Yuan's assessment was accurate. Should Shiping and Puyang fall, Shaanxi would be next. Inevitably, Shaanxi would be unable to withstand the insurgent forces, leaving only two grim options: annihilation or surrender. Thus, embracing the path offered by Ji Yuan seemed the most prudent course. He clasped Ji Yuan's hand, saying, Master Ji. With Zhao Sanyang departing for sheeping to render aid, only her widowed mother and younger brother remain at the estate. As she labors on behalf of the county must offer some form of recompense. Allow me to suggest that Madame Zhao and Zhao Erlang take up residence within the county government compound. With the county magistrate present, their safety shall be assured. Ji Yuan's smile waned slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slowly. That is agreeable. Though residence within the compound may be unnecessary, Madam and the second young master are still observing mourning, which presents certain inconveniences. He continued, if the county magistrate is so inclined, perhaps a separate residence near the county government compound could be arranged for our madam and the second young master. The county magistrate turned to Chong Ning, and upon receiving a subtle nod, he responded jovially, excellent, excellent. There is indeed a detached residence adjacent to the compound. I shall instruct my wife to keep madam company, lest she and the second young master feel trepidation. Ji Yuan acknowledged the arrangement, reminding him, Our Lady must depart immediately. The troops. The county magistrate interjected, I shall summon them forthwith. Zhao Erlang, however, was animated with excitement, eager to break free from his mother's grasp. Sister, I wish to accompany you. Chapter 113. The lady's words having spoken, she turned to Wang and gave her a nod, saying, I must take my leave now. Please take care. She extended her hand, offering the sword to him. Fu Tinghan hesitated for a moment, observing the long sword in her grasp before accepting it. I am not particularly skilled with a sword, he admitted. It matters not. This is merely for your self-defense. It is always better to possess a reliable weapon than to have none at all. Indeed, Zhao Ju interjected, Lady, we have gathered everyone. There are a total of 780 individuals. He paused before inquiring, should we enlist the able-bodied men from the estate as well? If the first person flees, the morale will undoubtedly falter, she replied. After sheeping, we will advance to Shangsai. Once sheeping falls, the enemy will invade Shangsai as if entering an unguarded realm. Our estate lacks even a simple barrier. At that point, we would be left waiting for our demise. Are you all willing to accept such a fate? To defend. To defend. Fear not, fear not. Their horses were few, numbering only 58, with the remainder being foot soldiers, relying solely on their legs for the journey. Ji Yuan arrived with nearly 200 men, among whom were around 20 horses. As both sides drew near, they halted. Ji Yuan and Chong Ning stepped forward, stating, Sister San, the county lord has made a commendable decision to dispatch troops to assist sheeping. Ji Yuan lowered his voice. The number is insufficient. The troops from Shangsai County were already limited, and I must leave some behind to guard the city gate. However, my purpose for this journey extends beyond mere assistance. He cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, the county lord is aware that the young lady also intends to venture to sheeping for rescue, yet is lacking in weaponry and steeds. Therefore, I have penned a letter granting you permission to procure horses from the stable, along with an additional 100 sets of military equipment. What she currently lacks is not manpower, but rather armaments, as Mr. G is well aware. The stable lies somewhat distant from their estate, but conveniently along the route to sheeping. Thus, Ji Yuan has only brought 100 sets of armory, and they must fetch the horses themselves. Chong Ning chuckled lightly before responding. Lady Zhao is being modest. The true virtue lies with you, Lady San. It is the county lord who ought to express gratitude to Lady San. He cast a glance at Ji Yuan and added, Rest assured, Lady San. We shall take good care of Madame Zhao and young Master Erlang. Ji Yuan leaned closer and whispered, They wish for the second young mistress and young Master Erlang to reside in the city as hostages. I have taken the liberty to assure Lady San of this. Regardless of the outcome, let us first bolster everyone's spirits with a bit of bravado. As a side note, see you tomorrow. In Chapter 114, Encounter. It is customary for horses to be exchanged among counties at the end of autumn, yet the transfers have not yet occurred, resulting in an abundance of horses at the stable. The stable guard warned, no matter the quantity, you may only take 10 horses from Shangsai County. The remainder belongs to the county magistrate and other counties. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is this lady leading troops? It is uncommon for a woman to command such a force. I am unaware of what you intend to do in Shangsai County, and granting you 10 horses is already a considerable concession, yet you wish to take them all? Upon hearing that she belonged to the Zhao family, Ma Tu was momentarily taken aback, yet he resolutely positioned himself in front of them. No, the deadline for the horse exchange is still over a month away. If you take them now, how shall I account for it? At that moment, Zhao Ju, accompanied by over 100 individuals, stormed into the horse yard. Before long, Zhao Ju had unearthed 108 fine steeds from the stables and hastily donned several sets of saddles. Captain Chun, who had been silently observing with the soldiers behind him, was taken aback and inquired with surprise, "Do we have some as well?" Upon realizing that her intentions extended beyond merely rescuing the Zhao family, Captain Chin's demeanor softened considerably as he solemnly nodded, "We shall certainly do our utmost." The cries of Wei Ma Tu momentarily ceased. She endeavored to select as many bows and arrows as possible and, after exchanging a nod with Zhao Ju, mounted her horse and set off ahead. Ji Ping perked up his ears to listen but could discern nothing unusual. "Sister, did you miss here?" Ji Ping leaned in to listen as well and began to grasp the situation. Approximately a dozen horses were approaching at great speed, suggesting they were nearly upon them. Fu Tinghan speculated they might be scouts who escaped to deliver news. Uncertain whether they were friend or foe, Ji Ping let out a warning whistle, and only after they had ceased their preparations did he step forward to inquire, "Who are you? From whence do you come?" The Zhao family's retinue was terrified, fearing they had encountered robbers. However, upon hearing the questions, they realized it was not an attempt at robbery. Had they been enemies, there would have been no warning before the inquiry. Rather, they would have simply ensnared their horses and struck them down indiscriminately. Thus, the leader among them promptly called out, "We are from the Shi Ping Zhao family. Who are you?" Ji Ping responded, "Are you from the Zhao fortress?" "Indeed." Ji Ping lit the torch and cautiously approached with his subordinates. The mounted individuals were equally tense, their hands firmly gripping their swords. However, when the torch illuminated Ji Ping's face, they relaxed. "Ji Ping." Upon hearing his name, Ji Ping hastened forward, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to recognize. But his gaze quickly fell upon a young boy he was protectively cradling, one of the young lords from the fourth house. The children, upon seeing Zhao Shenyang, burst into tears. The eldest among them was 12 years old, already capable of riding a horse, while the youngest was merely 5 or 6. They bore the insignia of Lu Yuan, albeit in tattered clothing, their appearance not resembling that of the Xiongnu. The retainer paused before speaking. "We saw a flag while escaping. It bore the character Shi, and there were approximately 4,000 people. However, there are still threats from the direction of the county town." Ming Langjun expressed that if the county town falls, the fortress will not remain safe either. Thus, we were instructed to bring the young lords to safety, and we implore Shenyang to preserve the Zhao lineage. Casting a glance at the several dozen individuals behind them, the retainer knelt and implored, "Shenyang, those chaotic forces are currently ravaging in famine and have lost their humanity. We beseech you to prioritize the family and not to engage in fleeting disputes with them." Upon hearing that there were still 1,000 people behind, the retainer ceased his persuasion and rose, affirming with a respectful acknowledgement. The young girl, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, suppressed her emotions and softly declared, "I am the eldest daughter of our 6th house. My father said I am the root of our branch, so I must not cry. I must be strong." In the 115th chapter titled Lack of Synergy, this region is not known for rice cultivation. It predominantly grows wheat, with the remaining fields dedicated to various beans and melons. At this moment, during the autumn harvest, a single spark could devastate the beans, especially with the autumn winds sweeping through. His tall stature made him conspicuous among the diminutive chaos of the army, as he focused intently on the fortification not far away. After a day of relentless fighting, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet they could not afford to halt. He was acutely aware that their adversaries were even more fatigued. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he drew his large blade, raising his voice to the heavens, rallying the disordered troops once more. They could not hold their ground. If they launched one more assault on the fort, it would surely be theirs. Behold this fertile land, the towering fort that housed countless provisions and treasures. Everyone, charge with me. She, with keen ears, though distanced, could still faintly hear Shiao rallying the disorganized troops for one final offensive. Gripping her spear tightly, she could hardly wait for them, thinking it best to create a diversion and stall the impending general attack. Fu Tinghan asserted, "We are but 52 strong. We cannot advance too deeply and must instead maneuver from the sides." She grasped his arm. "I will accompany you. Stay here and keep watch for me. If we find ourselves encircled, remember to give us a warning." Fu Tinghan reflected on her words, realizing the gravity of their situation. This was their first battle, and amidst the chaos, one could easily fall prey to a surprise encirclement. He released her arm, whispering, be cautious. Having completed his pre-battle exhortation, Zhao brandished his blade and was the first to charge toward the fort with his men. The defenders atop the city wall had exhausted all possible projectiles, resorting even to hurling wooden planks and furniture. As they charged forth once more, the weary Zhao Ming uttered gravely, "Let us descend to confront the foe." Instantly, chaos erupted in the rear. The soldiers upon the bastion, invigorated by newfound hope, cried out, "My lord, reinforcements have arrived." Zhao Ming hurriedly approached the wall, straining his gaze into the distance, questioning the source of these reinforcements. A keen-eyed soldier, barely recognizing the figures on horseback, shouted, "It is Miss San. It is Miss San. My lord, she has come with reinforcements." Zhao Ming widened his eyes in disbelief, striking the parapet in frustration. Nonsense. Does she intend to lead a mere 100 troops to their demise here? Soon, it became evident that her contingent was indeed fewer than 100. She had fought her way through, dispatching 4 or 5 adversaries before breaking free from the enemy's encirclement and galloping into the fields. After regrouping, she turned her steed and charged back into the fray against the advancing enemy. If infantry fails to encircle cavalry, their chances of victory dwindle significantly. Witnessing the severe losses in the rear, Shirley's eyes blazed with fury, yet he maintained his composure. Observing their diminished numbers, he bellowed, "Split from the center. Surround them from behind, while the front ranks continue to follow my lead. Let us seize the bastion. The cavalry cannot contend with us. Charge." Zhao Ming clenched his fists, pivoted, and descended the stairs, rallying all able-bodied members of his clan to emerge from the city and confront the enemy. The male members of the Zhao clan awaited on the street as the chaotic army charged into the city thrice. Although they managed to prevent the intruders from infiltrating the main thoroughfare at the city gates, they still suffered grievous casualties, with only a fraction of their forces remaining. Now, those wielding swords and blades were predominantly of the Zhao lineage. Upon witnessing their plight, Zhao Ming spoke with a grave tone, "Everyone, seize your weapons and follow me out of the city to confront the enemy. We must drive them back." Yes, the precarious gates swung open, and Zhao Ming, sword in hand, was the first to charge forth. Her main contingent had yet to arrive. It was far too early to engage in combat. "What are you doing out here?" Fuan exclaimed, leaning back in alarm. "My lord, it's a feigned retreat. We must leave." Shirlu was not daunted by their advance. What truly frightened him was the prospect of them hiding within their bastions. Upon spotting Zhao Ming, he became exhilarated, brandishing his great blade as he surged to the front. For him, common folk fell with a single strike, and only those trained among the troops could withstand a few exchanges. Despite the fatigue that had set in after a day of combat, the chaotic army, seeing the gates ajar, felt a surge of adrenaline that swept away their weariness as they plunged into the fray. Ji Ping, observing Zhao Ming's boldness, swiftly rallied his men and called out loudly, "Third sister, fall back." At that moment, they could only hope to thwart Shirlu's ploy of despair and ignite their will to survive, for it was their only chance to fight back. A side small interlude, Zhao Ming, "I came to save you." In chapter 116 of 7017K, the scene unfolds with a character of exquisite beauty, renowned throughout the land, reminiscent of Wei-Jin. Hence, Shirlu, indifferent to her presence, swiftly dispatched an adversary and charged toward Zhao Ming, only to be obstructed midway by 2 of his subordinates. Behind her, Ji Ping, who had been providing cover, was on the verge of tears, cursing vehemently. Would they ever break through? Yet, Shirlu seized his arm with a powerful grip, yanking him down to the ground. Ji Ping rolled on the earth, narrowly escaping death, but found himself ensnared by the chaotic throng. Fortuitously, their comrades were nearby, swiftly coming to his aid. One soldier reached out, pulling him onto a horse. Just as the battle intensified, a swift steed galloped from the distance, the rider calling out, "Lady, lady, our army has arrived." It was then that Shirlu realized she was indeed a lady, both astonished and curious, inquiring, "Which house do you belong to?" The soldier did not approach, but after 3 loud calls, turned his horse and proclaimed, "I shall lead them." The chaotic forces, upon hearing her voice, instinctively gazed toward the horizon. Some keen-eyed individuals noticed shadows flitting beneath the flickering firelight, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of footsteps traversing through fields of crops. Professor Fu, seizing the moment, leapt from his mount and rushed forward, asking, "Are you unharmed?" Zhao Ming, stepping forward in silence, questioned, "Sister, do you truly have reinforcements? How many?" Upon hearing the answer, Zhao Ming exhaled in relief, 1,000, sufficient indeed. Lu, equally weary from his own losses, mused that with this 1,000-strong force, they could potentially repel Li's return. Naturally, Zhao Ming remarked, he has not witnessed the army with his own eyes, thus he must harbor doubts. Moreover, he has exerted considerable effort in attacking the Zhao family fortress. Even if a great army were present, he would undoubtedly seek a resolution and would not easily relent. She replied, at this juncture, we should gradually wear them down. It is best to wait until their casualties increase and their patience is entirely depleted before we strike. Zhao Ming responded. At that moment, the fortress gates were already untenable. If you charge forth and I do not step out to confront them, shall we merely await their entrance into the city and their encirclement of you? Seeing that they were on the verge of further argument, Fu Tinghan hastily interjected. Let us tally the casualties and take this opportunity to rest. They must have realized by now that the army is but a ruse. He continued, the army is led by Zhao Ju, is it not? Tomorrow, let him come to our aid. You need not remain here. After saying this, he intended to send someone to gather the children from each household, instructing that only those above the age of 9 should be brought, as the younger ones would be difficult to manage. She insisted, I shall remain here. Since you have decided to share the fate of the fortress, none shall depart. Aside, see you tomorrow. 7017K Chapter 117. Dispute you, Zhao Ming exclaimed, stamping his foot. What time is it that you still argue with me? The clan can only endure if we ensure the survival of more children. Zhao Ming continued. Those people outside, much like you, were once foragers in the fields. Their ferocity stems from their fear of hunger. They seek to seize our provisions, our homes, and our fortress. Zhao Ming. The clansmen immediately began to gather the visible weapons from the ground and remove the arrows from the bodies. Zhao Ming. Who are the enemy forces approaching from the direction of the county town? Are they also Xiongnu soldiers? I do not know. Zhao Ming paused, saying, I am unaware of when Lu conspired with the Xiongnu, so how could I know how they emerged? Zhao Ming looked at her in astonishment. Do you know? When did this happen? Where did you acquire this information? At that moment, Zhao Ming began to harbor doubts. Could it be that his uncle had entrusted the informant to San Yang? But that seemed unlikely, for his uncle was not one to act so recklessly. Zhao Ming, Ting Han is right. San Yang, let us discuss this matter. The elders of our clan are still awaiting news. At that time, he could not march south, but ultimately went to Shandong to recruit soldiers. Yet now he has come to Runan. Does this imply that something has transpired at Goxi's location? If Lu has already allied with Lu Yuan, then who is attacking Qingyang? Could it indeed be the Xiongnu? If it were truly the Xiongnu, how could the king of Donghai permit them to penetrate the central plains? Is he willing to cede half the kingdom to the Xiongnu? Upon seeing Fu Tinghan, the elders instantly grew warm and welcoming, urging him to take a seat, expressing gratitude for the young man's rescue, acknowledging the difficulty he has faced. Fu Tinghan nodded, stating, my martial prowess is lacking. It was San Yang who led the troops. The elders widened their eyes in surprise. Zhao Ming, those severely wounded have already disembarked. Currently, we have approximately 1,800 who can still fight. Our troops. Zhao Ming sighed, lamenting the heavy losses. They had breached the city 3 times. And although ultimately repelled, the cost had been immense. Zhao Song expressed his concerns, stating that their faction had not seen bloodshed for a long time, while their adversaries were exceedingly fierce, making direct confrontation unfeasible. Fu Tinghan, with clarity as an observer, remarked that engaging in a head-on clash would result in mutual destruction. He believed they could defend the fortress, yet he cautioned that not only the able-bodied within the stronghold, but also their own contingent could potentially perish in the fray. In such a scenario, they would be left with only the elderly, women, and children, who would equally struggle to survive. The stronghold would then attract not just bandits like Lu, but other marauders as well. Zhao Song hurriedly concurred, noting that while Li's men could be replaced, their Zhao clan could not afford such losses. Zhao Hu inquired about their course of action, suggesting that surrender was not an option, nor was a direct confrontation viable. Should they resort to flight? Zhao Hu then directed her frustration towards Zhao Xinyan, questioning him about his inaction and urging him to control his son. Receiving no response, she glanced outside, noting the dawn was approaching and their reinforcements should be arriving soon. She proposed one last skirmish and urged her uncle to prepare some provisions, vowing to persuade Zhao Xinyan to retreat. Zhao Ming lifted his eyelids, questioning her notion of persuasion. Meanwhile, Lu sat on the ground, consuming boiled rice and beans. His face smeared with soot, yet he felt no sense of satiety and was rather choking on his meal. The more he reflected, the angrier he became. And he rose to shout towards the fortress, exclaiming in frustration about the unexpected appearance of a woman just as victory seemed within his grasp. Upon hearing this, Shirley's anger intensified, and he stomped his feet in dismay, realizing he had been deceived. Shirley gazed at the weary soldiers, and after a moment of reflection, he declared, "Let everyone take a brief respite and have something to eat. We shall depart at dawn." His eyes glinted with fierce determination as he added, "Do they truly believe that a mere utterance can frighten us away? They underestimate us far too much." Within the Zhao family fortress, the inhabitants were busy extracting stones from the ground beneath the city walls to bring them to the battlements. Carpenters busily hammered wooden planks and beams, while the majority of the people collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to deep slumber. As the first light of dawn broke, women and children emerged with food carts. Noticing the soldiers in deep sleep, they refrained from rousing them, instead sifting through the crowd to locate their husbands and fathers. Those still alive breathed a sigh of relief as they delivered meals into their hands. However, when they stumbled upon the lifeless bodies, they silently gathered the fallen, tears streaming down their faces, yet refraining from loud wails. Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Ming. He replied, "Heed the instructions of Third Lady." Her gaze swept over the gathered crowd before finally resting on Zhao Ming. "Uncle, it is most taboo in an army to have two commanders. Therefore, prior to our formal engagement, I require you to confirm one matter with our kin. From this moment forth, all within and outside the fortress shall be under my command." Zhao Ming paused, contemplating the unmasked ambition before him. After a brief hesitation, he nodded, "Very well." He then turned to the representatives of the various houses and commanded, "Convey this order. From now on, the Zhao clan shall heed only Third Lady's directives." The representatives were taken aback, with one exclaiming, "Fifth brother, how can this be?" Zhao Ming, however, offered no explanation, his expression darkening as he firmly stated, "This is an order. Relay it." Fu Tinghan brought 2 bowls of water and handed one to her. "So, can you defeat him? If both of us engage with Shao, there will be no one to command the cavalry." Fu Tinghan understood. "You want me to come? Only by diminishing their confidence can we negotiate with them." After pondering for a moment, Fu Tinghan nodded, replying, "All right." He indeed remembered the significance of the drumbeats and was capable of giving commands. However, Zhao Ming directly informed her. "No," Zhao Ming explained, "the troops are meant to guard the fortress. Primarily, they are engaged in farming. They are not seasoned soldiers ready to charge into battle. So why would we specifically assign a drummer?" Rubbing his forehead, Zhao Ming remarked, "All right, I'll go ring the bell. What is your strategy for this battle?" He then sent someone to toll the bell. The recently well-fed clansmen and troops gathered in the streets, armed with their respective weapons. Zhao Ming stated, "Most of them have not undergone training. Many of the troops have perished in battle. The ones now standing with swords and blades are merely farmers who toil in the fields. Until today, they may not have even engaged in a skirmish, let alone taken a life or fought a battle. Only 7 or 8 troops stepped forward, but now no one else emerged." Zhao Ming hastily said, "Sen Yang. Usually everyone practices with their swords. Who among them has drilled in formation?" However, since they had not practiced in a phalanx before, she did not elaborate too much. She simply instructed them to form a squad of the 5 most familiar individuals, stating, "You will remain in this formation and act upon my commands." The crowd acquiesced. "Uncle, I leave the tower to you." Zhao Ming nodded, "All right." He led the remaining individuals to the city tower. As daylight broke, Shirley gazed at the sun, wiped his mouth, and inquired, "Is there any commotion at Zhao's fort?" Moments ago, 2 horses had entered the fort, after which the gates were tightly shut, and no one else had come or gone. Deep in thought, Shirley declared, "We must seize Zhao's fort today." Zhao Chanyu was renowned for his immense wealth. This was his clan, and the fort undoubtedly held countless treasures of gold and jewels. Capturing him would be equivalent to plundering 10 others, making the anticipated casualties worthwhile. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt invigorated, swiftly arming themselves with swords and blades. After a day of fighting yesterday, they had gathered some siege tools, such as timber to batter the fort's gates. This time, Shirley did not wait for his subordinates to charge ahead. Instead, he took the lead, riding at the forefront to draw enemy fire, while others carried the timber across the ditch to strike the gates. Arrows whistled past Shirley like a torrential downpour, targeting those bearing the timber and the advancing chaotic troops. He signaled for continued volleys of arrows and stones towards the assailants. Shirlu pressed on, alternating between charging and retreating, and with their numbers and fearlessness, they soon reached the gates. With timber raised, they struck a few blows, and the gates began to tremble ominously. Today, I paid my respects at the cemetery and found it somewhat exhausting. Thus, I shall retire early and bid you farewell until tomorrow. In Chapter 119, Internal and External Cooperation, a tremendous crash reverberated against the fortress gates, causing them to tremble precariously. The clansmen, armed and positioned before the entrance, grew increasingly pallid, some even retreating a step in trepidation. In a flurry of activity, they clumsily raised their long spears, swallowing hard as they anxiously gazed at the looming door. The first line of warriors, gripping their spears, followed orders and thrust forward in unison, piercing the advancing chaotic soldiers. As they withdrew their weapons, the second line stepped forward, gathering strength for a ferocious thrust. The disordered troops, armed with blades, fell before they could approach. Shao, realizing that a frontal assault was futile, bellowed, "Attack from the flanks." He then challenged, "Little girl, do you dare to engage in battle?" Meanwhile, Zhao Ming atop the fortress continuously ordered the hurling of stones and the firing of arrows to alleviate the pressure on the gates. Fu Tinghan, equally anxious, turned to grasp a drumstick, striking the first beat. The resonant sounds of the drums surged forth, echoing across the fields and drifting into the distance. Shao understood that his troops were hastily assembled, their loyalty tenuous, merely gathered to ensure their survival. Certainly, if he could decisively vanquish her with a couple of strikes, it would be a different matter. However, Shao did not underestimate her, especially after their two encounters over the past 2 days. Thus, he declared, "We shall engage in our own battle while they handle theirs. I will not permit them to interfere in our duel." The two adversaries brushed past one another. Shao raised his blade and commanded the tumultuous forces advance upon the city. Concurrently, the drums atop the city towers beat with increasing urgency, while stones and arrows rained down like a tempest. Zhao Ju and his companions, who had been lying in ambush within the forest, mounted their steeds at the sound of the drums. Upon hearing the frantic rhythm, Zhao Ju swung his great sword, bellowing, "All of you, charge with me." The 3 drawbridges of the Zhao stronghold crashed down, crushing and injuring a dozen of the chaotic soldiers. Shao, perplexed, wondered why the lowering of the bridges seemed advantageous to them. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. Turning swiftly, he beheld 100 cavalrymen charging forth with fierce determination. As the drumming intensified, Zhao Qianli quickened his pace, launching a flanking assault into the disarrayed troops. The cavalry proved overwhelmingly dominant over the infantry, as long as they remained mounted. Zhao Qianli, attuned to the cadence of the drums, maneuvered through the fray. Moments later, upon hearing a change in the rhythm, he did not break through, but rather plunged vertically into the chaos, only to pivot and emerge from the same flank. The ranks of the disorderly forces parted as if cleaved by a serpent, creating a gap as they surged into the stronghold's gates, significantly alleviating the pressure within. Chapter 120. Negotiation. Fu Tinghan turned to grasp a nearby banner, signaling the call to arms into the distance. The ever-watchful team leader Chen immediately ordered, "All soldiers, heed my command, prepare for battle." The infantry dashed forth from the hills, advancing towards the Zhao stronghold. She cast aside the man in her grip and seized his weapon, only to discover he had been nearly cleaved in twain by Shao. What a ruthless individual, she mused. As Shao pressed on with his pursuit, Zhao Ju stepped forward to intercept him, and in an instant, the two clashed fiercely. These two are indeed evenly matched, clashing swords with a resounding clang. While Shi Lu possesses strength, he lacks the finesse required for combat, whereas Zhao Ju not only wields considerable power, but is also engaged in systematic training, gradually gaining the upper hand. Observing this, Zhao Ju let out a sigh of relief, finally able to confront Shi Lu with assurance. He swiftly scanned the battlefield, calculating the optimal path, and instructed Zhao Ming to beat the drum, signaling the cavalry to make another incursion, while simultaneously directing Qiu Wu and the others to pivot. Before they could fully retreat, the infantry unleashed a volley of arrows, whistling through the air from behind. Shi Lu, what a farce! The battlefield was in chaos. The distant infantry could not hear the commotion, but Fu Tinghan did, relaying the message through the drumbeats. The rain of arrows gradually ceased, and other assaults came to a halt. Seeing this, Shi Lu bellowed, commanding silence. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the battlefield, compelling everyone to cease their actions, albeit still gripping their weapons tightly, glaring fiercely at one another. Shirlu then rode forward, locking eyes with her across a trench, demanding, "Withdraw your forces. Mere provisions will not suffice. You are indeed generous, but would the Zhao clan acquiesce? They have slain numerous members of the Zhao family." Shirlu, taken aback, scrutinized her and inquired, "Who is your grandfather?" "Zhao Changyu of the Xiankai clan." Yet by that time, few would remain by his side, and to cultivate enmity with such a prominent family as the Zhaos was not prudent. A true man can endure and adapt. Thus, he resolved to relent, responding, "Very well. Bring forth the supplies." In the bastion, the forces of Shirlu had breached the gates and surged into the streets, with the soldiers already halfway up the city tower. At this moment, as a retreat was called, some voiced their dissent, unwilling to concede. "We are on the verge of victory." Without uttering a word, Shirlu swiftly silenced the naysayer with a single stroke of his blade. "Are you blind? Do you not see the cavalry outside and the hundreds of foot soldiers?" he exclaimed. "Even if we capture the bastion, we could not hold it, nor would we have time to plunder. What purpose does it serve to seize the bastion?" He commanded loudly, "Everyone, fall back." Reluctantly, the chaotic troops within the bastion withdrew, while the clan elders hiding in the inn by the city tower could only glimpse the situation outside through the windows. As they witnessed the disorganized forces retreating from the inn, they collapsed in relief, realizing how perilously close they had come to being discovered and slain. Zhao Ming nodded at Fu Tinghan, instructing him to remain vigilant atop the tower before turning to descend the stairs. Chapter 121. Gathering intelligence. Zhao Song had prepared provisions along with a chest of jewels and another of glassware, lifting one of the chests with determination. Carloads of grain were transported out as Zhao Ming opened 2 chests for Shirlu to inspect, revealing their treasures. Upon seeing the contents, Shirlu could not restrain himself and stepped forward, halting just before the drawbridge. He caught one chest, cradling it in his palms to admire its splendor. Indeed, the Zhao family is extravagantly wealthy to present such exquisite items in such abundance. He regarded her with a profound gaze. Thus, the Zhao family will not surrender. For the reputation accumulated over a century, alongside the Zhao family descendants who have traveled abroad, they remain resolute in their refusal to yield. Shirlu ceased his speech, gesturing for others to advance and inspect the provisions. The inhabitants of Zhao's stronghold watched the approaching figures with unwavering intensity, gradually retreating to allow passage for the grain carts. Though their eyes betrayed an unmistakable animosity, Shirlu, puzzled, wondered about Yingchuan. The brow of Zhao Ming, stationed beneath his steed, began to twitch. Shirlu remarked, "Yingchuan is too close to Luoyang." With a cold smirk, he added, "I have come to Runan at the behest of General Lu. What insight could a mere girl possess?" She replied, "The Chang and who have long been subservient to the Xiongnu, deemed inferior. General Shi, with your extraordinary talents, has already carved out a domain in Jizhou. Why then seek allegiance with Lu Yuan?" Apart from a few acquaintances, most regarded him with disdain. And this was the first time a member of the gentry had expressed that he was not contemptible. Intrigued, Shirlu candidly revealed, "I eliminated Ma Teng of the Dongying Company in Jizhou. The Sima clan holds dominion over the Zhao family. Are they not loyal subjects?" He was eager to see if she would still dare to label him as lowly. Amused, Shirlu laughed heartily as I journeyed. "I informed the bandits of my slaying of Sima Teng, and they applauded. I told the officials of Jin, and they derided me as a rebel. Yet you, of all people, dared to question why I did not remain in Jizhou. Ha ha ha, young lady, could it be that your Zhao family also contemplates rebellion against the Sima clan?" Zhao Ming remained silent. Shirlu was taken aback, pondering, "Am I a loyal subject?" Upon hearing this, he scoffed. "The Sima family holds enmity with all. If one were to align with the king of Donghai, I might indeed be considered a loyal subject. So it appears your Zhao family is allied with the king of Donghai." Shirlu sneered. What was there for him to fear? Were it not for Go Shi? He paused, choosing not to elaborate further. In his heart, Shirlu scoffed at the notion of temporarily avoiding confrontation. He had been reduced to a solitary figure by Go Shi's onslaught, escaping only out of sheer necessity. Initially, he had intended to recruit soldiers in Shandong and ally himself with Lu Yuan. However, midway through his flight, he learned that Lu Yuan had already besieged Luoyang and was soon to declare himself emperor. Eager to seize the opportunity, he too journeyed south, making his way directly to Luoyang. As he traveled, he gathered followers, leveraging his strength and persuasive tongue to coerce and convince numerous individuals to join him. Upon nearing Luoyang, he encountered Lu Yuan's retreating forces. Lu Yuan welcomed his allegiance with great enthusiasm and soon dispatched him to pillage. Their aim was to seize the entirety of Yuzhou. With Luoyang serving as the dividing line, the eastern territory would belong to them, while the west would remain under the dominion of the Jin dynasty. Untouched for the time being, Shi Li's men had verified their supplies, confirming that their bags were filled with provisions, and nodded in affirmation to Shi Li. See you tomorrow. 7017K Chapter 122. The remnants, the fort's entrance, and the adjacent street lay in utter disarray, strewn with lifeless bodies and fresh bloodstains. It was only after Shi Li and his disordered troops had retreated that faint sounds of weeping emerged from within the fort. This solitary cry, though soft, bore a heavy weight, resonating in the ears of those present as if triggering a switch. Instantly, the fort was engulfed in a cacophony of grief, with voices calling out for their loved ones echoing throughout. Fu Tinghan stood on the steps, surveying her from above. He took her hand and opened it. Noticing the gash in her palm, bloodied and raw, he promptly retrieved a handkerchief to administer a makeshift bandage and pressed down gently. Come, I shall take you to see a doctor. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Tinghan nodded, procuring some ointment from the physician, and finding a relatively clean corner to tend to her wounds. His movements, though lacking in finesse, were imbued with care as he smoothed out the torn flesh of her palm before applying the medicine. He attentively observed her expression. Does it hurt? Fu Tinghan remarked. You must avoid clashing head-on with others. Physical strength can be exponentially amplified through skill. I am uncertain, she replied, but I am aware that theoretically, it is possible. There must be martial artists in this era who understand this well. Fu Tinghan gazed at her. If I did not know you well enough, I might suspect you were plotting a rebellion. Upon reflection, he realized that they had never truly acknowledged the Jin dynasty or the Sima family, both physically and psychologically. Thus, their actions could hardly be deemed insurrection. Fu Tinghan inquired, what is your foremost objective at present? She paused for a moment before responding, perhaps it is quite modest. Yet I still hope to shelter as many people as possible within my sight. Fu Tinghan gazed at her silently, tears glistening in his eyes. He clasped her hand tightly, whispering, I will stand with you. Very well, but Professor Fu, could you please release my hand first? Fu Tinghan lowered her head and realized that she had inadvertently grasped her wound. She promptly released her grip, noticing fresh blood seeping through the newly wrapped bandage, and hastily unwrapped it. I shall redress your wound, she said. Fu Tinghan lifted her gaze to meet hers momentarily. You may call me by my name. A flutter of surprise coursed through Fu Tinghan, her heart racing and her ears tinged with a faint blush. After a soft acknowledgement, she resumed her task of tending to the injury, keeping her eyes lowered. Zhao Ming approached, noticing that neither of the two had perceived his presence. He cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. Alas, the county has fallen, Zhao Ming lamented. The magistrate has perished in the chaos. And now the city is besieged by marauding soldiers. He candidly expressed, our clan wishes to send aid, and I seek your permission to borrow troops. He continued, though we do not reside within the confines of Shiping County, the entirety of Shiping is the foundation of the Zhao family. Our kin reside there, and we cannot idly stand by as it is ravaged. It is our duty as the Zhaos. The Zhao family, the most prominent gentry of Shiping, had relatives scattered not just throughout the county, but across the entire region of Renan. Present within the city were unknown daughters, grandchildren, fathers-in-law, and various uncles, regardless of personal ties. They were compelled to devise a means of rescue. Reports from those who had managed to escape the county indicated that merely over 1,000 remained. I had thought they could hold out for a few days, Zhao Ming remarked, but I did not anticipate the city would fall so swiftly. The reasons are twofold. The garrison was scant, and the city gates, having long been neglected, were easily breached. The gates of Amir County are not as sturdy as those of the Zhao family's fortifications. Fu Tinghan rose to her feet, but Zhao Ming reached out to stop her. You are injured. Let Zhao Ju handle this matter. Noticing Zhao Ming's furrowed brow, she replied, I will lead the charge. It is not merely a matter of 1,000 miles. Now that the county town has been breached, chaos undoubtedly reigns within. If street fighting ensues, our inexperienced troops will be overwhelmed. Only then did Zhao Ming relent. Fu Tinghan followed closely behind, taking the sword he had given her. When she glanced back, he handed her the sword, saying, Your spear is broken. Will you use this now? Noting his persistent presence, She inquired. Will you accompany me? Fu Tinghan nodded. As they set off, cavalry led the way. The fort was not far from the county town, and swift horses could reach it in a quarter of an hour. Shortly after departing the fort, they encountered terrified civilians fleeing from the city, who, upon seeing them from afar, took flight into the fields. Zhao Ju complied, selecting 2 resounding scouts to relay orders. Upon arriving at the gates of Shiping County, they found the area in disarray, strewn with fallen bodies. Aside from the occasional civilian rushing out of the city, no one was stationed to guard the entrance. The scouts galloped away, calling out, "The Zhao reinforcements have arrived. The Zhao reinforcements have arrived." The crowd responded loudly, acknowledging the command. "Sen Yang Yu. I can lead a team myself." Zhao Ju glanced at Fu Tinghan and acquiesced. The group advanced quickly, veering onto a diverging path, listening intently for sounds of distress as they went in to save lives. A scout, having arrived first, loudly announced the arrival of Zhao's reinforcements. Upon hearing this, the citizens, who were hiding within their homes, felt a flicker of hope and concealed themselves even more securely. Those unfortunate souls whose homes had been invaded by the chaotic troops, upon hearing the scout's voice, struggled fiercely to escape, calling out for help. The soldiers, upon hearing their cries, rushed to their aid, and the county town, which had only moments before echoed with piercing wails, erupted anew into shouts of battle. West Ping County, once akin to a desolate ghost town, was revitalized. One individual fell, his belongings scattered upon the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief as he succumbed to his fate. The group did not linger, ignoring the gold and jewels strewn about, and proceeded to their next destination. Qiu Wu, leading the infantry, rushed into the city, and upon hearing the ensuing chaos, recalled the lady's instructions before their departure. He promptly commanded, "Secure the county office." Understood. The sudden appearance of so many reinforcements startled the disordered troops, prompting a hasty retreat. Although they had breached the county town the previous night, the county magistrate was dead, and the wealthy residents remained barricaded within their homes, resisting fiercely. Consequently, they had spent the entire night engaged in murder and plunder. Zhao Ming searched the county office thoroughly, but the enemy had retreated cleanly, leaving no remnants behind. However, Qiu Wu discovered a dying servant amid a pile of corpses. Fu Tinghan leaned closer and inquired, "What did you say?" Zhao Ju replied, "Third miss. Do not pursue the desperate foe." Zhao Ju had no choice but to comply. Fu Tinghan continued, "This is the official road, but I recall a shorter path nearby. Perhaps we can intercept them ahead." "Very well, but do not pursue too closely." "I understand. I will drive them forward and will not act until I see you." In Chapter 124, titled The Master's Posture, the remaining individuals, laden with wealth and hostages, hastily retreated. His subordinates quietly ridiculed the situation. As they were left with dozens of infantry to confront hundreds of cavalry, was that not akin to sending sheep to the slaughter? The troops grew animated, roaring as they surged forward. Startled, Xiao Cheng seized a young girl, brandishing a knife at her throat, and bellowed, "No one is to approach, or I shall slay her." He presented himself like a ruffian. Observing her indifference towards the hostage's fate, Xiao Cheng realized she posed no threat. He flung the girl toward the hooves of her horse before turning to flee. Amidst the chaos, the abducted women screamed in terror, clutching their heads as they scattered in panic. The assailants, too preoccupied with their escape, abandoned the captives and the plundered riches. Realizing he was outmatched, Xiao Cheng swiftly severed the reins of a cart horse, mounting it and galloping into the woods, accompanied by a mere 10 guards. The disoriented soldiers glanced at one another, bewildered, and upon discovering Xiao Cheng's absence, they instinctively discarded their weapons. Such occurrences were familiar to them. Survival was their priority. Today's allies could easily become tomorrow's adversaries, and they would simply align with the victors. Descending from the mountain, Fu Tinghan observed that they had bound over 100 individuals and inquired, "What do you intend to do with them?" "They carry lives within them." The women, who had fled in disarray, were also brought forth. The troops, bowing their heads in contrition, admitted their wrongdoing, murmuring, "Yes, my lady, we acknowledge our mistake." She remarked, "Those still hiding in the woods should come out, as there are still scattered enemies outside, and wild beasts remain in the mountains. It is not safe for you to remain concealed." After a considerable pause, the forest gradually stirred, and the women who had sought refuge within the trees began to emerge cautiously. A young girl stepped forward with trepidation, whispering, "It is I." "Yes." The young girl knelt in gratitude, expressing, "I, Fan Ing, am deeply thankful to Lady Zhao for saving my life. Ji Ping had already instructed his men to gather the scattered treasures of gold, silver, and jewels. Indeed, they had seized a significant amount of valuable items. The previously overturned cart had been filled with gold artifacts, pearls, and some remarkably precious fabrics. Ji Ping approached and inquired, "Lady, how shall we manage these possessions?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ping promptly replied, "Yes, I will ensure they are secured at once." County Magistrate Fan perished at the city gates. His body ultimately discovered at the foot of the city tower, with his eldest son lying not far from him, while his second son met his end within the county office. Madame Fan took her own life, leaving only Fanning alive in the entire household. Zhao Ming entered to report, "Lady, the chaotic forces in the county town have been thoroughly cleared. A number of people have gathered outside, all from various families wishing to pay their respects to you. They have all departed. As per your instructions, they were allowed to leave without anyone accompanying them." "Very well. It appears that the leaders of the families vary greatly in age." Immediately, some attendants brought forth several mats and cushions, placing them casually to the sides. Everyone promptly expressed their reluctance to take a seat. In a side note, see you tomorrow. Chapter 125. How is your uncle? The heads of each family displayed sorrowful expressions as they recounted their harrowing experiences from last night to today. They lamented the loss of their belongings and the numerous lives taken. Their primary concern was the possibility of further plundering during their journey home, and they pondered whether it would be better if Sen Yang dispatched someone to escort them safely. Each family quickly asserted, "We shall do everything within our power to assist one another." She remarked, "This battle of sheeping has inflicted severe losses upon all families. Yet the day for tax collection approaches swiftly. Therefore, I kindly request that each family submit a list of the casualties, so that when the new county magistrate arrives, it will not be overly chaotic." The families stared blankly as they received the blank ledgers, pondering why they should take on responsibilities typically assigned to the county magistrate, especially when the new magistrate had yet to arrive. Perhaps they could even evade this year's autumn tax altogether. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately inquired, how could the Xiongnu have reached Shiping? Where is the imperial army? What is the Donghai king doing? No one voiced dissent. As the crowd began to rise and depart, someone could not help but ask, "Sen Yang, is your uncle in good health?" The others chuckled awkwardly, responding, "As long as he is well, that is what matters." With that, the assembly dispersed. Zhao Ju, observing their departure, inquired, "Sen Yang, they clearly harbor suspicions that you have harmed the lord of the fifth house. Why not clarify the matter? Fear may, in fact, facilitate smoother proceedings," she replied. "Zhao Ju, shall we burn it? That seems unwise. Perhaps we should dig a larger pit instead to bury it." Indeed, Fu Tinghan brought over a thick tome. In the county office's storeroom, only some immovable items remained, among which was the original ledger. I had it sealed, ensuring that no one could enter or exit for the time being. The contents within this tome are fundamental to the county. Household registrations, tax records, land ownership, and more are meticulously documented. Fu Tinghan inquired, "Do you intend to take over Shiping County?" Without the support of the Zhao family, even if she were to assume control of Shiping County, governance would remain a formidable challenge. Fu Tinghan remarked, "Zhao Ming seems to harbor some misunderstandings about you." After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. He would not. "Moreover, I require your assistance in calculating the expenses for constructing the city gate of Shiping County. I shall dispatch someone to locate the chief clerk and the county assistant. You both should assess the current population and land within the county, as I will find it useful later." Curiously, Fu Tinghan asked, "What will you be doing?" Upon reflection, he complied and took the ledger to diligently begin the calculations and inventory. Yes, his wife and children were still present. His eldest son was 15 this year and was reportedly meant to join the county office as a clerk. Indeed, Ji Ping responded affirmatively and withdrew. Chapter 126. The state of the county was dire. Families of slightly better means had been thoroughly plundered. She stated, "The medicinal herbs in the county office's storeroom remain intact. You must personally lead a team to take over the apothecaries in the town. Keep a record of the herbs used, and the county office will reimburse you later." Zhao Ju quietly asked, "Will it be the future county magistrate who reimburses us? Or will it be us who pay?" Zhao Ju appeared in a daze. The midwife and the veterinarian both had sustained external injuries, and their capability to handle such matters was somewhat superior to yours. Zhao Ju comprehended only half of what was said. As he turned down an alley, he entered an entirely different realm. The houses were low, constructed of wood, and even the streets had shrunk considerably. The few individuals present did not advance. Zhao Ju's expression darkened, and he strode forward with purpose. The moment they perceived his fierce demeanor, they turned to flee, but Zhao Ju was swifter. He reached out and seized one by the collar. Just as the person attempted to struggle, Zhao Ju grasped the nape of their neck, rendering them motionless with fear. The other two were also unable to escape, as Zhao Ju's companions had moved in swiftly to apprehend them. They immediately entered the house to search, and soon discovered a bundle wrapped in cloth beneath the bed. Upon unwrapping it, they revealed 2 strings of pearls and a silver bowl. At the sight of this bundle, the 3 individuals began to struggle fervently. Zhao Ju held them down and delivered a sharp rap to one of their heads, commanding, "Behave yourselves." The 3 flushed with indignation, and one youth shouted, "Is this ours?" They fell silent. Seeing them attempt to leave, the boy, filled with defiance, exclaimed, "We found it. Finding it means it's ours." With that, he attempted to rise and depart. Suddenly, the boy called out, "Do you need more men? I can fight too." His face reddened as he continued, "I am not any smaller than you. If you can kill, so can I." The boy quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing at his 2 eager companions, and added, "They can fight too." The 2 nodded vigorously. The boy swallowed nervously and asked, "Miss, can we join your company as well? Will we earn money for fighting in the future? When it comes to warfare, it seems that your territory has not been trampled by the chaotic armies." They arrived, glanced at our dilapidated dwellings, and upon finding nothing of value to seize, departed once more. A young boy, turning his eyes thoughtfully, whispered, "My lady, I am aware of another family that harbors hidden treasures. If I were to divulge this information, would you grant me a share once it is unearthed?" The town crier approached, vigorously striking his gong, his voice resonant and prolonged, calling out, "All you gentlemen and ladies, please gather for a meeting with Zhao Hanzhang." After 3 calls, the crowd remained hesitant, peering out from behind doors and windows, reluctant to venture into the street. His voice carried well enough to echo through the dilapidated, sparsely sheltered street. Soon, a few brave souls emerged, most empty-handed, while a handful carried items of chance acquisition. It appeared that those with audacity were indeed few. Yet this did not imply that they had relinquished all their possessions. An elder could not restrain himself and inquired, "What of the taxes?" A flicker of excitement ignited in the crowd's eyes. The prospect of surrendering their treasures seemed less daunting, and they joyfully embraced one another. I possess no name. I am now under your service, my lady. Might you bestow upon me a name?" The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, suppressing his exhilaration as he continued. "Thank you for the name, my lady. May I adopt your surname?" Zhao Ju cast a disapproving glance at the lad. Not everyone could bear the surname of their master. Within the Zhao clan, which numbered in the thousands, only a select few were honored with the privilege of the clan chief's surname. Upon his arrival, the audacity of his request was quite remarkable. The 2 youths flanking Ping Yi tugged at his sleeve, prompting Ping Yi to immediately implore, "My lady, my 2 brothers are yet unnamed. Might you bestow names upon them as well?" Her gaze shifted to another lad, Ping Xin. "For instance, this is the residence of Master Song. A considerable trove of his gold and jewels was pilfered. I surreptitiously observed chests upon chests being carried away. What recourse did they have to object? The insurgent forces had already breached their defenses. Numerous retainers perished, and their ultimate refuge remained unknown until your forces repelled the insurgents, allowing them to emerge from hiding. As we extend our condolences, it is imperative that we treat each household with impartiality, ensuring that none are overlooked. The Song household is in disarray, their vitality undoubtedly diminished. The main gate stood unattended. It required the ward's retainers to knock for an extended period before it was finally opened. The youth gave a nod. The youth quietly murmured, "The head of the Song household is my elder brother, Song Ji." However, her ears detected sounds emanating from the depths of the estate. Without hesitation, she strode forth, declaring, "I am here to assess the condition of each household. Is your family faring well?" Song Ji replied, "We are grateful for your concern, my lady. Though grief-stricken, the family remains resilient." Noticing her gaze, Song Ji offered an apologetic smile, bowing his head as he stated, "My elder brother is this way." In the courtyard, a throng of individuals were accosting a young woman, while a middle-aged woman desperately attempted to intervene, shielding the young woman with her body. Master Song, his face flushed with indignation, was momentarily stunned. Recovering his composure, he hastily stepped forward to offer his greetings. "Sen Yang, what brings you here?" Naturally, Master Song could not reveal any disgraceful matters. Thus he awkwardly chuckled and said, "It is nothing of great concern, merely that several people have passed away in the family," causing some distress among the womenfolk, resulting in a brief uproar. Master Song's face turned pale. She glanced at her hairstyle and inquired with a smile, "Are you the esteemed lady of the Song family, or a daughter-in-law?" She replied, "My maiden name is Chun, I am the fourth in my family, and my husband is Song Erlang." Tears nearly brimmed in Chun Xinyang's eyes as she stated, "My husband was slain by the chaotic troops." She then posed the question, "Can you read?" After a brief moment of surprise, Chun Xinyang responded, "I have studied a few books with my elder brother." Master Song, momentarily taken aback, suggested, "If Third Lady requires assistance, perhaps I could send my younger brother to help?" After a moment's contemplation, Master Song agreed. Song Ji and Chun Xinyang accepted the proposal together. As for the side note, see you tomorrow. Chapter 128. A discussion. Although Shi Lu had departed, they still felt a sense of insecurity. The subordinates remarked, the lady did not speak. Zhao Ming cast a glance at Zhao Hu and asked the subordinates, "Who is in charge of Shiping County now?" Zhao Ming then rubbed his forehead and, after a pause, said, "I will accompany you to the county town." Zhao Hu, astonished, replied, "What are you going for?" "At this moment, our fort is critically short-staffed and many matters await your decision." However, such matters could not be openly discussed. Not only would his father not believe him, but even if he did, it would not be appropriate to speak in front of the clan elders. If the situation were to leak out, even if she were innocent, it would tarnish her reputation. Thus, he followed the subordinates to Shiping County. The troops carried the individual away on wooden boards. The young boy nodded. The woman, her face drenched in tears, stood in a daze. The boy realized that he need not part from his mother. He could no longer contain his sorrow and threw himself into her embrace, crying out, "Mother, I do not wish to leave you. I do not want to depart from you." The woman held her child tightly, both weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Ming halted his steps, observing quietly for a moment before approaching, "Third sister." Zhao Ming's gaze swept over the individuals behind her, inquiring, "What are you doing?" He continued, "Where are the county magistrate and the clerk? How could such matters fall to you?" Zhao Ming added, "So, are you the sole authority at the county office now?" He pressed on, "What are the casualties from the battle at Shiping?" Numerous thoughts lingered unvoiced within Zhao Ming. Upon reaching the entrance of the county office, he beheld the vacant space and the street filled with people, with more continuously moving about to distribute medicine. Fu Tinghan stood on the steps, orchestrating the scene, his gaze meeting theirs from a distance. He acknowledged the two with a bow before being enveloped once more. Observing Fu Tinghan manage everything with composure, Zhao Ming inquired, "Is your decision to remain in Shiping your own, or Fu Tinghan's?" Zhao Ming continued to watch Fu Tinghan. Noting his willingness to heed her counsel, he turned to her, asking, "Must one obey you, provided it does not betray one's true intentions?" She gazed earnestly at Zhao Ming and candidly asked, "Uncle, your visit at this moment cannot simply be for a social call, can it?" Zhao Ming replied, "I wish to have a conversation with you." Her sincerity evoked in Zhao Ming a sense of having fallen into a trap once more. He paused momentarily, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. "Xinyang, from the moment I laid eyes on you again, I realized you were no longer the same. You have always been intelligent. Yet previously, your cleverness was confined to the small circle of your family. However, upon this encounter, despite your feigned humility, I perceive a brilliance that cannot be concealed." Zhao Ming continued, "If we are to speak candidly, then allow me to inquire, what is it that you truly wish to achieve?" Your grandfather's final letter was one eye unsealed, in which he recounted the events unfolding in the capital. It revealed that you nearly perished after falling from your horse while rescuing Erlang. Though your grandfather did not explicitly state it, his words were laden with disappointment. And he evidently harbored suspicions regarding your uncle's family. He implored us to look after you and your brother, not only to safeguard you, but also to sever this entanglement of enmity, ensuring you do not become ensnared within it. Zhao Ming gazed at her and remarked, "The turmoil of war is merely an excuse. With your capability, you should recognize that the court's departure from Luoyang is only temporary. By aligning yourself with the army, leveraging the Zhao family's prestige and your patriarch's current influence, the glory you attain will not be diminished. Furthermore, Fu Zhongshu is within the ranks of the army. My uncle's concerns do not stem from my intentions." Zhao Ming fell silent. Although the position of patriarch has traditionally been held by our direct line, the clan is vast and its affairs intricate. Managing clan matters is akin to governing a nation. The allegiance of the clansman mirrors that of the populace. It cannot be compelled through force. If the royal family fails to win the hearts of the people, the collapse of the dynasty is not far off, Zhao Ming remarked. Similarly, if the clan leader cannot unite the family, the Zhao clan shall be in peril. In such tumultuous times, it is inherently difficult for the clan to endure. With hearts divided, the threat of annihilation looms ominously. Zhao Ming fell into a contemplative silence. He was momentarily taken aback by her probing question, a realization dawning upon him as he followed her line of thought, leading to a profound conclusion. You. Zhao Ming hesitated, taking a while to find the appropriate words to inquire. What do you propose to safeguard the Zhao clan? Zhao Ming then turned his gaze towards her, promptly stating, the clan leader's family remains in Luoyang. We, the Zhao clan, are descendants of loyalty and righteousness, and we absolutely cannot rebel. She was not foolish at this juncture. Rebellion would invite immediate retribution not only from the Xiongnu, but also from the king of Donghai, who would certainly not tolerate such insurrection. What kind of irrationality drove her to place herself in such peril? She replied, Uncle, when outsiders mention sheeping, they inevitably think of our Zhao clan. Even within the entirety of Renan Prefecture, we are among the most prominent families. Therefore, I believe we must cultivate sheeping. As long as sheeping is sufficiently robust, our Zhao clan will not face isolation or near extinction, even amidst dangers akin to those we encountered yesterday. Zhao Ming questioned, do you intend to establish autonomy over sheeping? No, she corrected, I aspire to govern Renan Prefecture. However, to express it thus might reveal my ambitions too overtly, so I state, how can this be deemed secession? We remain loyal to the Jin dynasty. Nonetheless, having our Zhao clan manage sheeping would be far more beneficial than allowing an unfamiliar county magistrate to govern. In time, this would enable us to develop and better protect the Zhao clan stronghold. The concept of territorial fragmentation is not unfamiliar to Zhao Ming. In this era, are there not many affluent families that maintain control over their respective regions? This has always been a matter of concern for him. As he set the boat in motion, the Song and Chen families are among the more prominent households in Shiping County, although they pale in comparison to the Zhao clan. Nonetheless, the three families share a kinship, as members of the Zhao family have married daughters from the other two. Upon hearing of their considerable losses, Zhao Ming furrowed his brow. Fortunately for them, they managed to evade disaster in time, and most of their family members were preserved. In contrast, other families of moderate wealth within the city faced near total annihilation. Lacking sufficient servants and guards for protection and possessing considerable assets, they naturally became prime targets for the marauding forces. The balance within Zhao Ming's heart tipped irrevocably. After closing his eyes, he inquired, are you planning to relocate your family from Shaanxi to Shiping? Zhao Ming curled his lips, surprisingly unbothered by her intentions regarding Shaanxi County, and instead asked, who do you envision as the magistrate of Shiping County? Zhao Ming's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? Merely to hold a nominal title. Zhao Ming, is this ambition no longer veiled? Must it be laid bare so thoroughly? Could we not at least maintain the pretense? Rubbing his forehead, he remarked, this cannot be, for a county without a magistrate would be unacceptable to the court. Zhao Ming continued, do you truly believe that Shiping County belongs to our family, that I may dictate its affairs at will? As for the appointments of the county deputy and the registrar, it will depend on how my uncle discusses it with my granduncle. Given Zhao Zhongyu's current prestige, appointing the county magistrate and the chief scribe of Shiping County would merely require a few words, a rather straightforward affair. However, Zhao Ming still felt a sense of unease. He glanced at Fu Tinghan in the distance and pondered whether to invite him to assume the role of county magistrate. After all, they were betrothed. His compliance with her wishes would render their positions nearly indistinguishable. Zhao Ming mused, what about the chief scribe? What does uncle think of Ji Yuan? As he turned to leave, he realized this was akin to placing Shiping County directly into her pocket. Do you not recognize the absurdity of your actions? Zhao Ming was rendered speechless upon hearing that she had designated the guest quarters in the back of the county office. It seemed she had already taken the county office for her own, seeking merely a title by involving him. Zhao Ming contemplated, Tinghan cannot serve as your county magistrate. In fact, he cannot even have a nominal position within the county. Otherwise, the clan leader would immediately discern his connection to you. As for Ji Yuan, there are justifiable reasons to consider him, given that he is an aide to the Zhao family. You must find someone else, preferably from our Zhao lineage. A chill ran down Zhao Ming's spine as he promptly replied, do not even entertain that thought, uncle. It is merely a nominal title. The actual responsibilities will be handled by Ting Han and myself. Truly, it would not matter if you were to stay away from the county office for a year or so. How do you possess such audacity? Zhao Ming questioned, perplexed. What kind of lessons did your uncle impart to you? Do you genuinely believe that Shiping County is governed solely by our Zhao family's whims, that your word is law? It is one thing to deceive a county magistrate, but now you even seek to feign the position of a county vice magistrate. You, Zhao Ming, why is this such a significant matter? Zhao Ming, Wang Sima-ing of Qingdu is in Yanzhou. It is only a matter of ascending to seize Jizhou. Yet, Goshi has gone to the capital. Zhao Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? The death of the late emperor is shrouded in suspicion. The king of Donghai has established a new emperor. Yet he has led the court to retreat from Luoyang, surrendering the capital to the Xiongnu soldiers and the chaotic troops, providing a ready-made justification for an uprising. If Sima Ying can persuade Goshi to come to the capital, do you not think they would clash? This maneuver is all too familiar. The previous princes have engaged in such tactics, leading to a cycle of murder. First I kill you, then he kills me, and another comes to kill him, perpetuating the cycle until the emperor himself is brought to ruin. And now once more. This is the Eastern Front. Turning to the west. The chaotic forces from Chang'an have retreated. Their king of Hejian is truly dead, leaving them leaderless, merely entering Luoyang to loot in a fit of rage. With their anger spent, how much will they have left in terms of resolve? Zhao Ming, exasperated, remarked, to hold a position without attending to its duties is hardly a commendable reputation. Zhao Ming, like Zhao Changyu, disdained Wang Yan's manner. Upon hearing this, he pointed towards the door and commanded, leave. Fu Tinghan was still bent over her writing desk. Upon seeing her, she remarked, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Today, I have roughly compiled the casualties and made an estimate of the current surviving population within the city. Approximately 80 to 90%. As many families have yet to report their casualty lists. However, from my brief discussions with the local populace, along with the information gathered by the village heads, this estimate seems fairly accurate. Fu Tinghan remarked, I have calculated the grain stored in the warehouse. If everyone were to collect their rations from here, it would suffice for merely half a month. She recalled a specific entry in the ledger, clearly indicating that she had already submitted it. It's not you, but rather your relatives. I roughly calculated, and it seems the figures are still incomplete, quite substantial indeed, with Zhao Hu owing the largest tax amount. As a side note, see you tomorrow. Chapter 131. Identification tags. Fu Tinghan could not help but chuckle. You should take it easy. You still need to seek a formal acknowledgement from Zhao Ming. How do you know he has agreed? Seeing how joyfully you approached, I could only surmise. Fu Tinghan gestured with the ledger in her hand, indicating that the immediate priority remains to rescue individuals and soothe the populace's concerns. Before Song Ji and Qin Xinyang could introduce themselves upon their arrival, Fu Tinghan directed Qiu Wu to escort them to the relief distribution point. Those who registered yesterday received identification tags, and today they would present these tags to collect their relief grain. Your task is to record the names of those coming for aid. Individuals aged 14 and above are considered adults, entitled to 2.5 pounds of rations for 3 days, while those below 14 are allocated 2 pounds. This ledger was compiled by Fu Tinghan during her enumeration of survivors yesterday, for which she had painstakingly cut numerous sheets of paper from the county office to create the identification tags. When the provisions were distributed, it was emphasized that any subsequent relief would be dispensed solely upon presentation of the designated token. In the event of loss, one should report it. Therefore, he surmised that they would be particularly cautious with their tokens. This necessity has rendered the county office especially in need of literate individuals, as both the enumeration of survivors and the distribution of relief rations require accurate identification. Songji approached the relief station, where 4 lines had formed. Apart from the 2 of them, there were also 2 clerks, each holding a ledger. One of them was adorned in mourning attire, prompting Songji to study him closely until recognition dawned. Gung Rong? The expressionless youth raised his head and, upon spotting Songji, paused momentarily before saluting Lord Song Lu. Observing the white linen binding on Gung Rong, Songji hesitated. Your family. My father perished alongside Magistrate Fan in the defense of the city, Gung Rong replied. Songji then glanced at Qin Xinyang, who also donned mourning garb. You too. The 4 stood in solemn silence before the relief platform. Each was accompanied by 2 aides, one responsible for weighing the grain beside them, and another stationed ahead to maintain order, ensuring that individuals queued according to their assigned tokens. Tokens numbered 1 to 500 formed one line, 500 to 1,000 another, and 1,000 to 1,500 a third. The majority of the crowd was illiterate, yet when they received their tokens the previous day, instructions had been given, and many had managed to remember their numbers, though some struggled. Consequently, they sought the help of the aides for assistance in reading. The aides, lacking the knowledge, could only guide them to the front to consult with Song Ji and his companions. Upon glancing at the tokens, Song Ji remarked, "Number 589. You are in this line." The relief office was meticulously organized. Zhao Ming stood aside, observing as they cross-referenced the identification tags to locate names in the ledger. Typically, families were recorded together, allowing one member to retrieve provisions on behalf of others by presenting their respective tags. This method, while somewhat laborious, ensured that fewer individuals directly received aid at the relief center. Upon noticing Zhao Ming, the heads of households were taken aback and hurriedly bowed in respect. Zhao Ming remarked, "I assumed you were unaware that without registering, one cannot obtain relief grain. Do you realize how many unregistered households this will uncover?" A thought flickered in Zhao Ming's mind. "Are you coveting land?" He continued, "If the families were to discover your nefarious intentions." Indeed, it was a treacherous scheme, and he began to regret his presence there. The Zhao family was not impoverished. Every soldier who perished, whether from the ranks, as laborers, tenants, or unregistered individuals, received compensation, and their families were cared for. They hardly valued the meager rations offered by the county. Zhao Ming inquired, "How many days can your provisions sustain?" 6 days would suffice for her to comprehend the situation in Shiping County and prepare accordingly. Zhao Ming gazed at her, questioning her unwavering confidence. The heads of households watched Zhao Ming with eager anticipation, straining to catch the conversation between him and his nephew. Alas, their voices were too soft, despite their efforts. Nothing reached their ears. How delightful it would be if they were to argue. The heads of various families were taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Xinyan, with Shiping County currently devoid of leadership and in dire need of revitalization, why do you not remain to discuss matters?" Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. As the other families reflected on the recently departed Zhao Ming, they felt compelled to yield under the shared roof. Consequently, they generously opened their coffers. They deliberated from morning until afternoon, not only contributing supplies, but also committing to several tasks essential for the reconstruction of Shiping County. As they exited the county office, the heads of the families wore complex expressions, a blend of trepidation and newfound confidence. Upon leaving the county gate, they did not part ways immediately. Instead, they grouped in 3s and 2s, walking closely with those they felt a connection to. The question lingered, had Zhao Sanyang truly seized power from Zhao Ming through her own capabilities, or had the Zhao family deliberately put her forward to confront us? One individual mused, "Given her arrangements today, do you truly believe she was thrust forward by the Zhao family to serve as a shield?" Indeed, she displayed remarkable prowess. Even Magistrate Fan might struggle to match her effectiveness. The one who had raised the inquiry noted, "If she continues in this manner, within 3 days, Shiping County shall achieve stability." Yet, despite her formidable abilities, an unsettling feeling stirred within me. Indeed, I have heard she is merely 14 years old, yet possesses such wisdom and acumen. She undoubtedly inherits the legacy of Zhao Changyu. It is fortunate she is not a male. I, however, lamented that she was not a male. The village heads expressed no dissent and bowed in agreement. Thus, she personally rolled up her sleeves, ventured forth to recruit manpower, and led them into the fields to harvest beans and rice. The wages are entirely covered by the county office. In addition, there are the repairs of damaged houses in the county town, as well as the construction of city walls and gates, all of which can be compensated through labor. The entire city of Shiping, once shrouded in gloom, suddenly came to life. Amidst the bustling activities, the people temporarily forgot their grief over lost loved ones, even though it has only been 5 days since the Battle of Shiping. Alongside this announcement was a notice regarding the requisition of the slums in the vicinity of West 2nd Street to serve as military barracks, where troops will be stationed to defend Shiping. When both notices were posted, the common folk primarily focused their attention on the first announcement. After the constable finished reading it, they immediately began to discuss among themselves, wondering if this meant they would be exempt from the autumn tax this year. If so, they could manage their expenses and possibly endure until next summer. Truly remarkable. The third daughter of the Zhao family is indeed compassionate. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, few paid heed to the second announcement. Once the constable departed, the majority, unable to read, did not concern themselves with the second notice and instead gathered to debate the matter of the autumn tax. Indeed, if West 2nd Street were to be rebuilt, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people. With such a population, would Sheeping not become the garden of the Zhao family? Should they not approach the Zhao fortress with this suggestion? Wasn't the daughter of County Magistrate Fan among the survivors? The Magistrate of Sheeping is already slated for an imperial appointment. It was said that the Fan family, having perished for the city, left behind the loyal daughter, who could petition the court for a new magistrate to be appointed. Lord Song fell into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Luoyang had already received a letter from Zhao Ming. The memorial and the letter arrived in the capital simultaneously. The memorial was submitted formally, while the letter was delivered directly to Zhao Zhongyu's residence. As a prominent family in the region, the Zhao clan held both the authority and the obligation to report local conditions to the emperor. Zhao Ming had once been a scholar of middle rank. Although he did not pursue an official career, the task of composing a memorial was well within his capabilities. However, the court did not regard his memorial with much seriousness. After a cursory glance, it was cast aside, not even mentioned in the court assembly. It was only during a discussion convened by the Prince of Donghai that it was briefly noted that the defeated Xiongnu forces had retreated to the vicinity of Ruzhou County, where the county magistrate and chief clerk had perished defending the city. The Prince of Donghai, indifferent, inquired whether Qinyang was still under siege. Indeed, the inspector of Ruzhou is still steadfastly holding Qinyang and is currently seeking assistance from the court. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Prince of Donghai, questioning whether troops should be dispatched for rescue. After a moment of contemplation, the prince realized he could not spare any personnel. Consequently, he proposed, let the inspector of Yingchuan be dispatched for assistance. The assembly fell into silence. Yingchuan had suffered from calamities the previous year and was facing considerable hardship this year as well. Many citizens had fled, and a significant number of disaster victims had joined the ranks of bandits, rising in rebellion. To send Yingchuan for rescue? The Prince of Donghai continued. Let Ruzhou provide military provisions for Yingchuan. Upon reflection, the assembly acknowledged the practicality of this plan, as Ruzhou was currently short on manpower, while Yingchuan was in dire need of supplies, an ideal solution. Thus, there was no opposition. Fu Ji felt a throbbing in his forehead. Yet considering the current Guxi stationed outside Luoyang and the substantial territory already seized from Jingzhou, he refrained from opposing the suggestion. Instead, he remarked, Your Highness, the Xiongnu forces retreating southward must be dealt with. If we do not drive them out of Jiangnan, we risk losing the eastern regions of Luoyang. The king of Donghai, with a blunt demeanor, inquired, Do I still have troops to deploy? Perhaps you should consult His Majesty about dispatching the imperial guards to quell the unrest. Fuji replied, Why not persuade King Qingdu and Governor Go to unify their efforts against the enemy? After a moment of silence, Fuji nodded in acquiescence, expressing his willingness to meet with Guxi. The king of Donghai, skeptical of his success, merely scoffed and allowed him to proceed. Once their discussion concluded, Zhao Zhongyu interjected. The magistrate of Sheeping has perished in the city. We should appoint a new county magistrate. Does your highness have a suitable candidate? The king of Donghai, currently in need of personnel, was reluctant to send someone to a small county besieged by the Xiongnu, which he deemed of little significance, and waved dismissively, Gentlemen, you may handle this matter as you see fit. Everyone was aware that Sheeping was Zhao Zhongyu's hometown. Thus they were eager to grant him a favor and inquired, Does Minister Zhao have a recommendation? Zhao Zhongyu replied, I do not have a candidate for the magistrate position, but I do have one for the deputy magistrate. He then recommended his nephew, Zhao Ming. Someone remarked, I recall that Zhao Ming was designated as a middle-ranking official in his early years. Thus, his appointment as magistrate should be more than sufficient. Why is he only proposed for the deputy magistrate? Zhao Zhongyu explained, He lacks experience. At present, he is only capable of serving as a deputy magistrate. But if he serves as deputy magistrate, who would dare to take on the role of magistrate in Sheeping? Without mentioning that the Zhao family is a prominent clan of West Ping, one must consider the rank of Zhao Ming, who has attained a middle grade. Accordingly, it would be reasonable to expect that the position of county magistrate he occupies would also be of a middle or upper grade. However, regardless of whether it is of middle or upper grade, who would willingly accept the role of a mere county magistrate in a small place like West Ping, especially when there is a chance of being constrained by the local gentry? Many perceive the Zhao family as overly pretentious, directly assuming the role of magistrate while feigning humility for whom, exactly? Nonetheless, they still offered superficial compliments before agreeing. and the appointment of Ji Yuan as chief scribe was merely an afterthought, garnering little attention. Those who did take notice included Fu Ji. It was already peculiar enough for Zhao Ming to serve as the county vice magistrate. Now Ji Yuan had taken on the role of chief scribe, who would then be appointed to the vacated position of county magistrate, or rather, who would benefit from it. Fu Ji felt it had been quite some time since he last communicated with his grandson and deemed it appropriate to send a letter of inquiry. Zhao Ji complied, but shared his confusion regarding why his father, Xinyan, did not directly assume the role of county magistrate, but instead opted for the vice magistrate position. Little did he know the reason. Zhao Zhongyu remarked, "You might as well send him a letter to inquire." Zhao Ji hesitated, not wanting to appear lacking in intellect. Zhao Zhongyu, weary, rubbed his forehead and after a moment of silence said, "Inform Xinyan that the court currently lacks military support for Runan, and advise him to exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire, he should lead the clan northward to temporarily evade the turmoil of war." Zhao Ji was taken aback by this news. Was the situation truly that grave? Reports suggested that Lu Yuan intended to declare himself emperor in the north, and should he conquer Yuzhou, it would establish his authority before the realm. Zhao Ji questioned, "Why does the prince not dispatch troops to drive away the Xiongnu forces?" The prince did not anticipate that the Xiongnu army would retreat southward. He first dispatched troops to subdue Chang'an, and now that a significant portion of Jingzhou County has been reclaimed, it cannot all be in vain. Zhao Zhongyu sighed, lamenting that it all hinged on whether Fu Ji could persuade Go Shi. If Go Shi were to withdraw his troops, then the king of Donghai could spare some forces to support Yuzhou. However, this was not a matter that could be resolved in a day. Zhao Zhongyu still hoped that Zhao Ming could rise to the occasion, safeguarding Shiping and the Zhao family's fort. His gaze fell upon the letter on the desk. Ji Yuan was assisting Zhao Ming. Had they subdued Ji Yuan? With Ji Yuan's presence, there might be a glimmer of hope. The soldier delivering the official document was astonished, for he had not expected that the current authority in the county office seemed to be a woman. He glanced around and inquired, "Where's Zhao Ming?" Qiu Wu bowed and replied, "Here." It became clear that she intended to ensure that both the county magistrate and the chief clerk were her people, thereby securing her control over Shiping. However, this initial fear quickly transformed into concern, as the Zhao family had surprisingly sent 4 children, reportedly dispatched from Shiping overnight. The chaos of war had compelled the Zhao family to relinquish their firebrands, prompting County Magistrate Chai to entertain thoughts of fleeing amidst the fear and anxiety. In this state of apprehension, County Magistrate Chai received updates on the situation in Shiping. It is said that the magistrate of Shiping County perished alongside the city, which suffered severe devastation and casualties. Rumor has it that the individual dispatched by the Zhao family to reclaim Shiping County is a woman, specifically the 3rd daughter of the Zhao clan, a granddaughter of Zhao Changyu. Whispers suggest that Zhao Sanyang possesses remarkable capabilities. She has embarked on the reconstruction of the county, pacifying the populace, distributing relief grain, and leading the citizens in the autumn harvest. It is further claimed that Zhao Sanyang triumphed over Zhao Ming and currently wields actual authority over the Zhao family fortress, rendering Zhao Zhongyu in the capital somewhat irrelevant. Magistrate Chai has heard many such tales, his initial concern gradually morphing into a stoic expression. Chang Ning, with a countenance of complexity, informed him that no news had yet emerged. Today, Magistrate Chai received the same response, and his frustration boiled over, prompting him to question aloud how she could be so unconcerned when her mother and brother remain in my custody. Chang Ning fell silent. Dare you act against the Wang family or Zhao Erlang? Would you not rather entertain them with the finest hospitality? Magistrate Chai was enveloped in sorrow. The 4 children of the Zhao family were also in our care. Why were they not anxious? Yet, the Zhao family indeed felt urgency, particularly the parents of those 4 children. They had long since sent individuals to Shanxi to retrieve them, only to discover upon reaching the estate that the individuals had been sent to the county seat. While they could claim to take them away from the estate, the same could not be said for the county. Not only would Magistrate Chai refuse, but even Ji Yuan would not acquiesce. Such a stance deeply moved Magistrate Chai, who in recent days has forged a bond with Ji Yuan, their camaraderie blossoming swiftly. The county magistrate of Chai pondered meticulously, given the Zhao family's formidable influence in Runan. Should they forcibly take the children away, he would indeed be powerless to intervene. Thus, with Ji Yuan honoring his promise and considering his interests, how could he not be moved? Did he truly believe those 4 children were under his control? Zhao Ming, a local aristocrat and a man of previously esteemed rank, had merely been appointed as a county deputy. Who, then, was the vacant position of county magistrate reserved for? It was obvious to Chang Ning. Alas, the relationship between the county magistrate and Ji Yuan had been warming swiftly, while Ji Yuan, the cunning man, had sown discord between them, leading to frequent suspicion and reprimands directed at him. Consequently, Chang Ning chose not to disclose these matters, for the county magistrate would hardly believe her, and she would only invite further scolding. Within the fortress, several families awaited anxiously. Though only 4 children and their 4 parents had been sent away, they were backed by a whole clan. Yet, she was still just a child. What could she possibly hope to gain from the Zhao family? Zhao Song felt a pang of sympathy. How could one endure such sleepless nights? With the devastation in Shiping County, there was so much to rebuild. And being young and inexperienced, he could only burn the midnight oil to attend to official duties. With a sigh, Zhao Song finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Why would you, a young lady, undertake such a thankless endeavor?" At that moment, she vowed that as long as she could protect the fortress, she would amass strength so that in the future, should similar circumstances arise, she would never again resort to using her mother and brother as hostages to bargain for military aid. Zhao Song gazed at her in astonishment, taken aback by her resolve, and his heart ached profoundly. Grasping her hand, he could not help but shed tears, exclaiming, "My dear child, how you have suffered." Zhao Ming. It is perplexing that I was still vexed these past few days for misjudging someone, yet now I find myself at ease. As a side note, good night. Chapter 135. Deepening understanding. It is evident who holds sway in that county town. Some have mentioned the position of the magistrate of Shiping County. Since the court has not appointed one, and your Uncle Ming has declared he shall not go to the county, what then of the county governance? What if there is no suitable candidate? The crowd silently expressed their grievances. Zhao Hu, who had been restraining her temper, could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Third miss, you are a woman. Is it appropriate for a woman to govern affairs?" She turned to Zhao Song and said, "I intend to seek guidance from Fifth Uncle. Shiping County is currently in dire need of revival and talent, with so many brothers and sisters in our clan pursuing education. If there is time, they might as well assist me in the county." Zhao Song then glanced at Zhao Ming, who had become markedly cautious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Uncle Ming is the deputy magistrate of Shiping County, and he manages many clan affairs. You should consult him regarding these matters." Zhao Ming cast a glance at his father, feeling a mix of approval for his newfound vigilance and a sense that such caution was unnecessary at this juncture. Thus, he stated directly, "Choose whoever is suitable. Allowing them to venture out for experience would be beneficial." Zhao Zitu, whose single character name is Cheng, is Zhao Hu's only son. Currently, he is traveling with several nephews, which explains why only 4 sparks were sent out this time. The other children from different households are either accompanying their families like Zhao Erlang or are out gaining experience. Oh, I have heard that he has a notably poor relationship with his father. Unlike the tumultuous relationship characterized by love and rivalry between Zhao Song and Zhao Ming, it is said that between him and Zhao Hu, there exists only enmity, devoid of affection. When they relocated to the villa in Shanghai, their poverty compelled them to scour for items to pawn. In doing so, they unearthed several of his old possessions from the villa. Cheng Bo, in a moment of nostalgia, remarked that these belonged to Cheng Langjun, reminiscing about the times he shared with your father. Zhao Song nodded in agreement, acknowledging San Nyang's insight and instructed that it be documented. Just as they were about to step outside, a young girl dashed across the street towards them. Chiao Wu, stationed at the entrance, was taken aback and instinctively raised his hand to block her path, nearly drawing his blade. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. County Magistrate Fan sacrificed himself for the city of Shiping, displaying unparalleled loyalty and valor, which we all admire. As the sole kin of County Magistrate Fan, it is our duty to ensure your well-being. Thus, I shall arrange for a residence to be prepared in Shiping County, where you may observe mourning for Magistrate Fan. What say you? After a brief consideration, Fanning nodded in agreement. The doorman, momentarily stunned, hesitated but ultimately complied. Before long, Changqing, a close attendant to Zhao Ming, emerged. With a smile, he bowed respectfully and said, "Langjun anticipated that San Nyang had inquiries, hence he sent me to relay any messages. Please, feel free to ask." After a brief pause, Changqing continued, "It is said within the clan that the young lady of the Fan family bears many burdens. San Nyang has yet to establish her footing in the county town. Her presence there may yield more detriment than benefit. Furthermore, The young lady is in mourning, and remaining within the clan provides her with companionship and solace. Chongqing readily concurred, asserting, the Fan family is comprised of loyal and righteous individuals. They would not mistreat anyone within the clan. Although the Fan family is not originally from Shiping County, Judge Fan has served as the magistrate there for several years. This time, in the defense of the city, only one member of the family remains alive after the tragic loss of the others. Regardless of her personal feelings, Fan Ying's fate is now intertwined with the stability of Shiping County. She hastens her journey towards the city of Kaizhou. Initially, Magistrate Chai believed that today would be yet another day of despair. However, he was caught off guard by her arrival, leaving him both astonished and elated. He promptly went out to greet her alongside Chongning. Magistrate Chai quickly gestured for her to take a seat, inquiring about the status of the battle and the situation in Shiping County. Given the genuine casualties, she could not return to Magistrate Chai with a full report. He immediately reassured her that she could depart with her people at any time. Magistrate Chai intended to rise and see her off, understanding that the triumphant return of the third lady must surely evoke thoughts of family, and he would not impede their reunion. He then offered to guide her to meet his wife and young Master Erlang. According to the information received by the Zhao family, the fighting in Qinyang is still ongoing and the circumstances are dire. Magistrate Chai sighed, noting that the Xiongnu forces have yet to withdraw, and the situation is quite precarious. Are there no reinforcements? A contingent from Yingchuan has arrived, but, alas, they are lacking provisions, which Qinyang is responsible for. I was just about to discuss this with the third lady, as the inspector has ordered all counties to gather supplies, imposing an additional 20% autumn tax per household. Third lady, what do you think about your estate? Magistrate Chai exchanged a silent glance with her, having heard that there are approximately 3,000 individuals in dire need. And without sustenance, how could they possibly fight for Qinyang? Qiu Wu, displaying great acumen, led his men to retreat, while Chong Ning remained unmoved. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Chai could not help but voice her grievances, lamenting that such matters pertained solely to the private estate of the inspector beyond the purview of subordinates like herself. She sighed, remarking that although Shaanxi had been spared from the ravages of war, the burden of summer taxes was already considerable, and with the impending autumn taxes, the likelihood of more residents fleeing was high. Why, one might ponder, did well-tended fields fall into neglect the following year? The answer lay in the inability of the farmers to pay their taxes, prompting them to abandon their land. In a hushed tone, she mused about the potential misfortunes awaiting Shaanxi. Torn between her thoughts, she contemplated whether she should proactively submit the autumn taxes. Lost in contemplation, she found herself indecisive. As she exited the county office, twilight was settling in, and by the time she reached the other residents, only a faint light remained, barely illuminating faces. It was then that Wang Shi smiled through her tears, exclaiming, "You cannot fathom my fear. Rumors have been rampant in the city these past few days. They say Shiping County has been breached, with marauding soldiers laying waste to the city, resulting in numerous casualties, even affecting the Zhao stronghold. No, such tales are mere fabrications. Did I not instruct you to disregard outside news? Just heed Mr. G's words," she reassured. Yet, the Zhao family had sent out flames, a clear indication of the peril they faced. Wang Shi, still uneasy, reached out once more to confirm, "You truly are unscathed?" "I swear it," she replied earnestly. Chapter 137. Parting ways and traveling together. Upon spotting his sister, Zhao Erlang dashed forward, exclaiming, "Sister, I wish to come and fetch you. But they would not allow me to leave." Zhao Erlang realized that he might need to lower his gaze towards his sister. His eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. "Indeed, sister, I am quite remarkable." The four children then breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly bowing in gratitude, expressing their thanks to the third sister. Mr. G pondered. If that is the case, does Zhao Xinyan wish to provide cover for the young lady? What are her intentions? This matter must not reach the ears of the court. After a brief contemplation, Ji Yuan agreed, for with Zhao Ming's involvement, they could indeed extricate themselves unscathed, with Zhao Ming suffering minimal repercussions. However, it might tarnish their reputation somewhat. Should the court uncover the truth, they could easily shift the blame onto Zhao Ming, claiming he was negligent in affairs of state, idly shirking responsibilities and thus delegating matters to his family for resolution. Such conduct, while criticized in the Grand Jin dynasty, would not result in punishment. Some might even consider it a display of gentlemanly demeanor. After all, This sentiment has always been rather elusive. Even Ji Yuan occasionally struggles to discern the prevailing winds of society. Ji Yuan inquired, should we invite the second lady in Erlang to reside in the county town? Once she firmly establishes herself in Shiping, she can summon them over. As for Shang Tsai, Shiping has registered and catalogued numerous unclaimed lands, and she is currently in dire need of personnel. Would the soldiers' captured servants suffice? Those two regions are even more chaotic. Mr. Ji recalled a matter. Should the newly acquired individuals remain hidden? I heard from County Magistrate Chai that the governor's office has requested an increase in autumn taxes, which will significantly impact her forthcoming endeavors. Although the taxation in Shaanxi County poses certain challenges, it remains manageable to some extent. The young woman from Shiping County, Ji Yuan, expressed astonishment and inquired how the young woman planned to explain the situation to the governor. She replied, Shiping County lacks even a county magistrate. Whom can he hold accountable? Zhao Ming. Yet, should Zhao Ming be dismissed, I doubt he could find someone capable of safeguarding and effectively managing Shiping County. Ji Yuan could not help but exclaim how fortuitously the young woman was positioned in these times. It remains uncertain how County Magistrate Chai would choose to act. Chong Ning was also persuading County Magistrate Chai, saying, Your Excellency, although Zhao Sanyang harbors ill intentions, her rationale in this matter is sound. The increase in taxes can be temporarily concealed. He continued, this autumn's tax is purportedly for the maintenance of troops, yet it will likely end up in the governor's coffers. However, County Magistrate Chai lacks the courage to oppose the governor, thus he remains indecisive. If the governor were to erupt in anger, Your Excellency, does the governor even have the energy to manage these affairs at this time? What if he seeks retribution after the harvest? Chong Ning remarked, Shaanxi's taxation is burdensome. The population is dwindling, possibly due to disasters or poor harvests, or perhaps being impacted by displaced persons. Any of these reasons could suffice. As long as we endure this year, we shall address next year's matters when the time comes. County Magistrate Chai fell into contemplation. Noticing his lingering hesitation, Chong Ning added, Your Excellency, the situation in Shiping County is even more dire. Zhao Sanyang is certain to be unable to meet the increased tax demands. With your alliance, even if the governor were to vent his wrath, there would be others to share the burden. Zhao Sanyang does not hold an official title. If the governor were to be enraged, he could only direct his ire towards Zhao Ming, County Magistrate Chai countered. But would Zhao Ming truly fear his anger? Zhao Ming may not fear him, but can he afford to be unafraid? After a prolonged silence, Chong Ning finally spoke. If we increase the autumn tax, I fear that this year, more individuals will evade their obligations, making life even more difficult next year. The county magistrate, feeling vexed, took a gulp of wine, ultimately resigning to fate, declaring that matters of the future could be addressed when the time came. Chong Ning let out a soft sigh, a wry smile playing on his lips as he thought to himself that only future generations could determine whether his decision was right or wrong. After all, even he was uncertain about the correctness of his course of action. As an aide to the county magistrate, he found it morally questionable to hint at the tax evasion of prominent taxpayers within the county. In an aside, she expressed her intention to visit Shiping County in a few days, with plans to stay for an extended period. Wang took a while to regain her composure, pondering the implication of Shiping County being hers. However, the more aesthetically pleasing and artistic works were referred to as lioli, with artisans meticulously bestowing them with various charming names, igniting the spirit of craftsmanship. Fu Tinghan left behind several formulas, each yielding distinct types of lioli, allowing craftsmen to create diverse shapes based on their characteristics. Yet, in comparison to innovative shapes, the artisans were more eager to develop unique glass formulas, aspiring to produce a wider variety of glass. The lady had proclaimed that anyone who could enhance the glass formula to create greater diversity would not only be rewarded with land and wealth, but also with housing. Thus, the craftsmen in the workshop were invigorated, akin to having received a surge of adrenaline, though, as of yet, no one had succeeded. Even after numerous viewings, Ji Yuan could not help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship. Such creations would undoubtedly be highly sought after whether sold in the capital or in the southern regions. Ji Yuan pondered, why not directly venture northward for exchange? Considering the current situation, he nodded, recognizing the necessity of guards for the merchant convoy. Ji Yuan remarked, as a team leader, would it not be an overqualification to accompany the convoy? What if he absconded with goods and people, and she had no one to turn to? Upon reflection, Ji Yuan conceded that in terms of loyalty, Ji Ping was indeed sufficient. He expressed his approval. Ji Yuan suggested, why not incinerate them here for transport? Perhaps establish a brick kiln workshop. Ji Yuan's brow twitched. He inhaled sharply, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Suppressing his eagerness, he whispered, rest assured, my lady. I understand how to proceed and shall not fail in my mission. She had only just departed from the county town that morning. No sooner had she left than emissaries from the governor's office arrived, seeking accountability. Alas, it was not regarding the autumn tax. Then what is it about? Ji Yuan inquired. The horse ranch, County Magistrate Chai explained. They went to retrieve horses from the ranch, only to discover that all the stallions had been taken away by you. And with my written authorization, the governor's office, unable to procure the horses, was enraged and has come to demand them from me. Third young lady, look. 200 steeds. It is true. I do not deceive you. Mr. Chong is right here. You may inquire with him. Chong Ning nodded slightly. County Magistrate Chai lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. In the 139th chapter, the merchant is indeed present, currently detained in the county jail. What about the others at the horse farm? Only the horse heads and 3 managers have been taken. The rest remain at the farm. County Magistrate Chai feels on the verge of tears, claiming he cannot eat. Upon entering the main hall, everyone sits cross-legged at the table, and the servants promptly uncover the dishes, which are still warm. Magistrate Chai is left in a state of shock, pondering what to do. The solution appears deceptively simple. Eliminate the envoy and feign ignorance of the matter. Magistrate Chai becomes rigid at the thought, but then, feeling a release in his back, he discreetly exhales and wipes the sweat from his brow. He reflects that next time, Sen Yang should first propose a sound method, as this has truly frightened him. There is another approach, he inquires eagerly. The suggestion is to delay the envoy while they procure horses to fill the gap, perhaps even employing both methods simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Chai exclaims that this is an excellent idea, yet he laments the high cost of horses, especially war steeds. He falls into deep contemplation, realizing that there must be a way to acquire horses, as he knows 2 horse merchants who might assist him in gathering a few mounts. Cheng Bo agrees and steps out to bring back a tray of silver ingots and a set of glass lamps. Chong Ning sighs softly and adds, how much can Zhao Sanyang offer for the purchase of horses? He reassures that if the other party has the horses, money will not be an issue. Chong Ning wonders if they can truly rely on purchasing 200 horses. Chong Ning, my method is akin to that of Sanyang, bribing the emissaries to elevate the matter and then gently set it aside. After a brief pause, he continued, in fact, there are 2 additional solutions to this predicament. Chong Ning suggested. Firstly, Sanyang should promptly compose a letter to the governor's office, soliciting assistance for sheeping. The siege of sheeping is indeed a pressing issue. At this moment, Jinyang has likely yet to receive the news. If we can delay the emissaries here and send several letters, we should be able to negotiate the borrowing of horses from the governor. Secondly, we could eliminate them. Chong Ning stated, we could dispose of these emissaries, and no one would be the wiser. With the rampant chaos caused by the refugee armies and the Xiongnu forces outside, who would know at whose hands the emissaries met their demise? Magistrate Chai, do not utter such nonsense. They are emissaries of the governor. How dare we harm them? Upon seeing her agreement, Magistrate Chai let out a sigh of relief and admonished Chong Ning, do not propose such foolish ideas in the future. Chong Ning felt a deep sense of disappointment. Wei Matu urged, regardless of the amount, you must first provide me with some. I will report it, and we shall devise a plan for the remainder later. Wei Matu collapsed onto the ground, stunned for a while before crying out earnestly, I am wronged, truly wronged. The horse farm is so small. When have we ever raised 200 stallions? They are intent on driving me to my doom. Upon hearing this, Wei Matu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, I know, I know. He prostrated himself on the ground and completed a letter, pressing a red handprint atop it to enhance its credibility. Tomorrow we shall meet again. In Chapter 140, The Successful Capture, Ji Yuan accepted the task with a simple affirmation. The county magistrate, visibly shaken, questioned, are you suggesting? Chong Ning responded with a composed nod. The magistrate shivered, exclaiming, impossible. That is the envoy of the inspector. Would Zhao Senyang dare to take a life? Chong Ning pondered, considering that the inspector was currently ensnared in Shiyang, where his survival was uncertain. How could anything be deemed impossible? She reminded the magistrate, Your Excellency, Lord Kai's fiefdom lies in Shanxi. Here, Zhao Senyang has resources beyond mere estates. Not only the distant inspector, but even if you were to personally lead a contingent, it is likely you would fail to apprehend her. The envoys, upon witnessing such valuable assets, appeared somewhat appeased, yet remained steadfast in their demand for 200 horses, refusing to budge regardless of the magistrate's entreaties. The magistrate, taken aback by the unyielding nature of the negotiations despite the considerable benefits he had offered, felt a surge of frustration. He candidly expressed, "Zhao Hanzhang is currently engaged in purchasing horses, but given their rarity, acquiring such a number may prove challenging. I implore you to show some leniency. How about 100 horses instead?" The magistrate continued, "Originally, the equines allocated to the prefect should have numbered 30, with the remainder distributed among the counties. Thus, we have only requisitioned 98 horses, and the remaining 10 rightfully belong to Shanxi County." Chang Ning, in deep contemplation, remarked, "County Lord, it is evident that Zhao Hanzhang does not fear the inspector. Having now taken control of sheeping, she will surely have more legal matters with the inspector in the future. Given the unique situation in Shanxi, why not choose a side at this moment? Zhao Hanzhang is merely a woman. How could you expect me to choose her?" County Magistrate Chai gasped. "Though the inspector is currently besieged, he remains a governor of a province, and securing my release is but a matter of a single word." The spark of determination that had just ignited within Chang Ning was extinguished once more. He resumed his pallid demeanor and nodded gravely. "What you say, County Lord, holds merit." Ji Yuan, equally invigorated, concurred. "The steeds we have procured?" He sighed. "Alas, the connections of our lord have all been bestowed upon the second master. Otherwise, reaching out to the generals in the north to acquire horses through their channels would have been quite advantageous." After a moment's reflection, Ji Yuan suggested, "For instance, Lu Yu sure?" Mr. Ji expressed his approval and then inquired, "How shall we address the envoys from the county office?" However, everyone has their first experience in life. She is unique, having lived a second life. Thus she must cherish the fragility of existence even more. Consequently, she wishes to extend her compassion towards others. As long as it is not on the battlefield, she is inclined to show kindness to those around her. Therefore, she personally visited the county office and invited the 3 envoys to accompany her to sheeping to procure horses. Upon realizing she was Zhao's third daughter, granddaughter of Zhao Changyu, and knowing that both Sheeping County and Zhao's Wubao were under siege, she and the county office sought assistance in order to rescue them, also borrowing the horses from the pasture. Upon hearing this, the envoy, initially eager to intervene, promptly reconsidered, asserting that this was your affair while they were solely concerned with retrieving their horses, with only a few days remaining until the stipulated deadline. Should you fail to produce the required items, do not blame us for lacking compassion. They certainly had no intention of venturing to Zhao's stronghold. The Zhao family was among the most prominent in Runan County, even causing the governor to tread carefully. Should they encounter any trouble, there would be no recourse for them. The 3 men met her gaze and exchanged furtive glances, an ominous premonition taking root within them. Chapter 141. The departure. County Magistrate Chai anxiously observed Chang Ning, who trembled with fear. With a pained expression, he managed to conjure a feeble smile, ingratiatingly stating, "Third miss, your authority is formidable. Please, do take charge." Yet, Chang Ning replied, "Only the dead are truly safe." The 3 envoys shuddered in unison, vigorously shaking their heads. County Magistrate Chai trembled, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. "I have never seen them," he quickly asserted. "The envoys have never been to Shanxi County." He nodded repeatedly, urging, "Release them. I shall immediately send someone to do so. I shall wait for Wei Matu's group first," he added. Upon hearing this, the magistrate hastily turned to Chang Ning, whispering, "Hurry and bring them out." Startled, the magistrate stammered, You intend to kill Wei Matu?" "Wei Matu lent me his horse to save Sheeping County and Shanxi County. He has committed no wrongdoing. Why would I wish to harm him?" She sighed. Given the gravity of the situation, it is certain that the governor's office will dispatch individuals to retrieve the horses. Eventually, we cannot evade this matter. It would be more prudent to let Wei Matu depart. As long as we maintain a unified narrative at the stables, we can place the blame squarely upon him. Though we may lose some, we can gradually recover later. County Magistrate Chai cautiously inquired, "How much longer do we have?" After a brief silence, he asked, "Where will you take Wei Matu and the others?" Instead of responding, Chai remained silent, his gaze laden with complexity, an amalgamation of sympathy and inner turmoil. Wei Matu. To fetch family. To fetch family for what purpose? Of course, it was to journey to Sheeping together. The horse attendant, crammed into the same cart as Wei Matu, gazed at the increasingly distant Shaanxi County and could not contain his sorrow, burying his face in Wei Matu's embrace as he wept profusely. Wei Matu held his head, unable to restrain his own tears, joining in the lamentation. Zhao Erlang was startled by their cries and hastily urged his horse to pursue his sister. Sister, what are they crying about? She, meanwhile, awaited the arrival of the ox cart, intending to console them once their tears had subsided. However, as their sorrow intensified, and soon their families began to weep as well, she struck the cart with her whip and admonished, Hey, hey, why are strong men crying? It seems that the men of Jin are overly fond of weeping. If you must cry, at least do so quietly. Though the official road is less traveled, there are still passers-by. What if you frighten them? Their cries momentarily ceased, but soon softened to quiet sobs. Wei Matu murmured softly, Yet we were once good citizens, and now we are to become hidden households. Ah, but it is quite different. I have been operating in Shaanxi for many years, and now in sheeping. I must start anew. Wei Matu lifted his crimson eyes. Really? In chapter 142, the consensus of uncle and nephew, the four individuals gradually found solace within themselves. After exchanging glances, they silently remained seated upon the ox cart. Meanwhile, the three envoys on another cart grew increasingly despondent. They were still ensnared in burlap sacks. Although they could not see their surroundings, they could hear. She was clearly waiting for their escape, eager to eliminate them without a trace of remorse. Yet, if they did not flee, what fate awaited them? They had arrived at Zhao's fortress just before dusk, where the parents of the four children had been anxiously awaiting their return. Upon spotting the convoy, they rushed to greet it. The children were overjoyed to see their parents, leaping from the cart and running into their embrace, weeping inconsolably. Carefully examining their children, the parents could not bring themselves to claim they had lost weight and thus expressed their gratitude. Thank you, third sister. Quickly, express your thanks to your third sister. Had it not been for her intervention, the fortress would not have been so easily preserved. Zhao Erlang, however, was not inclined to leave. He wished to stay with his sister. Glancing around, he inquired, Sister, where is brother-in-law? Upon hearing the news, Zhao Ming came out to ask, Is third sister intending to emulate you, passing by her home without entering? How could I dare? I am just about to enter to pay my respects to uncle. She replied. Zhao Ming's gaze fell upon the ox cart behind them, and he raised his chin to inquire, Who are these individuals, and why are there children among them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming contemplated, This idea is indeed commendable. What we lack most in the fortress is horses. Zhao Ming inquired whether they were knowledgeable in horse appraisal and husbandry. Indeed, these are skilled trades, comparable in status to that of blacksmiths. Zhao Ming then asked, So, do you have any foals? He continued, You do not even possess a foal, yet you seek a horse keeper? After observing her for a moment, he directly questioned, Whom do you intend to engage for this venture? Zhao Ming probed further. How do you know of Lu Yushi's amicable relations with the Xinbei? He has only been in Bingzhou for less than a year, has he not? Rubbing his forehead in contemplation, Zhao Ming remarked, While it is not impossible, the journey from Bingzhou to here is fraught with peril, as many regions are under the control of the Xiongnu. Our Han merchant caravans would likely encounter tremendous difficulties in traversing these lands. What sum would compel them to exert themselves so vigorously? She replied, There is no need to fret over their passage. We shall set the price. Once they accept our offer, the merchants will undoubtedly devise a means to deliver the goods to us. Merchants possess their own methods, and the avenues unavailable to these aristocratic families do not imply that others are incapable. Zhao Ming questioned, What do we possess that would irresistibly draw them here? Zhao Ming responded, This item is indeed scarce, yet judging by the quantities you have sent on 2 occasions, it will soon cease to be rare. Zhao Ming concluded, It grows late. Since you do not intend to enter the dock fort, let us take our leave. Travel safely. With a dismissive wave, Zhao Ming summoned Zhao Erlang and led the group towards the county town. By the time they arrived at Shiping County, darkness had descended, and only vague silhouettes of individuals could be discerned. The city gates had long since closed. 3 large burlap sacks were carried into the yard and unceremoniously dropped. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Tinghan emerged, bewildered, clutching a pen, her wooden slippers trailing behind her. She stared in astonishment at the writhing sacks on the ground. What is this? She called out, instructing others to open the sacks, revealing 3 individuals inside. Who are these people, and why are they confined within these bags? Fu Tinghan questioned, her concern growing as she noted the ample gaps in the burlap. Otherwise, they might have suffocated within. The 3 captives, feeling the weight of their predicament, reluctantly introduced themselves. I am Du Zhang. I am Yu. I am Gowan. Fu Tinghan pondered their identities and suddenly recalled that they were the ones who had previously absconded with the thoroughbreds from the stable. Examining the disheveled trio, she felt a twinge of guilt. What was to be done with them? Let us first accommodate them in the jail, she decided. In a couple of days, they will assist in repairing the city gates. There is much work to be done in the city. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for someone to escort the three men to their confinement. It was then that Zhao Erlang found a moment to speak up, calling out repeatedly, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. He believed that as long as he was not engaged in reading or writing, even the labor of carrying bricks would be a source of joy for him. And thus he grinned at Fu Tinghan. Fu Tinghan smiled gently and waved at him. All right, tomorrow I shall have Ji Ping take you. Come now, let us have a meal. Are you hungry? Zhao Erlang eagerly replied. I am starving, absolutely starving. Fu Tinghan retorted, not so fast. You seem to have forgotten. The three of them first went to have a meal. Fu Tinghan smiled at her, indicating that he was not aware. Zhao Erlang, while eating, raised his head to observe them, feeling a sense of unease. Zhao Erlang nodded in a dazed manner. Fu Tinghan believed they should devise a long-term plan. So after their meal, and once Zhao Erlang was sent away, the two of them secluded themselves in the study to converse in hushed tones. What is the extent of your ideal safety zone? She inquired. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging to survive amidst the ensuing turmoil. What about time? Fu Tinghan asked. Targeting the entire Yuzhou is rather ambitious. Have you considered what excuse you will employ? For now, we can remain hidden in Shiping. But once we expand to the entirety of Yuzhou, there will be no place left to conceal ourselves. Fu Tinghan casually asked, when will Lu Yuan ascend to the throne? Perhaps next year, came the reply. Lu Yuan, however, was not in agreement. After retreating from Luoyang, he began preparations for his coronation, and his strategists believed he was ready to declare himself emperor, especially since he had successfully breached Luoyang's defenses. Wang Mi went so far as to present him with an omen of good fortune and brought a significant number of troops to pledge allegiance. Overjoyed, Lu Yuan selected an auspicious day to announce to the world his ascension to the throne, adopting the reign title Yongfeng and relocating the capital to Pingyang. The news spread, causing a stir across the realm. Naturally, the subjects of the great Jin did not recognize his claim, and while Lu Yuan outwardly appeared indifferent, he swiftly began assembling a formidable army, ordering another southern campaign against Luoyang and an advance into the central plains of Yuzhou. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, Tinghan, summon Sen Yang to come here. Fu Tinghan was still contemplating his own matters when he heard the words and looked up in a daze. It took a while for the statement to reach his mind. After a moment's reflection, he responded, she is too fatigued, let her rest for a while. If my uncle has something to discuss, it would be better to speak with me. Zhao Ming lowered his gaze to the densely scribbled symbols on the paper, unable to resist diverting the conversation. What is this? It's a conjecture by Dell, came the reply. Zhao Ming, though he heard, did not comprehend. What was this conjecture by Dell? For any elliptic curve over the field of rational numbers, the order of the zero at S1 of its L function equals the rank of the abelian group constituted by the rational points on this curve. After a brief pause, Fu Tinghan remarked, it is one of the two conjectures I have always aspired to prove. Zhao Ming hesitated before stating, Lu Yuan has proclaimed himself emperor in the north. He glanced again at the cluttered desk, realizing he did not recognize a single character, and inquired, are you all so idle? Wasn't it said that Shiping County is in dire need of revitalization? Fu Tinghan responded matter-of-factly, the tasks have all been assigned. As long as there are no errors, we need only check in occasionally. If there are mistakes, they will come to report. The data statistics he was responsible for had been completed, and while he could handle the remaining tasks, others could manage them more effectively. Fu Tinghan felt he should not encroach upon their responsibilities. It seemed that, compared to the known history, the progression of this world had hastened. Whether this was a good or bad thing, Fu Tinghan could not ascertain and could only follow his own inclinations. He knocked on the door, and the seamstress, Ting He, promptly emerged from the side room, addressing him as young master. It was considered quite disrespectful and detrimental to one's reputation for the elders to be caught indulging in slumber. As a side note, good night. In chapter 144, desiring the conscription order, he lowered her head and brought forth a platter of buns, a plate of pancakes, a dish of eggs, and a pot of milk. Zhao Ming stared blankly. Do you consume this much every morning? I shall not partake, Zhao Ming replied. Neither morning nor noon should one indulge in such a feast. It may spoil one's appetite. You must understand, one should always feel slightly hungry before dining. This way, the stomach has ample capacity, thus providing the strength to process the food. Engaging in gluttony as you do. She interjected, I practice martial arts and require strength. Hence my appetite is somewhat larger. However, today's portion was calculated to include both you and Ting Han. You may inquire with him if you doubt me. Fu Tinghan took an egg, cracked it open, and nodded at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming fell silent for a moment, choosing to bypass the topic. Lu Yuan has declared himself emperor. Will she still deploy troops to Luoyang? Zhao Ming pondered. The news reports that he has assembled an army of 200,000, intending to besiege Luoyang. This time, it is likely not merely for plunder. He will not only send forces to Luoyang, but also to our Yuzhou. The king of Donghai is not to be underestimated. At that moment, the situation unfolded abruptly. His army was stationed outside, and amidst the internal strife with the emperor, he sought to preserve his prestige, which led to his retreat from Luoyang. This time, whether for himself or for the greater Jin, he shall not withdraw again. Lu Yuan may not even manage to penetrate the defenses. Yet, should this be the case, we in Yuzhou shall have no reinforcements. Currently, Qinyang remains besieged. In other words, the new governor has been in office for less than a month and was directly promoted from the position of prefect of Runan. Other counties may harbor resentment, leading them to turn a blind eye to the plight at hand. Zhao Ming gazed at her and asked, if the governor were to issue a command for troops to be dispatched, would you go? Zhao Ming was taken aback. Are you truly willing to rescue them? He internally concurred, yet felt a pang of sorrow. The troops we nurture are not easily come by. Although Shiping County now lies in her hands, and she can recruit soldiers without facing dissent, it remains fundamentally and legally incompatible with her image as a virtuous citizen. Thus, she requires a semblance of procedural justice. Zhao Ming silently observed her, contemplating how she had privately amassed such a considerable force and yet still sought a conscription order. Uncle, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have just over 100 troops, all bestowed upon me by my grandfather, which adheres to the rights. The remainder consists of the long-term laborers and tenants from the estate, who came to protect the clan and the manor in Shiping. They are not even considered citizens of Shiping, but rather from Shanxi. Zhao Ming was astounded by her audacity. Nevertheless, he felt reassured and waved his hand, saying, as long as you are aware of your own intentions, were I the governor, I would certainly issue a strong order for all counties to send troops to Qinyang. But compliance would likely be minimal. Do not let a moment of passion drive you recklessly forward. The Xiongnu must be repelled. Yet you cannot sacrifice the lives of the Zhao clan to do so. Zhao Ming then glanced down at the golden brown pastry, cut into triangular pieces, the savory filling faintly visible from the cut, and indeed, it smelled delightful. Zhao Ming took a piece, savoring its crispness, followed by the savory flavors of meat and scallions. He raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, a sprinkle of sesame seeds atop the noodles would enhance it further. Uncle, with the Xiongnu army advancing southward, will our letters still be deliverable? Zhao Ming replied, the situation should not pose a significant problem. Even with their southern advance, it is unlikely they can sever all routes. I have already dispatched a letter to Luoyang. It should reach the chieftain within 4 days at most. Zhao Ming had little acquaintance with Lu Yueshi and could only rely on Zhao Zhongyu for communication. Lu Yueshi, whose given name was Lu Kuan and styled Yueshi, had a notably formidable elder brother, Lu Yu, styled Qing Sun. Both brothers, like Zhao Zhongyu, were among the 24 friends, renowned for their youthful debauchery. However, they were undeniably astute. Particularly Lu Yu, who was said to have perused military records, storages, livestock, and implements, possessing comprehensive knowledge of all documented matters. Yet, such considerations were merely academic, as he currently served as the left chief steward to the king of Donghai, recognized as a trusted confidant. Lu Kuan's appointment as the governor of Bingzhou was a result of his brother Lu Yu's recommendation. Although Bingzhou was soon to become an isolated stronghold, it was undeniable that Lu Kuan's steadfastness had rendered him a distinguished minister of his era. Zhao Zhongyu did not hesitate. Although maintaining private troops was tantamount to treason, the Zhao family's retinue had long surpassed the prescribed limits. In such tumultuous times, it was evident that without sufficient military strength, safeguarding the family would be untenable. Thus, he promptly penned 2 letters, one of which served as an introduction for Lu Kuan, allowing the Zhao family's representatives to seek him out in Bingzhou. Additionally, Zhao Zhongyu exchanged information with Zhao Ming regarding their respective situations, with the Xiongnu advancing southward and the populace suffering. Even the prominent aristocratic families found it challenging to maintain their well-being. Zhao Zhongyu urged them to stockpile grain, gold, silver, and textiles, so that, should a crisis arise, they could depart swiftly. As Lu Yuan launched an assault on Luoyang, there were proposals within the court to relocate the capital to Chang'an. The king of Donghai had successfully seized Jingzhou Commandery, placing Chang'an firmly under his control. However, the residents of Jingzhou had largely fled, leaving the area desolate, comparable to Bingzhou. Consequently, some ministers suggested moving the capital to Nanyang, citing the recent ravages of war that had left the people of Jingzhou displaced and the proximity to the Chang, which instilled a sense of unease among the officials. The emperor also contemplated relocating the capital, yet the king of Donghai opposed this, resulting in a stalemate. However, Zhao Zhongyu pondered that with Lu Yuan's aggressive advances, should they fail to defend Luoyang, a relocation was highly probable, with Nanyang being a more likely choice than Chang'an. If the capital were to move to Nanyang, it would be considerably closer to Runan Commandery, which would ultimately benefit the Zhao family. At that moment, she sat in a restaurant not far from the city gate, observing from her elevated position as Du Zhang and his companions, clad in prison garb, labored to move stones. They had not attempted to escape at all. Xiao Wu reported. There are no signs of any desire to flee. They are exceedingly compliant, and when tasked with moving bricks, they certainly do not complain about fetching water. She sighed and remarked, "We are indeed in need of literate clerks. By the way, have you found the location you were tasked with?" "Yes. As per your instructions, it is situated not far from the county town, without encroaching upon fertile farmland, and abundant in water and pasture." Xiao Wu pointed towards a direction, saying, "Do you see that low hill?" "Indeed, I can see it. There are only a few small mounds scattered outside of Sheeping Mountain. How could I possibly miss it?" Xiao Wu continued, "There is a river nearby, though it predominantly consists of raw earth with very little cultivated land. Due to some uncultivated areas, the grass has grown quite tall, making that particular spot exceedingly suitable." "Yes, but if we were to claim that area, it would be the least encroached upon. The other locations would require significant infringement upon agricultural land." Xiao Wu then lowered his voice, stating, "It belongs to the Chitai Yi family, and even the adjacent uncultivated lands are under their name. Lord Fu has delineated the land deeds, and nearly 1/3 of that area is owned by the Chitai Yi family." Zhao Erling was taken aback and inquired, "What task?" "None. Uncle Qianli only asked me to take them out for leisure, akin to practicing in the manor." "Oh, it seems that Uncle Qianli may have forgotten about your group." Zhao Erling patted his chest, assuring that he would fulfill the task. The accompanying retinue murmured, "In truth, they need not concern themselves with such appearances. This is hardly a commendable matter." Zhao Ming had selected young attendants for Zhao Erlang, all between the ages of 14 and 17, with the intention of having them accompany him for amusement. There were hardly any demands for labor, and even training was rarely required. Zhao Erlang quickened his pace, and his subordinates could only clutch their weapons and sprint to keep up. Upon reaching the dock fortress, all but Zhao Erlang were panting heavily. She said, "Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany Erlang daily to pay respects to the elders at dawn and dusk." The youths gazed at Zhao Erlang with a sense of disillusionment. Unaware of the unfolding events, Zhao Erlang beamed back at them, oblivious to their plight. Zhao Hu was reclined on a mat, attended by maidservants who fanned him from either side, while two others knelt before him, offering delicacies and wine in transparent glass cups. As for the side note, "Tomorrow, I must rise early," he mused, his mind racing with thoughts of the day ahead. In chapter 146, Kneel Down, Zhao Erlang had already knelt before several individuals, becoming quite adept at the gesture. He knelt down and began to knock his forehead against the ground. Zhao Hu accepted this silently, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a jade pendant, which he handed to Zhao Erlang, saying, "Go play." Zhao Hu was taken aback by her directness, scrambling up from the mat and stepping back clumsily in fright. "Why you?" Zhao Hu regretted his momentary bravado and inquired nervously, "What is it that you desire?" "I am but a mundane person, fond of fields and lands," he replied. Zhao Hu was astonished by her ambition, thinking she could seize his family fortune with a mere kneel. Frustrated, he took a hesitant step forward and pointed at her, declaring, "You shall not succeed. I will not give it." Zhao Hu then asked, "Which piece of land do you wish to claim?" Zhao Hu exerted himself in contemplation. Yet after a prolonged period of reflection, He could not recall. He turned to the steward and inquired, "Do we possess any land on the outskirts of the western part of the city?" The steward pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, we do. A few years ago, when Runan faced calamity, many people fled, and the county office struggled to collect taxes, making life untenable. Magistrate Fan summoned everyone to purchase land, and you, sir, with your generosity, instantly took a liking to that parcel through which a small river flows, thus acquiring over 100 acres. However," the steward smiled ingratiatingly, "the household is currently short-staffed, and the distance renders it difficult to cultivate, so we could only afford to hire a few tenants who cannot fully farm it, leaving it largely uncultivated." Zhao Hu retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I find it hard to believe that with so much land at your disposal, you lack the means to cultivate." The steward replied, "As you know, I am currently responsible for so many dependents, including horses, cattle, and sheep, which entails significant expenses. Raising them myself proves to be more economical." Zhao Hu, misinterpreting the steward's intentions, disdainfully curled his lip and said, "You are rather miserly. Is it merely for a few morsels of meat at the dining table that you would kneel before me?" Startled, Zhao Hu instinctively recoiled, only to straighten up again and wave his hand, saying, "Rise, please." He then instructed the steward to retrieve the land deed for that parcel. After all, it was merely over 100 acres of underutilized land, and he had plenty to spare. Zhao Hu reassured himself that he felt no regret, yet as he turned away, a bitter expression crossed his face. Zhao Hu defiantly declared, "Who says I fear her? I am her elder. What harm is there in her bowing to me? Am I not worthy of such a gesture?" The steward murmured softly, expressing discontent at the words spoken, for such comments could tarnish the reputation of the 3rd Mississippi. "He commanded you to kneel. How is that the same?" His earlier remarks were nothing short of humiliating to the lady, remarked Chung He. "The lady is now the ruler of Sheeping County. If this incident were to spread, others might misconstrue her as submissive and weak, seeking pity. It is not that she lacks the funds to purchase land," she continued, "but rather that plots belonging to smaller households are more readily available. As for the lands of affluent families, especially those that are contiguous, who would sell unless in dire need of money?" A young man named Zhao Lu approached with news, stating, "Uncle Ming, the 7th uncle, made the 3rd Miss kneel and bow before the servants. Do you think she will harbor resentment?" Zhao Ming continued to peruse his scroll, not lifting his gaze. "What is there to resent? Have you not knelt often enough?" The youth replied, but at that moment, the 7th uncle claimed that the 3rd Miss knelt for a few pieces of meat. Such humiliation. Zhao Ming lifted his eyelids to glance at him, responding calmly, "When an elder bestows a gift, regardless of its value, the younger generation must receive it with gratitude. Do you disdain a few pieces of meat simply because they are inexpensive?" The young man stammered, "I dare not." Zhao Ming snorted coldly, admonishing, "It is good that you dare not. Do not forget, whether it is a few pieces of meat or a cup of cool water, anything given by an elder must be accepted with both hands. It is shameful that you have read so many classic texts yet behave worse than your 3rd sister. Now, be gone." The young man bowed and withdrew. Zhao Song, however, held a different perspective than his son. Upon learning of the matter, he angrily reproached Zhao Hu, exclaiming, "It's merely 100 acres of land. Why the arrogance? If you are unwilling to give it up, then negotiate for money instead of making a fuss over a child. Have you no shame?" Zhao Hu remained silent, sitting quietly beside him. Zhao Song continued, "Are you not merely upset over the matter concerning Liuli? Your son also bears some responsibility. Why do you not scold him? A coward who fears confrontation." Zhao Hu replied, "5th brother, that is your son." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhao Song retorted, "I am indifferent. Go ahead." Zhao Hu found himself at a loss for words. After finishing his tirade, Zhao Song inquired, "What does 3rd sister want that piece of land for? Does she lack land?" Zhao Hu scoffed, "Eldest brother has bequeathed her ample fields. How could she be in need? Moreover, 8th brother exchanged a considerable amount with her, claiming it was for grazing. But she is likely reluctant to part with her prime land." Zhao Song frowned. "Why would one convert good land for grazing? We are not nomads. It suffices for tenants and laborers to tend to a few livestock. Must we go so far as to establish a ranch?" As an aside, 7017K, Chapter 147. The nurturing hall. The horse's head gaped in astonishment. Of course, it could not be termed a horse ranch. Aside from the qualifications granted by the court, no one in the civilian sector could privately raise horses. To openly label it as a horse ranch would invite scrutiny from the authorities. The horse's head swallowed hard and asked, "Is it merely for grazing?" Lowering his gaze to the wild grass at his feet, he shook his head, saying, "Much of the grass here is unsuitable for horses. It would be better suited for cattle." Wei-Jin remarked, "It's merely wild grass. There is no need to lament so deeply. The fields may not offer much, but there is certainly enough grass to feed the cattle." He gestured towards a direction and said, "That spot is the most suitable, and it is conveniently close to the water source for our needs." He then inquired, "When will the foals be delivered?" Yearn had established contact with 3 horse merchants through Wei-Jin and County Magistrate Chai, placing an order for a total of 128 horses, of which 30 were young foals. However, only a deposit had been made, and the horses could only be transported later. Yearn stated that this was the limit of the 3 merchants. They could not provide any more. As of now, they had yet to reach Lu Kuan. After surveying the situation, she asked, "Did you purchase these?" "No," Fu Tinghan replied, handing a large steamed bun to a child and indicating for the next one in line. He explained, "I procured the grain from the county office and had it prepared by the shopkeeper. This relief station only distributes food to the children, and the shopkeeper receives 10 jin of grain as compensation each day." It sounded quite reasonable. As she observed, her gaze shifted to the children queuing before him. They were clad in tattered garments, and some had dirt lodged beneath their fingernails, their faces equally grimy. Upon receiving the buns, they did not immediately devour them. Instead, they broke them in half, keeping one portion while eagerly consuming the other. One timid child glanced at her and whispered, "I'll eat it tomorrow morning." Fu Tinghan explained from the side, "There is only 1 meal a day, and each meal consists of merely 1 bun." He paused for a moment and said, "The granary in the county office does not contain such an abundance of grain. We must be frugal. Currently, the entire county is engaged in labor for relief. To acquire food, one must work. Fu Tinghan has established a system whereby the amount of grain earned corresponds to the work done. A single laborer can earn enough grain daily to sustain himself and 2 children. However, there are numerous orphans in this county, bereft of both parents, as well as the elderly and infirm who are alone. Thus, Fu Tinghan can only set up separate relief points. It is impossible to fill their bellies. His aim is merely to prevent them from starving." A child pointed towards an alley, asserting, "Yes, my parents are buried there. This is mine. But they say it will soon no longer be. According to the rules, without adults, one cannot establish a household. This child is too young to set up a family. The government will temporarily manage their assets until they come of age and reclaim them. Of course, without proper guardianship, the child may not be able to retain them." The child, bewildered, asked, "Can a commoner learn to read?" Establishing a benevolent school is not particularly difficult. Many houses have become available following the West Ping battle. A few spacious rooms can be repurposed into a benevolent institution with minor modifications. The county office merely needs to assign 2 individuals for management. The challenge lies in the school itself. It is merely a matter of basic education. As long as they can read and do arithmetic, it suffices. However, the real difficulty lies in the absence of books, paper, and writing materials. Songji remarked, "It is not a matter of money, but rather that the local bookstore was consumed by flames, and now we cannot acquire paper even if we have the funds." Gung Rongdao remarked that paper was precious. Previously, Lord Fu had utilized it in vast quantities, and in recent days, the county office's consumption had reached 2/3 of that of previous years. Fu Tinghan expressed her astonishment, inquiring how they managed with such scant usage of paper. What of the household registration documents and their transmission? Songji was at a loss. However, Gung Rong, whose father had once served as a chief clerk, possessed some knowledge on the matter. He explained that household registrations were generally revised every 3 years, while other matters could be communicated orally by the clerks and errand boys in the countryside. Such a method of information transfer seemed excessively slow and demanded a significant expenditure of manpower. Songji believed her query was akin to Emperor Hui's infamous question regarding why the people did not eat meat porridge. He responded, "Naturally. The value of paper is incomparable to that of human labor." It was not out of mere curiosity. During her tenure as a music teacher, she had once brought exchange students to visit artisans of papermaking, as the school aimed to promote their traditional culture. Although she could not see, her sense of touch was quite sensitive, allowing her to feel the various transformations throughout the papermaking process. While she could not produce anything else for Professor Fu, could she afford to deprive him of paper? The most vexing aspect of solving mathematical problems was the inadequacy of draft paper. Though she had appointed the county magistrate and the chief clerk, She was suddenly struck by the realization that neither of them was present in the county office. As for Ji Yuan, he was preoccupied with procuring horses, keeping a watchful eye on matters in Shanxi, which was understandable, but Zhao Ming. No, Fu Tinghan interjected. Be cautious of being locked out after 3 visits. Fu Tinghan asserted, leave it to me. Fu Tinghan remarked, education is of paramount importance. If you wish to utilize them in the future, it is essential to cultivate their loyalty and their cognitive inclinations from this moment onward. Otherwise, should they stray onto a misguided path, they may find themselves opposing you in the future. What will happen when Shiping County finds its footing and perhaps even expands significantly? At that point, her shortcomings will be magnified, such as her female lineage and her lack of official status. Thus, their hiring practices are not indiscriminate. They have consistently focused on selecting and nurturing their own personnel to avert such scenarios. However, the individuals they select cannot compare to those whom they have cultivated from a young age. Their thoughts and perceptions are akin to a blank canvas, ready to be shaped as they desire. With this realization, Fu Tinghan grew increasingly resolute, declaring, leave the academy to me. You may entrust more of the county affairs to Geng Rong and Song Ji. The others silently turned to regard Fu Tinghan, who responded with a respectful nod, affirming, yes, at this moment. Grain was still relatively easy to procure. In contrast to gold, silver, and jewels, grain was considerably more affordable, leading the tumultuous forces to primarily target treasures. Consequently, they only took a modest amount of grain, allowing most families' granaries to remain intact. With the summer harvest concluded, families were not lacking in grain but were instead short on money. After all, many households that appeared affluent had been plundered. As a side note tomorrow, I shall endeavor to rise earlier and strive to regulate my schedule. Last night, I felt the rhythm of my heart thumping within my chest, as if it might falter. Dear siblings, do remember to retire early as well. Chapter 149 concerns Zhao Ming observed as the laborers transported the grain sacks into the storeroom. After verifying the quantity with the custodian, he affixed his signature and secured the storeroom. Witnessing the abundance of grain within the storeroom, not only the common folk outside but also the morale of the troops visibly improved. The leader, the lady, is truly remarkable, with just a few words. She has procured such an impressive amount of grain. Zhao Ming remarked, this was purchased with hard-earned gold and silver. Do you think it was acquired without cost? Yet, those funds belong to the nobility. Does that not render it akin to receiving it for nothing? The troops, feeling elated, found solace in the plentiful supplies. Leader, in just 2 days, our barracks will be completed, will it not? Zhao Ming inquired. Are the captives still compliant? Relatively so, came the reply. Initially, a few attempted to flee, but they were swiftly captured and executed. Subsequently, upon observing that we provided for their needs and did not mistreat them, they settled down and ceased their attempts to escape. The construction of the barracks has progressed swiftly. Zhao Ming nodded and stated, instruct them to expedite their efforts. Once the barracks are completed, we shall proceed to the fields for the autumn harvest. In Shiping County, many lives have been lost, and although some crops have been damaged, a substantial yield remains. However, the labor force is insufficient. Relying solely on food to recruit workers will not suffice. Hence, they have resolved to employ the captives. The fields, predominantly situated beyond the city, posed a risk of the over 300 captives escaping if they were taken outside. Zhao Ming was reluctant to expend excessive manpower on supervision. Thus, it was imperative to first tame the captives within the city before transporting them out. Indeed, once the military camp was established and the captives adequately trained, Zhao Ming divided them into 3 groups. One group was tasked with repairing the damaged houses and streets within the city. Another was dispatched to Zhao's fort to assist in the autumn harvest. And the third was sent to Shiping County to reap the crops from the lands that had become ownerless. With 300 individuals, a considerable area could be cultivated daily. Fu Tinghan, wearing a straw hat, observed her from the fields. He saw her initially cautious with the sickle, gradually growing more adept. And soon she was swiftly cutting through the crops. Though her speed did not match that of the workers beside her, it was certainly quicker than his own. Fu Tinghan glanced at the sickle in her hand, shaking her head as she mused. Just this little bit of rice from a single ear, what might be the yield per mo? Raising her eyes to the golden grains, she assessed that it appeared quite promising, estimating around 500 or 600 jin. However, reality proved the farmer's estimations to be unreliable. After threshing and drying, the yield amounted to only 223 jin. Geng Rong remarked, Miss, That yield is already quite commendable. He turned to Fu Tinghan, who contemplated for a moment and then stated, aside from seeds, we should also enhance cultivation methods to boost yields, correct? Fu Tinghan nodded, adding, moreover, wheat remains the staple in the central plains and northern regions. Gung Rong interjected. The common folk primarily rely on bean rice. Gung Rong fell silent thereafter. She directly pulled him towards the two alleyways adjacent to the city gate. It reminded him, however, of the individuals he encountered daily and the responsibilities he currently undertook. Undeniably, Gung Rong felt that the present-day Shiping County was vibrant and full of life. Despite having recently endured calamity, the community was united in spirit. The prevailing atmosphere was even more favorable than during the times of his father and magistrate Fan. Furthermore, these public facilities would eventually yield returns. Without delving into distant prospects, the construction of irrigation projects had already greatly benefited the official fields managed by the county office. The spoils of war had yet to be exhausted. Even when they were, she still possessed ample funds. The initial investment was indeed substantial, and she was psychologically prepared for it. The larger the investment, the greater the potential returns. The immediate priority was to win the hearts of the people. If she could garner the support of the entire populace of Shiping County, this region would serve as her formidable backing in the future. Chapter 150. Shared hardships. How many people reside here? 5. One in each room. A man replied with an ingratiating smile. We have taken great care of the house. It is orderly. She glanced into the kitchen and inquired, why are there only the two of you? Where are the other three? Fixating on the pot, she asked, what do you cook? The two men instantly displayed expressions of discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, one of them responded, the lady will have to wait a little longer. He promptly entered the house and shortly returned with 2 bowls of plain noodles. This bean rice is what people like us consume. How could a lady of such refinement eat such coarse food? The other party was adamant, stating, no, we cannot do that. With a distinguished guest in our midst. If we serve bean rice, we might as well abandon our standing in this area starting tomorrow. They evidently did not anticipate that someone would forsake the good white rice and instead choose to eat bean porridge. It should be feasible to conserve our rations. As the authorities have mentioned that there are labor opportunities available, we plan to tidy up the land and then proceed to the officials to earn some wages. The white flour and rice we acquire can be exchanged for wheat and beans, yielding a substantial surplus. One man, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, the current situation is already quite satisfactory. In the past, we had no coarse grains at all. Now we not only have shelter, but also enough to fill our stomachs. This is ample. The county office merely allows them to stay temporarily without charging rent, with one room designated for each individual. Ideally, families would reside together, but those who are not related may also share living arrangements. Should they find it difficult to coexist, they could request the village head to intervene, allowing them to build separate cooking facilities and lead their own lives. The 5 had known each other since their time in the slums, so they decided to live together, taking turns to cook, fetch water, and gather firewood, which proved manageable. 3 of them shared a bowl of bean porridge. Surprisingly, it smelled quite fragrant, though it lacked flavor and carried a hint of the bean's rawness. The eyes of the 5 brightened instantly. Could this be possible? Fu Tinghan nodded, stating that land abandoned for over 5 years could be deemed ownerless. The 5 responded, however, the western part of the city is too far. We would have to venture to the outskirts. They felt that not having vegetables was of little consequence. Gung Rong pondered for a moment and said, my dear, there are some fallow lands not far from here, just behind a few rows of houses. Though the plots are quite fragmented and the soil quality is poor, it is still essential to consume some vegetables. Otherwise, one is prone to illness. Upon hearing this, the 5 immediately rose with enthusiasm, exclaiming, there is still some here, there is still some here. Gung Rong lowered her head, striving to swallow the coarse bean rice lodged in her throat, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. It was truly unpalatable. Wheat rice and steamed buns. The 5 laughed, remarking, we cannot afford pure white flour. These are buns mixed with bran. Though they are a grayish-black hue, they are quite delectable, even more so than the wheat rice. Thus, she took her leave of Fu Tinghan and sought out the next establishment, inquiring immediately upon entry if they were serving wheat rice or steamed buns. Upon learning the fare consisted of either, she stepped inside. In this alley, the majority of households consumed bean rice, with only a few partaking in wheat rice and buns. After walking a considerable distance, she finally released Fu Tinghan, exhaling in relief. Such fervent hospitality was overwhelming. Fu Tinghan suppressed a chuckle, observing, "Yet, you seem to be enjoying your meal." He added, "Although the per capita land is ample, the yield here is rather low. If you desire to consume only white flour, it cannot be achieved in the short term. I find the bran-mixed buns quite satisfactory. They could even be made into cakes." Fu Tinghan continued, "You must ensure that starting next year, the per capita wheat harvest is sufficient for a year's consumption." Gung Rong, lost in thought, followed behind, ultimately deciding to inquire directly, "Do you wish to diminish the consumption of bean rice among the populace?" "It is still permissible to eat," she clarified. "I merely wish for them to lead slightly better lives, to reduce their intake of bean rice in favor of superior wheat rice or better buns. The extraction of oil from beans seems excessively wasteful," and Gung Rong recalled the oil reserves that had fallen during the city defense, noting that tung oil should suffice. Gung Rong widened his eyes, questioning, "Is bean oil even consumable?" To which he reflected, "If bean rice is edible, then surely bean oil must be as well." Fu Tinghan posed a profound inquiry, "Do you know how to extract oil?" Gung Rong admitted, "I do not." He had never even considered it. Fu Tinghan continued, pressing, "It is only distributed to those with little or no land." The young woman remarked, "Currently, the people of Shiping County are united in purpose. This is a rare moment. Dividing the land now might disrupt this fragile harmony." Fu Tinghan concurred, stating, "It is not the scarcity that is concerning, but the inequality. Those who possess land but feel it insufficient for cultivation may apply to the county office. However, any land obtained through application must be cultivated alongside their privately owned fields, adhering to the same requirements. For 5 years, any land acquired will incur a rental fee of 10% annually, and the privately registered fields must also be cultivated diligently for 5 years. Should any plot be left fallow, it will be deemed malicious occupation of official land, resulting in the confiscation of both the official land rental and their private fields." Fu Tinghan was astonished. Such severe penalties? This measure primarily targets those who, despite possessing ample land, covet official land, seeking to claim more than their fair share. After pondering for a moment, Fu Tinghan shook his head. It would be more prudent to convert the taxes into equivalent rents and lease the land directly to those who possess little or no land at all. After all, you are in charge of Shiping County now, and there is no intention of submitting the taxes to a higher authority. By collecting the rents, you can exempt these individuals from their tax obligations." He remarked, "By transforming the taxes into rents, it is as if they are renting your fields. Those who already possess sufficient land for cultivation are unlikely to seek additional land from you. You might consider transferring land ownership to them after a specified duration of tenancy, subsequently reinstating taxes while abolishing the rents. However, this raises a dilemma. For those with little land, since their cultivated plots vary, how would the exemption from taxes be calculated?" Fu Tinghan responded, "Currently, they are engaged in extensive farming, resulting in an average of 20 acres per person. Since you aspire to improve per-acre yields while also welcoming a significant influx of population, my suggestion is to have this figure, basing it on an average of 10 acres per person. In this manner, I will conduct a survey to ascertain the number of individuals with limited land holdings and the corresponding acreage. I can categorize them from their households, calculating the rents for parcels ranging from 1 to 10 acres. When the time comes to levy taxes, we will adhere to the records we compile." Fu Tinghan shrugged, acknowledging the inevitability of such complexities. There will always be a trade-off. It simply depends on the choices you make. Meanwhile, Gung Rong quietly consumed his meal, becoming increasingly bewildered by the conversation. Fu Tinghan, unfazed, remarked, "This is merely a straightforward calculation that does not require much cognitive strain. It is merely the multitude of tasks that demands considerable effort." Fu Tinghan was taken aback. Indeed, where was Fuin? Off topic. Good night. Chapter 152. Closed outside the city today, Ji Ping assigned them the task of moving the dried grain into the storeroom, and by the time they emerged, it was already late. He was rather obstinate. His sister had instructed him to attend the morning and evening rituals daily, which meant every day. Thus, he hurriedly set off in the evening to pay his respects. After all, he was a servant, and this was the younger brother-in-law of their young master, so some decorum was in order. Zhao Erlang remarked, "Let us just wait until they reopen the gate. My sister is still at home waiting for me." He insisted on taking everyone towards the city gate. As expected, the gate had already been shut. The guards called out, "Second young master, please wait. I shall go request permission from the young lady." With that, he hurriedly descended from the city tower, mounted a horse, and raced off to the county office to seek approval. Zhao Erlang, not causing a fuss, leaned against the city wall and waited, surrounded by a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes, which were particularly bothersome. He waved his hands to shoo them away, mercilessly slapping his own face, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction with the pests. Fuan, alarmed by the spectacle, quickly halted his actions and waved his hands around, assisting in driving away the mosquitoes. The other attendants, witnessing this, gathered around to help. Second young master, it must be that your blood is particularly sweet, which is why the mosquitoes are so fond of you. Zhao Erlang inquired, really? Indeed. Just as Zhao Erlang was about to respond, he suddenly perked up his ears. Did you hear the sound of galloping horses? As doubts lingered, the guards atop the city tower had already taken notice and called out loudly towards the distance. Who approaches? The gates of Sheeping County are closed. Halt your advance at once. A sense of trepidation washed over them, for the second young master remained below. The guards grew increasingly anxious, urgently seizing the arm of a companion, suggesting that they might as well open the gates and allow the second young master entry. Should anything happen to him, the lady would surely hold them accountable. Just as they hesitated, the riders had reached the base of the tower. Due to the shadows cast by the 11 figures, including Zhao Erlang, and the pervasive darkness of the night, the newcomers failed to notice them and instead directed their shouts towards the guards. There is an urgent military order from the inspector's office. Open the gates immediately. Upon hearing this, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, their tones softening. Please wait. We shall report this at once. Here is the official document. It is an urgent military command. Spare us your idle chatter and swiftly open the gates. Delays could cost you dearly. Their voices grew harsher, and the soldiers responded gruffly. You will wait as instructed. We shall inform our superiors first. The newcomers, taken aback, shouted, Impudent fools. This is an urgent military order. It is the duty of the county to open its gates forthwith upon receiving such a command. Do you dare to defy it? Yet the critical point was that they were not imperial soldiers. The guards above remained unfazed, well aware that Sheeping County had fallen under the control of the Zhao clan. Having pledged allegiance to a new master, they no longer heeded the orders from above. Could it be that they were contemplating rebellion? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Erlang forcefully removed Fu An's hand from his mouth and, pointing at the mounted riders, shouted, How dare you insult the Zhao family? Even I must patiently await my turn. Who do you think you are? The two individuals were startled by the sudden voice, one feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest, while the other fainted and fell from his horse. Zhao Erlang exclaimed in alarm, calling upon everyone to attest to his innocence, declaring, They are wicked. They have conspired against me, just like the eldest sister and her companions. Zhao Erlang was eager to gain the approval of the crowd, insisting, I did not strike him. I did not even touch him. Fu An interjected, Indeed. The second young master did not hit him. He merely frightened him into unconsciousness. Zhao Erlang's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with confusion and a hint of pride. Am I truly that formidable? The young men of the retinue huddled behind him, whispering, Second young master. Do you think he might die from fright? Pale-faced and trembling, he attempted to dismount to check on his companion, but found his legs quaking, making it difficult to steady himself in the stirrups. He pointed into the dimness, urging, Hurry and come over to assist him. Zhao Erlang, being a kind-hearted youth, led the group to turn the fallen individual over and move him aside, ensuring that the horses would not trample him. Fu An felt for a pulse at the man's neck, relieved to find he was still alive. Zhao Erlang focused intently on his nose, planning to use acupressure to revive him. My sister said that when the eldest sister fainted in the past, she would do just this, a firm pinch, and the eldest sister would awaken immediately. Upon hearing this, Fu An exerted pressure on the individual's acupoint, persisting for an extended duration until the person finally emitted a couple of muffled sounds. With considerable effort, he managed to pry his eyes open, barely able to glimpse the figures surrounding him. His gaze met several pairs of eyes glinting in the darkness. Startled, he widened his eyes and tilted his head, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Zhao Erlang, taken aback, stumbled backward and seated himself on the ground, seeking confirmation from the others, insisting that his own faintness was not his concern. The onlookers, too, distanced themselves slightly, collectively affirming to those on horseback that it was indeed his own fainting spell. The rider, exasperated, exclaimed, What are you still waiting for? Help me down. All eyes turned towards Zhao Erlang, who commanded their attention. After contemplation, he recalled his sister's admonition to be wary of strangers' words while outside. Thus, he resolutely declined, stating, "No, how can I trust you? You might be a villain." The other party, flustered and on the verge of collapse, shouted, "Who on earth are you? Lurking behind the city wall?" Ultimately, he bellowed towards the city tower. "Why have you not opened the city gates? If any harm befalls the envoy, the lives of all of you cannot suffice as compensation." The crowd, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. In Sheeping County, 3 envoys from the inspectorate had already arrived. The addition of 2 more was hardly of consequence. "Do not lose your temper," Zhao Erlang remarked. "My sister has said that when in Sheeping County, one must adhere to its customs. They have already gone to summon my sister, and the city gates will be opened shortly." After a brief pause, he added, "If you continue to be hostile towards them, I shall strike you." The envoy, upon discovering that not only Zhao Erlang was present outside, but also 2 envoys from the governor's office, exchanged a glance with Fu Tinghan. Surely, they could not have come for the 3 envoys preceding them, could they? The guards had not informed her that one of the envoys appeared to have fainted from fright, apparently due to the second young master. As soon as Zhao Erlang spotted his sister, he rushed forward, both eager to take credit and to clarify, "Sister, I have been very obedient and have adhered to the rules. They asked me to wait, so I did." It was they who broke the rules by continually demanding the city gates be opened, and then one of them fainted. "I did not strike anyone," Zhao Erlang sincerely protested. "I truly do not know." In the pitch-black night, the sudden appearance of several individuals could terrify anyone, especially in the recently besieged Sheeping County, where tales of vengeful spirits were undoubtedly rife. The guards bypassed Zhao Erlang's group and approached to carry the unconscious envoy inside, also assisting the one on horseback down and into the premises. 2 horses were led inside as well. Ji Yuan went to purchase horses directly from the merchants, haggling fiercely. Even the most inferior warhorse cost no less than 300,000 coins, with no upper limit. Zhao Erlang remarked, "I apologize for my late greeting. It grew dark while I was out." "I truly do not know," Zhao Erlang replied with unwavering confidence. "I cannot tell time. It is already dark." "Indeed." Zhao Erlang responded obediently. "Oh." Another bound envoy immediately began to struggle, whimpering, "I am an envoy from the governor's office, with urgent military orders to see County Magistrate Zhao." The envoy paused momentarily before speaking. "I bear urgent military orders." With a hint of exasperation, he continued, "Might you, Lady Zhao, consider unbinding me first? In these tumultuous times, not every individual clad in official garb is truly an official. You claim to be an envoy, yet where are your urgent military orders?" The envoy's mouth fell agape, taken aback by their casual demeanor. Her expression shifted, and she hastily rose, clutching the military orders. "Quickly untie the envoy." After bowing respectfully, she added, "Please do not take offense, envoy. The prevalence of swindlers of late has made me overly cautious. As a mere woman, tasked with the defense of a city alone, I cannot help but be a little wary. I beg your forgiveness for any slight." Fu Tinghan mused. They had witnessed all manner of events during their time in Sheeping County, yet had not encountered a single swindler. If there were any, they would be. Zhao Ju obediently loosened the bindings. The envoy furrowed his brow slightly, questioning whether Lady Zhao was attempting to deceive him. "Upon my arrival in the city, I observed numerous soldiers stationed at the city gates. They are not soldiers, but my kin of the Zhao clan, merely standing vigil over Sheeping. They are doing so only until the county office recruits new officials and station troops, at which point they shall be replaced." The envoy stared at her, bewildered. "Your kin of the Zhao clan?" The envoy, at a loss for words, finally found his voice after a long pause. "Does Sheeping not wish to send forth troops? Therefore, I implore you to persuade the magistrate to agree to my call for soldiers. Once we gather our forces, we shall immediately depart for Jianyang, risking our lives to rescue the magistrate and alleviate the peril besetting Jianyang." The messenger was not lacking in discernment and quickly grasped the situation. Prior to their departure, the governor had indeed provided him with a draft for a recruitment order, just as a precaution. However, she remained indifferent. There was no stipulation that the recruits could only be gathered within the city or the borders of Sheeping County. Who was to say that this recruitment order could not be utilized repeatedly? It was prudent to secure it first. Zhao Ju acquiesced. Fu Tinghan inquired, "Do you intend to recruit soldiers within the city?" "Yes, I will gather a few hands, but primarily I aim to recruit outside," she replied. "Our numbers are insufficient, and the labor required for developing the county is considerable. This presents an opportunity to consolidate a group." Fu Tinghan raised a pragmatic concern. "What about the finances? I shall cover the expenses, she declared. She was merely enticed by the court's recruitment order, fully aware that the court would not allocate military salaries to the enlisted men. Even someone like the king of Donghai expected his subordinates to be self-sufficient, capturing individuals to offset military expenses, let alone in a modest locale like Shiping County. Relying on the court's stipends was akin to waiting for a pie to fall from the heavens. Thus, Fu Tinghan, who was currently occupied with the tax and rent exchange forms, took a moment to visit them. He stated succinctly, Zhao Hanzhang has set out to recruit soldiers. When will we be able to go to Xinjiang? We will proceed once the soldiers are recruited. The messenger, anxious, questioned, but how long will that take? Fu Tinghan regarded them with curiosity and asked, do you not allow any time for military training? How is this different from leading men to their demise? She had already diminished her expectations regarding training time significantly. The unspoken implication was clear. What more could you possibly desire? The envoy fell silent, gazing at Fu Tinghan for a moment before inquiring, might this gentleman be Fu Zhongshu's eldest grandson, Lord Fu? Fu Tinghan nodded. Indeed, it is I. Thus, is it true that Lord Fu is effectively in command of Shiping County? The envoy's expression reflected disbelief, increasingly convinced that the actual authority over Shiping lay with Fu Tinghan, while Zhao Sanyang was likely a mere puppet in this scheme. Zhao Ming cast a glance, sighed, and remarked, I did not expect you to truly acquire them. 3,000 men. Humph, Shiping County can indeed muster 3,000 strong men, but once they are taken away, how many will remain in the county? After all, in this world, every endeavor requires manpower. Zhao Ming's tone sharpened. Where to? Pingyu and Shanxi, she replied. Zhao Ming's gaze fixed on her. Do you intend to instigate discord among 3 counties single-handedly? The turmoil in Liang had persisted for so long, and Pingyu had suffered greatly as well. Moreover, with the influx of refugees from Yingchuan, many displaced individuals would traverse through Pingyu and Shanxi before scattering far and wide. They could easily recruit individuals along the official roads, with a high success rate. Observing her estate in Shanxi revealed their meticulous selection process. In just 3 months, they had recruited nearly 1,000 men. If they were to cast their net wider without such selectivity and simply offer money and provisions, one could only imagine how many could be gathered. Regrettably, most would still head towards Shanxi, with few venturing to Shiping. She believed it essential to alter this prevailing mindset. Thus, she resolved to establish recruitment points in all 3 areas. I plan to head to Shanxi, while I shall send Zhao Ju to Pingyu. I must rely on my uncle for matters concerning the county town. Zhao Ming replied, you want me to assist you in recruiting soldiers? Uncle merely observes from the side. Along with Tinghan, who, however, is not fond of social interactions. The 2 envoys are exceedingly cunning, and Tingan's unwavering integrity may render him susceptible to their deceit. Thus, I must rely on uncle's assistance. Humph, is my integrity any less than his? Zhao Ming smirked, gesturing dismissively. All right, I understand. You may go. I shall head to the county town shortly. He added, resolving the plight in Xinjiang is indeed the right course. But you must also take care of yourself and safeguard your influence. One must not act recklessly. Aside, until tomorrow. Chapter 155. Recruitment. She directly set up a table on the official road leading into Saikai, having 2 baskets of money and a cart of grain placed by the roadside. Ringing gongs and beating drums to recruit soldiers. The passing refugees stopped to watch. Each solitary individual, without a second thought, approached to inquire about the conditions for enlistment, discovering that as long as one was young, obedient, and willing to endure hardship, they would suffice. Naturally, possessing a special skill would be even better, or being strong, adept at horseback riding, skilled in martial arts, or having great strength. Any proficiency would not only secure a higher military salary, but also a more esteemed position. Ji Yuan sat beside her, joining in the recruitment efforts. A soldier squatted down, cautiously expressing, I feel that being a servant is quite good. As long as one works diligently, there will be food, and one need not worry about making a living. The soldier shook his head. I have land at home too. A total of 28 acres, yet it is of no use. Life has become unbearable, he lamented. Last autumn, the drought began early in Yingchuan, resulting in a meager harvest. Then, winter brought a devastating snow disaster that froze much of the winter wheat we had sown. Since the onset of spring this year, rain has been scarce, and we anticipated a difficult season ahead. As the snow melted, we discovered that barely a third of the wheat in the field survived, and the relentless drought has claimed half of the remaining crops. We contemplated switching to spring wheat or even rice, but it was futile. He continued, "There is not a drop of water. Even our drinking supply has become a challenge, let alone farming. The authorities still demand summer and autumn taxes. I have already sold my wife and one son, along with a daughter. Now only my remaining child and my father are left, and I cannot sell them." She nodded and said, "Since you have already signed a death contract, you are all my people, and I shall take care of you." He was unsure whether to believe her, yet he appeared relieved, smiling as he remarked, "You are indeed a great benefactor." Many shared his sentiment, preferring to enter into death contracts or labor agreements rather than entertain her enticing offers of land or affordable rents. They inquired only about the monthly wages or grain they could receive. Ji Yuan turned to glance at her, indifferently stating, "With the absence of virtue in governance, divine retribution has descended. It is an inevitable fate." Ji Yuan did not catch her words clearly and turned to ask, "What did you say?" "It was nothing," she replied. "Merely a lamentation in my heart. In such trying times, without a stable situation, it seems exceedingly difficult for the common people to endure such calamities." In a murmur, Ji Yuan expressed that only a prodigy could emerge from the Sima family. As the carriage came to a stop, before it could steady, County Magistrate Chai hurriedly assisted Chong Ning in disembarking. "How could you privately recruit an army?" Chai County Magistrate exclaimed, opening the document with astonishment, realizing that the inspector indeed provided her with a conscription order. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Yet, it is not permissible to recruit soldiers in my Shaanxi County. It is clearly stated here that the authorization is for Shiping County to enlist troops. Thus, Sanyang ought to recruit in Shiping County." With a frustrated stomp, Chai County Magistrate lamented, "It is not just the refugees. There are also people from our Shaanxi County involved. It was all for the sake of tax evasion." Scanning the surroundings, he quickly identified the culprits, saying, "Those individuals, along with a few others, are indeed troublemakers who fled rather than pay their taxes. I never anticipated they would come to Sanyang's side." He asserted, "I shall not impede your recruitment of these refugees, but you cannot enlist individuals from Shaanxi County. By setting up a base here, the locals will be alerted and many will surely come. Rather than remain in prison, they would prefer to toil in the fields with her." Chapter 156, Recruitment of Troops. Chai County Magistrate gazed at her in astonishment, bewildered by her audacity to make such a claim. "Rest assured, those already registered will not count, and if any more individuals from Shaanxi County arrive, I shall certainly refuse them." However, his retort was caught in his throat, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to inquire, "How can Sanyang distinguish whether they are from Shaanxi County? What if they claim to be from Yingchuan or Qinyang instead?" "By their accent," she replied. "As long as they bear the Shaanxi accent, I shall not accept them. What do you think?" The county magistrate, Chai, grew increasingly agitated, gesturing towards the individuals behind him. "I am not well versed in the dialect of Shaanxi, and Mr. Ji is equally unfamiliar. I shall soon summon a few stewards from Shaanxi to ensure that no one else slips through." After a moment of contemplation, Chai declared, "You cannot maintain your platform here. It is too close to the city gate. News has spread among the towns and villages, and they are all flocking this way." "Then where do you suggest we set it up?" she inquired. With a tight jaw, Chai responded, "Withdraw 60 miles, keep a considerable distance. But the governor is awaiting my command to lead the troops to rescue. If I delay the recruitment of soldiers, who shall take responsibility?" Chai pressed his lips together, conceding a step back. "Very well, we shall retreat 20 miles. With a face full of resignation, Chai lamented, "I do not possess any troops. How can I lead an expedition? I too lack soldiers, yet we can recruit on the spot," she replied. This was an implicit suggestion for the Zhao family to dispatch their troops for rescue, and the 3,000 recruitment orders were, in essence, compensation for the Zhao family. While extolling Chai, her gaze drifted past him to rest upon Chong Ning, who stood quietly. Noticing her glance, he offered her a slight nod. However, this was merely the governor's intention, and they were not obliged to adhere to his wishes. In Ji Yuan's words, "You and the Zhao family have invested considerable effort in nurturing your troops. They have all undergone fierce battles and are formidable in strength. It would be a waste to lose them in Guanyang." Furthermore, she mused, the young lady may not consider this aspect, but Zhao Ming certainly would. However, he has chosen to remain silent, clearly reluctant to utilize his household troops for the rescue of Guanyang. Recruiting new soldiers for the mission would be the most prudent course of action. However, even if you travel to Liang, there is no need for excessive exertion this time. The inspector will certainly summon not only the officials from Shiping County, but also from various other districts and counties. compared to these other regions. Shiping County stands out solely due to the Zhao family. Yearn remarked that Liang possesses iron minds, and they should take the lead in this endeavor. Thus, the Zhao troops moved languidly, displaying no sense of urgency despite receiving an emergency military order. Even the county magistrate of Chai could not suppress his concerns, asking, "Chongning, do you truly believe the Zhao family would not conspire against us?" His worry deepened. Moreover, this 1,000-strong contingent was not composed of residents from the county seat, but rather individuals from various villages and towns within Shiping County, as well as refugees from other regions. Currently, Shiping County is indeed in dire need of people. The barren lands could be cultivated for winter wheat, and paper mills could also be established. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Ming has remained in the county office, making it busier than usual. In the words of Fu Tinghan, everyone is eager to see whether Uncle Ming would abandon you and successfully take charge of Shiping County. Fu Tinghan nodded, feeling somewhat disappointed as Uncle Ming directly informed them that he was entrusted by you to oversee the county affairs temporarily. Consequently, they shifted their persuasion towards Uncle Ming, insisting that it would be more appropriate for him to preside over Shiping County, thereby legitimizing his authority. Fu Tinghan remarked, "It appears that you are not particularly favored by the populace." In comparison to these trivial matters, she was more concerned about the roster she had provided to you. The majority of individuals listed were indeed of servile status, with only a few hailing from the gentry. It is essential for you to assign them appropriately, allowing them to cultivate the official lands. This year, let us plant a greater quantity of winter wheat. For next year we shall need to sustain many people. How is it that so many subordinates have suddenly been recruited? Fu Tinghan was perplexed. Is the situation in Liangji not satisfactory? How will the taxes be calculated if they cultivate the official fields? And what of the official fields? Fu Tinghan struggled to comprehend. Previously, you seemed more inclined to provide a secure environment for them to flourish freely, yet now you contemplate establishing so many concealed households. Do you intend to consolidate all resources in your own hands before redistributing them? However, such a strategy could easily provoke backlash, should anyone oppose you. It could ignite a conflagration. Off topic today, my stomach is discomforting, so there will only be 2 updates. I will endeavor to make up for it tomorrow. 7017K Chapter 157. Reinforcements. Ji Yuan placed considerable importance on this military expedition, stating, "This is the maiden appearance of the lady before the public. Although Shiping County is under your control, that is merely the acknowledgement of the local populace. Gaining the recognition of the governor and other counties depends on this endeavor." Zhao Ju was puzzled, asking, "If that is the case, why not bring our troops along instead of these new recruits? Can they even fight?" Ji Yuan stroked his beard and replied, "This is a matter of strategic discretion. The lady must display her capabilities, yet not to an extent that incites fear. Moreover, they are not worthy of the lady exhausting her elite forces for their rescue." She joyfully responded, "Once we arrive at Qinyang, I hope you will assist me, sir." Ji Yuan, still stroking his beard, smiled and assured, "I shall not fail the lady's expectations." Zhao Ju, standing nearby, found it hard to fathom why a mere military assistance had to be so convoluted. In every heart, some possess an abundance of openings. Qinyang is not particularly distant from Shanghai. A swift journey of merely a day would suffice. His prolonged encirclement of Qinyang for over half a month clearly indicates he is no fool. Jiyuan cautioned, "The lady must exercise caution in her dealings with him." Jiyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this. His attentiveness toward Shao surpasses his concern for Lu Yuan. Jiyuan expressed his astonishment. "Are you suggesting that Shao may one day ascend to the throne? Who can truly say?" Lu Yuan proclaimed himself emperor a year ahead of schedule. History appears altered yet unchanged, and who knows if Shao will claim the throne in the future. However, the essence of the man remains intact, and his capabilities are evidently commendable. Between Qinyang and Shanghai lies a mountain, with the official road winding through its slopes, effectively dividing the mountain into 2 halves. It is precisely due to this geographical barrier that Lu Jing's prolonged siege of Qinyang has yielded no success, leading him to pillage nearby villages for supplies without advancing toward Shanghai. The troops halted 80 miles from the city of Qinyang, unable to proceed further. For ahead lies Lu Jing's encampment. One envoy remarked, "Perhaps they are positioned even further ahead." Another envoy suggested, "Since Lady Zhao has arrived at this juncture, why not take advantage of the fact that the Xiongnu forces have yet to establish their defenses? We could coordinate an unexpected strike from within Qinyang, catching them off guard and achieving merit before reinforcements arrive." Naturally, she could not express such sentiments aloud, so she replied, "As this is my inaugural command in battle, I lack experience. It would be prudent to wait for the reinforcements from other counties before we act together." Zhao Ju approached with purpose, clasping his fists and reporting, "Lady, scouts have reported the presence of troops stationed 30 miles to the northeast. Judging by their banners, they appear to belong to our great Jin army. Certainly, charging recklessly with the entire army is not advisable." Therefore, Zhao Ju first took a detachment to gather intelligence while the main force remained stationed behind. Indeed, it was the army of the Great Jin, comprised entirely of reinforcements. In addition to personnel from various counties, there was also a deputy general sent by the king of Donghai. With the Xiongnu forces launching another assault on Luoyang, the king of Donghai feared the fall of Yuzhou, leaving Luoyang isolated. Consequently, he dispatched 1,000 troops to expedite support from the counties of Yuzhou to Qinyang, aiming for a swift resolution to expel the Xiongnu army from Yuzhou so he could focus on the advancing forces towards Luoyang. Unexpectedly, the deputy general sent by the king of Donghai was a remarkably youthful lad, strikingly handsome and androgynous, with a complexion as fair as jade, perhaps rivaling the renowned Wei Shubao he had encountered before. However, any surprise on his face was fleeting, quickly replaced by composure as he approached and bowed. "I am Lu Shiyuan from Rian County. May I inquire your esteemed name, young lord?" It turned out to be Zhao Sanlang, a true testament to the Zhao lineage, capable of leading troops into battle at such a young age. "Please, enter," he welcomed them warmly. As Zhao Ju and Ji Yuan exchanged glances, the two emissaries stood by. Taken aback, the soldiers on patrol merely cast a brief glance at them, recognizing Lu Shiyuan and no longer paying them heed as they entered the camp. Lu Shiyuan led them directly to the central tent, halting the horses and cheerfully inviting them inside, saying, "Commander, the reinforcements from the Shiping Zhao family have arrived." The occupants within the tent, engaged in conversation, turned their heads in unison to gaze at them. This is quite a sizable tent, furnished with a low table and mat at the head. Behind the table sits a middle-aged man, his demeanor amiable, adorned with a pair of small mustaches, exuding an air of refinement. Upon hearing Lu Shiyuan's report, he lifts his gaze. The Zhao family's main branch is indeed that of Zhao Changyu, is it not? They have only one grandson, do they not? That would be Xing heir, while Xing San is. Is it possible that aside from Zhao Ming, there are no male heirs in the Zhao family, necessitating a woman to lead the troops? At that moment, discontent brewed among the onlookers, one of whom scoffed, "For such a crucial matter, the Zhao family seems to care little, sending only a woman to represent them?" Governor Zhang did not anticipate her forthrightness in posing such a pressing question. He hastily sought to reassure, stating, "Matters of war cannot be rushed. We must understand that haste breeds mistakes. The Xiongnu forces are ferocious, and we must adopt a steady approach." It was indeed a sound argument. "Why, we also are." Governor Zhang then turned his attention to the two envoys standing with heads bowed, and with a hint of irritation remarked, "Rest assured, when we successfully repel the Xiongnu and they enter the city, the inspector should not neglect our contributions." Zhang quietly sighed in relief, contemplating, "The various reinforcements should have all arrived. I shall host a banquet tonight, allowing everyone to meet and familiarize themselves, as well as to discuss strategies for confronting the enemy." The assembly rose in agreement, expressing no dissent. Governor Zhang was slightly taken aback. 3,000 individuals is no small number, placing among the top 5 of the many reinforcements. He found it hard to believe that a modest county like Shiping could muster such a force, especially when he had not seen any from the larger Shaanxi county. Thus, was this the contingent from the Zhao family? It appears that the demise of Zhao Changyu has not adversely affected the relationship between the Zhao clan and the king of Donghai. They remain willing to heed the king's commands. Governor Zhang, fully aware of the situation, smiled and instructed them to rest while he prepared for the evening banquet and arranged to meet the two envoys from Qinyang, as he needed to find a way to establish contact with them. Ji Yuan chuckled, saying, "Indeed, it is I, Ji. I did not expect to encounter someone familiar with my name here." The other party, visibly astonished, inquired, "Why do you follow a lady?" Thus, the conversation had begun. It was evident that the allied forces were not particularly affluent. With so many individuals, their provisions were scant, and their horses few, suggesting a shared state of destitution among them. At her youthful age, clad in armor, she was at a stage where her gender was indistinguishable. Had she not spoken, no one would have realized she was a woman. Consequently, she soon found herself seated among the soldiers, producing roasted beans from her pouch to share with them, engaging them in friendly banter. The soldiers, upon seeing food, eagerly gathered around. Even if each received only a handful of beans, their joy was palpable. "Did you arrive 3 days ago? Have you not engaged in battle?" they asked. "No, we have merely been waiting, as we were told to wait for all reinforcements before engaging. In recent days, many have gradually arrived. Have you had your fill?" They continued. Only on the day of battle can one enjoy a hearty meal. During these waiting times, being 5/10 full is considered fortunate. Thus, they preferred to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit, conserving their strength. After exchanging pleasantries, Yearn made his way over. "My lady, the Allied forces number approximately 20,000, and with your 3,000, we can estimate around 25,000. As of now, they have roughly 5,000 remaining." Yearn nodded thoughtfully. Wei-Jin commands a cavalry unit, which may not excel in siege warfare, but is unparalleled in combat and breakout scenarios. Moreover, his soldiers, while not necessarily seasoned veterans, have at least faced life and death situations, rendering them far superior to our freshly assembled troops. Engaging 5-1 is akin to slicing through melons. They harbor no fear. "Have we failed to establish contact with the city of Shenyang?" he continued. "This military tax, calculated by land or population, weighs heavily upon her, for she is the largest landholder in Shinsai County. After traversing this convoluted path, she finds herself not only responsible for sustaining her own 3,000 troops, but also for supporting other reinforcements. Such a notion is utterly preposterous," Yearn further remarked. "Must such critical inquiries be posed so abruptly? This predicament arises from the selfishness of these gluttonous individuals. Furthermore, they treat human lives as mere fodder. Shinsai County has already incurred additional taxation. If further levies are imposed, how many inhabitants will remain by next year?" Lowering his voice, Yearn added, "Currently, the tax burden falls solely on Shinsai County, but I fear that next year, Sheeping will find itself ensnared as well. Were it not for her inability to govern Shinsai County, she would refuse to pay even its taxes. The present taxation is so exorbitant that even a major landowner like herself struggles to breathe, let alone the ordinary populace." Reflecting on the county magistrate of Chai, he whispered, "My lady, although the county magistrate is rather dim-witted, he possesses a sense of pragmatism. Perhaps we could leverage him to gain control over Shinsai County." Yearn, perplexed, remarked, "Excessive anger may lead to a shortened lifespan." He then pondered, "Is he an example of this? I wonder if an abundance of silence could also be detrimental to one's longevity." Swallowing his words, Yearn inquired, "What are your plans for managing affairs in Shanxi? Do you intend for me to remain here indefinitely?" After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Are you suggesting that Chongning should replace County Magistrate Chai? That is implausible. Chongning hails from a commoner background and has never had the opportunity to participate in evaluations. Without a rank, how could he possibly hold the position of county magistrate? The position of a central official is determined by talent and virtue." Yearn fell silent. As a member of the humble class, even if he were to ascend, he would likely be relegated to a lowly rank, regardless of his abilities. Given his lineage, achieving a 9th-grade rank would be considered fortunate. However, with such a low rank, one could scarcely hope to attain the position of county magistrate. Rather than languish in mediocrity, it would be better to take a bold risk. Thus, he sought to serve as an advisor to Zhao Chongyu for over a decade. Through Zhao Chongyu, he could pursue his ambitions and accomplish many endeavors that were otherwise unattainable. Yet, an advisor remains merely an advisor, capable of offering counsel but unable to etch their name into the annals of history. It is impossible for him to claim he harbors no regrets. If even commoners can aspire to such heights, then surely he, from a humble background, could as well. Internally, Yearn wrestled with his thoughts, and after a lengthy pause, he hesitantly asked, "What arrangements do you envision for Chongning? If he were willing to align himself with us, I could present him with 2 paths. First, he could continue as an advisor to County Magistrate Chai, subtly guiding him towards our cause, and in the future, when I have secured control over Shanxi County, I would appoint him as the magistrate. Second, I could directly position him as the deputy magistrate or chief clerk of Shanxi County, thereby undermining Magistrate Chai, with the ultimate aim of having him ascend to the role of county magistrate in due course." Yearn inquired about the lady's strategy to conquer Shanxi County. Given its proximity to Xinjiang, where the former governor, he, had resided, operations in Shanxi County had always been cumbersome. However, after this encounter, It was unlikely that he would wish to remain in Jinyang any longer. Jiyuan remarked on the lady's remarkable confidence in herself. Could she honestly claim that her assurance stemmed from a lack of faith in the Great Jin? Historically, shortly after Lu Yuan ascended to the throne, the Great Jin gradually approached its demise. The emperor, devoid of prestige and authority, was preoccupied with extricating himself from the control of the king of Donghai, showing little concern for the local populace. Meanwhile, the king of Donghai, beleaguered by various rebel factions, allowed regions beyond Luoyang to govern themselves. It was not uncommon for desperate individuals to rally together and form insurrectionist bands. She did not perceive the task of seizing control of a few counties as particularly daunting. With sufficient resources, capable allies, and a bold spirit, conquering the entirety of Yuzhou would merely be a matter of time. Naturally, she could not divulge these thoughts to Mr. G, lest he be alarmed. Off topic. Today, my stomach has been somewhat uncomfortable, hence I was unable to provide an update. I hope to feel better by tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Make sure to rest early. 7017K Chapter 160. The choice. Although the army's provisions appeared limited, the evening banquet was nonetheless lavishly arranged. Before nightfall, a stage had been erected in the open space before the main tent, featuring 2 seats, with additional seating and low tables arranged on either side below the platform. They all looked down upon her simply for being a woman. How audacious it was to entrust such a critical position as the forward to her. Mr. G pondered over this. Even if their daughter possessed the capability, it was essential for them to have faith in her. Should the forward falter, the entire army would collapse, and they would likely hesitate to place such a significant burden upon her shoulders. Strangely, Mr. G felt a tinge of disappointment. This was a grand endeavor, and if they could alleviate the plight of Jinyang, everyone would rise in rank and wealth, or rather, they would secure their names in the presence of His Majesty and the Prince, paving a path to a promising future. In truth, it was about leaving a legacy before the King of the Eastern Sea. What significance did securing a name before the Emperor hold now? Governor Zhang clapped his hands, signaling for the dishes and wine to be served. A soldier brought forth a large platter, covered with a lid. Upon its removal, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. She glanced around and realized that each table was adorned with such feasts. How many sheep must have been slaughtered for this? In addition to lamb, there were various soups and even a platter of fruits, indicating that despite being stationed in a camp, the banquet was of no low standard. Ji Yuan was also observing her, questioning her earlier assertion that their provisions appeared scant. Indeed, this was splendid. Upon noticing her, Governor Zhang smiled and gestured toward her. After finishing his drink, he saw that everyone was in high spirits, and with a wave of his hand declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. With everyone gathered here tonight, let us deliberate on our strategy for the attack." Immediately, someone suggested, "Let us strike directly. We have over 20,000 men. Are we truly afraid of those mere few thousand Xiongnu soldiers?" Zhang Taisho feigned ignorance to the remarks made. The cavalry of the Xiongnu could easily match 10 against 1, or even more. If employed skillfully, 1,000 could take on 10,000 with the greatest of ease. What significance did a mere 20,000 hold in their eyes? Yet, was there a viable strategy? If he intended to charge recklessly, would there be any need to linger here for so long? Someone inquired whether communication with the governor within Lingyang was established. Zhang Taisho sighed and replied, "We have made contact, yet Lingyang is currently besieged, and the transmission of messages is hindered." The governor merely urged for an immediate assault, offering no further counsel. Thus we must act on our own accord. What does it mean to act on one's own accord? A suggestion arose. Perhaps we could send a portion of our forces to lure the enemy, while the remainder lies in ambush. This plan held merit. But who should be dispatched? She could not restrain herself from raising her hand, but upon recalling that this was not a classroom, she lowered it once more and spoke earnestly. "Esteemed uncles, our army has been encamped here for 3 days. During this time, reinforcements have gradually arrived. Positioned roughly 60 miles from Lingyang and merely 40 miles from the Xiongnu encampment. Do you truly think they are unaware?" Silence enveloped the gathering. As the words sank in, a sense of tension gripped the assembly. Some began to glance around, realizing they were surrounded by the station troops, and one shouted in anger, "You foolish child! Cease your attempts to frighten us. We have 20,000 soldiers here. Would any Xiongnu scouts dare approach?" To which another retorted, "Even if they did approach, would you even be aware? Humph, the Zhao family is overly arrogant. How could they send a mere girl for such a grave matter? Zhao lady, I advise you to speak less and refrain from embarrassing your clan with your ignorance. This is a matter for adults." Little ones should simply listen and not delude themselves into thinking that bringing 3,000 people makes them remarkable. Ji Yuan responded softly. The governor continued to seek counsel, and many strategies were proposed, each more extraordinary than the mere tactic of luring the enemy into an ambush. Ji Yuan observed as the young lady drew a dagger from her waist, wiped it with a cloth, and began to slice meat, placing the pieces into his plate. Ji Yuan hastily raised his hand to stop her, insisting she should eat instead. He shook his head, feeling she had not come to aid in battle, but rather to indulge herself. Ultimately, feeling unsatisfied, perhaps due to her growing body, she summoned a nearby soldier, requesting, "Bring some steamed buns, rice, or pancakes. Merely having vegetables one tea suffice." The soldier glanced at her empty plate, puzzled that meat alone could not satiate her hunger. Yet he complied and soon returned with a bowl of rice. After much deliberation, the group concluded that they would face the Xiongnu army head-on. And once their assault commenced and drew attention, the gates of Guanyang would open for a pincer attack. This strategy primarily aimed to disrupt the enemy formation. Given the prowess of the Xiongnu cavalry, she doubted they could be encircled, if not surrounded. Such an arrangement would likely descend into chaos, leaving the front and rear vulnerable. However, with unfamiliarity among the ranks and a lack of unity, this was the best formation they could devise at present. The governor watched her mount and ride away, the smile on his face fading. Lu Xiyuan inquired, "What troubles you, my lord?" After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiyuan replied, "I have heard some rumors. The affairs of the clan here in Shiping are overseen by Zhao Shiwang, who has always been at odds with Zhao Zhongyu. Perhaps Zhao Zhongyu will struggle to command the clansmen." A smirk played upon the lips of Governor Zhang. Discord within the Zhao family is indeed advantageous. He continued, "Since the days of Zhao Chongyu, the Zhao clan has dominated Renan County, wielding considerable influence throughout Yuzhou. Now that Zhao Chongyu has passed, it seems they are on the brink of disintegration. Yet Zhao Zhongyu has been promoted to Minister of Personnel. That is merely a result of the court's desperation to find capable individuals after fleeing Luoyang," he remarked dismissively. "The court remains primarily under the influence of the East Sea King and Wang Yan. His words hold less weight than even Fu Zhi's, let alone in comparison to the former Zhao Chongyu. There is no need for concern. And regarding the Zhao clan's reinforcements," Lu Xiyuan murmured softly, "they are numerous. Each man could fell 3,000 trees if they so wished. However, they are not so ruthless, merely clearing enough timber to construct their encampments." As night deepened, save for the patrolling soldiers, the rest had succumbed to slumber. Indeed, Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Arrangements should be made. Zhao Ju then asked, "So we shall defend the right flank tomorrow? Isn't that rather unwise?" Zhao Ju questioned further. "There is nothing wrong with it. Preserving our fighting strength is paramount. They are all new recruits, and reckless charges would merely sharpen the blades of the Xiongnu army, which is not worth the cost." Ji Yuan nodded, adding a reminder that during retreat, it must be orderly. Otherwise, should a rout occur, it would be difficult for us to regroup. Zhao Ju wore a look of deep contemplation. Why was the lady so preoccupied with the prospect of defeat before the battle had even commenced? The discord among the allied forces was evident. If their hearts were united, and their resolve to rescue Qingyang unwavering, she would undoubtedly inspire them to exert their utmost effort. The loss of a few lives would be a worthy sacrifice for the salvation of the entire Yuzhou. They would have died with purpose. However, with their disparate wills, should the central forces falter, the flanks would become mere pawns, rendering any attempt to save Qingyang futile. What significance would the soldiers' deaths hold then? Zhao Ju fell into silence, a gravity settling upon him as he regarded the lady. Realizing only then that she would not join them, Ji Yuan turned his gaze toward her. "I shall head to the Central Army," she declared, "to partake in the commotion and simultaneously showcase the prowess of the Zhao clan." A cold smile graced her lips as she continued, "While we cannot send our soldiers to fight, we must not arrive merely for show. Did you not say, sir, that this is my first appearance before the public? I cannot remain idle." Deeply moved, Ji Yuan responded, "I shall accompany the lady on the morrow. Mr. Ji, it would be wise for you to stay with Uncle Qianli. I fear I may not be able to ensure your safety." Zhao Ju interjected promptly. "Yes, sir. Remain with me, while Qiu Wu and Ji Ping accompany the lady." Ji Yuan hesitated. "Lady, this is indeed your inaugural public endeavor. My presence might." She interjected, "You may remain on the right flank to await the opportune moment." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, such as infiltrating the encampment of the Xiongnu forces and severing their retreat. Ji Yuan, Do you truly believe that this group of untested recruits, who have never been on the battlefield nor undergone any training, can suffice? Ji Yuan pondered deeply, and realization dawned upon him. He would assist Zhao Qianli in orchestrating the deployment, acting with discretion as circumstances unfolded. Living strength? Ji Yuan murmured the phrase twice, his brows arching high as he erupted into hearty laughter. The lady spoke wisely. They indeed possess the vigor of life. If we can preserve our people, we shall emerge victorious. The hour grows late. It would be prudent for you, sir, and Uncle Qianli to retire. She too must seek rest. Ji Yuan and Zhao Ju then rose to take their leave. She removed the cloth bag tied to her wrist, rubbed her wrist, and stretched her back before lying down. Prolonged chopping had diminished her strength, hence she diligently trained her arm and leg power. The bag contained stones. She had initially carried smaller ones, but had recently added an additional weight, binding it not only to her wrist but to her calves as well. At first, the adjustment was quite challenging, yet over time, she acclimated to the burden and could run and jump like any ordinary person. Coupled with her breathing techniques, perhaps she might even cultivate a form of lightness in her movements. Of course, this did not imply defiance of gravity to soar through the air, but rather a nimbleness that allowed her to glide gracefully, light as a swallow. She silently observed the darkness beyond the tent, and finally took up her pen to write. Professor Fu, I hope this letter finds you well. The long night stretches endlessly. My thoughts are tumultuous, and for the first time, I find myself gripped by a sense of unease. This impending conflict starkly contrasts with the previous defense of Zhao's stronghold in Shiping County. On that occasion, urgency left little room for contemplation or alternative paths. Yet this time, there exists an avenue for reflection. Thus, hesitation creeps in, accompanied by a twinge of fear, as I grapple with uncertainty regarding the righteousness of my choices. She could foresee the correct outcome, yet the consequences of the incorrect one seemed boundless, leaving her uncertain of her capacity to bear them. However, she could not reveal this uncertainty in front of Jiyuan and Zhao Ju. Prior to this evening, she believed she could anticipate both results, and even the worst outcome did not instill fear within her. Yet now, her confidence had begun to waver. Perhaps it was the act of confiding through letters that eased her heart, for shortly after closing her eyes, she succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhao Ju rose early to arrange for the preparation of meals. Governor Zhang and his men were punctual,